This audiobook contains 3 censored sentences and 55 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. And she fired a lightning ball and spear of wind, surprising Clownies, who was hit in the shoulder, and the other attack grazed his cheek. He kicked away from Duvalai and landed away from her. He inspected his injuries and pulled the wind spear from his shoulder. He noticed that his regeneration wasn't working and frowned. It's not working. Did she do something with her weapons? Anti-healing magic or something like that, thought the Yukai. Staying any longer would be a waste of time. You'll end it now, girl. A small pillar of gray flames surged from Clowny's body and as grew in size. He was previously 69 and now became 175. He nearly tripled in size. His fangs were even sharper, as were his blades. The area around him also began to wither. Each step he took towards Duvalai made the ground turn gray and the buildings crumble. What a strange ability. She muttered to herself. A sort of withering ability? Does it affect humans? Or just inanimate objects? Duvalai decided to test it out herself. She dashed towards Clowny's and slashed at his chest. Once on the other side, she checked her body, armor, and sword. None of them were affected. I should try it with normal weapons. These are given to me by Aaron Sama, so they won't be affected by those things. She replaced her current sword with a normal one and did the same thing again. When she did, Clownies had finished turning around, but she had disappeared again. Yeah, it affects normal objects. As for my skin, no, I'm not a normal human, so it doesn't matter, but it would be better if I killed him now and not let him run wild with that form. She concluded and faced him again while using her normal sword again. It doesn't matter what you try to do. In this form, An even more powerful surge of power left Duvali's body, and in one split second, she dashed back to Clownies again, who couldn't keep up with her speed, and in a single slice, she split him in two. Wah! The Yukai god was stunned. He, in this form, could fight combat-oriented gods. But he was just taken out in a single swing by an unknown woman, and that didn't make sense to him. Duvalai glanced back at Clownies, his body slowly crumbling away. Try again in a different lifetime, wolf god, and maybe then you'll be somewhat stronger. Clownies, the wolf god of the blade, was no more. Now then, are those two taking their time, or did they finish their fights already? She asked herself, facing Ennia's direction first. Chapter 9, Part 4, Failures of the Past, Lessons of the Future, Third-Person Point, of View. Drake laughed as he killed magicians that belonged to Hitler's group. He, along with Albion, were having the time of their lives. Various elemental whips appeared and latched onto Drake. Confusing him, the elemental attacks tried to hurt him, but they were so weak that he felt nothing from them. He looked at them, then followed where they led, and he found Heinrich Himmler. Heinrich Himmler, show me your moves. The Welsh dragon shouted before flying towards him. Heinrich kept his cool and summoned various imps of different colors before he ordered them to charge at him. Naive, Drake shouted before enveloping his body with flames and charging straight through them, decimating the imps. But to his surprise, they came back and started firing darts at him in different elemental colors. Huh, that's interesting. Is this some kind of innate ability? Heinrich Himmler didn't reply to the rambunctious dragon, but simply kept up his attacks. Behind him were various magicians who assisted him by amplifying his attacks. Some also helped directly attack the Welsh dragon. However, because Drake was much more powerful than them, none of their attacks truly affected him. It only tickled him, making him laugh as a result. Drake's chest suddenly expanded, and he breathed out a large breath attack towards them. Because of Kuroka's earlier shenanigans, the buildings all around Germany were destroyed, so he didn't need to worry about destroying them with his own attacks. In response to Drake's attack, they produced hundreds of defensive magic circles. However, these were rendered useless in front of his attack as they tore through it and killed several magicians in the process. Unfortunately for the Welsh dragon, Heinrich Himmler had teleported away to avoid the attack. But Drake had also used his superior speed to appear behind Heinrich, confusing him as it seemingly looked like the dragon had disappeared. Drake got as close as he could with his dragon body, without making a sound, and asked, "Looking for me?" Before Heinrich could turn around, he head-butted the human, sending him back to the ground as he howled with laughter. Heinrich stood back up. The debris all around him reminded him of the war he had fought long ago, and a sense of nostalgia overcame him, but the smell of smoke pulled him out of it. He stared back up at the dragon above him, still laughing, and he shook his head. "Another loss for us, huh?" he mumbled. However, he then looked at his own hands. Where did that come from? Perhaps the former host of his body remembers it, but they no longer exist. How fascinating. The new Heinrich didn't know how to feel about this, but he knew in the back of his mind that they would lose this. However, since they do Hitler's bidding, they cannot go against his orders whether they live or die. It is up to him to decide that. "At least we can live a short new life," he mumbled before summoning a cigarette and lighting it. Numerous impacts appeared around him again, as did whips. Come, Welsh Dragon. Drake flew down towards the man and transformed into his human form as he did. His right arm was engulfed in blazing inferno of scorching flames. Heinrich ordered the imps and whips to attack Drake. They quickly shot up, but as they got close to the flames, they were immediately burned up. Upon seeing this, Heinrich sighed and fixed his hat. He did not try to run away or avoid the attack. He knew his time was up. He removed the cigarette from his mouth and let out a puff of smoke. "Hopefully, whatever I am, and whoever I am, I get to silently reincarnate next time I come back," he muttered to himself, a tired smile appearing on his face before the flaming punch arrived. Everything below Drake was scorched into nothingness. The remaining ground and small walls of buildings were burned and melted. The body of Heinrich Himmler was no more. His soul was also left untouched by Drake's flames, as he knew that whoever's soul was being forced to do this wanted nothing out of this operation. "See you round, space cowboy," Drake said, using his index and middle fingers to salute him. It was faint, but he heard the man's chuckles as he left the world again. He turned to face the rest that managed to survive. "Now then," partner said, "I could choose who to bring in," he said with a grin. "Who can sing and dance for me?" "Vanishing Dragon. I will face him. May I trust you with the rest?" Margit Eberbach asked. "Very well. It seems you have some history with him," replied Albion. She nodded, jumped from his back, and landed on the ground. Albion targeted the soldiers and magicians behind Hermann Göring and blew them away before following them. Margit Eberbach stared at the man in front of her. She was told by Rius Gremory and the dragons that different souls reside within these bodies. So whoever they were previously, they do not inhibit those bodies anymore. Even still, Margit wanted to try to communicate with them. The past year and current year have seen many miracles happen, so she wants to see if they will happen now that she has teamed up with Team DXD. Hermann Göring and Margit Eberbach, founder and leader of the group called the Hound United, and we mainly operate as a Black Ops team for the German military. We are also responsible for dealing with the supernatural side of things, she explained. "You are aware that I'm not him, right? Because of how we're programmed by those guys in the Cow's order, we can't disobey Adolf's orders. It actually feels a bit hellish," said Hermann Göring. "I am. However, I would like to ask you to see if their soul is. I have no idea. I don't have talent in magic, but I'm a natural Tuki wielder, so there's that. But if you ask me to search for any traces of him within me, then there's probably none left. They cleanse these corpses before reusing them," he explained. Hermann Göring then changed into a stance and wrapped his body in Tuki. "Well, since I was tasked to fight, I may as well, right? Please try not to have ill feelings towards me," he said before charging Margit. Margit brought out her Tunfaz and covered her body with her own Tuki. The Tuki around Hermann Göring's arm changed and became denser. He thrust his arm towards her stomach. Margit waited till the last second before sidestepping the attack and bringing down her right tonfa on her man, but Hermann blocked it with his Tuki, surprising her. "I told you, didn't I? I'm a natural at this," he repeated both sadly and proudly. "So am I," replied Margit as she slammed her foot into Hermann's chest, sending him up into the sky. However, when she looked up at him, Hermann had managed to block her kick with his arms, and the man was smiling at her. Margit was impressed with the man and decided to take him a bit more seriously. Spinning her Tunfaz, She sprung towards him and shrouded them in 10k. She slammed them towards him, and Hermann threw a punch. Both of them collided. The winner was clear as Hermann's hand exploded, making him grimace. You may be a natural at it, but I have trained with it longer. It doesn't matter if you're a genius or have talent if you don't train with that talent. Your good is useless, she said. She spun around and kicked him in the face, cracking a few bones and slamming him toward the ground. Margit landed on the ground, staring at the man. Hermann Göring had gotten up, clutching his missing arm. He felt indescribable pain, but did not voice it. He thought it wasn't worth it to him. It wasn't originally his body, so in turn, it wasn't his pain. As strangely convoluted as it was, those were his feelings on the matter. Using his 10k, he did his best at cauterizing the wound, and it stopped bleeding. Hermann Göring breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Why did you specifically want to fight this body? Why Hermann Göring, of all people?" My family is connected to Hermann Göring. In a way, you could say I'm one of his descendants. Knowing and hearing about this operation, I personally asked for our team to participate in this. He shared who was going to be in your group. She explained and pointed her tonfa at him. I want to ask why he involved himself with Adolf Hitler. I am not admonishing, nor am I approving of his actions. The choices back then were quite obvious for who was German. You either side with him, or you don't, meaning you may be killed. Even if you didn't support his ruling, siding with him as a citizen may mean you will live, right? Hermann Göring looked at her and said, "So you wanted to ask the original soul if he fully and truly supported Adolf Hitler's Nazi party and political views?" Huh? Yes. Whatever answer he gave me, I would accept it because what's done is done, she said and readied her tonfas again. Now that you know, let us continue. The man in front of her chuckled. You're one scary lady. It makes me wonder how the original owner of this body was the soul and Hermann Göring's body was a troublemaker. He didn't care much for education, as he skipped classes a lot and only knew the basics of many things, hence why he didn't know the details of wars like World War I or II. However, even he knew of the name Hitler, so when he was put into this body and had no way of resisting, he felt despair more than any in his life, and it left him depressed, but he couldn't express it and could only follow the man's orders. Hermann Göring made peace with his fate that he would die again, but in a way, he was excited since he could rest again. Whether he would go to hell or heaven, he wasn't sure, nor if he would reincarnate peacefully after his time there. When he looked back up, Hermann Göring saw that Margit Eberbach had taken off her eye patch and her other red eye. At a speed he couldn't follow. She appeared below, and before he could react, he felt something slam into his stomach. They were her tonfas. Hermann was blown away, but the woman quickly followed him and slammed her foot into his chest, forcing him to the ground again. He tried to retaliate by grabbing her leg, but the tip of her other tonfa opened and fired magic bullets towards him, rendering his other hand useless. This didn't stop Hermann, as he used his mouth this time to try to bite her leg, but again, Margit slapped her tonfa to the side of his head, further expanding the crater below him. She got off him and jumped back, watching from a distance as Hermann Göring's body slowly stood up, battered and bloody. "Do you have any last words?" Margit asked, crimson flames abruptly appearing all over her body. With a croaky voice, Hermann Göring chuckled. "I wanted to eat pizza one last time." Margit stretched her left arm out with her tonfa and brought her right arm back. She slightly crouched down and was ready to strike. She briefly closed her eyes and then opened them back up. "I recommend the Flammkuchen." Margit charged towards Hermann, a giant flaming lion appearing around her. "Flammkuchen? Huh, that's not even pizza," Lady he muttered before going up in a fiery explosion. Margit Eberbach stood behind the flaming circular explosion and glanced back at the man. "Ruhe in Frieden, rest in peace." She then summoned her eye patch back and put it on. Looking around, she said, "Now, then, let's take down the boss." Martin Bormann's group was wiped out. There wasn't much left of them. The brave saints, especially Dulio, who had taken care of most of them. While they didn't kill them because of their beliefs, they were still captured and had the anti-magic cuffs used on them. The only one left was Martin Bormann himself. The soul within him was a talented magician who died due to a powerful stray devil, and since then he has harbored hatred towards the supernatural at large, especially devils. Martin summoned numerous magic circles, which included elemental, Norse, demonic, fallen angel, black, white, fairy, and a few summoning magics. Without another moment's notice, he fired them all towards Dulio and the few brave saints with him. He had also summoned ghostly wyverns from his summoning magic circles, and they started firing breath attacks towards them. Griselda created a light bow and fired light arrows towards the attacks. Once they made contact, they formed spheres of light around them, trapping them and forcing the attacks to explode in them. Griselda, listen, let me do it, Dulio said while putting his hand to his side, indicating her and the other brave saints to stop. They all looked at their leader and backed off. Can I ask again why you're doing this? Martin Bormann sighed. I am not the original soul that inhabits this body, and as far as I can tell, he's no longer here. I am forced to do these things, and truthfully, I like it. I hate the supernatural, he told him. Before my death, I found out the existence of the supernatural, and coincidentally, I found out I had a great affinity for magic, but before I could realize that potential, a stray devil accidentally found me and killed me. I bore a hatred for the supernatural and any species within it. Of course, I learned all of this after my death and resurrection. Nothing you will say will change my mind, he said, creating more magic circles. Dulio frowned and felt pity for him. I understand that your life was cut short because of the supernatural, but doing this and endangering the lives of the innocent isn't going to change anything. Martin rubbed his forehead. Are you mentally challenged? I just said I can't defy the orders of my leader. It's literally ingrained into me. If you want to stop me, you need to kill me or capture me. Now shut up and fight me, Joker of Heaven. Dulio sighed and brought both hands up. From them, he created giant, multicolored bubbles from his fingertips that were shaped into rings. He then sent them towards Martin, who looked curiously at them but avoided them. Dulio smiled before creating a magic circle and applying a powerful wind spell that forced one of the bubbles to hit Martin. Martin stopped moving midair as tears fell from his eyes. However, to the surprise of everyone, he looked back at Dulio with furrowed brows. We were informed of this technique, Joker. If you think this is enough to stop me, then you're mistaken, but I will thank you for letting me remember those things. Now then, stop playing around and fight me. The sub-leader of DXD nervously laughed and scratched the back of his head. I wanted to resolve this without any more fighting, but I guess it can't be helped, he said, activating his balance breaker. From behind him sprouted 12 golden wings, and 4 halos appeared above his head. Flagello di colori dell'arcobaleno, speranza di briscola, Dulio's subspecies balance, breaker for zenith tempest. Here I come then, Martin-san, Dulio shouted before vanishing. Martin had already created numerous magic circles around him for the inevitable attack from the angel. As soon as Dulio came close to him, he activated them, firing numerous magic attacks at him. But to his surprise, all of them were trapped in bubbles as Dulio passed him by. Each of his magic attacks was ravaged by countless elemental attacks within those bubbles, and Martin quickly flew away, but Dulio followed after him, firing light balls at him. The angel still wanted to resolve this peacefully, but he knew in the back of his head that it wasn't coming true. The two of them essentially played tag in the skies of Germany. Martin kept attacking Dulio with magic attacks while the angel destroyed them with his light powers or used his balance breakers bubbles to nullify them. All the while, the other brave saints watched or flew off to different sections to help out more. Diethelm Waldsimler, Team Trump Card of Heaven's Queen, watched this play out and said, even now he's still trying to save him. Dulio is way too kind. Or did he get more influenced by Jean Cohen? It's always been in his nature, but I believe Jean did influence him more than necessary, replied Griselda. Diethelm laughed and looked at Griselda. That may be so, by the way. Are you pregnant? Griselda Corda looked back at him with cold, dead eyes and smiled. And never mind. She was not, however. She gained a bit of weight recently and had been slowly losing it, but it wasn't that noticeable. But Diethelm was the type to notice the most insignificant details of people, and Griselda's weight was one of them. Griselda created her light bow and arrow again before firing two of them towards Dulio and Martin. The one that hit Dulio increased his speed, while the one that hit Martin decreased his. This caused Dulio to catch up to him and slam his fist into his chest. Once he was on the other side of Martin, a bubble encased him. Swirling flames, violent hurricanes, freezing cold air, and vicious torrents of lighting began to attack Martin Bormann inside the bubble. However, to Dulio's surprise, the man did not scream or cry out of pain. He simply stayed still, letting tears run down his cheeks, but he also smiled throughout the process. After a grueling few seconds, the bubble burst, and Martin was left with numerous injuries around his body. His entire body was incinerated, his left arm was missing, and his right leg was encased in ice. He had irregular breathing and was seconds away from passing out. This operation from the start was never going to work. I don't know what that idiot was hoping for, Martin said, and then fell to the ground. He looked up at the sky as Dulio landed beside him. You say you hate the supernatural, but you never really cursed me out or had anything bad to say, Dulio said while sitting beside him. Martin chuckled. God, you nice types are always annoying to me. Can't you mind your own business? Unfortunately, once you're in DxD, that goes out the window. Dulio also laughed as he said that. I mean, even if I hate the supernatural, it's mostly aimed at devils, and even then, it's towards the strays. I just fixated on hating everything since I lost it all to you, the supernatural. Also, I was led to believe that angels were the good guys and kindest out of the supernatural before I knew you guys really existed. So I couldn't really hate you. Martin took another deep breath and said, kill me. ID rather, not a sudden, powerful attack from the back knocked Dulio away, shocking the other brave saints nearby. When they looked back at where Martin was, a large abnormal foot had crushed his head, killing the man. A large monster was standing on top of Martin's corpse. He had hard green scales all over his body with multiple protrusions riddling his body, yellow eyes and slits for pupils, a large snout and tail, and he wore a large t-shirt over his body. Why is that a crocodile standing on two legs? Dulio asked in shock. Never mind that. Why did you? Siam, do not care for shitty things like feelings. Survival of the fittest. I am also one of the executives of the Monkai Association, he announced, doing a strange pose. He then rushed towards Dulio and attempted to bite his shoulder, but he dodged it on time. You're fast for a duff, shouted Siam. He continued his assault, biting and firing energy blasts from his mouth at Dulio. The angel kept on dodging and avoiding the stranger. Siam jumped away and crossed his arms. Why do you mourn for terrorists? You are enemies. Only the weak do such things. The monster's body suddenly erupted in green Tuki, and the area around them trembled. He grinned and charged at Dulio, who was also about to charge him when several light arrows pierced Siam, shocking both of them. The one responsible for it was Griselda. The normally calm woman had some animosity radiating out of her body. It was the first time they, brave saints, had seen something like that coming from her. Although to Dulio, it had been a few years since he last saw such an expression on Griselda's face. The last time he saw it was when she was still teetering on the line between good and bad as an exorcist. Griselda flew over to them with her 16 silver and orange wings. While I cannot excuse the things that the original Martin Bormann did, and what the soul that took over did was also unforgivable, you cannot just take a life like that. There's a process to these things. Siam laughed at her. But the bastard Dragon Emperor can? What hypocrisy! You're in his harem, so he and all of you can do whatever you want. Griselda summoned more light attacks all around Siam. They range from spears and swords to chainsaws and even marlin fish made of light. We have Team DxD stop those who threaten the peace that most want in this world. The supernatural has been at odds with each other for many years, and now that we have peace and normalcy, the people in it want more of it, you and the cows order threaten it. So we bring you to justice. Not everyone is for the peace you idiots want. That's why we exist to oppose you well. Some of us, but it's still worth it, said Siam. A dumb slut, like you wouldn't the light attacks that were around him, suddenly stabbed him around the body. The other brave saints looked away and didn't try to stop Griselda. Dulio walked over to Martin's corpse and carried it with him. Jean Cohen can probably restore his body, right? I'd like to at least have him buried at a proper cemetery, said Dulio. Some may not agree with you, Dulio. Even if we know the truth, others want, and Dulio stopped Diethelm with his hand. I know, but I don't care. Maybe this is me just being selfish, but as long as I can lay to rest that lost soul, that's all that matters. Diethelm only wanted to look out for his fellow angel, but since Dulio was a special case, he decided to let him do what he wanted. He looked at Griselda, and both agreed to do that. Dulio walked away from the spot, leaving those two and the corpse of Siam there. Shall we dispose of it? Jean Cohen may be interested in his body composition or not, but asked Diethelm. He looked back at Griselda, who was already speaking into her transceiver. After a few seconds, she nodded and turned back to face him. I will store him inside my ring and bring him back with us. But for now we should split up and help defeat the army that Adolf Hitler brought over, she said, and he agreed. The few brave saints around him heard this, and they began flying away. Rias Grimmery and her team fought against the man himself, Adolf Hitler. Hitler had many subordinates at his disposal, so he threw them at Team Rias Grimmery in hopes of slowing them down. While the team dealt with them, Rias herself and Zenobia confronted Hitler themselves. A small fight had broken out between them, and Zenobia had been asking him several questions about various topics. So you're saying you didn't kill yourself? Zenobia asked, slamming her Durandal into another body that Hitler threw at her. What kind of coward would do that? I escaped after summoning a devil inside that bunker. I made a small deal with them to get out, although they betrayed me in the end and killed me. Do you ever wonder why my body was never found? Or at least revealed to the public? Because that's what happened. He shouted happily and began laughing. The ones who heard this were shocked, except for Vasco Strata and Kromkruch. They simply gave him strange looks while Vasco rubbed his chin. I personally went to that bunker after it was cleared by the Allies and saw some strange markers that were tampered with. I believe they looked like a magic circle drawn by blood. Who would have thought that you would resort to the occult as a last resort, said the old man. Hitler smiled at Vasco Strata and played with his mustache. Those were indeed blood drawn by blood. Although it wasn't my blood, but my wife's, I put a bullet through her head. I once read about summoning rituals and decided to use it as a last resort. And to my surprise, it worked. I left through that magic circle and lived for a few more days before that specific devil heard of the results of the war and killed me. Even after I cursed him to death, he laughed at me. Well, it was better than nothing. But I got resurrected, and unfortunately that devil was long dead. I believe he was part of the Astaroth clan. He mused while creating magic circles behind himself. From them came out large white spirits. One had some kind of pyramid head, the other was bald and had an eye in the middle of its face. The one with the pyramid head had a large club with cursed spikes on it, while the bald spirit had no lower half. It had long hands with sharp nails at the ends of them and razor-sharp teeth. Smaller flies and insects like frogs, wasps, and bees also began to appear everywhere, and Hitler's own hands began to glow. His left turned dark green, and his right turned dark purple. His eyes turned dark, and his pupils turned yellow with a soft glow. If the army I have runs out, I have these quite an interesting power I received after death. It was only amplified by the cow's order, which was quite a bonus. Yes, after I conquer Germany, my next target is the underworld, and yes, it's because of that singular devil. You're insane, Zenobia said while donning her sacred gear's balance breaker again. I am quite sane. As I said earlier, it's to get revenge on the Allies and also relieve my glory days, and with magic it will become very much achievable. I have my own army too, and I have an infinite supply of magic because I'm using man kidnapped people I took over the year. You can thank the cow's order for that. Converting life force to magic is quite an interesting feat. He showed an image of a room filled with people screaming and suffering as wires are attached to them, feeding a small circular ball that's connected to me and gives me unlimited magic, foo-foo. However, my own unique magic circles I made already make the consumption very low. This is just safety measures. Before Hitler could continue, Asia appeared and smashed her fist into the side of his face, breaking a few cheekbones and flinging him into the ground, a great distance away. She also punched the pyramid monster and kicked the bald-headed monster to the ground. A look of anger stretched across her face. She didn't like what she was hearing. As someone who hated violence and wanted to resolve many things peacefully, she had been forced to change her stance on things over the year, but she accepted it since it was the only way some of those groups she faced wanted to do things. But once she heard the things Hitler said, the ever-kind Asia lost herself in anger. This had only happened once before, and it was during the 100 years they spent in Aaron's pocket dimension. To many, it was a strange sight, but at the time, it was justifiable, and even now, those who witnessed it didn't admonish her. Why do people like you ever only think of using people as a means to an end? Are the selfish things you do that important that you can sacrifice hundreds, millions, without feeling any remorse? She asked, furious as tears streamed down her face. The bald monster quickly got up and flew over to Hitler. It then put its hand toward his cheek and healed it. Adolf Hitler touched his cheek a few more times and sighed. He then looked up at Asia and felt pity for her. Little girl, your views on the world are too limited. Why not think logically for once? Hitler put his right hand over his heart and raised his left. If I united everyone under my rule, I could eliminate so many things like poverty and other crises that the world is right now. I could also get rid of troublesome groups along with the cow's order. Can't you see that we're doing the right thing? The only one getting in our way is the middleman, the outer god. Tell me, what good has he done? Because of him getting in our way, that war that occurred a few months ago happened. If he didn't get in our way, we would already have accomplished our goals and have true unity. Exclaimed Adolf Hitler. The hell is he talking about? Krom Kirch asked. Fufu, he's simply insane, Krom. So don't listen to him that much, said Aquino, reassuring the dragon, who nodded back. Rhea sighed and pointed at Hitler. And you fail to keep up with what's happening in the human world. Jean has created 2 miracles for humans. One of them eliminated cancer and other diseases, and he gave certain scientists and researchers the answer to the cure for other ailments. The other, well, you can see it for yourself, can't you? You have magic, don't you? Man-made pollution and disasters began to rapidly heal after Christmas. Certain extinct or endangered species were brought back and now are being held in captivity so that their numbers may grow larger. Nearly all types of crops can grow in any environment, even in the North and South Poles, regardless of other factors. To some, this may seem inconsequential or mundane, but for humans, especially in third-world countries, it helps them a lot, and his company that he plans on growing help provide jumps for the less fortunate so they can live comfortably. From the sounds of your utopia, there will still be slaves if they're not part of your perfect race, would they not? Asked Rius. Hitler laughed and covered his face, then looked back at Rius. Of course there will be slaves. If they do not look like my perfect world, they deserve even less. The world that is equal? It seems more like a dream of a child to me. The outer god is a fool for thinking like that. Hitler ordered his swarms of insects to attack the team, and the other magicians also began firing magic attacks at everyone. A vast darkness covered the area they were in, and many of the insects were swallowed up by the darkness and killed. At the center of this darkness was Gasper in his balance breaker. Please leave those weaker ones to me and focus on the others, Gasper told his group. Suddenly, a rain of light swords killed even more and dispelled some of Gasper's darkness. Above them was Irina, who had rejoined them with a hen. Phew, sorry for the delay. I came across some weird monster that wouldn't stop talking about a lab and a giant beetle that's stronger than a gorilla, Irina explained, confusing everyone. So you defeated those guys, huh? Angels are interesting. I'd like to experiment on some, muttered Hitler. He then looked at the pyramid-headed monster and ordered it to attack them. Dimmler, kill them. The monster nodded before jumping toward Aquino, who was busy launching holy lightning dragons around the other opponents. She turned to it and was about to attack it when Vasco Strata stopped it. Will you leave this to me, young Aquino? He asked. Please and thank you, Your Eminence, she replied before Vasco Strata slammed his holy fist Dimmler's side, knocking him away. Ho! Don't leave me behind, Irina Chi, Lint Selzen shouted, following after the angel. Lint had been at a different spot, as she had been asked by Dulio earlier to help the other angels since the brave saints would be split up all over the country. Rias agreed, and since the fighting around the country was slowly decreasing, she finally left that location and joined up with her team. Oh, it's Heidoler, Hitler. Yahoo Lint waved to the man, confusing everyone before she fired her own light attacks towards him, but they only ended up being blocked by the bald ghost. Lint shrugged her shoulders. I ain't using that until the main stage, so I guess I can't fight him. Former Prez, can I fight him with you? Zenobia asked while floating beside Rias. I don't see why not, she said, looking at Asia, who shook her head. It seems like Asia won't participate. She has complicated feelings about this, but it's safe to say she may break her own principles and values if she took part. Zenobia and Rias flew towards Hitler, with Zenobia in the front. After she used step, she propelled herself toward the man and swung her sword down. Hitler dodged it, barely, but still received some cuts on her left side. He clicked his tongue in annoyance before dodging the balls of demonic attacks that Rias was firing at him. He retaliated by firing his own magic attacks, as well as mixing in dark green and dark purple balls of energy at her. Rias used her power of destruction and countered them. When both attacks collided, they were destroyed by Rias, but a small distortion occurred where the impact happened, which piqued Rias' interest. Zenobia continued her assault on the man, who kept using his powers on his hands to deflect some attacks, while the white ghost helped defend against her attack too and healed Hitler at the same time. Rias watched from a distance to see what kind of power Hitler had with those glowing hands of his. Zenobia, can you force him to use that dark green hand of his for a while? She asked her telepathically. Roger, replied the knight, and her power and speed increased. Zenobia specifically aimed at areas that would force Hitler to defend with his left hand, which had dark green energy. After a few seconds, Rias came to a conclusion and asked Zenobia to focus on his right side and force him to use his right hand for the dark purple energy. After another few seconds of watching Hitler defend and heal against Zenobia's attacks, Rias had an idea of the two powers that Hitler used. That's fine for now. Zenobia, come back, she said, and Zenobia backed away from him. It seems like the dark green has some kind of corrosive power, while the dark purple poisons you. Because we're immune to poisons, it didn't affect you, but it had the same feeling. As expected of a noble devil, to be able to discern my abilities in such a short time is quite impressive. If only I didn't hate you, I'd add you to my future concubine, Hitler said with a smirk. I'd rather die than be part of your concubine, Hitler. However, may you tell us what those summons are? She asked, knowing full well he wouldn't, but to her surprise, he did. Hitler shrugged and looked at the bald monster behind him. They're nothing special. It's not even an ability of mine, except for the insects. Those two you saw me summon are actually divine beasts I specifically asked for. I do have one more, but the one that's fighting Vasco Strata is my offense. And this one here is called Cherry, and she's mostly used for support and utility. Rias nodded, still surprised that Hitler would tell them about his beasts, although he didn't tell them how to defeat them or any of their weaknesses. Now they know that they're divine beasts, albeit a bit more unique than the normal ones. Hitler aimed both his fingers at Zenobia and Rias and began firing bullet-shaped attacks at them with both of his corrosive and poison powers. Rias enveloped her body with her power of destruction, while Zenobia blocked the ones aimed at her with a magic circle. However, she noticed that the dark green energy began to dissolve her magic circle, surprising them both. Surprised? It's quite powerful because it can dissolve even magic, regardless of who's stronger between us. Hitler smirked again before increasing the number of bullets sprayed at both of them, forcing Zenobia to fly away and avoid them. Rias was safe, as her clan's trait exceeded it. Suddenly, a giant slash flew towards Hitler. He jumped away but barely avoided it. His right arm was cut off during it, forcing Cherry to grab the severed arm, hold it up to the stump, and reattach it. Hitler formed small bee-like creatures with his dark green aura and sent them towards Zenobia, while he formed his dark purple energy into a humanoid and sent it to Rias. In the meantime, a large magic circle appeared behind him. Is he going to summon his last divine beast? I should prevent him from doing that, or should I let him and then destroy it? Rias thought, while avoiding the humanoid dark purple energy's attacks. As the heiress to the Grimory clan was about to fire several shots of power of destruction at the man, the dark purple humanoid multiplied and began relentlessly attacking her aura, destroying themselves. Even after being destroyed, the original kept multiplying itself. To Rias, it seemed like they had begun a random suicide charge. Upon closer inspection, she saw that they were simply buying time for Hitler to summon the last divine beast. She immediately created an even larger ball of destruction and wiped out the clones and originals before firing a single but enormous extinguished star at Hitler. The attack seemed to have hit him, as it created a powerful explosion. The bee-like creatures that were attacking Zenobia also disappeared, indicating that she had won, but she still felt his energy there, so she fired another shot of extinguished star, but as the smoke cleared, a large hand blocked the attack briefly before being destroyed, but it also instantly regenerated. A large, wooden-like monster stood behind Hitler. It was larger than Cherry, as it had a body made out of wood, several branch-like protrusions coming out of its head and arms, baggy black pants, and an O-shaped marking in the middle of its stomach. It had 2 red bracelets on its wrists and rectangular teeth that rattled every few seconds. Its eyes were the shape of the swastika and occasionally spun. Nord, the living and moving world tree. We were able to sneak into Asgard and analyze the world tree and make a living replica of it, albeit a lot weaker. It was during when Ms. Lapis was with us. However, due to somebody's interference, research was cut short, and this is what we were left with. A new type of divine beast, you could say, a 3rd generation, or is it a 4th? Even if it's not the complete form they were looking for, it's still quite something. To be able to replicate something close to the Yggdrasil, those scientists are dangerous even after Aaron cut off communications with the Phantasma, Evie, and the rest of the Cow's Order, Rias thought as she stared at the divine beast. Rias created hundreds of small balls of destruction before firing them towards Hitler and Nord. A large wooden shield appeared around them with strange symbols. However, it only blocked a few attacks before being destroyed. Hitler himself only suffered minor damage, while Nord took the brunt of it and Cherry took on the rest. Both healed each other, and then Hitler smiled at Rias. Former Prez, I think Hitler is telling us to kill him since capturing him may be impossible. We also don't know if he'll change his mind about suicide if he knows he'll be captured. So I believe he'll only accept one way of losing being killed, said Zenobia as she floated beside her king. Apart from the Alliance and the other leaders, Aaron had no need for any of them to live. It was only because the leaders asked him to capture some of the important figures that he wasn't asking his comrades to just outright kill them. Zenobia, play with them for a bit, but be careful. He'll speak with Aaron about this, Rias told her, and Zenobia immediately charged towards them. Aaron? Rias, did you need something? So Rias explained their situation and asked for his thoughts. Just kill him. Suzaku did something similar to someone here. I'm just going to resurrect them and seal their powers. The Alliance shouldn't have any problems with that, although it'll take away those powers of his instead of just sealing it, he told her. I see, thank you. Rias looked back at the scene and found Zenobia was dual-wielding Excalibur and Durandal. Zenobia used Durandal to deal with Cherry, while she used Excalibur on Nord. Hitler was already knocked away from them, so the knight could focus on the 2 divine beasts first. She threw up Durandal before slashing Excalibur at Nord. The wooden divine beast's chest was slashed open, but I was looking back at Zenobia from within its chest. The eye opened and bared its teeth before screeching and firing a blast of green energy at Zenobia, who blocked it with Excalibur. It kept pushing her back until she redirected it to the sky, and it exploded. We can kill him, Rias told Zenobia. You don't need to hold back anymore, Zenobia. Zenobia grinned before increasing her power even further. She dismissed Excalibur and grabbed the suspended Durandal in the air. She then dove down and sliced Cherry in half, along with the ground beneath them. Germany, the country, had been sliced in half. She quickly sliced Cherry up into more pieces while applying anti-healing and anti-regeneration to her sword to prevent her from being healed. She flew towards Aetnord, who created several wooden wheels and ignited them with green flames before throwing them at Zenobia. The blue-haired woman brought her sword back and swung it down, creating a blade aura of destruction that cut the attack apart and destroyed the area around Aetnord. Zenobia purposely missed him before jumping towards him and slicing him in half horizontally. Aetnord couldn't regenerate and tried to grab Zenobia, but as she was still in her balance breaker, sharp hands came out of her back and tore Aetnord's hands apart, surprising them all. "You can do that?" she asked in shock. Hitler panicked and began to fire his dark purple and green attacks at Zenobia. But using her superior speed, she dashed towards him, cutting off his arms. Hitler screamed, but Zenobia charged back to Aetnord before slicing him into more pieces, killing the divine beast. "Prez!" she shouted as Rius landed beside her. "Good work." Rius patted Zenobia on the shoulder before walking over to Hitler, who was screaming as a pool of blood formed around him as she knelt on both his knees. "Aaron will probably want to analyze this, right? How do we store it?" Zenobia asked herself. "Yeah, that should do it," replied Zenobia. With her beast's suggestion, she encased the corpse of Aetnord with a barrier and watched her king stand in front of Hitler. "Any last words?" Rius asked while holding a ball of destruction in front of her. Smirking, Hitler opened his mouth, creating a mini magic circle, and fired an attack from it. It was immediately destroyed by the power of destruction around her body. Rius didn't react and repeated her question. One day it'll be back. And when that comes, it'll plunge this world into darkness again," he said defiantly. "And we, DXD, will be there to stop you. It won't matter what year or what era you come back to, we'll stop you again and again," declared Rius, making Hitler laugh. She finally ended the man's life again, blasting his body away with her power. Rius touched her transceiver and announced, "This is Rius Gremery, part of the Germany team. Hitler has been killed. The only ones left are some of his officers and a few weaker members. We will finish up soon." "My, you're not cute at all." "A walking shark? Quite grotesque if you ask me," Enia said, her hand on her cheek and a smug grin on her face. The monster had the upper body of a shark and the face of a shark, but had human arms, hands, legs, and feet. It wore a military-style jacket tailored to fit, pants, and shoes. Upon hearing this insult from the woman in front of him, he scowled at her. "You dare insult me, Idopri? I am the few shark monsters that can freely move on the surface without the need of water magic. I am a revolutionary among my species and the evolutionary path that we will take in the future," he declared and flexed his muscles. In the distance, in the Greek realm, various figures fought. A myriad of explosions occurred all around them, and it seemed both sides were evenly matched. However, that was not Enia's problem for now, so she focused on what was in front of her. "Idoperi? What kind of name is that?" she asked, confused by it. Idoperi sighed. "It's not worth trying to explain the complexities of my name. I thought long and hard about it before I came up with it." He put his hand out, summoned a water blade with a chain attached to it, and started spinning the chain in his hand. On the other end was another water blade. The longer he spun it, the longer the blade became. Enia, amused by it, shot a single arrow at him, but Idoperi deflected it using his water blade. Enia could see that there was a small, dense amount of 10k covering it, further amplifying its powers. He stopped spinning it and caught the blade by its small handle before dashing towards Enia using his 10k and wind magic. Arriving in front of her, he swung the blade upward, but the woman stepped back, forcing the blade to miss. However, Idoperi smiled as the other blade began to swing towards her after the chain had wrapped around his body. The female archer created an ethereal knife in her right hand and threw it at the water blade, forcing it upwards. With one hand, she fired a more powerful arrow towards Idoperi, forcing him to block it with his own arms. But it wasn't enough, as it pierced through his defenses and knocked him away. As Idopari stabilized his footing on the ground, he looked up only to see a metallic knee slam into his face, knocking him further away. Enya followed this up by firing several more arrows at the monster. Several of them stabbed him through various non-fatal spots before she appeared above him and slammed her foot on his face, embedding his body in the ground. Enya summoned several large spears and stabbed them into his arms and legs, crucifying him to the ground like Jesus Christ. "This is some kind of sick joke to you?" Idopari asked, unable to move. "I am the pinnacle of my species. Kill me, and I don't care," she told him in a sing-song-like manner while clapping her hand. She stood over him, pointing her bow at him. "You serve no purpose." "Really? Executive? Evolutionary? My master can make all that happen with his will. You're nothing special. Also, you're getting in the way of his goal, as well as disturbing the current peace. You deserve nothing but death." She didn't wait for an answer from him and shot Idopari in the head, ending his life. "Time to rejoin everyone else. Ines is probably done with her one too," she mumbled before jumping back towards the center of Little Olympia. Ines stood over a groveling bear monster. It was around 113 in height and was a mix of black and blue. It could harden its fur to act as an extra layer of defense, but it served no use after battling the halberd-wielding woman. "You never bothered with my name," muttered the bear. "I have no use for it. This is as far as you go," she said, and she stabbed him in the head. After killing her opponent, she looked over to the middle of Little Olympia and saw that the fight over there was also about to conclude, so she rushed back. Black Alice's clones were slowly trickling down, and as the fighting around the realm calmed down, her army decreased in size, both in this realm and out in Greece. As the teams over there were also about to finish up. "This is becoming bad. I should slip away," she thought, and began to slowly inch away from the place. But as she was about to turn around and teleport, Kurosagi appeared and thrust her spear towards the woman. Black Alice was forced to block it with one of her magic circles, but Kurosagi's spear pierced through it and forced her to use her tentacles to block her attack. Again, it was futile, as her spear pierced through it, but was finally stopped after she created several more clones and had them attack the rabbit goddess. Kurosagi spun her spear around, deflected the magic attacks sent to her, and slashed apart the tentacles that were used against her. Black Alice clicked her tongue in annoyance, but as she was about to move again, she felt a burning sensation on her back, and when she turned around, she saw she had been hit by an ice spell by Vera, another rabbit goddess. "You filthy rabbits. I should have sent some monsters to your hometowns to have them killed," sneered Black Alice. Golden wings sprouted from her back and healed her injuries. She then flew up and summoned golden angelic statues that began to ring around the Little Olympia. With a sneer on her face, she said, "A little present from our phantasma friends. It was given to me before we came back. Kushu, please help Mommy too, okay?" The golden angelic statues began to ring. Black Alice threw her brown teddy bear forward, and it exploded into a brown pillar. Once the pillar vanished, an enormous brown bear the size of the Tower of Heaven in Little Olympia. It had various tentacles around its body, from small to large, with teeth located around them. It also had eyes all over it, screeched curses occasionally, and finally had brown flames that erupted all around its body. Kushu has always been my favorite teddy bear that I took from a little girl in the human world. She was quite annoying, but the little teddy bear was quite cute, so I kept him, explained Black Alice. The brown bear roared before it attacked everything in its sight. The buildings around it began to crumble due to its presence alone. Some were also crushed or destroyed because of its flames or tentacles. Team Moon Rabbits will deal with the bear. Please deal with Black Alice. Kurosagi said through their transceiver. I will also provide assistance to the bear, said Alicia. A large icicle dome was created around the rampaging bear by Alicia. Once it was created, it limited its movements while also preventing more damage around the town. Team Moon Rabbits, along with a few warriors of the Greek realm and Alicia, went inside the ice dome. Oh, they trapped the poor thing. Well, it doesn't matter, she said, and then she looked at Zeus. I will remind this realm of what it experienced back then. Stop her, Zeus shouted, but another powerful surge of power blew them away from Black Alice, and her body began to increase in size and morph into something grotesque. Various grotesque tentacles and appendages appear and seem to form some kind of living being. Mouths of different shapes, sizes, and lengths began to form around Black Alice's body fly traps. Bird beaks, elephant trunks, and in the middle of all this was Black Alice's body, her upper half, which showed her stomach, breasts, and head. It's been a long time since I assumed this form. Well, does it make you nostalgic? Zeus, she asked while giggling. Zeus did not reply as he threw an enormous lightning bolt at her, but it was simply absorbed by her body. Everyone else did the same thing, but the only attack that Black Alice defended against was Valis, which was a Satan Lucifer smasher, and even then, the damage that he did was healed rather quickly. Ada, it seems like you guys can't really damage me. Fu, she mocked them. After that, she raised her left arm as millions of magic circles appeared all over Little Olympia. Valley, can you stop that? Zeus asked. I'm going to try, he said confidently, facing the magic circles that were about to fire their attacks. Black Alice smirked at them and finally brought down a rain of attacks on the town and the Alliance. Valis spread his wings out and put his arm forward. LL Lucifer, Satan Compression Divider. Valis' ability managed to compress around 3/4 of Black Alice's attack, but the last quarter managed to slip through. He clicked his tongue and was preparing to use another Satan Compression Divider, when the entire town, the entire realm, was engulfed in a blizzard. The other magic attacks were also frozen solid. This is Don't Tell Me, he muttered. Vakuin, you did good, Lavinia said, hugging him from behind. But it wasn't just me, unfortunately. Lavinia looked to their east and saw another woman in military-style clothing who grinned at them. That's Yushina, right? When did she? He asked, but black, distorted blades of darkness appeared all around the town too, killing more of her subordinates. On our way here, we encountered her apparently. She was in Greece. But everyone is here now, Vakoin, she said, and patted his head. Everyone? Then does that mean yeah? I'm here, said Aaron, replying to Zeus' question. We may as well end this now. Ada, Middleman Kuin, you're here. Then please make this more entertaining for me. Black Alice screamed and created another million magic circles around her. As the magic attacks rained down, Aaron held his right arm out, and a swirling silver-white vortex came out of his palm and swallowed up all the attacks. Black Alice was left speechless. She tried to create more magic circles, but found that she couldn't. Why? Why can't I? You, what did you do? She asked, getting more aggravated as the seconds ticked on by. Let's keep the cliches to a minimum. Tell me, why did you attack this place all those years ago? Were you coerced by Nyarlathotep? Aaron asked. Black Alice didn't answer as she moved her tentacles to attack Aaron, but they were stopped by his infinity. She continued her futile attempts to hurt him, but none of them worked. The more she slammed her tentacles against his invisible wall, the more damaged they became. I don't even know who that is. I only attacked this place because I heard Typhon was planning to, and I followed him. After that, well, they were all weakened, making my attack much easier. She snickered and stopped attacking him. Let me tell you something, little dragon. She brought one of her tentacles to her face and licked it. Those who are truly evil don't know a reason to cause chaos. We don't know reasons to do things. We do them because we want to, because we felt like it. Not everything that is done needs a reason. Only fools and those who conform to made-up rules do we. The ones that cause chaos are the freest of them all. Until you understand our way of thinking, you're nothing but a cog in the wheel of life, she said and began uncontrollably laughing. Aaron gestured for Zeus to go beside him, and the god did. Seeing as Nyarlathotep was the main cause for the incident all those years ago, as well as Black Alice, he'll offer you the chance to kill her, he said. Zeus began to say something when Aaron interrupted him. We don't need anything from her. I already got the information from her. Zeus silently agreed. Aaron created a bolt of lightning in front of Zeus and handed it to him. The chief god of his pantheon took it from him without a word and looked at Black Alice, who simply grinned back at the god. She tried to attack him, but none of the attacks reached them. Nevertheless, she continued. I had many speeches prepared for when this time came, but now that it's finally here, I can't say any of them. But Zeus looked at the monster in front of him with so much animosity that it made the area silent. It almost seemed like the look he gave her had an effect on reality. This is for my unborn child. Zeus threw the lightning bolt towards Black Alice. The sound crackled in the air before it struck her. For a few seconds, it looked like it didn't affect her, but then the screams started and she began to violently convulse. Lightning surged from within her body before it exploded. Aaron prevented the blood and guts from spilling everywhere by catching them and condensing them into a small pill. When he looked at Zeus, the man looked exhausted, but also seemed like a huge burden had been taken off his chest. Looking back at the ice dome, he saw that the brown bear had also been subdued. He then looked around his allies and raised his hand before closing and killing the rest of the fodder and capturing the rest, which included Greece, Asgard, and Germany. I declare this operation over, he said and sighed. The long fighting had finally ended. Aaron Tool's soliloquy a few hours had passed after the fighting. I had gone around the 2 countries and pantheons to repair the damage that had been done. Apart from fixing things, I also checked on some of the places that I had previously been and resurrected some people that were killed. Currently, I am still in the Greek realm, but am checking up on the elves' home. Their queen, Amaryllis Ismene, was insistent on meeting me. I wanted some surprises, so I didn't look into it, but Anna did mention that it would be shocking to me, whatever that meant. The one who's with me right now is Yashina. She didn't want to bother with helping the Alliance clean up, nor would she take no for an answer. She would only listen to me, but also insist on accompanying me. So this was our situation. Lavinia had gone with Valley, and the others were spread out around the countries and pantheons, keeping an eye out for anything or anyone suspicious. Even after I offered to, they wanted to feel like they were doing their job, so I let them. Velgrind stayed behind with Rosweiss in Asgard. The other girls went to various other places as they wanted to visit the country or pantheon. The gods went back to deal with the fallout and inform their citizens, and the warriors that were injured were healed by me earlier, and many of them were not helping with the aftermath. Interesting place. A bit too green for my liking, though, said Yashina. Elves live like this. It's nothing strange, I told her. We finally arrived at the platform and were taken to the underground portion of the territory, and we quickly made our way to her chambers by teleporting to the gate. Once there, I pushed the door open and was greeted by an injured Nienna, dark elf and guard of the queen, and Amaryllis herself, which surprised me a bit. Middleman, am glad you could ignoring her pleasantries, or whatever she wanted to say. I went over to her and healed their injuries. Looking around, there were even more elves that had sustained injuries, so I healed them too. As I did this, I felt a few more life energies that I was familiar with, and I planned on going to them after this. Amaryllis, what did you need me for? Also, I would have liked it more if you asked for help in that regard. My subordinate was here earlier, was she not? I asked and pointed at her body, which previously had various injuries. Oh, do not worry, Middleman Sama. I'm glad you worried for us, but when dangerous events like that take place, we activate the enormous magic circle we have drawn around our territory. It acts like a healing spot. It's not as potent as the Phoenix Tears, your slime pills, or even Twilight Healing or Holy Resuscitation, she explained, nervously scratching her cheek. She didn't look like a queen at all right now. She looked more like a kid caught doing something bad by her parents. Although a healing circle, Looking at the ground, I felt a lot of magic coming out of it, and checking further above ground, I saw that it definitely affected them. Is that so? Then, what did you need me for? I repaired the realm earlier and plan on doing more here, like erecting another barrier, but did you need me for anything specific? I asked again. When I glanced at Yashina, she was smugly glaring at Nienna, who glared back at her as well. I wonder what their deal is. Drake would say something witty right now, but they're still in Germany, right? Rudra asked. Yeah, they are. I don't know why, though. They never explained, and the Rias team wouldn't elaborate. They're trusting you that you won't look into it, right? Well, they probably are. After my quick conversation with Rudra, I looked back at the queen, who was fidgeting in her seat. When I looked at Nienna, she looked at me with a troubled expression, and the other elves looked tired too. If she please hear me out. I really need to have a child, she yelled. I immediately grabbed Yashina's wrist, preventing the woman from charging forward and attacking the queen, who looked mortified at her icy glare. The one who'll be pregnant first is me, she declared, her voice echoing in the throne room. Aaron, something just fell off. Did Yashina do something to you? Lavinia asked through the ring's transceiver. Her intuition is next level. Aaron, commented Rudra. Tell me about it. Although this will extend to our children in the future, I think it's a good thing, I told him, making him chuckle. I'm coming now. Vulcan. I have to leave, Lavinia yelled, and seconds later, a magic circle appeared, and out came the woman. Who you? She shouted and pointed at Yashina. Everyone was stunned by this sudden spectacle. But I calmly explained to Lavinia what happened, and she sighed, shook her head, and just hugged my arm. Glaring between the queen and Yashina, she mumbled, they'll be pregnant first. It was a promise. It was a deal. Truthfully, I never told her or anyone else who would get pregnant first, so right now, they have no idea. But as Rudra said, her intuition is strangely accurate about everyday life. So anyway, we'll get going, but I want to have a child with you, Amaryllis. I told you months ago that we can start as friends, but I want just have a child with you for the sake of it, because that child would also be mine, and I'd like to be part of their life and not be a deadbeat dad. I told her and turned around. We'll get going then. Let go. No, you're not in Aaron's harem. I do not care. Also, who's Aaron? Aaron is Aaron. If you don't know who Aaron is, you're not worthy. I was joking. I know who it is. You're bad with jokes. As we took the elevator up to the surface, Lavinia and Yashina were at odds with each other. Lavinia hugged my left arm, while Yashina did it to my right arm. Whether or not she did it because she likes me or if she just wanted to antagonize Lavinia, I wasn't sure. Come on, behave, you two, I chided them, and they both turned away from each other as we finally reached the surface. Once there, we went to the middle where the pillars were and found Rena with a few other elves. They seemed to have congregated there as it seemed to be the strongest area to heal. They didn't notice us, so we went up to them. It seems a bit slow, I muttered, forcing Rena to open her eyes and look up at me. She had a large cut across her forehead, a black eye, and several cuts and bruises around her body. Middleman Sama, before she could say anything else, I put my hand up and created the same magic circle above the territory and healed them. They noticed their injuries quickly healing, and even more had their missing limbs grow back, surprising them. Anna, did you heal any of these guys before you left? I asked her telepathically. The elves of the Greek realm? I did. Although I left after Artemis, and I defeated the next all that came, as the sirens needed help, as well as other smaller settlements, she explained. This may have been the result of more fighting after she left them. I would have liked it if she kept a clone, though, well, whatever. Hindsight is 20/20. All right, I was just making sure. Thank you, Middleman Sama, she said and bowed. Call me Jean, I told her, and I waved them off. Most of them muttered a thank you before scurrying off. Then Jean Sama, thank you. Did this affect the entire territory? I believe Artemis Sama has even worse injuries than us, as she and that Anna woman fought that giant robot from earlier. After they defeated it, she kept fighting even with her injuries. Rena looked in a certain direction, and I looked towards it too. She's at the shooting range. What kind of never mind, it'll go there. Thanks, I told her and left with the other two. As we walked toward the spot, Lavinia asked, that's where you had your archery competition, right? Yeah, and I won. We had subsequent competitions in that place, and I won them all well, except for one where you interrupted us, so it was inconclusive. When I looked at Lavinia, she was blushing. Interrupting a competition. How spoiled is your ice queen? Jean? Yashina asked, smirking at Lavinia. Lavinia's embarrassment vanished instantly as she glared back at Yashina, and the two stared each other down. This silence continued until we reached the range and found Artemis removing some of the bandages from her body after I healed everyone. I quickly left the two and stood in front of her, surprising her a little. She stared at me and sighed before averting her eyes from me. So, You're just going to ignore me? I'm hurt, Artemis. We've been through so much, I said, trying to lighten the mood. You've already healed all of the injuries here, right? Go to the other prominent towns and smaller settlements and help them. In fine, I grabbed her right arm, which she kept hiding, and found that she was missing her index and middle fingers. Upon closer inspection, some strange anti-healing spell was targeted at it. Perhaps the next doll they faced aimed for it, since Artemis is an archer. Crippling her at specific appendages would certainly be beneficial for them. Or another opponent after Anna left. I'm not sure. Either way, it'll help her. She looked uncomfortable, but I quickly restored them, and she sighed even more. I am a goddess. I could have lived without it. Or at least I could have gone to Grigori because of the alliance and gotten mechanical ones, she told me while pulling her hand away. Even though she said that, the look of relief on her face said it all, but I decided not to comment on that and just nodded. Further inspecting her body, I found a few more spots that were hit by some kind of anti-healing spell. Her body briefly glowed before she was back to full strength. What did this to you? You're quite powerful, you know. Did you let your guard down? Or did they use something I underestimated them? I was tired. Even though I knew this operation was coming, I was busy with other things and didn't get enough sleep. And I had other things on my mind, and I was paying too close attention during my fights. That's what she said in frustration. Things in her mind, huh? Well, Astria did ask me to talk to her. I may as well do it now. Do you mind telling me about it? I asked. Yes, I do mind, she snapped back, but it wasn't in a hostile way. It was almost like she was embarrassed. We fell into silence for a minute before she squirmed a bit and sighed again. She looked back at me, glaring cutely, and said, after my loss in the match against Aurelia's team, Rossweiss said something to me before I left the field, and so did Athena after I came back here before my team. She looked uncomfortable, so she stayed silent for a few seconds. Athena said that I should thank you. I already told her I did, but she said that I should do something for you. I like cook you something. I tilted my head. Cook me something? Thank me? What are you talking about? I haven't done anything to you lately for you to thank me in any way, Artemis. She put her hands on her face and sighed even deeper while muttering something to herself. Look, let me repay you. Okay. I think Athena meant it for when you brought her back to her original self before the brainwashing. She also wants to repay you, so look out for that. Shrugging my shoulders, I agreed. I ain't gonna stop you if that's how you feel. Come by my home anytime you like, and you can cook there since we have the ingredients and utensils for an easier cooking experience. I feel like I'm advertising my home for something. Artemis chuckled at that and got up. How about another archery competition? The same rules from when we first met. Gets her fingers back and immediately challenges me. Yeah, that's definitely like you. I nodded my head sagely and agreed. We walked over to the range as Lavinia and Yashina joined us. Apparently, Lavinia had held Yashina back and put her hand over her mouth so as not to interrupt us. I'm thankful that she did. Otherwise, I feel like Yashina would have tried to interject during our conversation. Artemis set up the targets like last time and brought out her bow, as did I. She went first and hit all the bullseyes. I did the same thing, and this went on for the first few rounds until we arrived at the last one. It was clear that she was nervous, but from what? Maybe she felt some pressure because this was our second time competing here. The spot where it all started. She took aim, and her first two shots hit the bullseye. Her breathing began to become ragged as she aimed her last arrow, and she released. It silently flew through the air and finally hit the target. She held her breath as we inspected it. This feels like déjà vu, I muttered. The arrow had struck a spot just outside of the bullseye, meaning she did the same thing as last time. Artemis visibly gulped, but stepped away. I stood on the spot and fired my first two arrows, and they hit the bullseye. For my last one, I peeked at Artemis, who was staring at me, unblinking, with a strange sense of wonder in her eyes as if waiting for something. Finally, I looked back at the target. I had planned on missing two, but she was staring me so much that she would definitely know I purposely missed, so I released my arrow, and it flew through the air and smacked into the bullseye, earning me the win in a short competition. Looks like I win again. Déjà vu all over again, I said, but Artemis didn't say anything. She walked up to me, looked back at the targets, then up at me. Like back then, we can do or request anything from the loser. What do you want? She asked, but this time the hostility wasn't present. Even though it's only been a few months since we met, not including our time in my dimension, she's really softened up. After all that had happened today, I wanted to lighten the mood since a lot of people were exhausted both physically and mentally, so I grinned at her and said, well, a kiss on the cheek wouldn't be bad. I then laughed. Imjok Artemis got on her tiptoes and kissed me on the cheek, blushing furiously while doing so. This left me stunned because I didn't think she would do it. Both Lavinia and Yashina reacted a few meters away. Lavinia giggled while Yashina snickered at the goddess. Is that fine? She asked vehemently, still red as a tomato. Yeah, it is, thanks, I replied. A bit confused, but liking it. Well, take care. I'm looking forward to your visit with Athena. As I walked away, Artemis asked, is there any dish you want to particularly taste? I stopped and turned back to look at her. With a finger under my chin, I said, homemade moussaka would be a nice treat. I've been meaning to make it. The national dish of Greece, moussaka, is regarded as the most famous Greek food in the country. The iconic dish oozes with Greek flavor. It combines layers of fried eggplant, potatoes, seasoned ground meat, and spiced tomato sauce, then is topped with a creamy bechamel sauce. As one of the most popular traditional Greek dishes, moussaka is not only available at most tavernas and restaurants in Greece, but also appears on Greek food menus around the world. It's so famous that it doesn't even have a translation. Keeping up with the times, vegetarian versions of moussaka are becoming increasingly popular, especially in larger cities like Athens. Because of that, I wanted to try a homemade one. It made me wonder how well it would be made by the Greek gods or goddesses themselves. Artemis seemed to ponder the thought before she nodded. Athena and I will make one each when we visit. Please be ready. Maybe someone else may join us if you're fine with that. The more the merrier. Bring them all. See you then, I said and waved at her before joining Yashina and Lavinia. I'm looking forward to a homemade moussaka. Maybe I should add that to my restaurant's menu. Another goddess, Lavinia muttered. She was strangely happy about it. Although I did see her and Artemis chatting a handful of times during our 100 years together, and they seemed to enjoy each other's company. So her being happy wasn't that strange. Again? So you've already conquered some goddess? Yeah, this makes it a good challenge for me. It'll make you fall skyward, Yashina said, determination flowing from her body. Arriving back in Little Olympia, we immediately went toward the Tower of Heaven and saw Hermes there with a few other people. The town had gone back to normal, kind of. The attack had happened a few hours ago, but this was still quite impressive. Oh, Gene Cohen, good timing. Kuro Cohen and Vera Cohen are looking for you in the Rabbit Village. They want you to build a little wall for their village with a Fitbits and Bobs, said Hermes as we arrived by him. Looking at some of the other places I need to go back to, I can spare some time, so I agreed. Upon arriving there, the place was a lot better off than the other places I visited. Earlier, I skipped it since Kuro and Vera were going there. I always wondered why they didn't ask me to put defenses around here. Although it is quite far from the other settlements, certain gods and goddesses still frequently visit it. Jean and Lavinia with a terrorist? Why are you here? Amalthea's voice asked. We turned around to see the goddess and Zeus' mother there. The fact that Amalthea just referred to Yashina as a terrorist is strangely amusing to me. The woman herself didn't react and just looked at Amalthea with a confused look. Yeah, Hermes said that Kurosagi and Vera were looking for me. They wanted me to make some defenses here, I replied. She clapped her hands before grabbing mine and dragging me away. Lavinia clung on for dear life, while Yashina let go and followed us from behind, which was surprising. Yes, they did inform me of that a few minutes ago. We were going to contact you, but decided to inform Hermes instead since you were probably busy inspecting the rest of the realm, she said. Since I was part of this planning, I can tell you a bit about the defense they'd like. She told us, and it was quite simple. They wanted these unique walls that, if you look from the outside, looked like normal walls, but if you were inside the village, you would see the outside as if the walls were transparent or like they were made of glass. They didn't want a roof above it, but they did want a barrier that was dome-shaped but still let rain and other elements through. Finally, they wanted some more facilities here, as there was too much open space that wasn't used for anything. I would need to move certain buildings and structures to accommodate them, like the field for growing vegetables, which would be in a greenhouse instead of just being outside. We made our way to Rini's home and went inside without knocking. Once inside, we saw the usual suspects: Vera, Kuro, and Rini herself. "Eran sama," Kuro shouted before rushing over to me and hugging me. I patted her on the head and said, "So you guys needed me for some construction work?" This place was hit the lowest because of its location and my shadow soldiers defending everyone. "I also helped," Amalthea said proudly. She wasn't in Little Olympia, and I assumed she was somewhere else, although my first thought was that she was in Mount Olympus since she wasn't a fighter in my eyes. But it did look like she was competent in defensive magic. "Maybe, yeah, thank you," I told her, and I attempted to pet her head, but she stopped my hand and just held it. "So, where do you want me to start?" I asked. "There were a few homes destroyed during the attack, so I'd like to make those for the residents first if you don't mind," Vera said, and I agreed. We quickly left the home, with them guiding me to locations they wanted the new standalone homes or some large apartment complexes to be built at. I asked the other rabbit yukai, and they had requested the apartment building. Some didn't want to bother with gardening, while others did. So an apartment was their solution, with a shared front and backyard where they could choose to garden or not. There was also a small local community swimming pool built for it, and a gym that was inside the building that I made. I guess everyone here wanted to become stronger because of the attack. While this was a lot less destructive than the attack from years ago, it left some traumatized or helpless, and they now want to get stronger. Once those two things were made, I created the necessary equipment too, and when that was done, the youth and many of the young adults flocked to the place. Even with the small community, they were quite eager. Next was moving the farms that they had. We walked over to the spot where they wanted the greenhouse to be built. It was near where Kurosagi had been training before we got to speak to each other for the first time. "This seems a bit nostalgic. Remember when you were so hostile towards me?" I asked Kuro as I began to build the structure. She blushed, and her ears flopped down, but she agreed. "Well, I had my reasons to be distrustful of people," she mumbled. "Right? You have no idea how much I had to do to track you down and then try to beat you in the tournament of power. So stubborn." Vera crossed her arms and turned away. What are you doing, miss?" Rini shouted, sounding panicked. When we turned around, we saw Yoshina had erected an ice statue of me in the middle of the town. She ignored Rini and just laughed. "Isn't it appropriate? The hero of the supernatural has a dedicated statue here?" she asked and kept laughing. Rini was left thunderstruck, and the other rabbit yukai who were around approved of the thing she had made. She turned to look at us and gave us a thumbs up. Lavinia and I didn't know how to react to this, but they seemed fine with it, so I'll leave it to them to deal with. I quickly finished up the construction of the greenhouse, helped move everything in there, and then started on the wall that would cover the place and a bit beyond it, since it was mostly uninhabited territory. There were also a few watchtower arrows that would shoot at anyone that was seen as part of the cow's order. The recognition software was connected back to the base for EXE in my compound under my home in the dimensional gap. The ones constantly updating it are the members of EXE, along with Kuntwar, Azathoth, Latia, and me. There are also platforms in the tower where the guards could stay, and it was relatively comfortable. A couch, TV, air conditioner, fridge, food, and CCTV that showed various points of the wall, so they could see everywhere 99 of the time. The last part was adding the barrier around their village, which was done swiftly. Finally done with this, we went back to Rini's home to have a bite to eat. The ones who insisted on cooking were Amalthea and Rini, so the rest of us just sat back. I was on the couch with Lavinia sitting on my lap, cuddling up to me, and Kurosagi on my left side. Vera was trying to lecture Yoshina, who didn't really listen to her, as she had grabbed a book at Rini's house and read it. As we waited, Kurosagi asked, "The end of the preliminary stages is coming soon. May I ask what kind of rule sets are in the main stage?" The one who answered her question was Lavinia. "It's quite straightforward. It's just a normal raiding game with no special rules. Well, maybe there might be special rules depending on the field that's used," she explained. Kuro nodded. "So, the teams that manage to get up there relying on certain rule sets may have a hard time then?" she asked. Yes, teams that lack power will definitely be knocked out in the main stage of the tournament, replied Lavinia. Kurosagi and Vera's Team Moon Rabbits were doing well, with only a few losses overall. If they keep up their streak and don't fight teams that are stronger than them, then they will definitely make it to the main stage. As for the rest, honestly, any of them can make it, but teams like Aurelia's and Indra's are definitely making it. They have remained unbeaten in the preliminary rounds. We sat around for a few more minutes talking until the food was ready. We went over to the dining table and ate. Ottimo, Lavinia muttered while eating hers. I'm pretty sure that means delicious in Italian. Not bad, said Yushina, her face flushed as she had her other free hand on her cheek. Not bad. Your face says that it tasted a lot better than just not bad. I'm not going to address it. What we were eating were sautsikakia, Greek meatballs, and spanakopita, spinach pie. I had tasted spanakopita before and liked it, so having them again wasn't bad. Will you add some of this to your menu, Jean? Amalthea asked. Rini was also curious as she looked at me. Maybe the spanakopita was an appetizer, and sautsikakia as a main course meal? Who knows, though, but it'll definitely keep in mind. Although Artemis is coming to my home soon with Athena to make me a home-cooked moussaka, I told them. Artemis and Athena, huh? Amalthea mumbled and looked at her plate. I was curious, but didn't ask her about it. For the next few minutes, we ate and chatted about how things were going to change once the cow's order was brought down and the tournament ended. We stayed in her home for around 30 minutes before we finally decided to leave. Come again, Jean. You're always welcome here, said Rini. Yeah, I enjoy this little village's calm atmosphere, although with the new buildings and defenses, ITLL feels strange for those who'll come back to it, especially the rabbits that mostly work in Little Olympia. We visited Germany, then Asgard, and finally Greece to end our day. Things went back to normal quickly, and humans had no idea that anything happened. Although many of them did feel weirdly rested, they didn't think too hard about it. Third-person point of view, they both failed. Hitler's group is no more, but Margir and Kyoka split off into their own faction within the Monkai Association, said Promestine. With that said, where are they? They are participating in Nyx's little prank for the middleman. Although at the same time, we're planning on doing our own operations soon, replied the original Leviathan. No wonder some of the more competent executives weren't present during their assault. Did they take most of the Yukais with them? Asked Augusta. They did. They saw how Black Alice was after gaining new powers from the Phantasma and decided to make their own faction from within the Monkai Association. They knew their downfall was imminent, but they have decided to participate in Nyx's prank since it's a bit more organized, explained Leviathan. Since my faction and I will be doing our own operation at the same time, it will split their forces in half again. What are you aiming for? Asked Chernobog. Ingviled Leviathan, my descendant. Nyx is targeting the outer god, but I don't care for him. All I want is our descendant who has a sacred gear and my trait. If I can extract it and give it to me, it will make things easier. And her father wishes to use her for something. I don't know what it is, she replied and closed her eyes. And the remaining Monkai Association? Asked Oz. Their aim is certain hybrids that are close to the middleman, as well as Zhuke, the Scorched Dragon, and what they identified as the Dreamer, the female that gives off the same feeling as the middleman, said Leviathan. That woman? Yes, she's quite mysterious, but if we take what they meant literally, then wouldn't that mean she's another outer god? Are they sure about targeting her? Asked Chernobog. What about Genghis Khan? Wasn't he supposed to participate in Nyx's operation? He is pulled away after seeing Hitler's defeat. He wishes to redo his plans, so he won't be defeated so easily. Wise choice. Did you hear the Sataniel's plans too? Plans? He wishes to attain the infinity for some kind of experiment, although trying to catch that dragon will prove difficult. He's a fool if he thinks capturing that monster is possible. She already escaped once. She's not as naive as she was before. The remaining members of the Seekers of Truth continued their meeting. 8 out of the 12 remain, and more will disappear soon. However, for now, they remain willfully ignorant. Chapter 10, Part 1. Chaotic Home Life, Third-Person Point of View, Nehunius Leviathan, Ingval Leviathan's father. After finding out he had a child in the human world after a one-night stand, he disappeared. He did not want anything to do with a hybrid to him personally. It was the greatest shame he could create. So instead of being around her around them, he left for the underworld. He had no idea if his child would live long or if she would die, because most hybrids would be killed in one way or another after being discovered, especially one that was born with innate powers or sacred gears. One day, he was contacted by the woman he impregnated, which surprised him, but before he could disconnect the magic circle, she told him that their daughter had fallen asleep and wouldn't wake up. This confused him even further. So out of curiosity, he went back to the human world and found that she had contracted the rare disease that devils contracted. Nehunius Leviathan was shocked more than anything. So far in the underworld's history, there hadn't been a case of a hybrid contracting the disease. So he told the mother that he would take her to the underworld to have her treated. In his mind, he thought that it would be easier to treat her because she was a hybrid. The man also told the woman that he had no idea when he would be able to bring her back. So, in reality, Ingvild's mother may have waited till her dying days for her daughter to return. However, after he brought her to the underworld and hired several daughters, they came to the same conclusion that they couldn't cure her like many others. After he heard that, Nehunius left Ingvild in the care of the other Leviathans, and slowly over the years, she was passed around until she came into contact with the current 4 great Satans of the underworld. Zekrom Baal and other old devils were aware of her, but since Zekrom had the most influence, he entrusted Ingvild to the new Satans, and that's how she ended up with Arentul after 100 years of sleeping. Presently, Nehunius Leviathan had become interested in his daughter even after he found out she had woken up. He held no interest in her. But after finding out that she had inherited the clan's trait Sea Serpent of the End and had a sacred gear that could rival the original 13 Longinus, his interest was reignited. But after multiple attempts at getting in contact with her, he gave up, that is, until he joined the Cow's Order for the sole purpose of getting her. Over the years, Nehunius only cared for himself. As a descendant of the original Leviathan, he was desperate to keep their bloodline alive. The original Leviathan, after being revived, also became interested in Ingvild, so once she found out that it joined the Cow's Order, they began to work together. Originally, she was disappointed in him as he was much weaker than she would have liked, but she was also pleased since he had some connections in the underworld, even if he had mostly stayed in the shadows. Their first attempt at kidnapping Ingvild came when she had a small tour during the Christmas holidays. However, they were prevented by Arentul's shadow soldiers and the Citri peerage, who had accompanied her as their guards per Aaron's request. After that, both the original Levi and Nehunius decided to turn this into a full operation to obtain Ingvild and gain her powers. Nehunius wanted to steal her clan trait, as he had researched it for a long time and never inherited it. The original Levi wanted her sacred gear. If paired with her mastery over their clan trait, she would become invincible. Nehunius also wanted to control Ingvild so that he could profit off her talent and use her corpse to keep making money. They would resurrect her and control her body after their operation was successful, but they wanted to be meticulous about it since they were against the middleman. That's why they would use Nyx's prank as a distraction when kidnapping Ingvild. To them, it was foolproof. All they had to do was wait until Nyx launched her attack. Ingvild Leviathan's soliloquy being a popular artist is tiring work, but I love it when people enjoy my music. I live for when I see them smile, and it always touches my heart when they tell me what I sing saved them. While I believe it was they who did the work to pull themselves out of that situation, I'm glad that my music played a small part in it. I have to have a balance in my life because after I graduated from the high school division of Kuo Academy, my life became very busy. However, everyone in my life is always supportive. They make time to talk to me, or we even go out to hang out or just shop. Of course, this also includes the normal human friends I made. I still meet up with them, and we catch up on what we do. It's a bit sparser now since we are in different courses in college, but we make it work. The ones that help me the most are Graphia and Aaron, because Graphia is a super maid who supports me whenever she can. The same with the other maids, but apparently she told them that she would do it personally. and Aaron because he makes those opportunities a reality, especially me being awake in this era. I'm really grateful for him, and the fact that I'm in a relationship with him makes me even happier. Even now, when our schedules align, he goes out of his way to take me on small dates or just spend time with me. Although, I wonder when he's going to propose to me. Kuroka has been asking, and she has even said that the Valkyries were engaged to him before she was. But we have heard that he has been trying to make them more special now, rather than just being lazy and boring about it. So we accepted that he may just be planning it, hopefully. At the same time, I don't mind since it's just, well, a title and a small name change. If you look at it logically, we're basically married to him, right? But I can understand that some women like that status, and I won't be surprised when there's another fight for who can legally marry him in the future. If there was already a competition for Aaron's queen position for his team, then I can only imagine how bloody this one will be if it comes true. Maybe they'll come to an agreement? I don't want to participate in it. For now, it would bring him trouble if people found out I was married to him. So I'd rather keep my position in his harem a secret to the humans. I mean, the supernatural already knows, and he doesn't get harassed because of his status. Are you in your room? Why are you just sitting on your bed? You're usually writing the next big hit, Valerie said while coming into my room. Presently, I am just sitting on my bed, listening to music. She's right, though. I'm usually writing something for my next album or sitting on little things I made on the fly. Well, I was just having a little day off. Is that bad? I asked, smiling at her. Ah, that's right. Valerie and Aaron are also engaged now, huh? It happened after the attack on a new vampire faction. I'm quite envious. But as I was about to say something, she grabbed my wrist. They came the goddesses well. There are actually a lot of them. It's kind of crazy. Do you want to see? She asked. Goddesses? Oh, right, Aaron did mention that, didn't he? After the attacks by Hitler and the Monkai Association, he told us that some Greek goddesses would be coming here to cook some specialties from their countries. But that slowly turned into different goddesses from different mythologies and factions, and now it became a little get-together. So everyone was just coming here for a party. Well, today is basically a party, so it's bound to be chaotic, I said, getting up from my bed. Once we were outside in the hallway, we saw Gasper there, hand on the wall, and breathing hard. Gasper? He looked up after I called out to him. Ve Valeria Inglkna. I need help or advice? Aaron and I is a bit preoccupied with so many women that he looked like he was going to die, he said, and Valerie giggled at him. Well, I did leave the dining room with him being asked so many questions. It'll only get worse when the Mothers Association comes here. Shuri and Barakeel are already here, she said, and Gasper just became even more worried for Aaron. What did you need help with, Gasper? I asked. What kind of gems do girls like? He whisper-shouted to us, surprising both of us. Gems? Like the ones in rings? Is Gasper thinking of proposing to Coriana and Tomo? If he is, Aaron would definitely help him with this, but I guess having an idea of what kind of gems those two like would be essential. And coming to us for advice would be correct since we spoke to those two a lot during our time in Aaron's dimension. Valerie's eyes widened in surprise. Gasper, are you? Gasper's cheek reddened, but he nodded. Well, I'm graduating next year, so I don't plan on proposing until then. But I wanted to see my options, you know? My, how admirable, Fufu. It seems the crying and panicking shut-in NET damper is long gone. Huh? But he still calls us with nay or an I. He probably just can't stop himself with certain people. You've come to the right people, Gasper, but why were you panting? I asked, and his face turned pale. Well, as he was about to explain, a woman came up the stairs, just like in a horror movie. GSBER, she said calmly and smiled. It was Aaron's mother, Royson Toole. She was holding some kind of dress. Oh, I think I know what's happening here. She made space, and Coriana and Tomo appeared in front of her. Gasper Jayakoin, they both said it sadly, making Gasper flinch. Valerie stood in front of Gasper and put a hand on. Valerie turned around with a wide smile on her face and tightened her grip on Gasper's shoulders. Hi, the new damper coward. He tried to run away, but he couldn't. I stepped back, not wanting to be involved in his execution. Gasper, I think you should wear it. Valerie said happily. That's right. Wear it, Jayakoin. Tomo added. ITLL make you look cute, Gasper. Encouraged Coriana. Jaya. I'm sorry, Gasper. I salute you. Let's just hope your parents don't come back here. Otherwise, they'll see their son cross-dressing. After I left the fiasco upstairs, I checked the living room first, and there were a lot of people there, but I could see that Tobio and Se Accused seemed nervous, while their infant Hannah Accused was being looked after by Aurelia, who let the child crawl all over her. I guess Aurelia-san can be gentle with children? To me, I always had the impression she would just put her child through some kind of Spartan training after they could walk and talk. Maybe that was just me being biased? I can guess what you're thinking, Ingval Leviathan, and it's quite rude, she said, and she looked at me with a smirk. Oh, Ingvania, come here. Look, Kuroka shouted and pointed at the TV. When I entered the living room, the TV was on, and it played live coverage of one of the tournament games. Currently, it was Team Spear of the Draconic Emperor versus Team Speedsters. According to what Comptoir told us before, Team Speedsters consisted of all types of people with innate speed abilities. Babatar from Team Transcendent Time is also part of the team. He was the team's queen as he was scouted by their leader. Their leader also had an innate ability that was also based on speed, but it relied on his emotions. To be more specific, it relied on how lascivious, how lewd, or indecent he was, I guess. So currently, he is running around the field in just his underwear. Thibaut Grosjean was the leader's name, and he was currently battling Chow Chow, or at least trying to. Chow Chow looked uncomfortable the entire time. He followed Thibaut around the area as he ran around him. Hell in it now. I think he's had enough of his antics, Tobio said while looking at the TV. Just like Tobio said, Chow Chow activated several abilities of Eridoval, which were all the sacred gears combined into one spear. Spearheads came out of the ground all around him, forcing Thibaut to avoid them. Various cone-shaped missiles appeared around Thibaut, and they flew towards him. At the same time, he froze, and the pose he was in looked very strange. Crap, shouted Thibaut before being hit by spearheads and cone-shaped missiles. One king of Team Speeders retire. The winner is Team Spear of the Draconic Emperor. Player Chow takes it. The announcer shouted, and the crowd screamed straight after it. They were just fast. They didn't really have anything going for M. Naya, said Kuroka. It showed on the TV that the match lasted around 20 minutes, so it wasn't that long. However, since the game mode was one-day-long war, it was speculated to last more than just 20 minutes, but the difference was palpable from the beginning. Once it was done, I left the room as everyone else in there began talking about it. Going to the kitchen and dining room, I was greeted by the sight of multiple women fighting over Aaron's attention. In all honesty, if you take a step back, it looked both sad and comical. Danu-sama, see, can I have a turn with Aaron? Lavinia asked nervously. Danu, the goddess, had brought Aaron's head into her breasts and was spoiling him. Multiple other women sat or stood by, staring at them and waiting for their turn. Looking at this, it seemed surreal. If I were to tell people about it, they wouldn't believe me. Well, humans, but I guess for the supernatural, they would probably expect it to be like this, right? Even some of the stricter ones were sitting around looking at this. The ones actively cooking were Reiko-san, Graphius-san, Athena-sama, Artemis-sama, Amalthea-sama, Kana-sama, In-sama, Venelana-sama, Shuri-san, and Aquino. Others occasionally went up to help since Aaron was the main target for the food that was being cooked. Just a bit more, Danu said with affection while stroking Aaron's head. I couldn't see his face, but he was probably enjoying this, although his twitching fingers made me think otherwise. Lavinia squirmed in her seat while waiting. Beside her was Aku, who kept a calm smile, but her grip on her own skirt was, well, very tight. Velgrind was near the back, but it was obvious that she was irritated by this too. It seems like the fated ones were fighting the most for him, which was nothing new. Oh, Ingvild, come in, said Hephaestus-sama. Their heads turned to me, and I waved my hand before going into the room. Once in there, I walked over to the ones cooking. I wanted to help them since I'd been in my room the entire time. Were you writing songs again? Astrid-sama asked. She, along with Physis-sama, Hermes-sama, Apollon-sama, and Eros-sama, came over here. There were also other gods and goddesses from other pantheons that came over, but they were spread around the home as far as I could tell. Oh yes, I was just coming up with songs that I like rather than just what the studios and producers want, which is challenging. I'm also doing it for my fans since I've received a lot of letters from them. I told them. Innin's so popular now, I've bought some of those albums, you know? They're on repeat in my home, Hestia Summa said, and started to hum one of them. Is the food ready yet? I'm starving, Azazel San said, coming into the room with Avetsa San, Shemhaze San, his wife, Lanila San, their baby, and Penemu. If you help, then we will be done faster. Although we were informed at the last minute, so we're a bit behind schedule, Azazel, Graphius said sternly, looking back then glaring at him. He put his hands up in defeat. I was just asking, no need to be so hostile, sheesh. I'm also mediocre at cooking, so unless you just want a bunch of things fried, then it'll pass. Graphia looked at Avetsa, who sighed and shook her head. Both older women had a silent conversation that most didn't understand, but the older ones picked up on it. I can still cook? I just said I'm limited in it, Ajin. Help me improve in my cooking. Azazel shouted while scratching his head. He then looked at Aaron, whose head was still buried in Nanu's chest. Lavinia and Suzaku were gently pulling on his sleeves to coax him out of them. Will you get your head out her breasts already? Aaron finally twitched hard and pulled his head out. A bit of drool was going down the side of his lips, and it seemed like he had been sleeping. I see. So that's why he wasn't responding. He fell asleep. You were asleep? I had harems over the years, but I have never once fallen asleep on tits. Azazel snapped, livid at the thought. Aaron lazily turned his attention to the man and looked at him. Skill issue, he muttered, turned back around, and plopped his head back on Nanu's breasts, making the woman happy as she started stroking his head again. Use mine, Lavinia cried and offered her chest to him. Suzaku also put her hand up, blushing. Rosweising got up and threatened to open her shirt, but was stopped by Aoife, who was beside her. It feels like this place was just a room for Aaron to pick who to spoil himself with. Azazel probably felt that and was getting increasingly agitated. Reiko sighed and looked back at everyone. We will be done in an hour. Dessert will be a bit longer. Can you wait until then? He had been quietly sipping tea in one of the corners and reading a book while waiting for the food. I hired a new manager a few days ago, and I decided to leave her there with an avatar. I'm getting regular updates on how it's going, he replied using a magic circle beside the insect. Aaron seemed really lazy today, although he had been doing something for the last few days, as if he were preparing for something. Whenever someone asked about it, he told them not to worry about it and to let him handle it. Something must be happening behind the scenes, since he usually doesn't prepare extensively on his days off. He'll ask us to help if he needs it, but will generally do it himself or have his elect do it. It makes you wonder what's happening, though will it be as big as the last one? I hope not, even if the damage was minimized. Most of it is run by a mix of high school to college students and some that are newly graduated, who happily shoved his face into her bosom. Do you do background checks? Asked a young man who had tanned skin. This was the god of destruction, Shiva. He too came along with his wife, Parvati. I do, actually. I use my powers for it. It makes things easier to do than use the web, since some of them may not use it regularly enough. You know this day and age, right? Some are a lot more tech-savvy and won't just put everything online, replied Aaron, leaning back from Lavinia. Shiva nodded, and this continued on for a few minutes before I left. I wanted to continue brainstorming ideas for songs. My current destination was the rooftop, since it's quite calming up there, but I also felt that there were others up there too. Maybe I should go to the library instead, although that's also occupied by a lot of people because of how it works. I decided to go up instead. Aaron Toole's soliloquy today became a bit more hectic than it was originally meant to be. It turned from Artemis visiting me to having multiple big shots in my home, which turned into a small party that hadn't started yet. I had been preparing for the operation by the remaining Monkai Association, Nyx, Leviathan, and her group to start in a few days. There weren't specific locations they would attack, but instead they were targeting a few people close to me. Nyx wanted to just prank me. It seemed like her plans didn't deviate from canon, except Shed make it bigger and target Kuo as a whole. I've decided to weaken Kuo's defenses for that day, let them teleport in, and trap them. They'll have all of them here instead of spreading everyone out like they originally intended. Using my powers, I made sure some people spread this information and had it reach the cow's order. They should be changing their plans now, so it should make this easier for me. All I need to do is move the residents here to a different dimension while forcing them to sleep. The other leaders are aware of this and have started spreading rumors of an even bigger event happening here in a few days that's going to be held by me, so it should make for a perfect time to attack. The Yexi, Electa, and my shadow soldiers will be responsible for this. But the event that I spread is real and is happening. I mean, I have to make it believable, right? It's basically a large event for my restaurant that's going to happen from the afternoon until the night. ITLL conclude around 2 to 3 in the morning. The cow's order should attack around 5 to 6 in the evening when the day starts to end. By then, the crowds that visited should have gone home, and that should make things easier. Although if they decide to attack earlier, then it's not a problem since we'll be ready. And according to Ajuka and the rest, I should be meeting new members of Yexi before it starts. So I'm looking forward to that. On another note, the original Leviathan and her group will be trying to kidnap Ingvild. I'd like her to face them herself, but I should be there for support. The same is true with Valerie too, and of course anyone else she's close with. The rest will deal with the remaining members of the Monkai Association, and it'll deal with Nyx since she's targeting me specifically. Apart from them, Satinol seems to want to kidnap Ophis, which is generally impossible since she's not as naive as she used to be, so he'll have a hard time doing that. But that won't happen yet. He's still trying to figure out a way, but if he doesn't, then he'll just go and attack him myself. He's not using the base in the cows or the end of the multiverse. His personal base in our universe is in the Mariana Trench. He had it built before he left Grigori and had been slowly constructing it just in case things went south for him and he became a rogue. In the end, nobody could find it because it had various spells and techniques that would prevent anyone but a god from finding it, and not just any god, combat-oriented gods, or gods in the top 10 strongest. Anyone else would fall flat. It also became even harder to find because of Lapis and Nyarlathotep's involvement, so I couldn't find it. As I had these thoughts, around an hour passed, and the food was ready. I had noticed that Ingvild had left earlier, but didn't stop her. Since these next events involved her, I wanted to be near her more, and I hope to propose to her after it's all done. I've held off from doing it since I wanted to find the right time. Maybe it was when they attacked Oro's academy in the underworld, but at the same time she was quite distraught, so it felt like I would be taking advantage of her, so I didn't. But I did promise her that we'd always be together, so there's that. Aaron, it's time to eat, Lavinia said, looking down at me with a happy smile. Suzaku had also been holding my hand, as had Danu. I guess I was so preoccupied with my thoughts that I never noticed this. It goes to show how relaxed I am around them, but I'm glad they'll never betray me. Otherwise, this would be the perfect opportunity to at least attempt to attack me. Yeah, I muttered and got off of Lavinia. Once I did, she hugged me from behind, and we called the rest to join us. Since the table wasn't large enough to accommodate all of us, would have to spread around the home again, but everyone was fine with that. Maybe we should have done this in my home in the dimensional gap, but there was a tournament game happening there, and I didn't want that to interrupt us. Even if it was away from it, the energy would still be there, you know? Everyone went to get a plate for themselves, get the food, and choose a seat to sit at. I decided to go last, but I also noticed that some of the people we called hadn't arrived, so I decided to go get them myself. I informed the rest and left the room. My first stop was the training facility downstairs. When I got there, I found Valley and his team training. They had a match yesterday, and they were already training even though they should be realistically taking a day off to rest. Food's ready, I shouted, gaining their attention. I made ramen, I added, interrupting Val's protest. Like lightning, he ran past me and into the elevator. When it involves ramen, he's a bit strange about it. Even the threat of Lavinia being there doesn't matter since it's ramen. Even though I clicked my fingers as he left and made some appear on the table. Everyone should know that it's for the Ramen Dragon Emperor. If not, well, they won't have a fun time with him finding out. The rest of his team, plus Jinbu, who had joined their team after receiving permission from the current head, left for the dining room. Lu Fei was the one lagging behind and seemed to be thinking of something. Once she arrived beside me, she gently grabbed my sleeve. Is something wrong, Lu Fei? I asked. I would like some guidance in something, she said while looking at the ground. And that would be blushing. She gently pulled me down and whispered into my ear. After I heard it, I stared at her dumbfounded something like that. Does that even have guidance? She's not home today since she's in the underworld, preparing something for it, I told her, and she quickly nodded her head before leaving. As I watched her go, I muttered, guidance in washing other people's bodies? Where did she hear that from? Rias? Aquino? Those are the only culprits that come to mind, heck. Maybe even Asia? Cuckoo. After the events of a few days ago, I saw Griselda reading that book of hers, How to Be a Good Wife to Your Husband, or something like that. It was made in Japan and seemed old, so maybe that's where she got it from. Luffy has been making more and more friends after all, and not just in your home. Partner, said Drake. How to be a good wife, huh? I muttered. It made sense, though, and even after I made her immortal, right? Looking through my memories, I proposed to her and Irina, but didn't make them immortal. Clutching my head, I screamed, Feck, I need to do that. For an all-knowing being, you sure are forgetful about things, commented Rudra. Those two proposals were so unconventional that I didn't have time to process them. And after fuck it, it'll just do it tonight. I shouted. Any more thought about this is just going to give me a headache. It's time to stop. I just need to be casual about it. No need to make it dramatic. After fetching Valley and his team, I went to the other parts of my home, the library, the rooftop, the entertainment room, and other places that I felt life, energies, and auras at, and got everyone to go to the kitchen. In the end, I was the last one back there. My last stop was the rooftop. I came across a few people and said that Ingvild was the last one there. So when I arrived up there, I saw her sitting on a chair, hugging her knees, and tapping away at the screen. Going behind her, I watched her type out lyrics. As far as I could see, it wasn't one I knew, so it was definitely an original she had thought of. After doing this for a few seconds, I leaned in closer and propped my head on the head of the chair. Interesting song, and I told her, repeating the lyrics she had typed down. Let's jump into the great unknown. There's things you cannot face alone. Come take my hand. Together we are strong. This is our destiny, the quest on which we're meant to be. Side by side, our weapons drawn, forever fighting on. Our heart is on fire. Playing with fire? We're playing with fire. Come feel it burn. When I looked at her, she was blushing, but didn't say anything for a few seconds. I want to call it playing with fire. It's when I finally got back there, everyone was mostly gone, and only a few remained. Among them was Artemis. She looked up and saw me before gesturing towards the table and asking me to sit down. I did that, and she went back to the kitchen and got me some moussaka she had made. She placed it on the table in front of me and stood beside me, waiting for me to eat it. All eyes were on me, so I picked up my fork, picked up a piece, and ate it. All the flavors hit me at once, as well as how hot it was, but I kept chewing and then swallowed. Closing my eyes, I thought of the proper words to say to her. In my mind, I thought of saying some flattering words that describe how good it is or how well made it was, but I think Artemis would think I was lying or at least exaggerating, so it's good, really good. Thank you, I said and looked at her. Artemis' cheeks were red as she nodded at me before scurrying away to Athena, who was with Graphia and Reiko. As I went to speak, Ine came forward and put a soufflé omelet in front of me. I could see some cheese in it, and it seemed fresh. Confused, I looked at her, and she looked rather expectant. Then I looked at Graphia and Reiko, who both nodded at me. I guess I'm eating this too. I took a piece using the same fork, and as I was about to put it in my mouth, Ine said something that made me freeze. Yasaka-san was lactating, so I added some breast milk into it. I can't lactate yet. So, lactating? Partner. Why you don't tell me? Some women lactate, and are not even pregnant. While rare, it does happen. Why not ask her before panicking, Aaron? Suggested Albion. Well, I was about to do that, I replied. Yasaka? Yes, dear, replied the QB leader. Are you lactating? You fufu, please answer the question. I'm 99 sure I still can't get people pregnant. You don't want to have children with me? I do in the future, but for now, no. Ow, ow. Graphia-san, no, Graphia-sama. Please forgive me. It was a juki. Ine screamed in pain. Graphia did not let go as she grabbed the plate, my fork, and Ine before marching away. Reiko got up from her seat and gave me a new fork. I thanked her before she sat beside me. and I continued eating the food made by Artemis. "Your home is quite interesting, Jean," said Athena. She sat beside Artemis. The two of them had been chatting before the breast milk incident, and they were stunned into silence as it happened. "That's just a daily occurrence. You get used to it once you live here long enough," Reiko said, in an almost weirdly reassuring manner. "Is that so?" "Artemis, you may need to get used to that if you move in," said Athena, facing her friend and saying that in a serious tone. Artemis' face turned even more red as she grabbed Athena's cheeks and squeezed. "It makes me wonder how things would be in this world without me. If Issei had existed, would he have dealt with those threats? Especially Lapis. I wonder if the power of Epee would have made any difference. I mean, Melvizoa seems omnipotent in a way. So, I wonder how he would have dealt with that in this timeline. There's no use in thinking about it. I'm here, and I'm here to stay." As I looked back at my food, I saw that Reiko had put a spoon in front of my mouth. She smiled at me, waiting for me to accept this gesture. Opening my mouth, I accepted it. She continued to do this until Artemis pulled a chair over with her own fork and did the same thing. I looked at her and accepted it, but then Reiko shoved her spoon to my cheek, and I ate that, but, oof, do you see this, comrade? I saw this on an episode of an anime last night. Wasn't that Shounen AI? And you screamed after you found out and changed shows immediately? Fight me right now. She closed the gap between us and put the cookie against my mouth. I again accepted this, and we broke it in half. Looking back at the two ladies, they were shocked by her actions. I was still hungry, so I kept eating, ignoring their stares, but they had stopped trying to forcefully feed me for a few seconds, so I was relieved because of that. I silently thanked Athena for that. Being left alone in the kitchen, I washed up plates. Well, I wasn't fully alone as Athena stayed behind with me. Everyone else was enjoying themselves in my home, and since I had a couple of facilities here that would keep them entertained, they'll be busy for a few more hours. Especially with the VR room, I set up per the request of Aoife and Gasper. The best way I could compare it to is Sword Art Online's full dive gear, except you just lie in a pod and get sent to a game world where you play. Well, you can pick a setting, so fantasy, modern, or whatever you want. In total, there were 10 pods in it, so 10 people could play at once. They'll probably increase it in the future since it's gotten quite popular from what I can tell from here. Even the gods were trying it, and Hermes seemed to be the one that was most excited since I heard him screaming from here, meaning he's most likely watching someone play because I installed a large flat-screen TV in that room. Jean, looking to my side, Athena had stopped wiping the dish she was holding and was looking at me. The expression on her face was quite serious, unlike how she was earlier. Yes. She wiped the plate down and set it to the side. "Please look after Artemis, okay? She's a kind woman, but her past made her like that. But thanks to you, she's becoming better at communicating with males again. She even goes out to dinner as a group with us and can tolerate them a lot better." I chuckled, confusing her. "I didn't do anything, Athena. I just stuck my nose in a place where it didn't belong and unintentionally fixed a problem in your realm. In turn, it made Artemis look at me differently from there. It was her own hard work. She was the one who did the work and changed. I had no hand in it." Handing over the plate to her, I added, "If anything, you should be celebrating her hard work since I was mostly in the background of it, you know?" She took the plate and laughed. It's like what Cindy said. Well, I should have expected that," she muttered while smiling. Cindy? What did she tell her? Should have expected? Now, that makes me curious, and I was preparing to look into it when she continued. "You know, when someone's trying to compliment you, can't you just accept it? Even if we both know that Artemis was the one to do it," she said, looking at me seriously. "I can't. It would feel disingenuous. It would be like when you're put into a school group project and you did all the work while the rest of the group members didn't do anything, and once you do the presentation, the teacher says that everyone did a good job and did an equal part of the project. And the lazy ones just agree with her, leaving you annoyed and pissed off," I said in one breath. Athena stared at me, dumbfounded by the example, before bursting into laughter. After a few seconds, she wiped a tear from her eye. "Is that from personal experience?" she asked, giggling a bit. My lips twitched, a certain memory playing in my head of my previous life of one particular incident that I did not like. Maybe. Okay, you'll drop it, she said, still giggling. Humans sure do have strange challenges presented in their lives. Huh. We continued cleaning dishes. Well, gods do too, you know. I mean, the times I've been called for the most mundane requests when you guys could do it yourself were absurd. I mean, I'm the middleman, so they'll still do it, but fuck me, they're really dumb. For example? She asked, tilting her head cutely. Egyptian pantheon, 2 supernatural cats became lost, and R.A. called me for help. Granted, he was busy with something else, and so were others that needed to do it, but still, like, really? Cats? Can't the people use magic to lure them, or something? I was ranting, but Athena just listened to me, letting out the occasional chuckle as he continued washing those dishes. Eventually, we were done, and as we were about to join everyone else in the living room, she stopped me. Jean, can you turn around? She asked. I did so, and the second I did, she pecked me on the lips. After she did that, I stood there surprised by her actions. I never got a thank you for saving me from that situation, right? I wanted to do this, so don't go complaining. She walked past me and winked. You know what that means, right? She walked away and into the living room, content with herself. Know what that means, huh? We finally arrived at the rooftop. This spot seemed very popular today. Out of 10, how would you rate my moussaka? She asked while going toward the railings. 20. You're not very good at counting, are you? I'm not a smart man. After saying that, I joined her by the railings and looked out at the city. Below us, we could see the street and the front garden. The Grimmery family came here with Surzex as well, so he was out there doing strange poses for Millicas while shouting transform. They know they're shielded when they're in my home, so they can use their powers here. So after Surzex shouted that he had transformed into a Red Ranger costume, making Millicas go, whoa. Astrid shook her head while watching this. At least he gets some time off from being a Satan. I know some people in our realm who said they wouldn't get married or have kids, but ended up doing just that, and they seemed very happy with their choice. People change. They won't always have the same feelings or thoughts, I replied. Won't that apply to you or your women? She asked seriously, turned to face me. I do have that worry at times, but that's why I try my best to keep everyone happy and spend time with them. I also looked into the future, and while we did have some disagreements here and there, my relationship with everyone remained strong. Maybe my own paranoia saved me in that regard. You can see into the future, right? That's why you're not worried, right? Yeah. Her face turned red, and she asked, Titan, what about us? What about us? I repeated, feigning ignorance. She didn't like this answer, as she glared at me, making me chuckle. We're in a good relationship. We didn't have a falling out or anything, if that's what you're worried about. She kept staring at me, waiting for me to continue. I turned around, leaned back on the railings, and looked up at the sky. You asked me to take you to a different universe where you exist for our 10th anniversary. You used transformation magic to make yourself look different, and when you met your other self, you were pretty shocked. After it, you kept comparing yourself to her and asking me who was better. I mean, we were married, so my answer was obvious. As I explained that, Artemis' face turned redder and redder, and it looked like she might explode, so I stopped. The place we went to was Oreo meeting Belle and the other gods. There was an interesting experience. Is something wrong? I asked, bringing my face closer to hers. She was clearly embarrassed and was also trying her best to glare at me. Finally done with my teasing, I captured her lips, and to my surprise, Artemis kissed me back even more fervently. To my surprise, Artemis forced her tongue into my mouth, but I reciprocated and began licking hers back. Our tongues intertwined and lapped each other. She seemed almost hungry when doing this, but this kiss ended just as quickly. When I pulled away, a trail of saliva was between us, and her face was flushed and she seemed dazed. I didn't expect this kind of behavior from the goddess of the hunt and chastity, but I certainly didn't hate it. Where she cutely whispered, so I kissed her again. Not yet, this continued until I gave her 6 small kisses, and then we heard someone say a hymn behind us. When we stopped and looked at them, it was Amalthea with Mom and Aoife. If Artemis wasn't blushing already, it looked like her face had burst several blood vessels since it was very red now. Foo-foo. I didn't think Artemis could act this cute. My, Are you two in relationship now, then? Amalthea asked, smirking at her. Artemis began to stutter before she ran past them and back down the stairs. I shook my head and leaned back on the railings as the other three joined me. You shouldn't tease her too much. For someone like her, doing something like that has to be a big step. She is known as the goddess of chastity, and while I didn't take her virginity, I most likely took her first and genuine kiss. I chided Amalthea, who just smiled at me in return. So, did you get her yet? She asked again, ignoring what I said. I shrugged. I didn't know that, just like Issei and Rias, those two kissed plenty of times before they finally got together. Although I won't let it go on for that long now. He'll most likely confirm it with her before she leaves. Why are you here, Mom? Aoife? Did you need me for something? The same with you, Amalthea. I asked. Ain is drunk and crying for you. Danu and a few others are trying to comfort her, but, well, she's just asking for you. Aoife explained while grabbing both my hands and intertwining our fingers together. Ain? We did speak a bit earlier, but it didn't seem like she needed me that much. Well, she did give me the side eye from time to time, but apart from that, it was nothing. She didn't give me the feeling that she wanted more, but I guess I should have noticed. She has relaxed even more since we got into a relationship. But it has to be hard on her, especially considering her past. I'll go check up on her then. How about you, Mom? As I asked that, Aoife laid her head on my chest, and Amalthea smugly looked at us the entire time. I'd like to go back to Ireland for a week. Cindy will accompany me along with Danu and a few other Irish gods. Is that okay? She asked, looking unsure at me. You're free to go wherever you want, but yeah, they'll set up some escort for you. When do you want to go back? Tomorrow? Next week? If you want to see our old home, people live there right now, but if you want to buy property, just call me and I'll make it happen, I told her, and she laughed. Yes, that's right. I'm a free-spirited mother. Aoife, do you want to come with us? She said, looking at Aoife. Aoife looked up from my chest, back at her, then at me. Can you come? If you have time. That is, yeah, you'll make time, but you'll have to delay it a bit more. There are a few things happening in the coming days, so we don't mind. Mom and Aoife shouted at me. Then that's that. Satisfied with this, they both kissed me on the cheek before leaving, and they began talking about the places they wanted to visit again. Amalthea and I were left alone after that, and we stayed silent for a few minutes. As she was about to speak, someone appeared in front of me, surprising her. Ah, you came. Good work, by the way, Daniel, I said, and we fist-bumped. Daniel? Repeated Amalthea, confused. She and many others have no idea who this was. Meet Daniel, the Cow's Order's new leader. He's one of my avatars that I used to screw them over. As far as we know, they're oblivious to the fact, but Satinel has been paranoid about him for a while. If he doesn't leave it, they'll just have Daniel kill him, I explained, and she was quite shocked by this revelation. He leaned back on the railing before sighing. It's exhausting dealing with them. Day in and day out, I have to listen to some crazy rambling or them complaining about very fixable problems if they didn't blow it out of proportions. Daniel ranted for a good 10 minutes before finally stopping, and I gave him a drink. He thanked me before chugging it down and destroying the bottle. Did you hear from Laronia? He asked. Yeah, Igris reported it to me. It's suicide and it won't succeed. I heard they attempted to talk him out of it. I asked and he nodded. Yeah, Ramlar, the second leader of the resistance, has gone off by himself on what is basically a suicide mission. His last words were, they'll leave it to the outer god, but right now I can't stay still. According to Laronia, Ramlar is doing it for his siblings and dead lover, explained Daniel. It seems that after Laronia liberated another planet from the control of the Phantasma, it finally attracted serious attention from them, and he fought them for a bit. They lost a lot of subordinates, and he killed two important subordinates of the Phantasma, one being Infurso's subordinate, the leader of the Umbra, and the other someone who directly reported to Ive, Fumara's right hand. With them dead, he's opened up more routes for the resistance to move in, who was one of the more passionate members and leaders, even though his outward appearance didn't look the part, decided to go on a mission by himself. He was going to go directly to the planet where Fumara lived and try to kill her. However, he knew he wasn't going to succeed, but his aim was to just stir up something, maybe a rebellion or something like that, and he knew his execution would be broadcast throughout the universe since he's such a large figure in the resistance. He's definitely going to say something during that broadcast that will make or break their world, said Daniel. Definitely, I replied. What are you two talking about? Amalthea asked. When we looked back at her, she seemed so confused about our conversation. She's aware of the multiverse, but I never went into too much detail regarding it. All they know is that Evie Atold and Crepuscule Phantasma were trying to take over the multiverse. Apart from that, and apart from the leaders who know the bare minimum about them, they're mostly in the dark. When we go to their universe, I do plan on having a meeting and telling them everything about them and how things are going to take place after it. We'll integrate both universes into ours, so we'll have new resources and vice versa. Both of them have been plagued by the Evie and Magnum Tenebrosum's influence, so having this relief after years of being under them will be a good change of pace. I pointed my finger at her and gave her enough information and context to understand. Her eyes widened even further, but she just sighed in the end. Why won't Laronia stop him? She asked. That's the thing, Amalthea-sama. If he did, he would try seriously attacking him and also have him take an oath, said Daniel. Oath? I continue for him. Relying on that method would be too unreliable. So 9 times out of 10, they would need to go through with whatever oath they made. You can't force an oath on another either, but if you can word it in a way that it will benefit you more than the other. So Ramlar may have done that to Laronia. He's smart, but he sometimes has a one-track mind, so he can be tricked like that, said Daniel. An oath, huh? Repeated Amalthea. She looked at me, then at her own pinky finger. Moving closer to me, she linked both our pinky fingers together. Shall we make a not-so-serious oath then, Jean? Daniel smirked before turning and walking away to give us space. And what kind of oath do you want to make, Amalthea? I asked. She smiled at me and whispered into my ear a few hours had passed since then, and I had comforted the drunk Ain after we went back downstairs. But Artemis avoided me, since she was too embarrassed. Presently, I was on my way back home with Ain after going out to buy some items. Hic Aerion, she muttered, still drunk. I had a few people stare at me questioningly since she was with me while drunk. Although I was notorious around Kuo, some just shrugged it off, but some said that I was taking advantage of her. It was tempting not to just change reality, so I didn't receive those kinds of looks, but I wasn't that bothered by it. I offered you that never get drunk again spell before, didn't I? Why didn't you take it? You're a horrible drunk, probably worse than Rose, I told her. She had been hugging my arm, randomly muttering things to herself on occasion. Are you joyous? He, too, is jealous. Are you jealous? He, too, is jealous. She slurred out and hugged my arm tighter. Seeing as how I wouldn't get through to her, I made her sober up a little bit using a spell. Once I did, she looked at me, then at her surroundings, before clutching her head with one hand. What happened? She asked, sounding irritated. I told her about what happened, and her face turned crimson. I love you. She flinched back at my sudden affection and covered her face with her free hand. She didn't let go of my arm the entire time, so she probably didn't mean that. By the way, my mom and Aoife want to go to Ireland in a couple of days. They'll be coming along, so it'll make time to join you guys, so you don't need to explain any further, she said seriously and took out her phone. She began texting on it, and I looked back ahead of us. We didn't serve too much alcohol, but it seemed some other gods brought some with them and got drunk because of it. Ain was one of the victims of this. The alcohol at my home was the type that I served in my restaurant, so ITLO only leave you tipsy and not drunk. Some of them took issue with this because they like being drunk. Honestly, I don't like it, although I never remember being drunk or even blackout drunk, so I may be missing some experiences there, but it's probably nothing too notable. Losing large chunks of memories because you got too drunk, that doesn't sound fun at all. Isn't the point of being drunk to remember the dumb crap you do while drunk? If you're blackout drunk, you can't remember any of that. Not to mention the horror stories I've seen in this life and my previous life about some blackout drunk stories. Some are hilarious, while others are just kind of terrifying. Missing kidneys, breaking into others' homes, or even making large purchases that leave you in debt. No thank you. That sounds dumb. By the way, she looked at the ground while trying to say something, but couldn't find the right words for it. Want to move in? I asked. She immediately looked back at me, her face still red, and furiously nodded her head. All right, Let's go and pick a room for you. Nighttime came, no one left, and everyone decided to stay for the night, party more tomorrow, and then go home. It was a surprise, but I didn't mind. We had so many rooms in my home that it's a welcome change that many of the rooms in the infinite hallway are preoccupied right now. We had another loud and boisterous dinner earlier, and now everyone was unwinding and taking it easy, although they took it easy the entire day. A few of the gods had earlier left to check up on their pantheons and deal with some things, but they came back. They've left trusted individuals to run their pantheons when they're out. Most, if not nearly all, were for their leaders on taking this break, since they're mostly working in the pantheons, even if it doesn't look like it from an outsider's perspective. I had the same initial thoughts, but after spending some time there and seeing them work, especially during those 20 days after the war, I gained more respect for them. It's tough work, and when I officially announce my own faction in the coming months, I can only imagine the work I have to do behind the scenes. Running a group, especially one the size of yours, is not easy, Aaron. As I continued going through them, the door to my office opened. When I looked up, I saw Ingvild, Azathoth, and Ophis come in, a trio you don't normally see together. However, it's not like they never speak, but it is rare. Ophis had a bag of candies with her, Ingvild had her tablet with her, and Azathoth was as blank-faced as usual. "How can I help you guys?" I asked. Ophis immediately came to my side and sat on my lap. "I was hoping to get your opinion on some things and permission." I came across Ophis and Azathoth talking to each other, and they came with me here, explained Ingvild. Confused, I asked permission. "You're holding an event here in a few days, right? So I was wondering if I can hold a small performance for the supernatural? It would benefit both of us," she explained, a bit nervous. Falling silent, I stared at my desk, then at Ophis, and then back at Ingvild. It would be a good idea to draw them out by having Ingvild there, and at the same time, I can probably use her song to power up everyone. I do feel scummy saying use, especially with her powers. "Say," Ophis muttered, and she poked my cheek. "I'll just tell her," she said again, and poked my lips before putting candy up to it, and I ate it. "Tell me?" repeated Ingvild, confused. "Yes, tell her," Aaron said, Azathoth. She and Ophis looked at each other and nodded. Scratching my head, I sighed and relented. I told Ingvild about the upcoming attack and how I coordinated with EXE, the leaders, and a few others to lure them to Kuo and have them attack here. He'll then trap them and proceed from there. But since you've offered to do a show, he'll do it. I want to confront the original Leviathan and my dad, she said seriously. There may be more Leviathans that were in hiding and have been recruited by her, you know? You may face them during this. Are you sure you're ready? Who knows what will happen? She did kind of freeze up during the attack on Oro's academy in the underworld, after all, and she needed to be consoled after it. With a shaking hand and an even more determined expression of her face, she said, "Yes. I can use this opportunity to speak to them one last time and say my goodbyes. Or, if there are different souls in them, I can at least see them again. I also want to speak to the original Leviathan and my dad. I'm strong enough to hear whatever they say to me. I won't let something like that, Oro's academy, happen to me this time." I smiled at her, and Ophis gave her a thumbs up. "If that's your resolve, then I will accept it, Ingvild Leviathan. We'll tell you more about the operation tomorrow. So go and rest up for now. All right?" I told her, and she smiled sadly before leaving. She must have a lot of feelings and thoughts about this right now. So we'll check up on her before I go to sleep tonight. I will participate too. This is my home, and I won't let them destroy it, Ophis said, pumping her arm. Sure. They'll rely on you too, Ophis, I replied. She nodded before laying her head on my chest and eating more of her candy. So what's up, Azathoth? You are aware of what they, Cow's order, want from me and Ophis, correct? She asked. Nodding my head, I confirmed her suspicions. Of course I know about it. It would be strange of me not to know about it, but as far as I can see, it's impossible for them to succeed in kidnapping either of you. Add to the fact that they can't even come to Kuo unless I let them, and then it's impossible. You and Ophis rarely leave this place unless you want to get something specific, especially Ophis, and even then, she's accompanied by someone we know, Pleiades or another Electa, so taking her that way is next to impossible. Azathoth herself also leaves even less than Ophis. She mostly sticks with Mom, Cindy, Aoife, Rossweiss, Lavinia, Sizuko, Dinu, Velgrind, and a few others. How about this instead? It'll influence that group to move into a new base in our universe, and then we'll go raid it with you two and a few others. How does that sound? Ophis and Azathoth have power and can win fights pretty easily, but they're not fighters. Well, no, that's not accurate. Ophis can fight. She got a lot of training during the years she spent in my pocket dimension, so when the time counts, she definitely can fight. But as for Azathoth, I can fight, she said suddenly, forcing Ophis and I to look at her. Ideal I could take part in this raid, cutie, said a voice. We turned to the doorway and found Lisa there. Lisa, you're back. How was California and the Grauzober? I asked. Lisa had left a few weeks ago because Mephisto asked for her. Lavinia, Fusey, and other associates of theirs went back there like Akane to help from time to time, but Lisa was the one that permanently stayed there. She said and winked at me. She closed the door, walked over to me, and sat on my other lap. As she did, Ophis offered her candy, and she took it. Azathoth was the only one left there, and she stared at all of us. I've already heard most of it, so don't worry about it. He just owes me one, and that's fine by me. He'll use it in the future, I replied. It's the same as how I still have some favors from Surzex I never used, although I haven't really needed to yet. Because I told Lisa about the upcoming operation here in Kuo and told her she could participate or not. But she said she would like to, so we have more participants. But the original Leviathan, Nyx, with the remnants of the Monkai Association and Ingvald Chan's father. Huh, that certainly is a lineup, muttered Lisa. Are you doing this for Ingvald Chan? She has been wanting to meet her father and more of her family members. I smiled wearily. Yeah, I am. I think she needs closure on that part of her life, adding to the fact that she'll be meeting some dead friends, her mother, and other members of the Leviathan clan. She'll need to face this, and he'll be there to help her. Of course, everyone else will be there too. While it wasn't as frequent as her talking about her songs or other aspects of her life, Ingvald would occasionally mention it to me or anyone else in the home. She even said it herself, saying that it would be a way to finally close it off in her life. But I didn't need to mention that the souls that will inhabit their bodies may not be the originals, since she came to that conclusion herself. Let's go to sleep. The conversation became a bit too heavy, and going to sleep feeling like this isn't good, I told them, and Lisa got off me, but as she did, she pecked me on the lips. Too bad I'm not sleeping with you today, cutie. Remember, our date, she said, blowing me a kiss as she left. I'm going to Kunis' room, announced Ophis as she waddled out of the room. The only ones left were me and Azathoth again. She had her own room, and she generally just silently goes away after whatever conversation is done without announcing it. Need something? I asked while cleaning my desk. It took her around a minute to say something, and in the meantime, I finished cleaning the entire room. Kuntuar said to go on an outing with you, or would the word date be more appropriate? She said, unsure of her own thoughts. To clarify, we're both going with you. She's not even denying it at this point. Well, she has been with me since the start, but I haven't had time to do much with her, so this is a good opportunity to take her with me. Wait, can't I just bring them with me to Ireland? How about I bring you to Ireland? I'm going there with my mom, Cindy, and Aoife. It's more like an outing than a date, though. Kuntuar, answer. If it's for her, I'm fine with it. She didn't sound happy with it, but she was willing to tolerate it for whom? I wasn't sure, but it may have been for Azathoth, Mom, or both. Thank you. Kuntuar agreed to it. Then I will be fine with it, she said, and turned around before glancing back at me. Good night. She walked out of the room, a visage of loneliness on her face as she went. I need to speak to her about killing off the other outer gods while I'm still going through with it. It's quite obvious that it's bothering her, but since she's not entirely in one with her emotions, she's unsure of what those emotions are. It's like postpartum depression. What the hell? What? Ignoring the two dragons, I left the room after turning off the lights. My first stop before going to sleep was Ingvild's room. I wanted to check up on her before I went to sleep to make sure she wasn't too down about the things she just learned about. Once I got there, I knocked on the door, but she didn't answer. She was definitely still awake. I could feel it, so I opened her door and stepped in. She had her headphones on and was listening to music. She was hugging a pillow and had her eyes closed. I wordlessly joined her on her bed before hugging her. She didn't resist, and we stayed like that for a few minutes. I thought I was stronger, but I guess in the end I'm just a bit weak in terms of this, huh? She asked while taking off her headphones. Well, I know how you feel. If my mom was put in that kind of situation, I would probably be as distraught as you. Family is a big part for me after all, I replied. There is an exception, and that's the Barato donor who got my mom pregnant. But he's long gone now, and I don't care. I know you and everyone is here to support me, and he'll be forever grateful. We'll try to talk to them, but I also know that it's going to be futile. At least the upside is I can see my mom again, even if it's not her soul. Silently looking at Ingvild, I had a certain thought and idea pass through my mind, but I know that look, Tulkoen. Thank you, but you don't have to. You haven't tried to bring someone back who reincarnated already, right? Wouldn't that make things more complicated for you? She asked, putting a hand on my cheek. She's right. I had no idea how that would work or the consequences of it. Would it be the same soul? Or would it be a different one, pulled from a nearly identical timeline, without me, but with the same memories placed in them? Then what would happen to the original soul? Will they stay, or will they be pulled out of that body and brought back here? Will their new memories be erased? Or will they keep the new ones and be confused about why they were suddenly put into this world? A lot of factors come into play, and I haven't looked too deeply into them since I really didn't plan on diving into them. That's why it's fine. But thank you for considering it, she said, moving her body to lay her head on my chest. Can you stay for a bit before you go? Yeah. I wrapped my arm around her as we stayed there for a few minutes during that time. She played some music for us to listen to. Coincidentally, Ingvild fell asleep just like that, so I tucked her in a bed and left her room. Time was slowly approaching midnight, but the last person I was going to see was still up. She abruptly left earlier in the day, thanks to a certain goddess. She sent me a text earlier in the day asking to speak to each other tonight. It would concern our relationship going forward. However, the location she chose was the back garden, so I made my way there. Artemis was sitting on one of the benches with a cup in her hand. Once she heard the doors open, she looked up and waved me over. I made my way there and sat beside her. Good evening. The temperature here is controlled. Huh? That's quite convenient, she commented while looking around us. So we wanted to tell them why we're in our swimwear while it snows outside, I told her, making her smile. A brief moment of silence encompassed the area we were in, but after Artemis took a sip from her cup, she put a hand on top of mine and sported a small blush. About earlier today, she muttered. I spoke about it with the other gods of my pantheon, and I wish to be in a relationship with you with the aim of marriage. Well, she was pretty straightforward with it, even after all the hatred at the start. Ditto, she's unexpectedly calm about it too, even with the stuttering. Marriage, huh? I was expecting to wait until we were married for that, but I feel a bit relieved to hear that from you. Pervert, she gently punched me on the side, and I laughed more. We stayed chatting for a little longer after that. And of course, Artemis wanted more kisses. She was strangely addicted to them. Morning came and went. Like yesterday, many more joined the guys in the VR room, and I added an extra 10 more pods so they could enjoy themselves, but nothing much happened except Artemis being teased for joining my harem and liking kisses. Amalthea was the one who informed everyone else after I told them she was with me. Presently, the leaders and I had a small meeting in my room, much to the dismay of some since they wanted to try the VR game. I had several magic circles here too, as we went over the plan with a few other leaders. But are you sure you want all of them? Are you still okay for Space and Grigori? I asked. We'll pay you to increase the holding cells, he said, and I sighed. I kind of expected that, but whatever. If this is what he wants to do, I ain't stopping him, but what about the others we captured? How are they? I asked. Yashina, as we mentioned before, is the one responsible for extracting information from them, but apart from that, we occasionally contact Lena, one of your GOB, to just obtain the information from them in a more direct way, if you know what I mean, he explained grimly. I see. And the others from before? I inquired. Leon seemed to have broken again, and the other members of Connected Harmony and Exile Harmony were mostly unresponsive. You could say, in a way, that they were keeping their silence to spite me and the Alliance. Same old, he said, but then asked, are you sure about letting Ingvaldchan perform during the day? They may just swoop in and take her, you know? Avetsa, who was beside him, elbowed his side. Did you forget that Kuo has a barrier active that he only lets normal humans in, and everyone else will need permission? For just a day, he'll let them sneak in, then Jean will simply trap them, elucidated Avetsa. WL, no, I was just wondering if they made anything, revolutionary, and they may use that, he clarified. It's fine, they haven't, and if they did, I would have already dealt with it. ITLL be straightforward when the day comes, so just get ready. All right? If you guys have anything else to add, do it now. Otherwise, we can end it now. Looking around after I said that, no one did or said anything. However, Surzex, who was still here, put his hand up. It's a bit off topic, but what do the Greeks plan to do with Nyx once she's captured? As far as what Jean Cohen told us, she's more or less in it for the fun of it. Or will you ask Jean Cohen to seal her powers just like with Ain Cohen? Ain, who was near me, squirmed a little as she hung her head in shame. Danu patted her head in an attempt to comfort her. She's actively been in it for months. With Ain, it's slightly different as she just hired mercenaries who got into contact with a branch of the organization and it escalated from there. For Medusa, it was also a different case as she was mind-controlled, but with Nyx, she's doing it of her own free will. We'll come down hard on her and we'll have her sealed. In terms of both her powers and being confined to a location with high levels of security, said Zeus resolutely. We may not execute her, since losing a god will be quite troubling for our pantheon, even if we're in an alliance now. Some questionable people and smaller groups may take advantage of that if they find out, he added, and other gods there agreed. So I took it upon myself to keep an eye on it, but that's why we want to keep them alive rather than just kill them. A few days have passed since then, and the entire town of Kuo was excited because of the event that I was holding. At the same time, Ingvild announced that she would be performing here live, so even more people flocked here, both from the human world and the supernatural. Of course, affecting reality was an easy feat, so the Cow's Order will come here regardless of whether they think it's a trap or not. I also had Daniel convince them that I would be gone for the day, so I'll resort to using a different sacred gear today, masking myself. You ready? I asked Ingvild. She was about to go out and perform for everyone. This wasn't the first time, but she did get a bit nervous before she went. I'm ready. Everyone else is too, right? She asked. Yep, for the time being. Just go out there and enjoy yourself. She nodded and kissed me on the cheek before running out. Team Sonacitri would be responsible for defending her, just like back at Christmas. Aside from that, another dimension was ready when the attack started. My friends Aguro and Kikiho, along with their girlfriends, were aware of this happening, so for the day, they left for another town. They didn't want to be put asleep for most of the day. We made a promise that I'd inform them when it was ending and that they could come back to enjoy the rest of the event since I do plan on continuing it once everything is over. We still have a few hours till they launch their attack. They're most likely scouting the place for the Alliance, I mumbled to myself. I made sure that the rest of my allies would not be detectable by them, as they were using transformation magic or illusion magic. I myself looked different. My old appearance, it felt strange, but I was all for it. The same was true with Aoife and Mom, but Cindy never changed, so we asked her to stay in my home for the time being and join us when the time comes. Leaving the venue, I teleported to a different spot in Kuo and coincidentally found Rosweiss and Gondel, who looked very sad, confused, and stressed, which caught my attention, so I went towards them. Hey, what's wrong? I asked. Rosweiss looked at me, then at her grandmother, before shaking her head. Gondel looked at me and pulled me away to a quieter area, with Rosweiss following us. After Jorgir came back, he only stayed a few days at home. I tried to make it feel like it was before he went to Valhalla, but he had to be punished for his crimes, so after a few days he left while being escorted by Valkyrie, she explained. Oh, well, that makes sense. I'm sorry. She then pulled out something, interrupting me. I found this on the table the very same day. He had left it on the kitchen table. I was awoken to him being taken away after all. And it's divorce papers. They can get divorced. Partner, anyone can get divorced. Just because it rarely happens in the supernatural, it's still real. I know, it's just strange. Way too strange. I replied, still looking, and now he wants me out of it. Vodo Ido. I still have the money you gave me before, so I can afford to buy a new one. But I want to stay on that island, she said while looking crestfallen. Odin-sama has offered to let her stay in his home since it has a lot of rooms until she decides on her path for the future. And he said she can stay for as long as she wants, but there is a date to this being signed, explained Rose. A heavy atmosphere had pervaded our premises, and Gondal looked like she wanted to cry. Even though this had been burdening her, she still came here to support us and Ingvild and even participate in the operation. Maybe I should have her sit this one out, but as I went to inform her, she took the document from me and embraced me. Rose looked leery about her grandmother's actions, but chose not to speak about them. Chapter 10, Part 2, Nyx and the Leviathan's Arentul soliloquy. To keep it short, Gondal as well as Rossweiss have been stuck with me for the past few hours, and sundown will start around 3 hours from now. So until then, they won't attack, but I felt even more members of Leviathan's group and the remaining members of the Monkai Association had gathered here. The participating members of EXE had also gathered, as had a few members of DXD, my Electa, and Shadow Soldiers. Ingvild had been happily performing her show for the past few hours, taking a few breaks here and there, and treating the breaks as just a small QA session with her fans, which was an interesting way of doing things. They were all quite civil about it, and there weren't too many people asking inappropriate questions. Although she did have to avoid answering, "Do you have a boyfriend? Will you marry me?" and other questions like that. "We only have a few hours left. Gondal, I think you should am fine. I appreciate your concern, Aaron. I really do, but I can set that aside for now, and I can focus on the operation that's going to start," she said firmly, leaving now room for discussion. I looked at her, then at Rose, who silently agreed to help her grandmother when the time came. "All right, Gondal, they'll let you participate, but the second I see your thoughts and feelings wander, I'm pulling you out," I told her seriously. She agreed. "Very well. If my mind wanders in the slightest, it'll retreat from the operation," she said, and Pinky promised me. "Good. They'll also have Rossweiss with you for the operation. You won't complain, right?" I asked. She frowned a little, but shook her head. "That's fine. I get to spend a bit more time with my granddaughter," she said happily. A few minutes before the start of the operation, I had gone to a secluded spot in Kuo and observed everything from there. With me was Lisa, who had decided to have a mini-date with me beforehand. "This isn't the most romantic place to bring me to, cutie," she said, while embracing me from behind. "I'll deal with you in a moonlit room in the future. Lisa," I told her in the most monotone voice possible. After it, I didn't feel her moving anymore, so when I looked back at her, she had frozen and was looking at me in shock while blushing. Really? For all the teasing she does, when I do it back, she becomes like that. Or maybe she just heard a lot of things from the other girls, and she probably took what I said seriously. "Really?" she asked, squeezing me tighter. Well, just as I was about to answer her, all the humans in Kuo were forced to sleep by my spell, and they were transported to a different dimension. The remnants of the Monkai Association, Nyx along with her followers, the original Leviathan, Ingvild's dad, and their group teleported in. However, once they saw the town of Kuo empty, they understood that they were set up. "Shall we get started?" I said it through a magic circle. It made my voice echo throughout Kuo, and various battles around the place started. Third-person point of view, aha. So it's like that, huh? Well, it makes it more fun, so I don't mind, Nyx said, changing her clothing into Kuo Academy's high school division school uniform. And thus, I became invincible towards virgins. Nyx had just changed into a very modified and more powerful godly virgin killer clothes. This modified version of her clothing was created by the Cow's Order. It's a god-class item that protects her from any attacks from virgins of both sexes. Male or female, if they were virgins, their attacks wouldn't reach her and would be nullified. Any virgin who touched her clothes would also die, forcing her to block it. "Sup?" Jinchuru Saji shouted. "Ada, even the great Dragon King Jinchuru has a love life? Now that's the biggest surprise today," Nyx said casually. "Oi, just because I look like this doesn't mean I haven't been seeing someone. In fact, I've been quite popular recently." "Ehehehe," boasted Jinchuru and began to drool. With a disgusted expression on her face, she ordered someone else from her group to deal with him, and Jinchuru was forced to block the incoming attack and was forced away. "I don't need to hear disgusting things like that. You creep," she said in disgust before wiping herself down. When Nyx looked beside her, she saw that both the original Leviathan and the remaining 10k association had already disappeared. She sighed again. The ends of her dress oscillated in the wind. "She's pretty," mumbled Jinchuru. "Focus." "Right, my bad," Jinchuru tittered to himself. He ignited his fist with his cursed jet black and purple flames. "Let's do this then, whoever the hell you are." Mizette, devout follower of Lady Nyx. She introduced herself while ejecting balls of darkness towards Jinchuru, who avoided the attacks. "Be careful. I can sense her attacks aren't normal. Perhaps they will dominate your mind once they touch you, forcing you to experience horrible scenarios in your mind. I cannot protect you from that," Jinchuru warned Vritra. Jinchuru they were just torture sessions disguised as training sessions. Nevertheless, they still aided him, especially now. Despite that, the balls of darkness exploded and swiftly began to form a bigger ball around Jinchuru. "Stop it! Get out there!" Vritra shouted. He activated his boosters behind his legs, and with the help of his wings, he narrowly avoided being trapped within the ball. As he heaved a sigh of relief, Mizette emerged behind Jinchuru and thrust her hands, shrouded in darkness, towards him. Reflexively, Jinchuru enveloped his arms with his own cursed flames as he deflected Mizette's thrust, forcing her attack to miss him and decimating the sky above them. The clouds scattered, and a small patch in the sky was covered in darkness for a few seconds before dispersing. "Jinchuru, the woman you're facing is a homunculus created by the cows. Or capture them." Aye, sir," Jinchuru shouted before he flew back towards Mizette and slammed his elbow into her stomach. He had moved at a speed that she couldn't perceive, shocking her. She had flown through several houses, destroying them. The teams with Aaron were given permission to go wild, since he could just repair the town afterward. Some were hesitant, but eventually agreed to it. Jinchuru chased after her and slammed his foot into her stomach once he found her, knocking the wind out of her. Mizette didn't have any time to react or retaliate. When she did, the Dragon King above her relentlessly attacked her. The data was not accurate. We were given the data beforehand and analyzed that they were from the raiding game between Team Golden Raksha and Team Sonasitri. That was one of the few matches where we saw both teams trying their hardest did they hold back. However, right now, in this little town called Kuo, she felt fear towards Jinchuru Saji. She did not know if he was given instructions to kill her or capture her, but her mind went to the former, and she panicked. And because of this new emotion, it suddenly forced more power out of her body. She, without warning, screamed, surprising Jinchuru as it was quite loud. "Get away from her," ordered Vritra. Jinchuru was confused, but he did as he was told and got away from the woman. The surrounding area around her burst into a small pillar of darkness as she began to speak in tongues, confusing Jinchuru. Darkness wrapped around her, and she lunged back at him, leaving neither of them time to catch their breath. Her power and speed had increased sixfold, forcing Jinchuru to use more of his power to avoid her. However, it wasn't anything too significant for him, so he was still casually dodging her attacks. But knowing he had to end it, he avoided another attack and slammed his fist into her jaw, dislocating it and knocking her away. This left her dazed. Jinchuru aimed both his arms towards her and unleashed a torrent of cursed flames towards Mizette. Although her consciousness was still present, she was weakened enough that she couldn't avoid the attack aimed at her. As her body was set ablaze, Mizette prayed one last time for her goddess. From the second she started to exist in this world, Nyx was the only thing in her heart, mind, and soul to Mizette. That goddess was her very life, her very being. In this trying time, she called out to herself in her mind, but an answer did not come. For the first time in her short life, a tear fell from her eye as she closed her eyes. As her incinerated body fell to the ground, it was quickly caught by one of Aaron's shadow soldiers. Jinchuru nodded to them before he flew off, and as he did, the shadow soldier was brought to Baru, who was tasked with healing the wounded. After she was healed, Baru applied sleeping magic to her so she wouldn't wake up. Once that was done, the shadow soldiers around him left to follow the other fighters. Behind him, An unknown figure raised their sword and swung it down on him. Baru did not react as another person appeared and parried the sword with their own. "Baru-chan, trust me. I didn't think you wouldn't react at all," said a female. "Zhang Mei-sama, whoever is in DXD or EXC, my king trusts them, and in turn, so will I," replied Baru, never taking an eye off the defeated opponents in front of him. "Fufu, well, I feel a bit more special than," exclaimed the young woman. She slashed her sword at the person in front of her and forced her away. The one who tried to attack Baru was a man with long jet black hair, glowing white eyes, and a three-piece black suit. The weapon of choice he used was a kopis. Zhang Mei lunged towards her opponent and thrust her sword at them. The man dodged the attack and swung his kopis horizontally, aiming for her hips. Zhang Mei used a mix of a Chinese and Japanese-style magic circle to create a small defensive magic circle. Once it blocked the attack, ice began to freeze the blade, forcing the man to abandon it and jump away. "Boo! I hate fast people. Hold her, Zhang Mei." The man didn't react at all, as he stood still while observing the woman. "You're not much of a talker, huh?" "Normally, people don't talk that much in fights," retorted the man. "This ain't movies. Haven't you heard the bad guys just last year? They never shut up." In a sense, Zhang Mei was correct. Many of the terrorists that Aaron and his friends faced last year spoke a substantial amount, some even going into detail on how they would do it. This usually led to their downfall, as it gave his group ample time to defeat them. Unfortunately for Zhang Mei, the man she was fighting was anything but loquacious. He was a man who was disciplined. He did things meticulously, leaving no room for error, but fundamentally, this was one of his shortcomings. Adonis, that was this man's name. He, like Mazet, was a homunculus, an artificial human, but he has been alive longer than Mazet. He was part of the first trials of last year, before the alliance of the evil gods were formed. To abbreviate, he was one of the successful batches of the first trials. Adonis survived harsh training, experiments, and other harrowing things done to him, all to make a powerful homunculus. This almost resembled what they were trying to achieve at the Sigurd Institute, but was fundamentally different, as they weren't trying to create another Siegfried. "You're rather childish. How you managed to survive until today astounds me," he said brusquely. "Am undoubtedly being insulted right now, right?" "Right," she asked, furious at the man. A vein had appeared on her cheek while her lips twitched. Adonis simpered at her, irking Zhang Mei even more. So at an even greater speed, she moved behind him and sent a whirlwind of slashes towards him. Adonis turned around and parried all but one of them and was sliced on the side of his stomach, making him bleed. Surprised by this, he disregarded it as an oddity and retaliated by attacking Zhang Mei too. Using duplication magic on his arm, he relentlessly stabbed his kopis at Zhang Mei, who parried and blocked all of them, further perplexing him. She can keep up with that speed and use of duplication magic? She's more skilled than I thought. Then how about this? Adonis used an innate ability given to him, like many other homunculi. Zhang Mei managed to do all that and injure Adonis even more. She had taken a large chunk of his left arm, right thigh, and a small part of his left cheek. He was shocked, and as Zhang Mei was about to deal her finishing blow, he came back to his senses and blocked the attack using his sword and a magic circle. Adonis was blown away and crashed through several buildings. No, that's Jean Kun's restaurant. Yoo-woo-woo. I'm sorry." Zhang Mei clutched her head and let out a primal scream of despair. To the allies around her, they shot her looks of some sympathy, while others already knew that he would repair it, so they weren't bothered by it. Her enemies, however, were confused by this. Zhang Mei cried authentic tears, confusing them all even more. A burst of white light erupted from the rubble that his sword was instantly shrouded in blood that came out of his wrists. The blood also began to wriggle like tentacles and shoot toward Zhang Mei as he swung his sword at her. The blood hardened and sharpened to the same degree as the blade, and on top of that, he had also used his duplication magic. In Adonis' mind, he was about to win. To him, it was already over. But to his surprise, both his arms were sliced off, and his attack never landed on the woman. He stared blankly at her. The rage and hate he felt had evaporated. Was the difference between us that large? I was created to be powerful. How? Why? Those were the last thoughts of Adonis before Zhang Mei sliced off his head. Adonis' head fell to the ground, as did his body. However, Baru showed up seconds later, surprising her a little. Zhang Mei-sama, my king informed you about keeping them alive? Yes? He asked, startling her. And greed can use the food chain and other abilities that Eren has access to. So using that, Baru reattached Adonis' head and then brought him back to life before using another sleeping spell on him. Great. He'll get going then. That's strange. Yes, it is. Lisa and Eren were still in the same spot as earlier, but Nyx had found them and was floating right in front of them. Beside her were two other subordinates of hers. The other two were part of the remaining Monkai Association. One was a deer yukai, and the other was a bird yukai, falcon. Nyx also tilted her head in confusion. You didn't know about that? She herself was a weirdly deformed hybrid of succubus and Scylla. So if she were to be fed your essence or essence from a powerful source, then she would become even more powerful. A smirk adorned her lips. What did you think she did in the Phantasma? Apart from the typical trails and other ways of gaining power, she used her succubus part quite effectively over there, you know? Eren was aware of that, and the fact that she used her powers like that, it was effective and would let her gain power. It would be idiotic to not abuse it in her case. To Eren Tool, Black Alice was past the point of no return and had become too deranged to be helped. Nyx turned her focus on Lisa, who was still hugging Eren from behind, before frowning at her. Pure? I'm pretty sure not everyone in my harem is pure, and that's such a weird way to label people. Others are allowed to live their lives before meeting me, and also, Ain, Kuroka, Yasaka, Scat-Hack, and Rainier aren't pure by your standards then, but I still love them. So you're fine having sloppy seconds? He asked, snickering. I'm quite pure too, you know. Well, maybe not my heart, but I certainly haven't been with anyone yet, she said and snickered. Eren was surprised by this, but only in the end. That's a pretty degrading way of calling others just because they wanted to live their life. Nyx. The longer you live your life, the less pure or virgins exist, you know? At some point, probably in your 30s, you'll need to get into relationships with single moms with kids. That's the only path left in life for you. If you're lucky with your middle school, high school, or even college romance, then you can talk about marriage with your significant other. But if not, those options that Eren told Nick were the only other options, not that it's a bad thing. I really thought you had higher and better standards than that, Jean Cohen. I guess I was wrong about that, she said, shaking her head displeasedly. She brought her hand up and gestured to him. Well, even if someone else has had you, I can still have you for myself. Although you'll be much more experienced already, that's a plus. Regardless, it'll capture you for myself and make you mine. Get him, you can kill the woman. She's a no use to me. Lisa, it'll take on all of the I refuse to be useless or be a damsel in distress. Am fighting, stated, looking seriously at Eren after letting go of him. What Nyx had said peeved Lisa, and she wasn't going to take the insults lying down. She knew Eren was quite relaxed, and he only had certain triggers, so even if someone shocking everyone there. Lisa blushed as she looked at him in puzzlement. Inching closer, Eren whispered into her ear, Lisa Minnick, you're my woman, and I trust that you'll be able to defeat this primordial goddess. I'm going to temporarily increase your powers so you can fight her. What's your answer? Lisa shivered upon hearing this. Eren then turned her head before kissing her on the lips, further annoying Nyx, who was watching them. For those few seconds, Lisa ignored everything around them and kissed him back. Eren broke their kiss, and Lisa said, I'm expecting you to follow through after this operation. Tolikun, you can't just say that and not expect me to pounce on you afterward. I like my women with a bit of balance. They can be cute one moment and can kill you the next. I think everyone with me more or less has those qualities when the right time arrives. Don't you think? He asked, and Lisa silently agreed with him. Eren, with his right hand still groping Lisa, unleashed her future power levels, and her power surged in the area. With that, you can fight her. He'll take care of her followers. Go kick ass, he said, pecking her cheek before disappearing along with Nyx's subordinates. Purple lightning surged around Lisis as she smiled at the goddess in front of her. At the moment, Nyx shivered too. She felt Lisis' new power and became uneasy. For myself and for my sisters, I won't let you insult us that easily, goddess of the night Chan Lisa said menacingly. Nyx scoffed, accepting the challenge. Ha! A virgin like yourself won't be able to touch me with these clothes on. Even if you just touch me, you'll die. Lisa giggled to herself, but a flash of lightning left her hand. The speed was greater than what Nyx could perceive, and when she finally noticed what happened, Era. What cute nipples you have. Nyx SMA Lisa teased and winked at her. The lightning attack she sent at the goddess wasn't meant to hurt her, but instead destroy the clothing. She had all of the clothing that Nyx wore was now gone. She floated there, naked. Wah! Nyx covered herself with her arms, mortified at what just happened. Normally, she wouldn't be bothered by being naked, but it all happened so suddenly that she instinctively covered herself in response. Why you? Fufu, let's play a bit. Goddess Chan Lisa Minnick was going to enjoy torturing the goddess of night. Come to me, Ingvild. It's me, your father Nehunius Leviathan. The original Leviathan is also here, you know? Come to us. If you do, we can become a family again, along with a few who had hidden themselves in the deepest parts of the underworld until they were approached by the Cow's Order and the original Leviathan herself. Along with them were various humans who could use some magic, but they were mostly there to help convince Ingvild Leviathan to join their side. Among them were Ingvild's friends from 100 years ago and her mother, Veronica. She had the same purple hair and orange eyes as Ingvild. The only difference was that she had short hair and looked much older in appearance than Ingvild. With a pained and beetle-browed look on Ingvild's face, she shook her head. Your words sound hollow and devoid of emotion, Dad. You don't really mean what you say, do you? We have various bombs set up all around Japan, and if you don't, we'll set them off, killing millions. The Citri team, minus Jinchuru, was surprised by this, and Sona contacted Eren immediately. Eren, the original Leviathan and her group. It's fine, Sona. Keep your voice down. I've already dealt with the bombs. I've actually relocated them to some bases that have some of the Cow's Order's ongoing projects, so I'll hit them that way. And don't worry, I've already taken the documents and notes they have on them, elucidated Eren. The rest of the teams heard this and immediately began moving. Sona issued various commands, and Rhea deployed her masks while making them invisible with her demonic power. Once everyone else was ready, Sona nodded. I refuse, Ingvild declared, making the original Leviathan shake her head in disappointment. I see, kill them, ordered Levi then. Someone behind her nodded their head and created a magic circle. But from that magic circle, they only heard silence, and then another magic circle appeared beside that person. Alert! Several of our bases have been hit. The Alliance is attacking. A voice shouted before another explosion occurred, dismissing it. Do you like it? Eren asked through a magic circle that appeared beside the original Leviathan. I used a reverse Uno card on you, and I quite liked it. Anyway, you guys can beat him up now. Subsequently, after declaring that Nehunius, his group, the original Leviathan, and everyone else were separated by a magic circle. We know which group we're dealing with. Go. Sona ordered, and everyone dispersed. He'll be with you, said Valerie. She put a comforting hand on Ingvild's shoulder, and the two smiled at each other. Let's go, replied Ingvild. The two of them flew away, ready to confront her father first. They had teleported him with Ingvild's friends, mother, and other Leviathans that had been in hiding. They were mostly middle to high class in terms of power, but they became cocky after being recruited and still had the mindset of nobles. So they could be exploited if both played their cards right. Once they arrived at the spot where they were teleported, it was near the mountainous side of Kuo. Ingvild saw her father, Nehunius Leviathan, in a fit of rage. He had even struck Ingvild's mother's face, and seconds later, before her own mind had caught up to her, Ingvild had struck her father in the back, blasting him through one of the mountains. She immediately tried to go to her mother, who she saw had not reacted to being hit, and it made her tearful. Mom? Ingvild called out to her mother, but the woman looked at her and shook her head. This was the only confirmation that Ingvild Leviathan needed to know that her mother's soul had already passed on. I see, thank you for telling me. I will free you, I promise." An archaic smile appeared on her face before she held her hand up and fired a magic attack at her. Ingvild slapped it away, knowing that they were being controlled by something or someone. She immediately used a sleeping spell on them, forcing them to sleep. She caught them using her demonic power so as not to let them fall to the ground, and she laid them down gently. "It'll take care of the other Leviathans. You can face your dad, all right?" suggested Valerie. "I'll also look after these guys. Nothing will happen to them. Trust me," she added, pumping her fist enthusiastically. "Thank you, Valerie," replied Ingvild before hugging her and flying towards where she had hit her father. Once she found him, she saw that he had dislocated his arm, but was in the process of fixing it, and he was screaming the whole time. He finally looked up and saw Ingvild floating in the sky with her devil wings, and he scowled at her. "You ungrateful piece of shit. You're only alive because I was frisky one night, and the consequence of that is you. An abomination like you and that brat Vala Lucifer should not exist." He hissed at her. Ingvild was unequivocally hurt by his words. She had her suspicions about his personality. Ingvild, during her free time after being rescued by Aaron, searched the underworld's internet and various places for information about her father. The things she found were not a lot, but the things that were available made it sound like he wasn't a kind or accepting man. He was of the mindset of the old noble devils, and he wanted it to stay that way. He did not support the current Satan's government, and that was one of the reasons for his disappearance. Nehunius Leviathan brought out his wings and floated up. A demonic aura enveloped his body as he belligerently stared at his own daughter. "Even if you did come to our side, we would have killed you right away and extracted your sacred gear from you, as well as our clan's ability. It's a waste on a thing like you," he sneered. "Do you only have hate inside of you? No one in this world is asked to be born. We are only conceived because of our parents, and we're then forced to live. Did you not have a chance to take my life when I was a child? Why didn't you?" inquired Ingvild. "I had better things to do. You were an afterthought to me. You didn't matter, and you don't, to an extent. We just need your powers, and once we have them, we'll be done with you." The demonic aura around his body began to change color. It quickly turned lime green, and he immediately pointed his arm towards Ingvild before a snake-like dragon shot out from his arm. It came to life as it wriggled its way towards Ingvild, who in turn created water serpents and countered the lime-green snake dragon. A small explosion resulted because of the clash, blowing apart the mountainside around them. Once the eruption subsided, both father and daughter were unharmed, but Nehunius arrogantly smiled at her. "Do you see this?" he asked while letting the lime-green aura enshroud his body. "This is an artificially created version of the sea serpent of the end after analyzing it from our ancestor, Ingvild. However, unlike the natural ones we had, this was modified by them, giving it some corrosive properties." He pointed his right arm at a nearby tree, and after a small lime-green water bullet hit the tree, it immediately corroded it away. It didn't stop there, as it also began to corrode the ground until Nehunius stopped it. He smiled at her and said, "Don't you see how powerful it can become? But of course, it will always be called artificial. And I don't like that. That's why I wish to gain yours. Once I have it, the sacred gear can go to Leviathan Sama, and all of us will be happy. Why are you so obsessed with my powers?" she asked, genuinely confused. "It's not like these ever gave me a peaceful childhood or life, so why?" A hybrid like Ingvild already had to face many challenges as she grew up in her coastal home in the human world in Europe. A devil who could live more lifetimes than her human peers. Her dormant sacred gear that would be labeled as a new Longinus in the future, and her devil clan's trait. To her, to the supernatural, hybrids are usually looked down upon in most of their factions or pantheons as they aren't natural. Akino Himejima being exiled, Inae's isolation, and Ingvild being hidden away from the underworld because of being a hybrid and being of the Leviathan bloodline. I was my generation's failure. While I was charismatic, good-looking, and could do anything else, I did not have a good demonic pool or was blessed with our clan's trait, the sea serpent of the end, and that's what all our relatives at the time wanted. To them, that's all that mattered, so I started researching, and one day a miracle came. The cow's order and the original Leviathan's idea finished Ingvild, and her father laughed while agreeing with her. Yes, if I have that, I will gain respect amongst our hidden family. Not every Leviathan that showed up today is all of them. Many are still hidden like many other progenitors and devil families. There are many clans that are thought to be extinct, but they're simply living in the underworld shadows, waiting for a time to re-emerge. He said proudly. Ingvild didn't know what to think, but for what she could tell after their short conversation and meeting, the man in front of her, the person she so desperately wanted to connect with just a year ago, was subhuman at best. Ingvild brought her right hand up and immediately conjured an enormous water dragon. It was around the size of the Empire State Building, and it slowly wrapped itself around her. Her father was shocked by the sudden change in her demeanor. As she prepared to attack him, a certain memory flashed in her mind. It was of the day before this operation. In Aaron Toole's home, the man himself was in his office, going over documents for his restaurant and preparing for the operation that was going to happen the next day. As he did this, the door to his office opened, and in came Ingvild. Aaron, it's something quick. Do you have time? She asked. Sure thing, In. What's up? Ingvild trotted over to him, and he made a chair for her to sit on. Once she sat down, she looked at her hands and started to fiddle with them. When she looked up, Aaron sat there, patiently waiting for her. If my dad isn't a good person, is there any chance of him redeeming himself? Or rehabilitation? She asked. Aaron did his best at keeping a straight face, but it seemed that Ingvild saw her answer through his facial expression. He'll take that as a no. Then, she said dejectedly, is he that bad? Aaron closed his eyes for a few seconds before opening them again and looking at the ceiling. He sighed and then looked back at Ingvild. Some people can be rehabilitated and some can redeem themselves. Forcing those who can't is like trying to have a conversation with a wall. They won't ever talk back. Your father is like that. No matter how hard you attempt to change him, it never works. I'm sorry, he explained and then apologized. It would be better if you found out yourself, Ingvild. I'll finish my fights as soon as I can tomorrow and join you. But it's fine. I know what you mean. We've seen both scenarios play out, right? The kangaroo Yukai managed to turn his life around and join our side, while Leon and the exiled members of the 5 principal clans, with the exception of Etsudara-san, managed to do what they didn't, she said and sighed again. Thank you. Ingvild got up from her seat and made her way out of the room. She would have wanted a different scenario to happen to her father, but she knew that Aaron wouldn't lie to her about that. Ingvild began to hum a small melody that began to empower her own water dragon, which she had created using her clan's power. A small blue aura covered the dragon, and she stared at her dad with a solemn expression. I would have liked to say, it was nice meeting you, Dad, but it seems like that won't ever come true. Goodbye, she said sorrowfully. Ingvild then ordered her water dragon to charge her father, who in turn created his own lime-green corrosive dragon that was only 15 meters in size. It was like comparing a giant to an ant. It almost looked comical from a distance. Valerie Teeps stood in front of numerous members of the Leviathan clan who had been in hiding. They were of both sexes and were arrogantly smirking at her. They had been hidden for so long that they were unaware of the full might of DXD, EXC, and Aaron Toole's companions. So when Valerie created small blood-shaped daggers around her, they began to cackle in laughter at her attack. Consequently, because they were looking down on her, once Valerie commenced her attacks and instantly incapacitated a large portion of them. That was when the laughter stopped and looks of horror began to appear on all their faces. As they fell, they began to retaliate and they fired their own attacks. However, with Valerie being superior to them in every way, their weak demonic power and their lousy use of the sea serpent of the end, Valerie made quick work of them. She didn't kill them, as they were going to be imprisoned in the underworld, especially the devils, but many of them were going to be experimented on to see if the Alliance could replicate their abilities. Valerie continued her onslaught when her attacks were suddenly stopped and she was forced to jump away from them. When she looked back at who had stopped her, it was a woman with long, wavy dark green hair, orange eyes, and a noble's dress. This is as far as you go, Cretan, she said, and she pointed her fan at Valerie. See, Cretan? Valerie repeated, confused by the strange insult. The woman in question did not speak another word and began creating purple water dragons and launching them forward at Valerie at a rapid pace. However, her assault didn't end there, as she began creating different demonic circles around Valerie and firing elemental attacks through them too, forcing her to block them with her own defensive magic circles. The woman began to laugh as all of this began to automatically repeat without her input. She put her fan over her mouth and continued to gaggle at her, slightly annoying Valerie. I, the elegant and beautiful Enukshi Leviathan, will be the one to take down this vampire, she announced, and the remaining conscious Leviathans were clapping and cheering for her. Valerie was already used to this cult-like mentality, so she decided to rain on their parade by creating small blood bullets and shooting down all the attacks and magic circles that Enukshi Leviathan had created, surprising them. I would like it if you didn't underestimate me. I was tasked with bringing all of you back alive, so I'm holding back quite a bit, explained Valerie as she dusted herself. Ho ho ho. Bold words from a weak Valerie rammed her fist into Enukshi's stomach before she could continue speaking and punched her through several buildings, destroying them subsequently. The shockwave created by Valerie's punch also knocked away and knocked out more devils around her. Valerie looked at her fist and sighed. In becoming more violent. I don't want to be, though, but if I'm forced to, then so be it. After waiting for a few seconds, Valerie expected the woman to come back to her, but she never did. The other Leviathans weren't moving either, so she walked in the direction she had sent her opponent and found the other Leviathans knocked unconscious. Some were even dead, which astounded her. Once she arrived at the location, what she saw surprised her even more. She found Enukshi writhing on the ground while crying. Why you hit me too? Heart hurts, she said in between sobs. I just wanted to do this for Papa and Mama. When Valerie saw this, she felt a wave of guilt hit her, but at the same time, she was forced to do it since she was attacked by her with the intent to kill. She arrived beside her, and Enukshi didn't try to attack her. She momentarily glanced at her before continuing to cry. Why did your parents tell you to do this? Answer my questions, and I'll heal you, she said while sternly looking at Enukshi, who whimpered in response. They said if we were in good favor of the original Levi, and, well, rise up in the underworld again, Mama and Papa always ignored me. So when they asked me to do this, I instantly agreed, she shamefully explained. A child looking for the approval and love of her parents after Valerie heard that. She felt even more pity for the girl, as she only did it out of her own naive desperation. She may have seen herself as arrogant, but maybe that was also an act. She only wanted her parents' love and attention after all. Poor thing, Valerie thought. She reached out to Enukshi and summoned the anti-magic handcuffs she had before putting them on her. After that, she summoned her Sephiroth Grawl. From it, a sparkling white liquid came out of the cup, and it was poured on Enukshi's stomach, which began to heal it. Both watched as the injuries sustained by the Leviathan descendant vanished. Normally, Sephiroth Graal's healing rate would be inferior to Twilight healing and wouldn't help recover stamina. But after the war, Valerie approached Aaron about upgrading and improving the sacred gear, which he agreed to since he didn't want Valerie to suffer any side effect from using it when she does decide to. Healing. This was greatly improved, and with enough training and usage, Valerie could match Asia's own healing rate and powers. Resurrection. Used a few times by the cow's order to bring back the dead, Valerie will no longer be affected by its negative effects, although she never uses it or has found herself in a situation where she needs to. Weakness reduction. This was changed to weakness removal. Much like what Aaron did to his friends, Valerie has the power to remove the weaknesses from others, so devils not weakened by light or dragons by dragon-slaying magic or weapons. Youth inducement. Valerie can use the Sephiroth Grawl as power over life to restore the youth of living beings. In canon, this was shown when she restored an 87-year-old Vasco Strata's aging body back to his physical prime of his 50s. However, the culprit behind Vasco Strata's de-aging was Aaron in this world. Is there anyone other than Leviathan that's notably strong? Valerie asked the now sad-looking girl. To anyone looking on at the two, It seemed like a mother scolding her daughter as Anukshi hugged her knees with her handcuffed hands and nodded her head. After a short sniffle, she said, there are 6 more Leviathans that I think are powerful. They've boasted about being ultimate class in power. This doesn't include Ingvald Leviathan's father. 6 more Leviathans. There are a lot more of you guys than I would have imagined, muttered Valerie. She touched her transceiver and informed the rest of the Alliance about the 6 ultimate class Leviathans. As I said, we were mostly in the shadows of the underworld. Any devil that doesn't want to associate with the current underworld will hide in the deepest and furthest corners of the underworld. Those places are full of powerful and wild demonic beasts and animals, so no normal devil will go there, explained Anukshi. I wouldn't be surprised if there were some extinct household that were still around and were just hiding in the corners of the underworld, waiting, getting stronger, or just simply living a quiet life, she added. Valerie nodded her head and said, "I'm going to bring you to our drop-off zone. Behave, all right? I will put in a word for you, so you won't be punished too severely." Hopefully scared, Anukshi agreed and was silently transported away by the damper. She looked around and flew towards the giant water serpent she saw in the distance. Elsha, one of the previous strongest female red dragon emperors, floated in the sky beside a new member of EXE she hadn't seen before, but was mentioned in passing by Aaron, Ravel, and Valerie at some point. "I didn't think you would join EXE, Zoria-sama. What made you want to?" asked Elsha as they stared at the various opponents in front of them, one of them being the ultimate class Leviathans. Sporting a blush on her face, Zoria admitted, "The fake red dragon empress and a Slavic goddess? I never heard of you, so you must be weak. Gods who have no followers will be weaker or stop existing," said the male Leviathan arrogantly. He had long, dark green hair with purple highlights and pink eyes, and like the other nobles, he had noble attire that made him stand out from the rest. He held a cane in one hand and pointed it at Elsha and Zoria. From the cane came several water bullets that were a mix of green and purple. Elsha smiled at this and countered them using magic as she sent her own elemental attacks towards them, creating a small explosion in the middle. Zoria let her black and white orbs loose, and they quickly blew small holes in the weaker opponents. After her attack, it only left a few more followers of the male Leviathan, as they managed to avoid her attacks. Zoria was not a goddess that fought. She may have had the power to, but she never formally trained or developed techniques that would be suitable for combat. What she used just now was made up on the spot, and she wasn't sure if they would work or if she had used enough power to create them to deal damage. One could say that the goddess Zoria was experimenting in her first ever battle, which was reckless, but Elsha didn't know that, so she paid it no mind. "Balance break," Elsha shouted and donned the boosted gear scale mail. She immediately flew towards the male Leviathan and threw a barrage of punches at him. The man blocked a number of Elza's attacks, but a few of her punches landed on his body, irritating and hurting him. However, to her surprise, he wasn't knocked away like she thought. He retaliated by attempting to hit her with his cane, but to no avail. But Elsha noticed that it had demonic aura coating it, making it sharper, harder, and more durable than normal canes. She boosted once and sent another round of punches at the man, mixing in some bravado and dragon shots, which forced the man to use all his power just to avoid the majority of them, but still ended up being struck by a few of the attacks. This time, while he didn't get blown away again, he was injured to the point of bleeding. Seeing this, the man flew away, but Elsha gave chase while grinning at him. When he stopped, he thought he was away from her, but when he looked up, he saw a red-armored fist coming to his face. It flung him to the ground, causing him to black out momentarily. When he regained consciousness, he saw Elsha flying towards him with the visage of a dragon around her body made of flames. Panicking, he quickly got up and jumped out of the way. The man knelt down and clutched his stomach. He was confused, but when he checked his body more thoroughly, he noticed some of his internal organs and joints were damaged enough to weaken him to this state. She primarily targeted her opponent's weak points, weakening them further until they were helpless in front of her, and that's how she killed them. "This," he said as blood came out of his mouth, forcing him to cover it with his hand. This can't be happening. I'm an ultimate class devil. How can I be beaten by a human? Elsha cocked a brow and said, "You don't listen to people or anything, do you?" "Well, I already knew that since I came across a few snobbed devils like you in my lifetime. You were probably hiding in the edges of the underworld, huh? It doesn't matter anymore. DXD says hi." Elsha stomped on his head, knocking him out. She then cuffed him with anti-magic cuffs before dragging him away. When she looked back, she saw that Zoria had finished defeating the others with them. "You did good for an amateur," said Elsha. "I was never a fighter, but I wanted to be useful for once. I didn't want to be stuck in my pantheon anymore," too, mumbled Zoria. "They'll help you. Actually, they're more qualified people in our home, so we'll introduce you to them, and you can get stronger that way. Anyway, that's 5 out of the 6 defeated. We'll bring this one back. You can go join another group of defeat some on your own. It'll join you once I'm done," said Elsha. Zoria noiselessly nodded before evoking a Slavic-style magic circle. A circular-shaped silver gun appeared in her hand and flew away. As Elsha watched her go, she had one thought. She uses a gun? When Elsha arrived at the drop-off zone, it was just one of the roads that led out of Kuo. She found one of the members of DXD with a female. "Hey, is that another Leviathan?" she asked. Her comrade nodded. "Yes, she is Elsha-san. Her name's Inukshi. Valerie Sama defeated her not too long ago." "I assume that's another?" "Yep, but I don't know their name, but their power was around an ultimate class devil. So he's probably part of the 6, she explained. Inukshi looked at the man and nodded. "That's Runner Leviathan. He had supposedly vanished a long time ago. I believe that is what the modern devils of the underworld call us." "I mean him," she replied, awkwardly. Elsha shrugged, plopped the still unconscious man onto the magic circle, and teleported him away. She then looked at Inukshi before she said, "Keep her here for now. She may be able to give us information about the other Leviathans that we bring in, right?" "Why, yes. I know the remaining 5, well as they tried to court me. Runner was the most arrogant of them all and held himself in high regard. So he never wanted to waste time on a whore like me, is what he told me," answered Inukshi. "Tell me." "Ill-inform the rest," demanded Elsha, and Inukshi began her explanation. "Ugh. Why are we being targeted?" Ine screamed in aggravation. "She and a few hybrids in DXD are being targeted by the remnants of the Monkai Association. We have to abide by their requests." Chiron flew beside him and patted his shoulder. "It's okay. Gaspy. We can still break their bones." That's not what I meant," Kaneko-chan responded Gasper. "While he thinks it would be easier to kill them, and he knew that Azazel had told him to even leave them in a vegetated state, he would have preferred to not be so gentle with them. He had defeated a few yukais and monsters already, but he had to lower his power. Otherwise, he would have unintentionally killed them. There were other hybrids within DXD and even EXC that were on this mission and being targeted too. They worked together to stave off the remaining members of the Monkai Association. But ho-ho? So that's the Priestess of Thunder and Light? Asked a monster. Indeed. The other is Gasper Baylor and the Loudmouth Ine. Why do I have such a lame epithet? What is this shit? Ine snapped and screamed at them. Loudmouth? How am I a loudmouth? Rias, who was nearby, put a hand on her shoulder. Ine, you're technically being loudmouthed right now. Ine's mouth hung open, shocked by what she said. The 2 monsters that had come here to take the hybrids were silently staring at them. The one on the right was a dark-skinned, handsome young man with long, neck-length hair, dark skin, and muscle-bound arms and chest. He also had spiky fingernails and small scale-like blades on each hand. He wore a black sleeveless, collared shirt with black, slime-like highlights and a short tie. He also wore matching straps tied around his forearms, black pants, and shoes. The one on the left was a massive, extremely muscular beast who shares many characteristics with a shark, but also vastly resembles a lizard man in both build and posture. One of his most notable traits are his massive, long arms, each sporting an arched backwards, fin-like bladed protrusion on the outer side, paired with his somewhat small legs. He wore a dark brown, open-sleeved shirt. He wore loose, whitish-brown pants, possessing prominent dark hems, with an orange-brown band circling his waist, alongside simple brown shoes, with darker toe boxes extending in a stripe towards the ankle. "What do you think, Curlew?" asked the dark-skinned young man as he eyed Aquino and Gasper. "The only one we need to be cautious about is the Princess of Gremory. Apart from that, we can withstand them enough to leave after we obtain the ones we are after," Jinzel replied Curlew. Without another word to each other, they disappeared. The monster named Jinzel, the dark-skinned man, had appeared beside Aquino and Gasper and was in the process of grabbing them both. The other one, Curlew, had begun grabbing at Ine too, but both were prevented by Yumi, who summoned Graham and swung her sword at Curlew, slicing his hand off and blasting him away. Aquino and Gasper simultaneously used their powers of holy lightning and darkness to repel Jinzel. Gasper was the one to slice a chunk of his cheek off, and Aquino had delivered a powerful zap, leaving him badly hurt. Both of them had backed away after failing to kidnap their targets. "I cannot feel anything down below," said Jinzel as he looked between his legs with a pained expression. "My condolences. Although you should be aware that you are missing a chunk of your face, certain activities may be impossible for you going forward," said Curlew. "Are you okay, Ine?" asked Yumi while glaring at the two assailants. "Yeah, it'll destroy them for giving me such a lame nickname," she shouted, light and Tuki pouring out of her body. To the Gremory team, it was a strange motivation, but as long as it worked for the girl, they didn't mind. "Ryusne-san, let us deal with them. They insulted us, so we should face them," said Yumi. Gasper, Aquino, and Ine agreed. Ryus looked at her team, and they also agreed to this. "Very well. But remember, take them alive. The Alliance wishes to use them," she replied, and then pointed at the two monsters. "Go!" The subordinates of Nyx and the two Yukais were battling Aaron Toole, but in reality, he was just analyzing their powers and storing them in his memory to use later. The gangster-looking subordinate of Nyx made Tommy guns of darkness and fired bullets of magic and darkness out of them. The other, who looked like a Catholic priest, used his staff to support the others, as he mainly used healing through his darkness, which Aaron found interesting, an enhancement from darkness. The two female Yukai, the Deer and Falcon, used their innate abilities together and had next to perfect synchronization with each other. The Deer Yukai had abnormally powerful physical strength that she used with her Tuki and unique martial arts. The Falcon was more versatile as she had used her innate wind abilities, Tuki, and Yujitsu. She was also well-versed in hand-to-hand combat thanks to her fellow Yukai, helping her train in it. However, with all those combined, they couldn't touch or do any real damage to Aaron, which is why all of them grew frustrated. The priest created large blades of darkness before sending them to Aaron. He summoned his Ascalon and deflected and parried the attacks, but at the same time, he solidified the blades of darkness and quickly used them to construct a chair for himself and sat on it. He placed his right arm on the armrest and his fist on his cheek and stared at them, bored. "Are you fucking with us?" the gangster subordinate asked, his eyes twitching in annoyance. The rest were too stunned to speak about what they just saw. "What do you mean?" Aaron asked, summoning a bag of chips, and he began eating them. Even more annoyed, the gangster began firing even more rounds of bullets at Aaron, but they were all stopped by his infinity. Aaron wanted to fuck with him a bit more, but when he felt a surge of power and looked in a certain direction, he saw an enormous water serpent the size of the Empire State Building and knew it was time to end it. It was fun while it lasted. "We'll see each other in the future," he said before vanishing. Each of them felt a mind-numbing punch to the stomach, knocking the wind out of them. At the same time, they felt something being sealed from inside of them as they all fell to the ground. Nothing softened their impact, so the Falcon Yukai broke one of her wings and the Deer Yukai broke one of her legs. The two subordinates of Nyx managed to save themselves by using their surroundings to lessen the impact, although they were still hurt by it. "I can't flee, even with my wings, WWHY?" asked the Falcon Yukai. She jumped up, flapping her wings, but was unable to do so. The rest of them began to try to use their powers, but none were successful. Aaron didn't elaborate, and he began to gather them up while tying them with anti-magic ropes. As he dragged them one way with his eyes closed, he heard the priest ask him a certain question, which surprised him. Dual Dragon Emperor, what is it that you desire the most right now? Aaron stopped in his tracks, looked back at the priest, and opened his eyes. He had many things that he wanted to be done, but the priest's question was for now and not the future. So he took a deep breath and declared, I've been thinking about Lavinia, Denu, Velgrind, and finally Rosweiss. But at this very moment, Suzaka Himejima is on my mind. All of their faces morphed into confused ones. They had no idea what to say or how to react to this strange confession of the middleman. The priest simply shook his head and sighed before looking at the ground in front of him. However, the two female yukais were staring right past him, which perplexed him. So he turned around and saw Suzaku Himejima there, smiling at him and blushing. I can explain, he told her. Those kinds of things are left for our private times, Aaron. I know you are the Epee Dragon, but please keep your desires inside of you, okay? Stated Suzaku. Yeah, I understand, he replied. They asked me, though, but I did just blurt it out, and I rarely do it. He quickly joined her, and they started walking away. I'm going to go to Ingvild. What brought you here? He asked. I will take them. Take care of Ingvild, Suzaku told Aaron. I will. Aren't you going to ask for our names? What about our reason for maybe another time? Replied Aaron to the gangster, who looked befuddled by the whole scenario. He turned back to Suzaku as they shared a quick kiss, making the others there whine again before they went their separate ways. He looked back at a certain spot and saw large waves of darkness and purple lightning striking each other. He trusted Lisa would win, so he kept going. He quickly arrived at the spot where Ingvild was, and Aaron also spotted Valerie with her. The serpent that she had made began to slowly turn red as Valerie's blood manipulation began to combine with it. It acted like armor for it. The man it was directed towards was Nihinius Leviathan, Ingvild's father, and at that very moment, he had a look of trepidation in his eyes. That man knew he was going to die in the worst-case scenario, and at best, be injured but still alive. Ada. She believed that the magic that the woman was using was inferior, but none of her attacks could bypass it. So she started to believe that it wasn't magic, but something else. Earlier, when Aaron groped Lisa and unleashed her power, he granted her new powers that would work well with her. Her epithet, Purple Rose, was given to her because of her lightning magic's unique color purple. Aaron had granted that to her earlier, the innate ability to use a form of purple lightning. Along with her new but temporary power-up, Lisa stood above Nyx, so she simply used her brute strength to play around with the primordial goddess. I don't only rely on my darkness, you know, replied the goddess as Greek-style magic circles appeared all around them. Various elemental attacks began to ceaselessly shoot from them towards Lisa. She winked at Nyx, confusing her. Seconds later, as the attacks were about to hit Lisa, she poked the air in front of her, negating the magic attacks that were aimed at her. She did this with all her attacks, eventually targeting the magic circles with her lightning and destroying them. We're back to square one, aren't we? Remarked Lisa, further provoking Nyx. Nyx sighed and said, very well. I acknowledge you. Nevertheless, keep in mind that this isn't your power, it's borrowed power. Can you really be proud of that? Lisa laughed while waving her hand at Nyx. Aaron said that this is just my power in the future, meaning I will have access to it. Right now, he simply gave me access to it to defeat you. So in a way, you're wrong. The goddess of night gave up. No matter how she tries to antagonize the magician in front of her, a strange mist formed around Nyx, her darkness mixing with it. Both powers began to dance around Nyx's body as she looked at it briefly before shifting her attention back to Lisa. I don't know what this power is, but Promestine said that it would help me. Truthfully speaking, I'm quite scared of it, but it would make this whole game more fun, right? She rhetorically asked the woman in front of her. A powerful eruption was created when both Nyx's darkness and white mist collided near her stomach. It created an even more powerful aftershock that pushed Lisa away and even decimated the surrounding area. Once it ended, Lisa looked back at the center of it and found Nyx in some kind of new form. Her long black hair had changed into a mix of black and white mist. Her pointy ears were also protected by the darkness and mist, and her new dress had turned into a long checkered one with cloud and mist designs all over it. Her height also increased, as did the size of her breasts. Finally, her blue eyes had begun to glow, and her pupils had turned into small cloud shapes. Lisa became uneasy. She began to regret her decision to play with the goddess of night, but she couldn't take it back now and had to face this new power of hers. Nyx smiled at Lisa before she felt a tap on her back. When she quickly turned around, Nyx was there with her fist already going towards her. In quick succession, Lisa cloaked her body in purple lightning, repelling the fist of the primordial goddess away and even leaving a small burn mark on her hand. Even Nyx was surprised by this, as her eyes transiently widened, but they went back to their normal size as she vanished again and appeared further away from Lisa. "Nyx-sama, may you explain to me what this is?" Lisa asked, trying to remain casual and calm. Amused by this, Nyx complied. "As I said, I don't know what it is, but am led to believe that it came from the Phantasma. Both the Eevee and Phantasma left us with some items from their universe, but since we didn't know how they would work, we never really touched them, well, until now." Nyx made the white mist dance around her body again. She looked at it affectionately before dismissing it. This was the result, although Erebus did force me to undergo this experiment with the reason of ITLL, make your prank even funnier. I knew it was bullshit, but I just went with it. I'm unsure if this form is good or not. What Nyx didn't know was that this form would kill her. Her body was incompatible with it. The mist came from a planet that was conquered by the Phantasma in their own universe long ago, and it has been maintained by a certain Umbra. He willingly gave them this because he thought it would be mirthful. He didn't care for others and only cared for himself, much like many of the members of the Phantasma. Although he only gave them a weak mist from the planet, as there were many more powerful mists on that planet. Some could even be classified as God class or God grade. Depending on the individual it is merged with, different effects and powers will be born from that merge, some amplifying that individual's overall powers, some changing them completely, some combining and mixing, like Nyx, or some killing them before the merge is complete. The Chaos Order and Promestine were informed of this to a degree, but weren't given the details of how to proceed with the merge, so they were left to their own devices once communication between them was cut by Aaron. Left with no instructions, the researchers and scientists of the Chaos Order did what they could and managed to merge it with Nyx, allowing her to take on this new form. Because of her status as a primordial goddess, her body wouldn't be destroyed right away, even after they merged her in the incorrect way. The correct way was to merge it with her soul first, then her body. The mist would find the compatible power for the host. It would either amplify, mix, create something new, or do something else. After that, it would assimilate to the rest of her body. Of course, this is under the assumption it didn't kill the host after attempting to merge with their soul. However, the Chaos Order merged it with her body first. Then it made its way into Nyx's soul. Even if she survived it initially, it would slowly corrode her soul once it finally caught up to her. Even now, Nyx felt strange, but didn't know why. Nyx was living on borrowed time. The only way for her to survive was if Aaron or Azathoth intervened. Is that so? While I, as Lisa, was about to say something, she suddenly received information about Nyx's powers. She was surprised by this, but once she understood the goddess' predicament, she couldn't say what she wanted to say. Erebus and the other gods who allowed this to happen did not know of the consequences. They were fooled by Phaedra, one of the Umbra. Lisa silently listened to Kuntuar's explanation and nodded to herself. Her fight with the goddess of night had become a bit easy and complicated, yet she was determined to defeat and save her. Fufa, let's make this fun then. Nyx-sama. Along with the information she received from Kuntuar, she also learned more about her new powers. Lisa's lightning began to crackle around her body, and it began to form armor around her shoulders, legs, and waist. Beside her, a translucent purple grimoire formed from her lightning. Her signature hat also grew in size and discharged small bolts of lightning from it. Well, I expected this, but I didn't think you would use a new form too, female magician, said Nyx, amused by this whole interaction. It just makes it fun, responded Lisa. They momentarily glared at each other before a burst of darkness. White mist and purple lightning rippled from the vicinity. Ugh, I don't like fighting, but I have to do it, right? Yoimiya yelled in frustration. She used a bow and fired fire and explosion arrows towards her assailants. Yes, we live here after all, replied Kuki Shinobu. She had several kunai around the area that glowed yellow and purple while releasing lightning from them. Eren had offered to move them to his home for the duration of the mission, but both of them declined. They told him that since they were living here and were part of the supernatural, as well as in debt to him, they wanted to fight together with DXD, even if they weren't full-fledged members. Prior to today, Eren brought them both to his home and underwent 4 years of training in his training facility with the help of several people. Yoimiya received training and mentoring from Artemis and others who were competent with a bow. She was also helped with learning Tuki, some martial arts training, and mastering the magic she knew. Kuki Shinobu was trained in hand-to-hand combat, along with the use of her magic and innate lightning powers. She already had the use of Tuki thanks to Ito's constant use of it. She learned it from it, but she was still tasked with mastering it, which she managed to do in just 4 years. These two weren't helpless by any means, but they weren't super powerful as they walked the line of ultimate-class powered devils. However, they weren't alone, as 2 members of EXE were with them, assisting them. One of them was a short male with short green hair with a side fringe. His green eyes darted around the area as he made calculations with his superior processing speed. One of his innate abilities was that he was essentially a human computer, able to process things at a much faster speed than others. That wasn't his only ability, as he was also born with a sacred gear. It was quite rare, as it was an independent avatar type. Zastrigaptenidites, or Icy Penguin King. As the name implies, it gives its user the ability to manipulate ice and water to a certain degree. The avatar itself can fight on its own without its wielder's input. The young boy in question was Alvar Rosario, a half-Icelandic, half-American boy. Alvar pointed toward an opponent of theirs and said, "Waddles 2 on the left and 1 on the right, it'll take care of the 3 in the middle, go." The sacred gear, now named Waddles, leapt up and began to rapidly spin around, unleashing torrents of sharp water and ice blades. The unsuspecting opponents were pierced and injured by the attack, but 4 of them managed to avoid it. Alvar himself created giant balls of ice and then launched them towards his opponents. Some became confused by his trajectory because there was no one at those locations. In his hand was a glowing handgun, and on his other was a glowing yellow circlet. "Keep it up, Alvar-chan," he shouted before snickering. "Don't call me that," retorted the young boy. In reality, Alvar was only 12 and already part of this life. He lost his parents at a young age and was taken in by, luckily, a magician who wasn't part of any organization but wasn't too self-obsessed or psychotic. He was taught many things by the man, who became a father figure for him, and once he was 12, he set out to make a name for himself. In a way, it was the happy ending that Lavinia Rennie should have gone with Glinda, but didn't. However, as Alvar was still quite young, his body wasn't that strong, even if he applied enhancement magic to it, so he had to rely on his brains, wits, and sacred gear to survive. The man who called him that was in his late 20s. He aimed his glowing gun at his enemies and fired a single bullet. One of them was struck, but it didn't kill him. However, his bullet pierced through their bodies and kept moving. Using his circlet, he controlled it to go back to the target and hit him repeatedly before he controlled it to pierce the target's head. Roscoe Newman, or Gun God, a common sacred gear that he mastered and evolved over the course of his lifetime and involvement in the supernatural, which started around the age of 15. Zachary Graham didn't have a difficult upbringing. He was an American through and through, and he found it ironic that he was born with a sacred gear that was related to a gun. He found it even more funny when he saw a certain man in the tournament with a sacred gear called Gunbirth, and they were also related to the USA. However, Zachary was what you would call a troubled teen. He acted out in his early teens until his 14th birthday, when he encountered the supernatural. That was when his sacred gear activated, forcing him into the supernatural. Zachary loved it, though, as his troubled side was allowed to let off steam during this time. And even when he was close to dying multiple times, he pulled through, became stronger, and calmed down over the years. Now, he's just someone who teases people on a regular basis, but doesn't take it too far and knows when to stop. In a way, he's the fun uncle at family gatherings that you want to talk to and hang out with, since he will give you alcohol. He landed beside Yoimiya and patted her head. "Lil girlie, you don't seem like the fighter type. Why are you fighting here?" asked Zachary. "It's my new home. I'm obviously going to defend it also. It's to repay DXD and Jean." Yoimiya shouted back, smacking his hand away and firing another round of flaming arrows. "I have the same reasons," Shinobu replied behind him. "Whoa, I didn't even sense you. Are you two sisters from different mothers or something?" he asked, looking at the two. Yoimiya and Shinobu looked at one another, then at Zachary. "No," they said simultaneously. Alvar also landed near them and yelled, "Stop relaxing. We still have 5 ultimate-class Leviathans out there, in green and white noble dress." She also carried a flag with the symbol of the Leviathan on it behind her. With an egoistic smile on her face, she declared, "Members of the DXD Alliance, today you shall perish, for once we are finished with you. Our next goal is the underworld and the current government. What's with old devils and wanting power all the time? I've fought a few low-class devils, and some of them just want power for themselves, which is fine, but nobles always want to control the underworld. What's up with that? Isn't that, exhausting?" Surprised by his knowledge. "You're just stupid," retorted the young man. This annoyed Zachary, and he was about to squeeze Alvar's head out of annoyance, but Shinobu stopped him. "We can ban her later, but right now, we need to band together and defeat her. If she's truly an ultimate-class devil, then this will be a difficult battle for us," she told him. Alvar chuckled. "It will only be difficult if we're stupid about it. You 3, attack them for the next minute," he ordered. "Why a minute?" Yoimiya asked. Alvar smirked. "That all the time I need to analyze their power, tactics, and personal tics. Once I'm done, they'll tell you our plan to beat them. But do everything in your power to expose everything about them, annoy them. Force them to dodge strange attacks, do it for a minute go." They didn't question the young man and began their assault on the female Leviathans group. "I am Julia Leviathan." Her speech was cut short when a bullet flew past her cheek, drawing blood. She glared at Zachary, who had fired the bullet, and he stuck his tongue out at her. "Vermin like you don't deserve to live in our new world, kill him." The various monsters and yokai flew towards the small 4-man team. Alvar stayed on the ground as the other 3 began their attack. Zachary smirked and fired multiple shots towards the yokai, who avoided them, but some were hit once he took control of his bullets. He also added some duplication magic from a distance, multiplying his bullets and injuring more of them while missing more too. TCH, so I do need my balance breaker to have better control of more than 3 bullets. Julia Levi then watched this with dissatisfaction. She had asked if she could handpick the members she was set to order, but was told no, since they didn't have many members left in the Monkai Association because of Black Alice's defeat earlier in the month. This left Julia with subpar to useless subordinates that she had the displeasure of working with. Although she tried to make them train or become stronger, it was all for naught since they were next to useless, and today, they only proved more of their incompetence. She raised her arm and began to create numerous 8-foot-tall water serpents and other creatures. "If they're this incompetent, then I'll just have to kill them. I can feel it. They're weaker than me," she said and smirked. "I want this to be done already, so I can go get Anakshi. I have yet to conquer her Fufu." Julia Leviathan swung both ways and would do it with both, leaving her group mostly injured or dead. This confused her, but she didn't think too deeply about it and unloaded her water monsters on them. But to her surprise, once her attacks got closer to them, they instantly froze. "How do you even know about that technique?" Zachary asked. He had shot Alvar and Waddles with his gun, and in response, both of them became much more powerful. This was one of Zachary's techniques that utilized his sacred gear. While it wasn't his balance breaker, it was still a powerful tool for him. It was one of the 2 special bullets he could use. Depending on the element he focuses on and analyzes in a short period of time, he can amplify the power of that element by 10 times. The other bullet of this technique did the opposite. It would significantly decrease the power and effectiveness of whatever element he infused his bullet with, which is why he shot a bullet to his side to the air, but an invisible magic circle had been placed there and beside Julia Leviathan, and it hit her. Ow! What the? She looked at her shoulder, where a small indentation was now visible. This made her furious, as she cared a lot about her appearance and skin. With righteous fury, she conjured up more water serpents, but she noticed that their density, power, and size had decreased significantly. They were around the size of normal snakes, no. They were much less than that, shocking her. She looked at Zachary and bellowed, "What did you do?" I didn't think it could affect innate abilities from devils since I never tried them, but we're in luck. Huh. Scare gears are amazing. All hail Gene Sand for doing something to it. Hooray! He shouted and brought his arms up. Alvar smiled. Well then, this is going to be checkmate soon, so let's get to it. He raised his arm up and pointed at Julia. This was Celestin, one of Aaron's Electa. When she saw him, she became even more enraged, but she also found him quite handsome, so she felt a bit of conflict too. Before she could say another word, a large blue-white beam hit her and instantly froze her. Alvar patted Waddles on the head with a confident smile on his face. And that's checkmate. Let's go help the rest while be leaving you. Miss Yoimiya, Miss Shinobu, he said before he created an ice bird and flew away. What the midget said. Well, see you later. Zachary shouted and ran off. Celestin landed on the ground beside them and to their sides. Fufu, I will bring these troublemakers to the drop-off zone. Shinobu-sama and Yoimiya-sama. You two can rest up if you wish, he offered and clicked his fingers before all the defeated opponents appeared behind him. Yoimiya shook her head. No, we'll help bring them over. ID feel, and they began walking towards the drop-off zone while defeating an occasional enemy and adding them to their pile. Chapter 10, Part 3. The voice that gives powering vile leviathans, soliloquy, the colossal water serpent with the blood armor hovered around Valerie and me. I hadn't expected her to come here, but am glad she is. The same is true with Aaron, although he's watching us from afar. Below us was my father, Nehunius Leviathan. A few seconds from now, he's going to die, or at least be incapacitated. Even though I know he's not a good man, even though I know I have to do it, I still hesitate. Did I desperately want to have a familial relationship with him? If so, why? For what he has shown me. He's not a good man, not in the slightest. So why? As I agonized over these thoughts, I felt a hand touch my shoulder. When I glanced back, it was Valerie. It's better to let go of some people than cling on to them. I told you about my brother and father. I don't know what your dad said to you, but it's clear that it's something despicable. What was that saying? If you love them, let them go, or something like that. I may be misinterpreting it, but I think this is one of them, albeit a bit twisted, she told me and glanced behind us. Following her gaze, she was looking back at Aaron. I think I know what you're trying to convey to me, Valerie. When I looked back at my father, terror was still in his eyes, and he was frozen in fear. Arguably, what I'm feeling towards my father is more of a want rather than a need. I wanted him to be my father. I wanted him to be a family member. Admittedly, there are also articles online that I saw that said, some families are made or forged by you, and your blood family isn't always the right one for you. Or something along those lines. It wouldn't be real, it wouldn't be genuine. So I won't. Today, even if we only met today, is the day we say goodbye, Dad. Closing my eyes for a few seconds, I felt a huge burden lifted off my chest, and my body felt very light. Opening them, I smiled at my dad. Goodbye, and thank you for giving me life, I told him. Clenching my hand, I brought the enormous water serpent down on him. At the speed it went, my dad didn't have time to react as he was pummeled repeatedly by the torrent of water. Inside that water were sharp water blades, and the blood armor also attacked him, with Valerie controlling them. His screams of agony resonated throughout the area. When the attack finally ended, he was lying on the ground with large wounds all over his body and bleeding. When I landed a few feet away from him, he didn't utter a single word. Subsequently, as I got closer, he gurgled something, but we didn't hear it. Aaron had also joined us, and when we finally stood above him, he looked at me and then back at the sky above us. You could have become the ultimate weapon even controlling the middleman with your powers. Why must you side with them? He asked dispiritedly. I don't want to rule the world or anything like that. My music brings joy to many, and some even said it saved them. Aaron wants to make a world where we can have equal opportunity, and I support that, I told him. There will be those who are against his ideal world. They may be terrorists or just normal people even with that. He'll keep pursuing it. Because in the end, he and I personally think it will benefit people more than the status quo. Naive, you're too naive, my father mumbled, closing his eyes. One day when this thing disappears, what will happen then? You have become a pillar in this world, an unshakable one at that. If you disappear one day, what will this world and its inhabitants do? Valerie and I look at Aaron, who stared at my dad for a few seconds before he sighed, and looked up at the sky. Nothing will happen. DXD, EXC, and my children in the future will be able to take care of it. I will simply watch over them and the Omniverse, and when I see them truly struggle, that's when I'll intervene. He looked back at my dad and added, don't underestimate my allies. They're constantly changing and getting stronger. Whatever threats appear in the future, they can kick their asses. Dad said nothing else as he closed his eyes. He didn't die, but I believe he accepted Aaron's answer. Aaron aimed his hand at Dad before sealing his powers and putting him to sleep. It'll take him. I interrupted Aaron. Can I? A small part of me wants to see him a bit more before I permanently part ways with him. He stared at me before agreeing and looking at Valerie, who silently agreed to go with me. As we walked away, both Aaron's and my eyes met. It was a silent conversation, but we agreed to speak to each other after this whole thing was over. Although, based on what Valerie told me before, I think I know what's coming. My answer should be quite obvious. They'll be confronting the original Leviathan in. Do you want me to teleport you when I do? He asked. Yes, please, if there's time, I replied, finally leaving the area. I'm really glad I was awake in this era. Hopefully, even better ones will come in the future. Third-person point of view devastating attacks rocked the eastern side of Kuo. The ones responsible for this were two of the ultimate class Leviathans. They had teamed up together to try and defeat the alliance that was in their way, or after the end of the Devil's Civil War. Consequently, unlike other families, certain groups of Leviathan clan members have been secretly biding their time, growing in power in whatever way they could. Sozada and Arn were quite close, but still considered each other rivals. So when they found out about the Chaos Brigade, they tried to join, but another Leviathan told them it may be a bad idea because of Kateria Leviathan. She was the only one out of their clan that was actively known to be alive, and the underworld in Wild was still unknown, even to most of the hidden members. Only certain Leviathan nobles knew of her, and even then, they didn't care much about her. They thought of her as a burden, a comatose drain on their wallets. So when the current Satans offered to take her away from them, they accepted. Although Seraphal was the only one to make contact with them, as she had the title of Leviathan, and even then, some harbored resentment against her. Currently, these two are facing off against different members of DXD and EXE. It was a mix of fallen angels and angels, the devil's former enemies. But to these two, they were still very much the existences they hated. One of them was Arn. He had short, straight blue hair that parted in the middle, purple eyes that had X-shaped pupils, and he wore a sea captain's uniform mixed with his noble attire, which made him stand out. Beside him was Sozada. He was a bit more normal than his rival, as he had a bald head and no eyebrows or hair. This was because he lost a bet between the two and had to shave off all his hair. The only defining feature of him was his eyes, which were pink with the pupils in the shape of torches. Because of the bed, he was also forced to wear a dark blue tank top, a dark blue miniskirt, heels, and a strapless bra. When the members of DXD and EXE saw him for the first time, they thought they were dealing with a transvestite and were a bit lost on what to do. But Sozada lost his temper with them and blurted out their bed, causing some members to become even more bewildered by it. One of the members of the 8 Divas, Wu Song, and someone else she hadn't met before stepped up in front of the other members. She and the other woman stared at each other before nodding to each other. Wu Song, one of the 8 Divas, said the redhead. Diane Eskildsen, member of the EXE, said the long, brown-haired, red-eyed woman. She wore a white and gold noble-esque attire with a white gold pin-tuck shirt, white skin-tight pants, and black boots. On her side, she had a tachi with a purple and white handle. Rainier, who was with them, didn't utter a word. She lazily looked at the two male leviathans in front of them. Penemu was also there, but her role was more of a supervisor than a fighter. Gabriel waved at them in a friendly manner, but was ultimately ignored. The rest were angels and fallen angels that were part of DXD and EXC, who prepared to back up their superiors. Dain unsheathed her tachi, and golden tuki covered her body. Wu Song was impressed by her power and also shrouded her body in her innate flame power. Both Arn and Sozada frowned. Neither of them saw women as equals to them. They were below men, and they wanted it to stay as such, so being forced to fight women was an insult to them. Women? Why must we face women? Asked Arn. Sozada nodded in agreement. Beside him, his head shone brightly as he did that. Wu Song frowned, but didn't wait for their misogyny to continue and dashed towards them. She arrived behind Arn and sent a palm strike towards his back while her body was covered in tuki. Arn grinned and blocked her, but as he went to strike her, what he hit was an afterimage, surprising him. She followed it up by kicking him in the face, also sending him away in the opposite direction. "You're not bad," they said in unison. They stared at each other before smirking at each other. "Damn badass women are such heartthrobs," mumbled a male member of DXD. "Right?" Another member agreed. They were part of EXE. "There are more enemies around us. Stop slacking and go defeat them." Wu Song shouted at her allies, making them flinch. "Igriga mom." They shouted and began scattering. Two different auras of different colors erupted from opposite ends of the vicinity. One was dark blue, and the other was dark purple. Both Arn and Sozada flew back to both Wu Song and Dain and fired numerous demonic aura attacks at them. Both women made minor adjustments to their bodies, forcing the attacks to miss. For the ones they couldn't avoid, Wu Song incinerated the demonic attacks with her flames, and Dain sliced apart the demonic attacks using her tachi and tuki, further bewildering the two. Just like the other Leviathans, they hadn't kept up with the current information of the modern age. They did not know much about DXD, as they only received that information days before the operation began. Even after receiving them, their arrogant nature made them dismiss them since, to them, as long as you attained ultimate class power, you would be able to do anything. Arn and Sozada acknowledge only Surzex Lucifer and Ajuka Beelzebub as the ones they need to surpass, but they will deal with that after they obtain Ingvild Leviathan. How? No normal human can keep up, or, Satan forbid, surpass an ultimate class devil, Arn said in befuddlement. Yes, it's quite curious. They must be taking performance-enhancing drugs to be able to do this, or are we still holding back? Precisely. You may be noble devils that still have the mindset of the old era, but if you even cared, you would have paid attention to your superiors. Both DXD and EXE are powerful individuals and groups that have come together to stop fools like you. Both devils frowned before looking at each other. Which one would you like? Arn asked, dismissing what Wu Song and Dain said. Surveying both of them, Sozada said, "ID like the redhead. She's quite feisty, making her a more interesting catch for the initial night." "Very well, let's defeat the ones we want then." A dark blue demonic aura wrapped around Arn's body, and it gradually increased in power and became denser. It eventually shaped itself into a tail behind him and wings, and spider legs on his back. We may be Leviathan, but we were given some unique powers by the Cow's order. If we combine them with our sea serpent of the end, we become Envy. Wu Song didn't wait for their speeches to end and smashed her flaming fist into Sozada's stomach. To her surprise, the spider legs that came out of his back had blocked them, but her flames also burned them, forcing him to jump away. "Even with these, you were still able to burn them," Sozada mumbled to himself, staring at Wu Song with genuine caution now. Arn also began his bombardment of attacks against Dain. Different colored magic circles, dark blue, appear behind him and continuously fired dark blue water serpents from them. He would also use his own demonic circles to fire demonic elemental attacks at her. Diane, with 10k shrouding her body, avoided and sliced apart the attack from Arn. This still perplexed Arn, and he pondered how the human woman in front of him managed to consistently slice apart his attacks. It didn't make sense to him. Prior to their mission starting, Diane Eskildsen was gifted that sword by Arentul. He noticed her normal Tachi wouldn't be able to help her during this, as it was a normal sword, and her 10k would only help her to a degree. Diane Eskildsen, for better or worse, had no unique innate ability or talent. She wasn't born a genius, nor was she particularly gifted by any means. The only thing she had was her perseverance and hard-working mindset. Diane Eskildsen was an orphan. She lost her parents at a young age and bounced around foster families and homes. Eventually, when she became old enough, she went off on her own, and 2 years after that, she became involved in the supernatural. It was an accident, as she came across rogue fallen angels in her country and was killed nearby. But a very young Freed Selzin and his teacher and mentor, David Sero, the wielder of Gallatin at the time, saved her. They gave her a choice. He, David Sero, would erase her memories of the matter and she could live her life normally again, or she could continue on living with this new knowledge, but he would give her some training. The young Freed also informed her that even if they were to erase her memories, the supernatural would find a way to worm back in her life. Once you're in, you can't completely get away. That struck Diane, and she decided to accept the offer David Sero offered her. For that 1 month, Diane Eskildsen trained like her life depended on it, and before David and Freed left the country, she was gifted a Tachi by David. From there, she started her own journey in the supernatural world. She became a mercenary and fought day in and day out. Eventually, she was scouted by Ajuka Beelzebub to join EXE. At the time, Diane was confused as to why she was specifically chosen, but the word she heard from Ajuka only perplexed her even further. I believe you can bring something new to the overall dynamic of the organization EXE. Team DXD already has many personalities, people, and groups. A small change, and that would be good for it. Certain members and groups will be part of both organizations, but we don't want just that. You have been on your own since the beginning of your journey. You were only given a small push, so I'd like to see you grow with EXE too. Will you accept? Even though she didn't meet Aaron until today, she immediately knew that she would get along with him. Add to that the fact that she was gifted a new sword by him, which only added to her likeness towards him. However, she also appreciated that he didn't tell her to throw away her previous sword, as it held sentimental value for her. Did that filthy dragon give you that sword? Arn asked, and don't call my new boss filthy. But yes, he did. Do you have a problem with that? Asked Diane. On a scoffed. You never had talent, have you? It's quite obvious from your body language. Being given a new toy by that thing, and being proud of the new power? How disgusting. Diane stared at the devil in front of her before blinking a few times and then laughing at him, confusing and angering him. She wiped the tear from her eye and said, "Pretty cheap coming from you. Didn't you receive that power from the cow's order? You haven't used your clan's unique trait yet either, so I'm left to wonder, can you even use it?" This further annoyed Arn, as he said nothing more and began relentlessly hurling attacks at Diane, who in turn continued their dance from earlier. Arn's tail suddenly shot towards her, but she deflected it. The tail immediately turned around and started shooting dark blue water arrows at her, surprising Diane. She created a magic circle and countered with her own flaming arrows. Both attacks collided in the middle, creating a mini explosion, pushing both of them away and also decimating their surroundings. Should we help them? Rainier asked. The rest of them watched on as the other DXD and EXE members fought off their enemies. Even if they didn't say it, I think Wu Song wants to fight that guy by himself. But you can step in if you think she needs help, Rainier said Penemu. Gabriel, who watched the entire interaction, was beginning to become more and more restless as she started to fidget on the spot. Rainier noticed this and put a hand on her head and said, "I'll be fine, Gabriel-sama. If anything, Aaron will most likely be the one to react first if they are pushed into a corner." Gabriel looked at Rainier before she added, Rainier has gotten a lot kinder lately. I wonder why. Oh, I thought I was the only one who noticed that, but I guess Aaron and the rest are having an effect on her, mused Penelope while peering at Rainier. The woman in question was slightly flushed by their comments, but did not say anything in return. She simply watched the two others fight the two Leviathans. Those flames, do they look normal to guys? Penelope cocked her brow and said, "Don't try to change the subject, Rainier." "Why don't you, their divine flames?" Gabriel remarked, interjecting into Penelope's teasing. They all turned to watch Wu Song fight Sozada. The young woman was skillfully using her flame manipulation to amplify her own powers, as she mostly relied on martial arts. But she also shot out the occasional fireball at the devil she was facing, who was visibly struggling to keep up with her. The difference in their fighting experience was palpable. In her flames, a tinge of divine energy was felt by all three of them, making them ponder who she received those flames from. Zhurong, the god of fire in the Chinese mythology, is sometimes referred to as the Star of Fire. I don't think Aaron has met that man yet, but according to the archives in Grigori, Azazel notes that he's outgoing and a bit of a pervert like himself, clarified Penelope. Both Rainier and Gabriel tilted their heads. Azazel-sama, met him already? Asked Rainier. I haven't seen or met one that's anything else but that, commented Rainier. Father once said that gods were selfish. He never specified that it included him, but let us speculate. But at the same time, we really couldn't since it may have been considered a sin, mumbled Gabriel. That's true. Gods like that are a rarity among them. Some gods even hold lifelong petty grudges and can be very whimsical. According to Azazel, this was very pertinent towards the Greek gods, although we can see that today in Nyx, explained Penelope. Their conversation was cut short when they heard another powerful explosion reverberate throughout the area. When they looked back at Wu Song, a powerful flame-shaped beast had come out of her fist and had defeated Sozada. Rainier looked at her watch and said, "That was around 2 minutes of fighting. She's quite skilled. It makes me wonder how more powerful the leader of the 8 divas is. Rixia Mao? Was it worked hard to obtain and master her 2-key and maintained her position when various talented individuals challenged her for the position?" Wu Song said while going back to them, dragging back the unconscious Sozada. "She seems very distant, though," said Gabriel. With a wry smile on her face, Wu Song said, "She has her reasons like many of us, right? If it's following orders, she can do that without question, especially towards her superiors and individuals she respects and sees above herself. But I can't say any more, but she's still a good person." She looked at the sleeping devil and applied sleeping magic to him to further keep him unconscious. Once that was done, they looked back to Arn and Diane. Their own battle was coming to its own conclusion. Several serpent-shaped attacks kept firing towards Diane, who in turn sliced them apart. During their entire fight, Arn kept getting more and more frustrated to the point of nearly popping a blood vessel. As she was preparing to finish her match, a sudden surge of energy flashed across her field of view. She raised her arms to block out the light, and when she brought them down, she found that Arn Leviathan was lying on the ground, wrapped in 2-key-covered chains, with a gash through his chest from which he bled. "Speak of the devil boss Rixia. What about the others?" Wu Song asked, walking over to her leader. Rixia turned around and faced her right hand. "They're here and fighting alongside everyone. We had to deal with something else before we could join. I will apologize to Jean later," she said and nodded at the fallen angels and Angel. Rixia noticed Rainier was staring at her with a blank page and asked, "Is something wrong, Rainier-san?" "No, it's nothing," replied Rainier before turning away, confusing everyone. Penelope confronted her fellow fallen angel and asked, "What's with that reaction? Haven't you seen her before?" "I have, but looking at her now and thinking about it, it's a recipe for you-know-what. Just look at her ponytail, big boobs, big, but thick thighs." Penelope laughed at Rainier before turning back around. "May I leave Rainier and Gabriel to you?" She nodded before going over to the other two and flying away with them. Is Rixia in a relationship?" Penelope asked, surprising Wu Song. "She's not." "Why do you ask?" responded Wu Song. Penelope smiled and didn't elaborate. She started asking her all about her leader, further confusing the young woman. an Astaroth, the sister of the fake Leviathan and the dragon. You have an interesting lineup for me. Outer God, said the original Leviathan. Aaron had met up with Sona and Latia, who had come across 2 of the 3 remaining Ultimate-class Leviathans and the original Leviathan. Earlier, Sona had ordered the rest of her peerage to deal with the other attacks, and said that she would be fine on her own. Although she kept an eye on them through the attack and helped them from a distance, Latia herself was mostly monitoring everyone's movements and had given herself a supporting role. But her chance encounter with one of the Leviathans forced her to fight instead. Aaron had flown off to find the original Leviathan when he came across her and kicked her towards the one that Sona had encountered. He wanted to defeat the remaining ones as fast as possible, with the last one being dealt with by Tobio and Jin. The Slashdog team was part of EXE after all. Aaron looked at Latia and Sona and came to a silent agreement. A few seconds later, the other 2 male Leviathans disappeared along with them, leaving Aaron and the original Leviathan alone. So, why did you want Ingvild's powers? Depending on your answer, I may be lenient towards you, Lai, he told her. With a condescending smile on her face, the original Leviathan flicked her hair back and laughed. It's quite obvious, isn't it? I want power in our world and beyond multiverse, and that's all that matters. I lied to Nehunius Leviathan about letting him have her sea serpent of the end, but in reality, I was going to keep it for myself. I've spoken to Ah. Never mind, you nearly made me ramble. That you would combine it with yours with the help of the cow's order, further amplifying its effects, finished Aaron, but the original Leviathan wasn't surprised and just winked at him. Fufu, your powers are certainly interesting, middleman. But yes, that was my plan, or perhaps we would try to make something new with some of the remaining items we have from both the Phantasma and Evie, she admitted and then groped her own breast. Would offering my body to you do anything? No. He deadpanned, and he removed his balance breaker's helmet from his head. He was in his demon armor, Incurgio's balance breaker. He had entered it after parting ways with Ingvild and Valerie. I see. So you prefer younger types. It's understandable. You're still a child after all, she said contemptuously. This only annoyed Aaron slightly. He had no particular preference, since those around him caught his attention regardless, although he would never admit that to the person in front of him. His helmet formed around his head again, and that was the end of their conversation. The old Leviathan, original Leviathan, spawned several 15-meter water serpents around her that were covered in dense demonic energy. Even though Aaron knew the answer, he asked, where are the other original Satans and Satan himself? Fufu, I won't answer you, but what you did to the original Lucifer and Beelzebub from a few months ago, it's still affecting them, even after various treatments by the cow's order, which included the Phantasma and Evie, she told him. A small smile appeared on Aaron's face before he nodded, disappeared, and headbutted Leviathan's stomach, sending her away. She coughed up blood, but managed to order her water serpents to attack Aaron, who in turn punched the sides of the air beside him, creating cracks and shattering the attacks aimed at him. We never received reports of this. Is that a new sacred gear? Leviathan asked, staring at his armor. Aaron shrugged, not giving her a response, further aggravating her. Aaron aimed his fingers at Leviathan and began firing a barrage of small, silvery white energy bullets from the tips of his fingers, forcing the woman to dodge them, while also creating defensive barriers around her. Some blocked them before shattering, and some bypassed them, nicking her around the body. It was obvious to both of them what Aaron Toole was doing. He was going to slowly chip away at her, weakening her before defeating her. She knew that he could defeat her in no time, but he had decided to play with her. Oliviato, sneezed. I thought you were righteous. Outer God? Normally, heroes like you are meant to defeat us without needlessly torturing us. Are you not? Wouldn't this be called inhumane? She asked. Aaron disappeared, and she looked around her, but didn't find him. She suddenly felt intense pain on her back, and cracks appeared around her before she plummeted to the ground and violently crashed into it, destroying multiple buildings due to the shockwave she produced. Well, normally, yes. But with all the shit you guys pulled on me last year, I think what I'm doing is a little justified, so let me blow off a little steam. Call me immature if you want. I certainly don't care what terrorists would say, repaid Aaron, sounding as monotone as possible. Ingvild, if you're done with accompanying your dad, I'd like a bit of help. Let's do this. Then, after Aaron told her of his plan, she agreed. However, he then contacted someone else. Latia, this may sound strange, but lend me your breasts, please. Explain the next 30 seconds. If it's not good enough, I'm going to ignore you for the rest of the day, replied Latia, sounding annoyed. I'm going to use one of my lewd techniques alongside Ingvild's singing voice to strengthen everyone else here. Along with the dragon tattoo I already gave to everyone, it should make their battles easier. Can't you just use your power normal? I'll admit that I also want to fondle you, he added, causing a moment of silence again. Aaron avoided a new round of attacks from Leviathan as he waited for Latia's response. What's wrong? Why did you go become silent? As Leviathan began to patronize Aaron, two bodies flew into her, knocking all of them away. To Aaron's surprise, he found both Latia and Sona together. I will need to share this shame, Aaron. I would have liked this to be in a more intimate moment, but it can't be helped, Latia admitted and looked sheepishly at Sona, who had a cold and dead look on her face. I heard from Latia, Aaron. Let's get this over with, she said, and both women pulled down their tops, revealing their bras to him. But before he could ask them to pull up their bras, they did so. The three Leviathans behind them became so confused by this weird event that they just stared at them. Thanks, Aaron took a deep breath before unleashing a powerful aura and then condensing around his body. He had temporarily created a Diablo's dragon god form for his demon armor, Incursio, without needing to have a new appearance. Let's do this. Tita power. Pipod version Incursio, screamed Aaron, further embarrassing the two women with him. Their breasts began to glow, and then lavender particles began to appear all around Kuo. Ingvild Leviathan's voice was heard somewhere, but most weren't sure where, as the speakers she used earlier were turned off and also destroyed because of the fighting. However, many women noticed their breasts had begun to glow and that the singing voice of Ingvild was coming from them. What kind of lunacy is this? Leviathan asked in astonishment. Increasing powers through the power of charm. Eat it, Aaron shouted as the song continued, and he tapped both Sona and Latia on the shoulder. Ian, both of them exclaimed, and then they glared at Aaron, who smiled back at them. All right, that should continue without me needing to do this. And Sona agreed beside her, both too embarrassed to vocalize it any louder. The look of disappointment didn't last as he heard that and smirked at them. Great, they'll do that tonight then, thanks. Aaron charged back towards Leviathan before kicking her in the stomach and teleporting away with her. Both women fixed their clothing and were left with their previous opponents, and both sighed. Shall we? Latia asked, summoning her weapon and changing it to its grimoire form. Let's make it quick. I don't like hearing my Onisima being bad-mouthed, replied Sona, conjuring her own water dragons beside her. Why are my breasts glowing? And why am I hearing Ingvild's voice from them? Kanami shouted, confused, scared, but also intrigued by it. It's obviously another technique of Jean, replied Tobio. He wasn't even fazed by this anymore. He was with the Slash Dog team as they dealt with the last Ultimate Class Leviathan. They had been an easy opponent for him, but after he was cornered and was about to be defeated, he stabbed himself with some kind of syringe and metamorphosed into an enormous serpent. However, it wasn't a water serpent as they may have expected. Instead, it was one made of the devil's own flesh, and it had begun to rot too. So the smell of rotting flesh from the giant serpent made it almost unbearable for them to fight without feeling the need to vomit. This was remedied by Fusey using her magic to create gas masks for them, but the odor was so strong that it only mitigated it by half. And it had only gotten worse as another Leviathan had joined them. It was the daughter of the original Leviathan, Sufame Tariku Leviathan. The Leviathan who had been killed by a Juka during the Devil's Civil War. Fool, and here, I thought you were different, Sufame said, while looking at the now transformed Leviathan. Who the hell is that? Kanami asked, completely ignoring her. Who's dealing with her? And who's dealing with the water serpent guy? I will propose Maruam. He stepped over beside Tobio and glanced at him as if he had interrupted him. Tobio stared back at him and agreed. All right, we'll leave him to you then, Maruam. The rest'll go with him, Middle shouted. Tobio agreed without hesitation. He had learned the different personalities and quirks of his new teammates over the course of a few weeks. He knew arguing with Middle would be a headache and a half, so he just let her. He also knew that she was a lot stronger than when he first met her, and that Maruam wouldn't let anything happen to her. You think? Sufame Tariku Leviathan was about to mock them before she felt a fist connect with her stomach, launching her away. Middle followed after both Maruam and Sufame after she was blown away. Can we still take this one back with us? Tobio asked Fusey, who had been staring at the monster Leviathan that they had suspended with magic. Fusey, who had her finger on her transceiver, looked at Tobio. Aaron has already analyzed it. He'll inform the Alliance about it, so we can kill it, but he will come back for its body since he thinks Azazel may want to analyze it. A wry smile appeared on Tobio's face. Yeah, that sounds like him. All right, let's take it down, but keep the damage to a minimum. You're one to talk. I can't cut anything, Sama. Kanami shouted, making Tobio awkwardly smile. Cookie, who had been sitting down, got up and walked over beside Tobio. That thing's a mix of water and devil flesh, right? Why not just cut off its limbs and let it bleed out? Its healing isn't that powerful since Fusey nerfed it. Tobio nodded and summoned a scythe. He looked at Kanami, and she also summoned her true Longinus and quickly activated her balance breaker and used the first commandment, creating a white dome around them. I've been wondering, isn't your first commandment some kind of reality warping ability? Since you're stronger than that thing, can't you, I don't know, tell it not to die or bleed out while it's active? Cookie asked their other leader. Kanami waved her finger at Cookie. There are limits. You know, I haven't asked Aaron to change, upgrade, or evolve. The true Longinus. These powers just came from me as the new wielder. I also never tried that, yet since we're usually tasked with bringing them back alive, she explained to him. But Kanami looked at the struggling monster and pointed at it with her spear. Don't bleed out, she ordered. It's worth a shot, right? All right, on to you, Tobio accused San. Tobio nodded and brought his scythe back before swinging it horizontally towards the monster's lower half. With an audible swing sound that reverberated throughout the area, the lower half of the monster was cleanly cut without complications. There was also no blood that came out of it, as Kanema's command had worked, making her quite happy with herself. Looks like it worked, noted Cookie as he watched the monster fall down and become confused. Even though it couldn't move its body, it could still attack. The fact that it lost its sanity earlier made it hard for the man inside to think rationally. However, the fact that it got its other end chopped off made it so that he regained his full cognitive abilities, and his first act was to attack the people responsible for it. Those actions didn't get it far, though, as Tobio accused swung his scythe vertically towards its attacks, slicing them apart, and then Shigen ordered Pooh, and Pon to eat the destroyed attacks before they landed on the area around them. I've been meaning to ask, when we finally defeat it, doesn't Kanami Dano need to undo her balance breaker? Doesn't that mean the rule of not bleeding out will vanish or cancel out? What'll we do then? Ajimo asked, looking at the serpent monster. The area fell silent after hearing his thoughts. They then looked at Kanami, who had started to sweat profusely. Before another word was said, she pointed at Cookie and shouted, "It was his idea. Blame him. Well, how is it my fault?" Cookie retorted back, but he felt a hand clasp his shoulder, and when he looked back, he saw Calawarna was smiling at him. "It was my fault, I'm sorry, but still, we're in this now, so we just gotta—" A magic circle appeared in front of Fusey, and an item appeared from it. She reached out and grabbed it before turning around and showing it to everyone. "We can use this to help him back up and reattach the tail. Aaron gave it to me just now after explaining our minor dilemma. At least someone is a bit calmer during situations like this. She reminds me of Lavinia. She's a junior to her and was part of the Grauzauber," Tobio thought while looking at his boisterous team. "Great. We don't need to worry about more details then. Let's go," Kanami shouted, but as she started to move her spear, the area where the monster had been inexplicably exploded, blowing some of them away. Jaya, KHHH, what the? Grunted Tobio as he shielded his eyes. The rest were too stunned to answer her, but Shigyon spoke up. Aureliuson, Aaron asked us to keep those members alive since the Alliance asked for them to be, she told her. Aurelia stared back at Shigyon, then at the monster she was on top of that she killed, then back at Shigyon. She repeated this a few times before sighing for a brief moment. She felt a wave of anxiety pass through her body, but she quickly dismissed it. Aaron gave you something, didn't he? Fusey-kun? Aurelia asked, turning her attention to Fusey, who smiled wryly at her. It was only for healing and reattaching the tail that was cut off, she replied, looking at the now-dead monster. I don't think it can bring back the dead, but Aurelia nodded her head, acknowledging her mistake. She fell silent for the next few seconds before a magic circle appeared underneath her and the monster. Seconds later, the monster was healed and brought back to life. She smirked at them and said, I have done my part, one will be off. She then jumped away, leaving a small blast of wind behind. You can't just come here, kill it, not acknowledge it, and have Aaron fix it for you before leaving. At least say sorry. Natsum shouted, looking at the figure of Aurelia slowly get smaller. Fusey, Shigyon, and Ajamu made their way to the unconscious monster, who began to revert back to his normal form, much to their surprise. The man that lay there had medium-length, messy lime green hair and wore the typical noble attire. Ajamu restrained him, and Fusey applied sleeping magic to him so he wouldn't wake up. The rest of the team was behind them. The two sisters had begun to argue like usual, while Tobio tried to remedy the situation. We'll take this man back with us. Can we leave you guys to take out the rest? Let's get this done and enjoy the rest of Ingvild's concert, he replied. This caused the sisters to stop arguing since they remembered it was interrupted and wanted to listen to Ingvild's voice more. But my breasts. Kanami shouted and looked down to see them still glowing and the voice of Ingvild still singing from them. Okay, let's do this. I want to hear Inin sing more. Natsum pumped her fist and shouted, agreeing with her sister. Both of them flew off to defeat the rest of the invading members. Sufame Tarika Leviathan was overflowing with confidence. I never felt an attachment towards her or the organization. He disappeared and slammed both knees into Sufame's stomach, knocking her to the ground. But I do have a small bond with Father, and he's the only one to treat me as an equal, even if he was initially wary of me, he told her. Sufame got up from her spot, furious at Maruam. Maruam's own self-discovery was slow and long, but he eventually found a reason for his own existence. He originally thought it needed to be something big and extravagant. The two people who were his parents were quite prominent in the Omniverse. Nyarlathotep, his mother, one of the first offspring created by Azathoth, and Arantul, his father. The former new outer god, middleman, and dual dragon emperor, as well as the hero of the underworld and supernatural. He thought he needed to live up to that after being freed from the grips of the Chaos Order. But over time, as he lived in Grigori and interacted with the people there, he found his own reason to keep on existing. He initially thought it was silly, but after speaking to Aaron, his father, numerous times about it, he came to a conclusion. He didn't need to be well known. He didn't need to be influential or be some big shot. He just needed to find his own person, his own goals, and people who liked him for who he was. And he found in Grigori he made friends, joined a team, and even found a lover. It was small in the grand scheme of things, but it brought peace to Maruam, and he was content with that. Just like his father, he found a place he belonged to and a place that he would fight to protect. Even if his sphere wasn't as gargantuan as his father's, to him it was enough. And after being reassured by Aaron that it was a fine goal, he came to appreciate him even more. While they weren't blood-related, Aaron didn't have any obligation to take him on as his son, and even if those words remain unspoken, his actions spoke loud and clear to Maruam. I don't need that mushy shit. Sufame screamed at Maruam and created water lancers and began throwing them at him. Maruam simply slapped them away, unbothered by her outrage and power. Because of her new power, she forgot that he was originally much stronger than her, But right now, all she could think of was killing because she did not like people touching her without permission. Seeing her attacks be slapped away like that angered her even further, so she aimed her attacks at both Mruam and Middlet. To Tsufame, the little fallen angel was weak in her eyes, and after conjuring up a giant wave of water behind her, she unleashed it on both of them. She increased the speed of the water lances aimed at Middlet, while continuously distracting Mruam with the other half of her attacks. Middlet created countless light spears and rings before launching them towards the water attacks. She was much weaker than Tsufame 10k-15. But once her attacks collided with the devils, they both exploded, surprising Tsufame. Middlet, after months of training, had broken through the lowest end of Satan class. So even at that power level, she could survive against someone like Tsufame, who is at God class but not win. Normally, her attacks wouldn't work, but with Aaron's dragon tattoo and Pipod enhancing her powers, she could match the daughter of the original Leviathan. Mruam trusted Middlet and the power that his father was providing them, so he didn't intervene. Middlet was also quite shocked by this, but soon connected the dots and smirked at Tsufame, further aggravating her. "Suck it, bitch," she told her, chuckling. Even though she has grown since the start of last year, some parts of Middlet will truly never leave her, and that was the brash part of her personality. She can, however, control it, and she doesn't antagonize Aaron anymore. She grew and matured along with Mruam after they met, and even more so after they became a couple. Middlet was born like that, with her haughty and brazen personality. She quickly fell from heaven. It didn't help the fact that she was a low-level angel, so that only made her even more bitter. Unlike Rainier, who was the product of her environment, she fully embraced herself and went on to live like that for many years, until she came across Azrael and her group, giving her and Rainar's group the illusion of being given a chance at getting stronger. However, it came crashing down when they were defeated by Aaron, but in a way, it was also a miracle, and she wanted to give her thanks to him, but hadn't found an appropriate way or the right time yet. "Middlet, I know, Mom. I won't let it get to my head," she replied, and he nodded his head. Tsufame 10k-15 became even more infuriated by their intimacy. How can two people of different species even fall in love? That's quite disgusting, you know? Just like how humans of different races and colors fall in love, it's strange and incorrect. They and you too should stay with your kind. What most didn't know was that Tsufame 10k-15 was slightly no. She was very racist and speciesist. She believed that devils should only procreate and be together with devils. The same was true of fallen angels, and other species. Mruam and Middlet looked at her and each other, unsure of how to respond to her comment. With an even more appalled expression on her face, she added, "Especially that father of yours. Having multiple races and species in his harem? How revolting. He's a dragon and god. He should stick to just those. Having devils, fallen angels, yokai, and humans in it? It makes my body shiver." The former leader of the Cow's order tilted his head. He didn't understand what she was saying. No, he did, as he had learned about this over the last year. But it was more the fact that he didn't understand that line of thinking from people. To Mruam, if you love someone, their race, ethnicity, or species shouldn't matter, as long as you're not breaking any laws. Then to him, it was fine to love anyone. That's how his love for Middlet came to be, and from the interactions he had with his father, that's how he saw it too. Why does it matter? He asked, destroying more attacks from her with his bare hands. To keep the bloodline pure. If it's contaminated by others, it will only weaken it. How do you think devils have lived for so long? We procreate with the same species, even some going as far as with incest, and any kind of defect will be fixed using our demonic powers. Although it rarely happens, Tsufame elucidated, but Mruam only stared blankly at her. If you have two powerful individuals make a child, that child will obviously be born powerful and with even more potential than the parents. If you breed with another species or race and with someone weaker than yourself, you're only setting up your child for failure in the future. He shook his head. Mruam wouldn't understand it, and understood that any further discussion on the matter would be fruitless. He was going to leave it there, but Sufame Tarika Leviathan had to keep pushing it. You, for an example, why in Satan's name would you ever be in a relationship with that thing? She asked, pointing at Middlet. She's short, looks bratty, and has a shameless mouth. From the report I read about her, she's not even that noteworthy. She's not valuable. She's just Maruam's fist connected with Sufame's jaw, completely destroying it and blasting her through several buildings. This was the first time he had felt something like that. No, perhaps it was the second time. At the very least, he understood that it manifested because of the things that Sufame Tarika Leviathan had said about his lover. Maruam had read about it in stories that he saw online, and even in books he and Middlet bought. The main protagonist snaps and defeats their opponent because their friends, comrades, and loved ones were injured or even killed. He thought it was interesting and even compared it to his father's short fight against Lapis. But he never thought it would happen to him, since he was much stronger than the enemies he generally faces. But now such words affected him so greatly that they infuriated him. A year ago, this would have been unbelievable, but now, "Do not insult her," he mumbled, animosity clearly present in his voice. Sufame stood back up after throwing the rubble that was around her. Her jaw was irrevocably destroyed. Even after trying to use healing magic on it, which was a rare magic to use, it didn't do anything. Eren had felt the change in Maruam's emotions and helped him a little. He prevented Sufame from healing herself in any way. Whether it be from the Phoenix tears, his slime pills, healing magic, items, or sacred gears, she would never be able to gain back her jaw. Blood oozed down from her open wound, and any time she tried speaking, it would be incomprehensible, leaving her even more embittered. Noticing that she couldn't heal it, she gave up on the idea and evoked a large wave of water along with multiple water spears, swords, lances, and shields around her. The volume of this could easily submerge Kuo 10 times over. Everyone around the realm could see this concoction. And the original Leviathan who saw it was proud of her daughter, as cynical as she was. "Father, I have to apologize, but it's fine. I can just bring her back." "Go for it," replied Eren. Maruam nodded to himself before reappearing below Sufame. He put a hand on her stomach, surprising her and instantly creating a ball of energy inside her. Without another thought, he swiftly increased its size to 20 times its original size, forcing Sufame Tarika Leviathan to expand and explode, causing her blood, guts, and bones to scatter everywhere. Middlet watched this in shock, but at the same time she started to blush as she understood how much Maruam cared for her. Although she already knew about it beforehand, this only reinforced the idea, but she also understood that it wasn't exactly the right time to be reacting this way, as someone just exploded in front of her. What the? And Maruam, what happened here? I saw a giant wave appear out of nowhere and came rushing here. A fallen angel asked, shocked at the blood scene around them. Maruam turned around and acknowledged them with a nod. "Oh, Yarians, it's nothing. I just defeated a Leviathan. Perhaps I went too far. But it's been dealt with," he explained. "Is that so? Well, it'll mark this spot then. Penamusama told me to mark people we accidentally kill since it started happening, so Jin-san can force them back to life." He told him and landed near a body part of Sufame. He created a small light pole and erected it beside it. "It'll go then. Let's meet up for drinks after this. Oh, Ingvald-sama is going to be singing after. Let's stay for it." "Yeah." Yarians waved to him before flying away. Maruam made his way to Middlet, who looked around the spot before noting something down on a notepad she had brought out. "Let's go. We still have others to subdue." "Yes," replied Middlet, putting away her notepad. "Impossible. Sufame-sama was defeated? Only her and Leviathan-sama can create such a large, powerful attack. To think she would be defeated," mumbled another Leviathan. He was one of the ultimate class, Levi, then fighting Sona and Latia. "Didn't Serafal-sama, you, and Ingvald make larger ones?" Latia asked Sona. "We did, but we have to keep in mind that what we do isn't exactly normal anymore," replied Sona. He, Getica Leviathan, and a close associate, Vitamir Leviathan, faced two women who were assaulted not too long ago by Eren, Latia, Astaroth, and Sona Citri. Gitika himself faced off against Latia, and he was being casually toyed with by her while his associate Vitamir fought Sonasitri. After the actions of Aaron earlier, to them, it seemed like they were rushing to finish their battles, but were trying to be subtle about it, which intrigued Gitika. He was still quite arrogant, but was also quite open-minded about the newer things in the modern era, so he didn't immediately dismiss them and thought of the things from the past as superior. For one, like some of his fellow Leviathans, he thinks some women should only have specific roles in society. But at the same time, he wasn't against them having jobs or working to help provide for the man who he believes is the leader of a household. Latia Astaroth, was it? You seem like an educated woman. Why don't you become mine, and we can rule the underworld together? I will give you more responsibilities than what I had originally planned for my future wife. Doesn't this sound like a good opportunity? Latia created various elemental spears behind her and said, "Unfortunately, I am already in a relationship and don't have any plans on terminating it. In actuality, I wish to marry him one day. You saw him earlier, didn't you?" Gitika let out a chuckle before calling forth numerous 9-foot water serpents behind himself. He amplified them with his own aura, which created scales and protrusions all around them. "Will you reconsider?" he asked again, tried to intimidate Latia with his powers. Latia stared at the man before sighing. She had seen many things that were strange as she lived with Aaron and everyone else. Many of those things shocked her in the beginning, but over time she became indifferent to most of them, or at least she became so used to them that she saw them as normal. These range from everyday nonsensical things to the powers and abilities that Aaron used in their day-to-day lives. One of them is when he pulls a different ingredient he wants from a completely different reality since he needs it for a specific dish when he cooks. Of course, Grafia and Reiko scold him for it. But they don't really scold him, as they have found themselves using those ingredients when they themselves cook dinner or breakfast. So Latia saw this man in front of her using such a simple ability, which left her a bit underwhelmed. Latia put her right hand forward and opened it. Gitika became ecstatic at the thought of her accepting his proposal, but seconds later, she closed her palm and made a squeezing gesture. Gitika suddenly felt pain in his lower region. He felt like that area was on fire and being crushed. Latia's mastery over her territory magic had reached a level where she could do this kind of thing. At times, she would use it on very unsavory opponents. Latia then released her elemental spears towards the man, who managed to create a very weak defensive magic circle in an attempt to save himself. A small explosion followed after her attack landed on him. She saw that some of them were blocked, but they shattered his magic circle, injuring him. But he had also used his sea serpent at the end like a makeshift shield, protecting him further, albeit barely. As he began to move his arm to attack Latia again, he saw a small transparent ball in front of him, confusing him. However, as he tried to reach out to it, the ball disappeared and was replaced by Latia, who had swapped places with it. Her weapon, which was previously a grimoire, had changed into a sword, and with a single strike, she cut off his extended arm, baffling him even further. He jumped away and used his water manipulation to propel him further. Once he landed away from her, he looked at his bleeding stump and created demonic fire before cauterizing it. I shouldn't underestimate before he could finish his thoughts. Latia appeared in front of him again, this time with her grimoire and a white sphere around her hands. Gitika lifted up his remaining hand and released a stream of demonic water towards Latia. The young woman disappeared from his sight, and he felt something strange touch his back. When he turned to it, he saw an indifferent Latia Astaroth with the same sphere above the palm of her hand. It was clear to Gitika that he was outmatched and that he couldn't win. He wouldn't admit it out loud, but he wordlessly acknowledged it. It wasn't above him to do such a thing, even for a noble like himself. He knelt on the ground as Latia stood above him. Escaping would be futile, so he didn't even try. As he waited for his end, he thought back on his life. So far to him personally, wasn't bad, but he would have at least liked to, he said, confusing Latia. In reality, he had his own mischievous side once he found a wife. He would have liked to spend as much time with her as possible, every single day, and Latia Astaroth was his ideal woman. from her looks to her personality and even her work ethic. "No, they're exclusively for my soon-to-be fiancé," replied Latia, kicking him in the face and knocking him out. Once she was done, she sighed and looked at the man. Devils were made to sin. But who would have thought that they would try to court me before I defeated them? Latia made the unconscious Gitika float using her territory magic and began walking over to where Sona was. She felt that her friend was close to ending her own battle. Sona's Citri floated in the skies of Kuo. Behind her were the numerous water monsters she created using her clan's trait, which was water manipulation. In particular, she created numerous water dragons, called Leviathans. Below her was Vitamir Leviathan, injured and with a copious number of holes all over his body. They were small enough that he didn't bleed to death in seconds, but there were enough that he felt very weak and couldn't move his body like he would have wanted. "Your clan, the Citri clan's trait, is weaker than our sea serpent of the end, so how did you overpower me?" he asked, and then coughed up blood. Sona fixed her glasses as she looked at the man below her. "Having a superior trait doesn't mean anything if you don't train to master it," Vitamir-san. "If anything, less powerful traits in the remaining devil clans of the underworld have slowly been getting powerful because we've inspired a new generation of devils to train themselves and their powers." She summoned water around her arm and looked at it. "A year ago, I wouldn't have been able to imagine this level of power, yet here I am wielding it. Meeting him was a blessing, although I still prefer relying on my intellect rather than fighting our opponents myself," she told him. "Nonsense, it was proven that anyone with a superior ability will stand above the rest along with their family's overall demonic powers and reserves. Normally, yes, I would agree with you. However, as I said, the world is changing, and along with that, we, the devils, have to change as well. If we don't, we'll be left behind just like you. I can see it in our very short fight." Sona pointed her finger at Vitamir, and her Leviathans flew towards him and bit down on his legs, thighs, and shoulders. They didn't let go and kept him anchored to the ground. Aaron said it before, if you don't change and evolve along with the new generation, you'll be left behind in the past like a relic. Sona flicked her right hand up, and a colossal Leviathan materialized behind her. Vitamir's eyes widened in shock. To him, he had only ever heard that the original Leviathan and her daughter Tsufame were the only devils in history that he knew of who were able to conjure such a large creature using their demonic powers and clan power. "Please rest assured that you won't die today. Per the DXD Alliance's request, you will become our prisoner. Please don't resist," she said before pointing her finger at him. And the giant Leviathan flew towards him and created an even larger vortex of water. The smaller Leviathans merged with the vortex and began attacking bodies repeatedly until it ended. Vitamir Leviathan lay on the ground, unconscious, with a missing right arm and left leg. Sona flew down and force-fed him a slime pill and used sleeping magic on him. "It seems like you're done. Did you have any trouble?" Latia asked from behind her. Sona shook her head. "No, it was fine. I didn't let him speak too much and ended it as soon as I could." Latia nodded, and the two teleported both Getika and Vitamir Leviathan to the drop-off zone before agreeing to go help different groups. Sona would go back to her team in Peerage, while Latia would join Penemu to exchange information. Aaron Toole sighed. He had transported himself and Leviathan into a new pocket dimension he had created. He didn't want to accidentally cause too much damage in Kuo or hurt his friends, so he opted to bring her here. "Your daughter's dead again. Ironically enough, my son Maruam was the one to defeat her. How do you feel?" he asked her. She smiled back at him and said, "They'll make sure to rip out his spine once I get out of here." How romantic. Aaron had planned on fighting the original Leviathan with Ingvild, but since she was busy singing for everyone else, he had to do it himself, or so he thought. A magic circle appeared beside him, and out came Tajda. "Magical girl Leviathan at your service," Sarah Fall shouted. She was wearing her entire magical girl costume and did a pose for the original Leviathan, briefly stunning her. "Comptoir, answer," She asked me if it was possible to fight alongside you. She had watched Sonus fight from a distance, but after asking me several questions, she requested that I send her here. Forgive me if you didn't want that, Aaron. No, it's fine, he told her, looking at Seraphol. I was going to fight her right now, but they'll assume that you want to. C-O-R-R-E-C-T, she giddily said. She faced the original Leviathan and declared, I, Seraphol Leviathan, will take down the old and gloomy Leviathan with my magical powers. She's really going through with this, huh? Aaron thought as he watched Seraphol. This is idiotic, begone, shouted O Leviathan before creating millions of water serpents around her and ordering them towards Seraphol. She spun around and made artificial stardust appear around her. She brought her toy wand up with one hand and made a peace sign with the other and said, with a wave of my wand and a flick of my wrist, "They'll turn your serpents into icicle sticks." And in an instant, all the water serpents that O Leviathan shot towards Seraphol froze. Not just that, but the rest of Aaron's dimension froze over too, leaving O Leviathan shocked. How can such an idiotic attack do such a thing? She screeched. Seraphol waved her finger at the woman as if she were scolding a child. No, Levitan Chansama. A true magical girl's attack always defeats the bad guys. It's the rule in these types of shows. Seraphol coated her toy wand with a demonic aura and smacked all of the attacks away from herself. O Leviathan's rage only increased from there, as the entire interaction between herself and Seraphol was seen as nothing more than a joke by the current Satan Leviathan. You wench, you fake, how can you carry yourself like this? Isn't this embarrassing to you? She bellowed out, finally halting her assault on Seraphol. Seraphol put a finger on her cheek and tilted her head. No, I have many fans because of this, so I don't feel any sort of embarrassment at all. Why are you so mad about it? It's not like it's affecting you personally, she asked back, confused by her reaction. Of course it's affecting me, you dunce. You carry the name of Leviathan. You should be honored. You have to carry yourself with dignity and grace while you have that name. Do you see this? Satan read. Why is the one who carries the name of Lucifer a Siscon, who cares about their family, so much and dresses up like that? Beelzebub? At least he carries himself a bit more seriously than the rest of you. But he created a game for devils? Does he think we're all a joke? This fat thing just falls asleep wherever he goes. He only brings shame to the Asmodeus name. It finally changed to Seraphol, and it showed many times that she doted on Sona and clung to Aaron. It also had her cosplaying as a magical girl and dancing around. What is this? Why is my name tied to an idiot frolicking around in a stupid dress, carrying a wand who is a Siscon, is lazy, and is dating that thing? She shouted. She then pointed at Aaron, who in turn pointed at himself, and asked in a silent, why am I involved in this? Expression, but was ultimately ignored. You are the worst of the new Satans. Seraphol put both hands on her cheeks and blushed. I didn't think the original Leviathan would compliment me so much. I am so embarrassed, Seraphol said, and then covered her face. She took it as a compliment. I'm starting to think Seraphol Citri is delusional, or she's doing that on purpose to anger that woman even more. Either way, it's quite smart of her, complimented. Rudra. Aaron knew what Seraphol was up to, but decided not to inform anyone. He watched the anger build up inside of O Leviathan as Seraphol kept on squirming and blushing. Finally, she grinned and started hysterically laughing to herself, which even confused Seraphol. She then spontaneously stopped, unlike her other descendants, and because of the experiments of the cow's order, her form was a different color. She had visible sharp protrusions all around her body, glowing dark blue scales that covered all of her body, enormous wings, and the water was a murky dark blue with 7 diamond-shaped tattoos at specific points on her body. The demonic aura that she exuded made the entire town of Kuo shake, including the barrier. O Leviathan in her new form smirked at Seraphol, but the current Satan Leviathan just said, wow, and nothing else, which didn't surprise O Leviathan anymore. Any last words? She asked. Instead of answering her, Seraphol turned to Aaron and asked, we can't kill her, right? So we have to capture her. I know Thajuka-chan wants to thoroughly do research on her body and powers. Yeah, if you do accidentally kill her, like many others today, don't worry about it since he'll just bring her back, he told her. Reassured by this, Seraphal Leviathan faced old Leviathan again and declared, I will defeat you with my magical girl powers. Without another word being said, old Leviathan fired a powerful aura blast from her mouth, which was further amplified by her water manipulation. It tore through the skies of Kuo, and before it reached Seraphal, it froze, shocking old Leviathan again. What? How? I have the power of a god. How can a mere ultimate-class devil even stop it? Shouted the serpent. Seraphal became even more confused and looked back at Aaron, who chuckled. After he returned after his evolution, Aaron Tool changed many things. One of them was the perception of reality, most of which was aimed at the members of the Cow's Order. Most of them forgot key things and events, or their memory was altered to a degree by one or all of those events. Some remember bits and pieces of the original reality or timeline, while others had a large part of it altered or changed. An example of this was Satinel. He suspects Daniel, their current leader, to be a spy or double agent for Aaron because he specifically left a small portion of his memory untouched. He wanted to torture him by making him look insane to the rest of the organization. This leads to infighting in the organization, with new groups or sub-factions being formed, much like how Mardgear broke away from Black Alice. This was done to simply annoy them and make them fight amongst themselves. Because of Nyarlathotep and the limits that were placed on him by Azathoth, it annoyed him quite a bit, so he wanted to do the same thing back to them. It's petty, but it only amuses Aaron Tool all the more. In Oleviathan's case, her memory was altered to think Seraphal's power level was the same as a year ago prior to her meeting Aaron. Because of the alternate timeline, her powers were just ultimate class, but were close to reaching Satan class, but she was still powerful enough to become a new Satan. The Cow's Order had already researched that much about Seraphal prior to the start of the canon of this world, and of course, once Aaron came back, he just made those changes, and they still believed she had the same power level, hence the confusion on Oleviathan's part right now. After staring at her fiancé for a few more seconds, she nodded her head and turned back. I see, I think I know what you did. Geez, you're really something, huh? She said, pointing her toy wand at Oleviathan. Be blown away by my magical girl sparkle. A sudden blizzard storm shot out from the tip of her toy wand and relentlessly swallowed up Oleviathan. She didn't have enough time to react and slowly froze. She struggled, but noticed that she couldn't do more even with her new powers, further frustrating her. She continued her attacks as she froze, even creating large water-based weapons and throwing them at Seraphal, but they all ended in the same way. Her attacks were frozen before reaching her. Finally, Oleviathan was encased in ice, a spiteful look on her face. Both Seraphal and Aaron could tell that she was still conscious and was still actively glaring at them, but she couldn't move. She couldn't even conjure up her demonic power or her other abilities. I am ZA, the Wiener. Winner, Seraphal said in English while doing a peace sign. Aaron flew over to Seraphal, and he put his hand towards the frozen Oleviathan and put her to sleep while removing her powers. And that's that. We used Seraphal suddenly kissed him, shutting him up, but he quickly reciprocated. She pulled away and said, I'm going to go help Sotan and her peerage. I'm sorry if you had your own plans for her, but I couldn't let her get away after insulting me so many times. And here I thought you weren't bothered by those, responded Aaron, chuckling a little. You were the stranger one for not reacting most of the time. What's a god to an ant's insults? He said with a grin. Seraphal's mouth hung open before Aaron laughed even harder and told her it was a joke. She huffed before kissing him again and leaving the dimension. Partner, were you really joking about that? Drake asked. Aaron looked into the distance of his dimension as he saw the ice slowly melt away, but Oleviathan remained the same, taking down the rest of the remaining Monkai Association, more specifically, Mardgear and Kyoka. He pinpointed their location along with another aura. No one is near them, so I may as well do it myself, he mumbled to himself before flying in their direction. He quickly arrived in one of the rougher parts of Kuo and found Margir, Kyoka, and another monster with them. Her appearance is that of a woman, with large breasts, purple hair and eyes, and pale skin. Her most noticeable features were the two large, gold-looking horns protruding from the sides of her head and pointing upward. Her attire consists of a very revealing blue-colored leopard-printed kimono, bearing the decorative marks on her shoulders. The kimono is wrapped around her torso with a thick, decorative yellow ribbon that ties behind her back, and her outfit is complemented by thigh-high socks that reveal her heels and toes. All three of them turned to him while Margir and Kyoka grinned at him. The third monster, but the woman didn't react at all. It almost looked like she was in a daze. Inspecting her closer, Eren found that she was being controlled by Kyoka. Ah, the famous dual Dragon Emperor and Outer God. It's been a very long time since we last saw each other. How do you do? Asked Margir, doing a little bow. I finally meet you in person. You're quite the specimen. I am Kyoka, one of the new leaders of the remaining Monkai Association, said the woman named Kyoka. To keep it short, we would like to borrow some of the hybrids that are close to you. Will you comply? No. Kyoka laughed. Well, we expected that. Scylla, go distract him for us. She ordered the woman beside her. Scylla immediately rushed towards Eren and summoned demonic magic circles, surprising Eren. Demonic circles? He used his observe to see who she was, and the results surprised him even more. Scylla Halphus, a devil from one of the extinct clans just like Frida Ziggin and a few others. This woman was a surviving member of a clan that was supposed to be extinct. Eren immediately looked into it and saw that she was the only survivor, and they were slowly training her to become stronger and eventually put her as head of the clan and reveal themselves again in the underworld society. Because of Eren's actions, they felt even more compelled to do that since the underworld was going through a change, which they felt was a good sign, even if old devils like Zekrom were still around. However, that dream was cut short when they were discovered by Margir and his group. They were given one option, comply or die. Most decided to fight and were unfortunately killed. The only survivor was Scylla, as Kyoka had used her powers to put her under her control. Eren frowned and asked, how did such a powerful devil clan go extinct? And how did you even beat them? Skillmaker, that was the name of the Halfa's clan's trait. To put it simply, it's 3 abilities in one. The last part of the ability activates if the opponent was initially stronger than the wielder of Skillmaker, which would put them at that level and then multiply that power level by 100-fold. Scylla herself was ultimate class. If she faced a god class being, she would use her ability to force herself to become weaker at most. She would become a low-class devil in power, then shed activated again, forcing the god class being into becoming as powerful as a low-class devil finally. The last part would force her back up to god class and give her AX 100 boost in power, making her even stronger than them. However, having such an ability is a double-edged sword. If they do not activate the second part of the ability fast enough, the wielder is left in a vulnerable state and can be quickly defeated if the opponent reacts fast enough. That's how they managed to defeat Scylla and her remaining family members. Would you like to know? Kyoka asked, smirking at him. Nah, I sort of understand how, replied Eren. He looked at Scylla and spoke to her. Are you in there? A middleman. I'm going to need to knock you out for a bit so I can deal with those two. I'll hurt, but bear with it, will ya? He told her. Please let me fight that woman, as she used me to kill my own parents. She said in righteous fury. Eren sighed, but agreed. As Scylla tried to grab him, he deflected her arm and grabbed it instead. As he did, he released the mind control on her, surprising Kyoka. Sorry in advance, but this will give you some help, said Eren, who grabbed her breast, surprising her. Before she could say anything, they began to glow, and Ingvild's voice emitted from them. His dragon tattoo also appeared on her arm, and he quickly sent the information about them to her while letting go of her breast. Scylla stared at him for a bit before nodding her head. I would have preferred if you didn't grab them, though, she said, blushing. I didn't think you would randomly grab a woman's breast, especially one that you just met. You pervert, said Kyoka before laughing at Eren. Scylla frowned, and a powerful aura that was a mix of yellow and blue shrouded her body. We'll make you pay. Aaron also made sure that the mind control wouldn't affect Scylla again, so she would be able to avenge her family. The ones left were Aaron and Mard Gear, who stared at one another. I'd like to get some payback from a few months back in Kyoto. For Tamamo, Scathack, and Irene. Fufu, we only threatened to use the Dragon of Dreams. We didn't touch Queen of the Land of Shadows. And well, your anger towards us for Tamamo no may be justified. So, what will you do? Rip out my spin from my body? Mard Gear asked condescendingly. I have my own plans, said Aaron as his eyes began to glow and strange markings appeared around his pupils. And it was quite evident that she was getting weaker the longer their dance continued. A slightly slower attack here, being hit by a simple magic attack, all these things began to add up as Nyx slowly degraded. While she didn't verbalize it, she knew that her life was coming to an end. She didn't fight it, though, as she knew accepting such a power without proper guidance from the ones who gifted it to them would be suicide. Her veins began to glow and pulse with the color of the mist. Her face strained, and each movement she made became harder and harder to do. Even still, for a prank and for her own little amusement and pride, she kept going. Lisa fired numerous lightning balls towards Nyx, who created a black-white misty cloud in front of her. But the lightning balls quickly destroyed them, forcing her to avoid the attacks. But she was too late, and her leg was zapped by the attacks, injuring her further. Nyx fell to the ground, her body becoming even more stiff. She looked up at Lisa helplessly, but didn't request any kind of aid. Instead, she had a look of, "Are you going to finish me off now, or will I have to wait for someone to show up?" Lisa landed on a rooftop away from her. She stared at the goddess and frowned. "If you defeat her, I can remove it," said a voice. She turned to it and found Azathoth surprising her. "Fufu Dreamer Sama is here. Who would have thought?" Nyx said weakly. It was clear to both of them that saying that sentence was already taxing for her. "Dreamer? I didn't think they would know you were already here. Azathoth-chan. Maybe Aaron's little mole leaked it to them? Aren't they? Are you not concerned about your own health and life?" Lisa asked as she stopped laughing. "It's just how we are. We live and die how we want. And even then, we sometimes come back to life, but I doubt I will after today," she said, sounding a bit depressed. That was true. Nyx wouldn't come back to life after she used that power. However, two people in the Alliance could prevent that from happening, although they weren't sure if she would accept such an offer unless it came from one person. In a way, she could use it as a bargaining chip, but at the same time, she wasn't sure if they would even agree to it, as she was already branded as a terrorist and would most likely be locked up after today's events if she did accept. A prank that went too far, but not as far as Nyarlathotep, which was the only reason Aaron did not or would never entertain the idea of forgiving her. Even with the kind of personality he had, in a way, it made them see him more as human. Nyx looked at Azathoth and said, "I won't accept any assistance unless it's from him. Fufu. I don't think you have any choice in this matter." "Nyx-sama," noted Lisa, but Nyx did not care and kept shaking her weak head. "If it's not him, I will simply choose to die," she stated, falling to the ground. She looked up at the sky and focused on her breathing while waiting for their decision on the matter. Azathoth approached her and constrained her. "Why?" the former ruler of the Omniverse asked. Nyx's eyes drifted towards her, and with a smirk on her face, she said, "Because he's cute. Even back then when he first visited our pantheon, I thought he was cute and wanted to make him mine. But it was clear that he would resist me even if I tried to seduce him. So, we'll just resort to this." The words echoed in Lisa's mind. Gods are just selfish. She was doing this for her own gain. The prank was meant to draw him out, so she could make him like her. Lisa didn't think such a way would do anything. Her reasons for this attack were different from canon. Originally, her target was Ingvild for her powers and sacred gear, but here she did it out of a strange sense of love. Azathoth stared at Nyx, unable to comprehend her reasoning. As she did, parts of her conversation with Comptoir, a small part of herself who had gained sentience, and her own will and personality echoed in her mind. I personally think after watching Aaron's journey, so far that love is a strange emotion. There are more intense emotions out there, but from watching him, I believe love is the most twisted curse of them all since it can branch out into different forms of emotions too: hatred, jealousy, and many others. Trying to understand such an emotion is quite tedious, especially for you, right? Maybe in the future you'll slowly understand it. Even now, I find it a bit strange, but I can say with confidence that I love Aaron. Maybe if I merged back with you in your soul, you would be able to understand what I feel. But you don't want that, right? So just take your time to speak to and understand the people closest to Aaron. Maybe something will change within you. Obsession, Azathoth mumbled, confusing both Nyx and Lisa. She didn't elaborate and pointed her finger at Nyx, forcing her to sleep. Once the goddess was asleep, she removed the mist that had been merged with Nyx and held it in her hand. It began to squirm and let out strange noises, almost as if it were alive. "That's the mist from the phantasma?" Lisa asked, peering at the thing in Azathoth's hand. "Yes, I will give this to Aaron because he may want it." She flicked her hand, and it disappeared. She glanced at Lisa and added, "I will leave her to you." She then touched Lisa's shoulder, restoring her health and stamina before vanishing. Lisa put a hand on her cheek and hummed. Azachan is still strange. Oh well, you'll just talk to the others about her. Maybe we can set up a little lattice night, she said, and walked over to Nyx. Now then, I better bring you with me, although Lisa brought out some anti-magic cuffs, and use them on Nyx before making her float using magic. Fufu, they'll deal with that when the time comes, but for now, it'll keep your little obsession with Aaron a secret. Rosweiss, Gondel, and the Stalwarter had defeated a significant number of enemies and had already sent them to the drop-off zone. However, during all of it, it was clear to all of them that Gondel was underperforming and that her mind was focused on something else, causing her to nearly be injured multiple times over, but she was assisted by the Stalwarter and Leanne as she had come to help them. "Gondel, may I suggest you know, I'm fine, Leanne. I can keep going," said the old Valkyrie, interrupting Leanne, who looked worriedly at her. Gondel created more and more magic circles around her, while blasting away several batches of enemies, while also ensnaring some. From an outsider's and amateur's perspective, she may be doing well, but to those closer to her, it was quite evident that she wasn't her usual self. She overexerted herself, the usual formula that would increase her damage output and lessen the amount of magic used wasn't there. And because of what was happening to her, some of her attacks missed their target and damaged Kuo Town even more than they should. Aaron already knew this and was going to attempt to stop her, but Leanne contacted him and told him that she would look after Rosweiss's grandmother. Reluctantly, he agreed to it, but emphasized that she had to look after her like her life depended on it. Rosweiss also wanted her to retreat, but she knew how stubborn her grandmother could be, so she didn't try to force her to leave. However, she did her utmost to keep an eye on her as well as help her grandmother with her magic when she needed it. There were several situations during their time defending Kuo where Gondel's magic nearly failed to activate because of her state of mind, but Rosweiss, like a good granddaughter, covered for her and saved her multiple times. As the fighting around them began to die down, a seemingly stray shot was directed at Gondel, who didn't react on time, but Enya, with her bow, shot down the magic attack, saving Gondel once more. Those who were there turned their attention to who fired it and found another homunculi who belonged to Nyx's group. Because Nyx had been defeated, the remaining homunculus she brought with her went rogue and started to attack everything around them indiscriminately. Their reason for fighting and reason for living had been captured. Add to the fact that these homunculi were still newborns. They didn't have common sense, and they were now throwing tantrums. This homunculus was barely alive as it had a missing arm and leg, and its left eyeball was dangling from its socket while the other one was still in its eye. Half of its hair was missing, and it was exuding a copious amount of darkness from its body. "NYXXXama!" he screamed in anguish. It started screaming incomprehensible things and throwing balls of darkness, spears, swords, lances, and boomerangs everywhere. "It's going berserk. Should we just kill it?" Ines asked. "Fufu, we may as well, right?" answered Enya. "What does our almighty captain say?" she asked, turning towards Duvalai, who was staring at the homunculus. Leanne floated beside Duvalai and silently encouraged her to pick an option, But as she did, a large light spear the size of the Dublin spire slammed into the berserking homunculus side, piercing it. They were momentarily shocked until they saw Gabriel, Rainier, and Rixia following after it. That's Rixia Mao with Gabriel and Rainier. They must have finished with their targets then. Well, expand our diameter and help the others to speed this up, ordered Duvalai. You just want to listen to Ingvild sing, don't you? Teased Inia. That seems to be the case, agreed Ines. Duvalai silently fumed as she didn't acknowledge the two. She glanced at her leader, Leanne, who nodded before going over to Rosweiss and Gondel. Let's go, ordered Duvalai, and they flew away. The two continued to tease her as they did. Gondel, we're moving to a different area. Using my authority, I will be putting you on support duty for now, said Leanne. Her atmosphere and tone had changed significantly, and when both Valkyries looked up at her, they knew that Gondel couldn't refuse. Reluctantly, Gondel accepted, and they were moved to the stage that Ingvild was singing at. The young woman was still singing her heart out, helping increase everyone's strength. When she saw the three coming towards her, she waved at them and continued on. Rosweiss and Leanne gave her a wave, and they went backstage, where they found multiple people inside a small barrier in a room with various monitors that covered all the spots in Kuo. They had headsets and microphones attached to them, and they kept speaking into them at a rapid pace. They were giving out pieces of information to the numerous members of DXD and EXE to help them in this operation. They'll leave you here, Gondel. Go speak to the one in charge here. They'll go back out now, Leanne said, pointing to their right before walking away. They walked over to the spot where Leanne pointed and found a certain person there. She had pink hair and fox ears and wore a blue yukata. This was Tamamo-sama? Rosweiss asked. The Kitsune Yukai turned to them and smiled. Good day to you, Rosweiss-sama, Gondel-sama. I have been informed of your arrival. Please make yourselves at home. If you plan on going back out, Rosweiss-sama, please rest assured that we'll look after Gondel-sama. And here, she said, and handed Rosweiss a piece of paper. Rosweiss, as she had been a burden since the operation started and didn't like it. Tamamo gently grabbed Gondel by her shoulders and guided her to a nearby table. Please sit here, and he'll grab you some tea. Gondel felt strange, but decided to go along with what was happening for now. The longer she waited and the more she thought about her situation, her anxiety got worse. But at the same time, she knew that if she went back out there, she would only make the one she cared about worry about her. An old and grown woman like me being affected by those papers like this. How weak am I? Everything was perfect until he was influenced by those ruffians, she thought and stared at the table. Tamamo eventually came back and started speaking to Gondel after giving her tea. Gondel noticed that Tamamo had several clones helping the other members of DXD and EXE in the room while they spoke, and she silently thanked her as they continued. Scylla Halphas continuously fired demonic aura attacks towards Kyoka, who deflected some but was forced to avoid the rest. She wasn't surprised by the sudden increase in her powers, as her breasts had started to glow and a tattoo had appeared on her arm. To her, it was obvious that the middleman had done something especially with the glowing breasts. His perverted techniques, which were powerful to most people's shock, were quite infamous in the supernatural world. It seems like my mind control won't work on you anymore, shame, really. I enjoyed making you kill your own family when it happened. Do you hate me? Kyoka asked, smirking the entire time. Scylla didn't answer. She wanted to kill her right away, but using her clan's trait would be detrimental to her, as Kyoka knew how it worked and how to deal with her. She assumed Kyoka knew everything about it, but she wanted to prove her own theory wrong, so she kept her assault going. What's wrong? Aren't you going to? As Kyoka was about to mock her, two figures slammed their foot into her back. Joe, Jean called us to help you, said a woman. The other looked identical to her and silently nodded. Imharu, and this is my sister Yuru. We're part of DXD and Team Golden Rakshasa. Thank you for the help, but I know you want to be the one to defeat her, right? We got the gist from Jean. We'll be support, so we'll help that way. Oh, and this. Haru explained and handed Scylla a piece of paper. It said, with enough training, you can target multiple people with your clan's trait and combine the effects to make yourself stronger. For now, It'll temporarily let you do it, so do with that as you will. Silas suddenly received future information on how to do certain things for her clan's trait, and also learned that she had temporarily mastered it. She was in shock, but it eventually faded, and she grinned at herself. "Please distract her for a little bit," requested Sila. "Will do," Haru replied. "Give her a thumbs up." She and Yoru flew down and began attacking Kyoka, who had stood up again. She avoided the strong attacks of both sisters, but was occasionally hit. TCH, so the two dragons of Aurelia's team are helping that wench? You gain nothing, so why? Kyoka asked in indignation. Why? We're part of the team, duh. Also, trying to kidnap out friends like Ine and Ingvild isn't nice. Haru said before clobbering Kyoka on the face, sending her away again. Yura followed it up by firing a barrage of 2k bullets at her. Kyoka generated several magic circles that blocked half of Yura's attack, but the other bypassed it and hit her body, prompting another series of explosions. Yoru, isn't that Barato? When did you? Haru asked, shocked at seeing her sister use it. When she looked at her sister, she was acting quite sheepishly. She fidgeted on the spot and finally said, I approached Roswai-san about it, and in the end she pointed me towards Jean, so I asked him about it, and Yoru pulled out a little necklace with a shining green gem on it. She continued, I thought it would help me in our future matches, especially in the main stage, since it's normal matches without complicated rules. We'll need to work on our power and technique, so things like this may help. Haru was taken aback by what her sister told her. As she processed what she heard, long razor-shaped claws extended from there, and Kyoka had been thrown too. Upon sensing this, Haru pushed Yoru out of the way, forcing them to avoid the attack. I didn't think I'd need to use this form, but you've really annoyed me, you stupid lizard, said Kyoka. Once the dust settled around her, she stood up, and her appearance had drastically changed. In her new form, she gained a mask similar to her own, with long structures on the sides resembling horns. Her hair is replaced by a large tuft of feathers with a long ponytail that reaches down her body and ends in another tuft. She wore pauldrons made of feathers and revealing black armor that covered her arms and wrapped around her torso, revealing most of her stomach and breasts. Her legs were covered by black boots that begin mid-thigh, where they are lined with feathers. So, she's finally taking us seriously? Bring it. Before Haru could finish speaking, Yoru handed her something. This Jean said he wanted both of us to have one, so mumbled Yoru. In Haru's hand was the same necklace as her sister's, and she quickly put it on. With a goofy smile on her face and sporting a blush, Haru shouted, Oh, let's do this. For Sila-sama. Sila-sama? Yoru became confused by that, but went along with it before they both rushed Kyoka, who sneered at them, extended her sharp claws towards them again using her left hand. On her right, she created numerous and large blades of wind before throwing them at the two dragons. Haru clapped her hands together and created a mini-sun using her flames. It began to burn brightly before she threw it at Kyoka. However, to the monster's surprise, it immediately vanished. A smirk appeared on her face as she laughed at Haru. Did that fail, little dragon? You, along with your sister, the Nakiri heir, and the son of Tanin, are the weakest links in the Golden Rakshas's team. And even now you... Her sentence was cut short as the mini-sun reappeared and slammed into the side of Kyoka's head, startling her. Wah! She was launched away in a large ball of flames before exploding again, incinerating the area around her and creating a flaming pillar that shot into the sky. Haru and Yoru high-fived as their new combination technique worked on their opponent. Haru was the sun while Yoru was the moon. Haru was the dawn, and Yoru was the dusk in their eyes. So they wanted to use those to their advantage. Haru would use the flashy techniques, and Haru would support her sister. She never minded this. But they've also made the reverse of those techniques, where Yoru would be the central figure in it. But they decided to leave the use of those for the main stage tournament. In the distance, Sila targeted Haru, Yoru, and Kyoka. After she did, she used the first part of her clan's powers, which immediately plummeted her powers to those of a low-class devil. Afterwards, seeing how they temporarily defeated Kyoka, she used the second part of her ability. Yuru, Haru, and Kyoka felt their powers drop significantly. The two dragon sisters felt strange but didn't panic, while Kyoka was desperately trying to leave the scorching pillar that she was in. Finally, she activated the last part of her clan's trait, and as she combined all their powers together, her raw power shot up to that of a high-tier god-class being. Scylla herself was surprised, and when she signaled for the two to retreat, they did since their powers were still stuck at low class. Scylla landed in front of Kyoka after the flaming pillar disappeared. Because she had changed her powers while she was in the attack, Kyoka had taken a significant amount of damage, which left her even more weakened. "Now you know how I felt back then?" Scylla muttered, coldly looking down at Kyoka. Kyoka smirked back and said, "Well, I guess the tables have turned, haven't they?" Scylla, using her new power, generated a small dark blue and light green ball in front of her palm that was aimed at Kyoka. An assortment of memories flooded Scylla as she fired the attack at Kyoka. To her, it seemed like the world had slowed down. Her long-awaited revenge was finally happening. She had been under Kyoka's control for the longest time, and she was finally freed today and could even pursue her revenge in full. Scylla lived a normal, yet calm and quiet, life in the human world. Her family had horns, so that would stand out, so they had to hide it using their powers while living in the human world. They also kept the use of their powers to a minimum to not attract attention. However, Mardgeir and his group still found them. In total, there were around 52 of them, and they were all killed on the same day. Mardgeir and his group targeted the older generation and the ones who had no talent first. After that, they went after those who were moderately powerful, and then they took the most powerful by surprise, one by one. One of the monsters in Mardgeir's group could mimic the voices of the people they killed. So using them, they lured them out one by one to different places in the country they stayed in and killed them one by one. The family of Scylla wasn't talentless, but they had a low demonic pool, so they couldn't utilize their powers to their maximum output, and training would lead more people towards them. So they didn't bother with it. Scylla was the anomaly of her generation, as she was born with ultimate class power, and if she trained, she would become even more powerful. However, her parents limited it so it wouldn't draw any more attention. They had to use many powerful barriers that they knew of just to hide Scylla when she was much younger, as she had no idea how the world worked or their circumstances. Once she became older, she was told of their circumstances, and Scylla worked hard to get stronger, to get better at controlling her powers, and of course, to stay under the radar of the rest of the supernatural world. But at the time, it wasn't enough, and tragedy struck, leaving her as the sole survivor of her clan. The attack finally hit Kyoka in her life. However, at the end of it, she never felt any remorse or regret. To her, everything was a means to an end. In the world of the supernatural, the strong rule over the weak, especially for monsters, as most are born by accident or through violence and not by love. The same thing could be said for Kyoka. Because of the way she was brought up, she only ever knew one thing, and that was to use others for her own gain. Her parents did it, her siblings did it, and now she was doing it. Her parents and siblings were already dead. Some died because they fought stronger people, and the rest were killed by Kyoka as a form of revenge. At the time, she didn't know it was because of that reason. She just felt compelled, and once she did it, she felt great and felt free. After that, she came across various people, including Mardgeir, with whom she started a partnership, and they were eventually recruited by Black Alice, but in reality, they were only using her as she was with them. Once Scylla confirmed that she had killed Kyoka, she fell to her knees, deactivated her skill maker, and began to sob. Haru and Yoru joined in and began rubbing and patting her back. They didn't know why she did this, but it was clear to them that she was distraught and needed someone to comfort her. "This might sound insensitive of me, but do you have a place to go after today?" Haru asked the weeping Scylla. "No, I have nowhere to go and no one now. I got my revenge, but now what?" she replied, looking at her, tears covering it. Haru bent down and smiled brightly at her. "Why not come and join Team DXD? We're just one big family at this point. You may find someone there you can bond with and maybe move in with as roommates. If not, I can ask Gene if you can stay in his home for now. We live there, and it's pretty fun. Yuru also joined them and said Gene, Grafia, Reiko, and Ine make tasty food too. The others know how to cook as well. Haru laughed at her sister for just mentioning food, and the two bickered back and forth for a little bit. Sila mulled over their offer. She also knew that it wasn't confirmed yet, as they still had to ask the man himself for permission, but she could also tell that they were confident in his answer of yes. Sila was vaguely aware of Aaron's achievements and fame. Before she was taken and her family killed, they heard news of the things he did when he showed up in the last year. They, like men, were skeptical of him at first, but over time that opinion changed, and they were even thinking of re-entering the supernatural world if his dream was realized, as it would have been a better place and less hostile. However, that dream was cut short, but in Sila's current mind and in her heart, she wanted to rejoin it for her sake and for her family's sake. And may I think about it? Maybe after sure. No rush. We still have a concert to finish after all. Haru yelled before standing back up. We still need to beat the rest, so we'll get going. If you want to help, come with us. She offered her hand to her, and Sila took it. The trio flew away to join another fight on a nearby road. Marred Gear felt strange. One moment he was flying in the skies of Kuo and staring down Aaron Tool. The next he was in an unfamiliar place, and he couldn't move. Where am I? He asked. However, he noticed that his lips and eyes were the only things he could move, and he tried to move every part of his body to no avail. Joe, you're finally awake, said a voice. Marred Gear looked around and eventually found a figure in the distance sitting on a chair. It was Aaron Tool, the middleman and dual dragon emperor. But what shocked him was that the place they were in below them was a pool of red water. He had come across a lot of blood before because of his way of living, so he knew it wasn't that. What slightly disturbed him was the eerie silence that the place they were in gave off. Typically, there is some kind of ambient noise around the world, whether that be noise made by insects, the scurry of animals trying to be hidden from human sight, vehicles made by people using them, or even his own Boda's heartbeat. Something could be heard. But right now, there was nothing. It was a pure and eerie silence, and it disturbed Marred Gear. He felt uneasy, like everything around him was not real, like it was all artificially made. However, he had no evidence of that, and the longer and harder he tried to think about it, the more he couldn't come up with anything. Did he put some kind of magic on me, preventing me from thinking about anything? If so, what kind of magic is it? I've never heard of such a thing, unless it came from a different world, he thought, staring at Aaron, still sitting motionless on the chair. 8 figures inexplicably appeared around him. Marred Gear had no time to process what happened next, as all he felt was pain all throughout his body. His eyes became bloodshot when he looked at the figures. He couldn't see who they were, but it was clear to him that they were repeatedly stabbing him with sharp objects. Normally, he wouldn't scream from this level of pain, but everything about this place was odd, and when he felt those objects piece his body, he felt excruciating pain like he had never felt before, and he wanted to scream. However, try as he might, he never heard his voice. It was a silent scream of agony. Marred Gear felt every bit of this torture, and he even felt his own stomach being sliced open. He was even forced to see it while his head was looking forward. He could see it in his head, and he felt sick but couldn't puke. One of the figures slowly rose up to his eye level, and once he saw its eyes, he became even more shocked. Moth the figure brought up the sharp object, which then turned into a blade and cut off Marred Gear's head. Consequently, Marred Gear's eyes opened. He took a long gulp of air, and he looked around himself. He was still in the same place, but now he wasn't being constrained by invisible forces. He felt around his neck and stomach, but found no injuries there. He looked up to see Aaron still sitting on his chair, staring down at Marred Gear. In anger and frustration, Marred Gear got up and fired elemental balls at Aaron, but as soon as they got near enough to him, they vanished. I don't know what you did, but none of this will work. Whatever spell or magic technique you used on me, I will break through it, declared Marred Gear. Aaron smiled back at him and gestured with his hand. Marred Gear took it as a challenge and summoned a book by his side. He began reading through it and came across a unique forbidden spell, which he began chanting. Moments later, a giant beast appeared behind it. It was a mix of a wolf and an octopus, with strange symbols all over its body. Attack him. Make sure you tear off his limbs slowly. I want to see him suffer, he ordered while pointing at Aaron. The monster roared before its tentacles shot towards Mardgeir and prevented him from moving. W, what are you doing? Unhand me. I said him, not me. He barked at the monster behind him. However, it didn't listen and began to slowly and agonizingly tear off his limbs one after another. The monster did as it was told. It made it as slow and painful as possible, as it also applied some poison to Mardgeir's open wound, further making it intolerable for him. He screamed the entire time as Aaron blankly stared from his chair. Fraud. You're a fraud. In reality, you're an unfeeling monster who's only putting up an act in front of them all. Once I get out of here, once I get resurrected, I will inform them all. Dual Dragon. Mardgeir roared before his head was twisted off. However, just like earlier, he woke up and gasped for air. He looked around him again and felt a wave of fear hit his body. In the distance was the same chair and a man staring at him, this time smirking. What is happening? Aaron Toole floated in front of a slumped-over Mardgeir. He had put the man in an illusion and made it as realistic and painful as possible. Aaron remembered a scene in Naruto when Itachi and Kisame went back to the village for the first time and Kakashi was tortured using Itachi's Tsukuyomi. He wanted to recreate it, and he chose Mardgeir as his experimental dummy. And that's that. Everything should be ending soon, he muttered, then put Mardgeir to sleep and stored him in his inventory. He turned in a certain direction and found that Ria's team was also about to defeat 2 of the members of Mardgeir's group. In another direction, the Slashdog team, members of the 8 Divas, and other Yexi members were about to capture more members of all the groups that came with Leviathan, Mardgeir, and Nyx. Aaron. He turned around to find Lisa there with a sleeping Nyx beside her. He went over and checked on Nyx's health. Azathoth removed it, huh? I didn't expect her to do that, he said, touching Nyx's forehead before healing her more. I guess she's slowly changing in her own way. Cute, once we're done, let's have a mini-date in Kuo, Lisa. Let's do this since Ingvild still has to do the rest of her concert, and I want to talk to her after it. And also come to Ireland with me. We'll have another one there since I'm taking Mom, Cindy, and Aoife back there for a little visit, he told her. Ada, am I being spoiled now? She asked, softly nudging him on the side. Aaron glanced at her, grabbed her cheeks, and brought their faces together. In response to this, Lisa's face turned red, and she closed her eyes, anticipating another kiss, but it never came. She opened them again, and he was smugly smiling at her. Yeah, we'll be fine, he told her, letting go of her. Let's go and end this. Aaron flew away, leaving a stunned Lisa there. Ada, W, as I teased just now? W, wait, what about Nyx? Lisa shouted, chasing after Aaron. I was expecting a bit more from you too, since you were quite confident. Maybe I should start expecting less. Yumi Kira told her opponent, Curlew, the lizard man and shark hybrid. He had multiple cuts around his body. He was missing an arm and a chunk of his calf. For better or worse, he had already been defeated but didn't stop trying to get to Ine, who was being held back by Rias, throwing a tantrum. Let me at him. Let me at him, she screeched, making the Grimmery heiress wryly smile at her. On the opposite side were Aquino and Gasper, with a very battered Genzel. He, too, like his partner, was heavily injured. However, unlike Curlew, half of his skin on his right side had been consumed by Gasper's darkness and charred by Aquino's lightning, so he can't feel anything on it, nor can he use it anymore. Both monsters were on the brink of defeat. However, Rias had ordered her team to stop. Aaron already knows the answer, but before he explains it to us, why are you targeting hybrids? Rias asked. With that question being asked, Ine stopped struggling and stared at the two. Do you think we'll answer you just because we were defeated? Asked Curlew. We may have failed, but once Mardgeir himself comes here with that, our victory is almost guaranteed, said Genzel. By that, do you mean Scylla? I'll admit her clan's trait is pretty powerful once she gets better control over it, said Aaron, arriving beside Ine. He patted her on the head and said, Good job. This and a few more will be the last. Both Genzel and Kurlis' eyes widened in amazement. Whereas as Jinzel was about to ask a question towards him, yellow and purple lightning suddenly struck both of them, finally knocking them out. The ones responsible for that were Aquino and Lisa. Both said, Era, after they had done the attacks. Aaron caught them before they plummeted to the ground, and at the same time, the loud sounds of fighting around Kuo stopped. He quickly checked and saw that it had finally ended. He raised his arm and said, with that, the operation has concluded. Meet up at the drop zone, and we can finish this. Aaron Tool's soliloquy, our small meeting and reorganization had concluded, and I also finished repairing all of Kuo. I call my 2 friends and their girlfriends, and they're on their way back to Kuo. I also put everyone back in their previous positions after the operation started. The only thing left was to restart everything, and the concert would continue, and so would the rest of everyone's normal day. The ones we caught were sent to the various prisons for the DXD Alliance. The few cooperative ones were going to be given leniency, and the surviving member of the Halfa's Devil Clan would be questioned by the 4 great Satans in the underworld. Haru and Yoru asked me about letting her join DXD and letting her stay in my home. I didn't mind, but the rest of the leaders would have to give her approval. She had already told them about her past and what happened, but it was up to them after that. Just like with Frida Ziggin and Lilith, she's most likely going to have multiple interviews and interrogations, and after that, her fate is left up to them. But I've already given them a small report on what happened and said I'd watch over her along with DXD, so there may be a chance. It helps that Seraphal also lives with me, along with other gods. But the other devils already suspect that some other progenitors for other devil clans may be alive, and the rumored 32 clans left might not be really just 32, but might be more. But in reality, out of the 72, 57 are still active, albeit in hiding. The only public ones are the 32 that they know of. It'll be interesting to see them in the future and meet the devils and their unique traits. But it'll tackle that with the Satans in the future and hopefully do something about the Boomer Devils and Zekrom. Ready? I asked through the transceivers, and I got a resounding yes as a response. So with a click of my fingers, everything and everyone started moving again. Ingvild began singing again, and the cheers of the normal humans who hadn't noticed a single change kept on going. Looking behind me, I saw Lisa, who was going to be coming with me. Let's get back to it then. An hour later, I had been walking around with Lisa and enjoying the festivities. Higuro and Kikiho arrived back with the girlfriends and were having fun listening to Ingvild's live performance. And yes, I got them front row tickets, much to their surprise. I swear they would have kissed me if they were by that's how much they were thanking me. How about we go in there? Lisa asked, pointing at a closed store, and I agreed. Lisa and I were the ones on a date, but we weren't exactly by ourselves. To my surprise, Griselda was following us, and she was being quite discreet about it, hiding behind walls, electricity poles, and the like. Lisa hadn't noticed it since she's been quite happy about this, especially about the 2-part date. I asked Mom, Cindy, and Aoife about it earlier, and they were fine with it. Hell, they plan on going to our previous home first to see how it is. It would be easy for me to manipulate the current owners to leave and give them a better house, but I doubt Mom would want to have it back. It contained more bad memories than good memories. When we entered the store, Lisa dragged me to the women's section and began showing me dresses she wanted to try. The typical "you look good in anything" comment won't slide here, so I had to give her genuine feedback after she changed into it. We went towards the changing room, and before she entered it, she asked, "What should we do about Griselda's sensei?" So you noticed? I'm quite surprised by that. But it's up to you. I don't mind, I replied. Griselda was still outside the store, looking at us through the glass window. I'll get her then. Can you hold these for me? She asked, and I agreed. Lisa handed me the numerous clothes she gave me and ran out of the store before grabbing Griselda, who became instantly flustered, and bringing her back to us. Griselda was fidgeting on the spot, like she was some kind of high school girl caught up in something she shouldn't have been doing. Lisa went behind Griselda and grabbed her shoulders before winking. Well, go and get some clothes for her. She may have been a former nun, but her body was made to sin. Let's go. Yeah. Wait, Lisa. Griselda tried to protest, but was dragged away. As I watched them go, I was left there by myself. Letting my thoughts wander, I thought back on the reason why the remaining Monkai Association on why Mardgear's group wanted to kidnap a bunch of hybrids was to make some kind of new species, for lack of a better way of explaining it. Hybrids, especially the ones that were a mix of humans and other species, had a greater chance of acquiring a sacred gear from the system in heaven. Why? Because God of the Bible designed it that way. I found this out when messing with it, and the man himself confirmed it for me during a conversation we had on Christmas Eve. Sacred gears were his gift to humans so they could fight against the supernatural. Those who were unfortunate enough, his words, not mine, to be born between a human and supernatural species would still have a chance of getting a sacred gear so they could defend themselves. He believed that whoever was born part of a supernatural species, devil, yokai, etc., had natural and innate powers that could help them defeat those from the supernatural, and they also had better physical abilities overall compare them to humans, and were basically ants being compared to bears. So he opted to give humans a way to fight back. The original 13 Longinus was the starting step. After there were the various unique ones like the Four Fiends, Forbidden Baler of View, Richter's Sacred Gears, etc. Then the rare, uncommon, and common sacred gears. He wanted them to be rare and not too common, so there was a chance of a human getting one. I didn't touch that part when only made it easier to evolve your sacred gear, whether it be common, uncommon, rare, unique, or whatever. The rate at which humans or hybrids get them is still the same. They were random. So, Mardgear believed that with the help of the Chaos Order, especially the Eevee and Phantasma, they would be able to create new life and mass-produce their own sacred gear system using a power from one of their universes. They would also make it accessible for them too, so they wouldn't need to rely on just the artificial sacred gears that were made by them. However, it was all messed up because I closed up universal to multiversal travel in the Omniverse. But they didn't give up and wanted to keep going with the project, and Promestine was more than happy to comply with it. Speaking of Promestine, she's staying at the base and doesn't plan on leaving it. She's smart and a bit paranoid. She knew their downfall was imminent, but wanted to keep working with what she had. However, some of the other scientists and Sadnal had moved back to the Draconic Dais and were in their own hiding spots. All I needed to do now was go get them and stop their operation. My first and next stop was Sadnal. I will be taking him down with a few people. Ophis, Irene, and Lisa will be part of that. If you want to meet the Infinity again, then ID, let her slap him herself. We're back, and thanks for the wait. We'll give you a bit of eye candy, Lisa said before taking the clothes from me and dragging Griselda with her into the changing room. Griselda was silently begging me to stop her, but I waved to her, and she looked like she was about to cry. I'm sorry. I want to see you in a bit more revealing clothing, Griselda. Being naked and wearing something cute or sexy has its own appeal, especially in her case, since she wears pretty modest clothing and, most of the time, she's wearing her exorcist nun attire even at home. It's quite rare to see her in super casual clothing. The time she did was when the other women there forced her, or if I requested for her to wear something else. There weren't too many people here, but to the few that were, which were some couples and women, they stared at me like I was some kind of scum. But, what can you do? Some of them stuck around close enough to see what Griselda and Lisa would come out with. They eventually did, and what they chose were dresses. Lisa was mainly purple with some light brown parts that twinkled, which was interesting. It did fit her, though, and she looked quite pretty in it. Griselda did the same too, although hers was mostly black and showed off her back. Lisa made her twirl so I could see. Glancing around, the couples and single women who were around were clearly stunned by them, and I couldn't help but smirk. Well, Lisa asked, hands on her hips, waiting for my opinion. Griselda covered her chest with her hand, looking quite... How would you even compliment them at this point? I usually compliment them in strange and unique ways when at home, but saying something like, "You're so beautiful," or something like that would be, as I said, cliché, even if it were true. Again, I received a few nasty looks from the people around us, but ultimately ignored them. It was pretty tempting to just turn around and smirk at them, but further antagonizing them wouldn't help me at all, especially since they probably already knew who I was. Lisa and Griselda came out a few more times with some cute and frilly clothes, and other times wearing completely risque and outrageous ones. A few times I heard Griselda say no, quite vehemently, But in the end, she caved to Lisa's demands and came out looking like she was going to cry. It was adorable, but I also felt bad, so asked her to take it easy on her since Griselda was genuinely mortified at wearing them. I guess she was a lot more conservative about what she wore. Although reading How to Be a Good Wife was quite strange already, since did you really need a book to know how to do that? I do like to think no, but I'm a guy, so I may not know all the things related to that, or she just wants to cover her bases. Although Griselda herself is already a catch, I'm more surprised she wasn't with anyone in the original books. But she was just a side character and a former nun turned reincarnated angel, so that may be the reason for it. Lisa grabbed my hand and dragged me away with a still flustered Griselda, and I paid for their clothes. She had offered to do it, but I just gave them my car before she could. Once we were outside, Griselda finally sighed and relaxed. I'm sorry for following both of you. I wanted to spend some time with Aaron, but didn't get time to ask him, she explained. Fufu, you're quite adorable when you want to be, Griselda. Usually, you have that stoic and calm demeanor around you, especially in Kuo Academy. But I guess being around this man makes you act a little differently. Huh? Griselda didn't deny it and just looked at the both of us with a tired expression on her face. Lisa smiled and hugged Griselda's free arm and said, well, I don't mind adding another person to it. She then shifted Griselda to my right arm and forced her to hug it, and she went over to the other. Now with this, we can continue. Our next destination is normally. I would be very happy with the situation I was currently in, but right now, it just felt strange. Presently, I am in a haunted house in Kuo. Normally, it would be dealt with by Sona or Rias Peerage, but because of the various things happening lately along with the tournament, it's been pushed back. It's also considered low priority by my Electa and Shadow Soldiers, so it hasn't been dealt with by them either. Lisa wanted to spice things up for our date, and my first thoughts were something lewd since it's Lisa, and it usually ends up like that. I didn't think her suggestion would be this. Griselda, a former exorcist, now turned reincarnated angel, has been on high alert since coming to this place. Lisa didn't inform her of what this place was, but Griselda probably caught on as soon as we arrived outside. Lisa, I'm just making sure, but is this building haunted? I can sense many restless spirits here, asked Griselda. Fufu, what were you thinking when I said I wanted to make this date a bit spicier? Lisa asked in a teasing manner and poked Griselda on the cheek. In response, she sighed and wearily smiled at her. Those two were in front of me as we walked through the house. Now that I think about it, I never really saw these two interact that much, but they seem to be in a good relationship. Maybe I just didn't see it that much at home since I was in my office most of the time or being hounded by one of the girls for some alone time, both sexual and non-sexual. They are teachers over at the high school division, so they definitely get along professionally too. However, they have told me that they plan on leaving it once Kunu graduates the high school division. Also, they probably do things together without me ever knowing since they're living their own lives. It makes me a tad bit curious about it, though. It goes to show I won't be in their lives constantly, but they can still enjoy it without me. I always wondered how that went in books both published and fanfiction, though it's generally assumed by us readers, right? Although it seemed like there were a lot of readers that became insecure about the women of the main characters, the thoughts of Netherare, and the like going into their minds, which is a bit insecure, if I'm being honest, Aaron. Is something wrong? When I came back to reality after being called out by Lisa, I saw that she was just right in front of me, so I gave her a quick peck on the nose and asked, what's up? I was just thinking about stuff. Should we go in there? Lisa asked, pointing behind her towards a door that led to an underground section of the basement, more than likely. That leads to the basement from what I can see, and that's where all of the spirits are currently. I told them, amused by the reason. Those two obviously didn't know why, but I did. What say you, Mincy-sama, Korta-sama? I asked in an overzealous way. Lisa pointed her right hand's index and middle fingers at it while discharging a small amount of purple lightning. To a more adventurous date, she said, then grabbed Griselda's hand and pulled her towards it. I would prefer a calmer one, though, mumbled Griselda, a weary smile on her face, but she still felt happy about the situation. They both reached it first and waited for me. Once I got there, Lisa pushed it open and entered first, followed by Griselda, and then me. We descended a flight of brown and worn-down stairs. It didn't take us long to get to another small area with a door, and Lisa pointed at it and held a finger up to her lips, indicating for us to be quiet. I seriously doubt that mattered. We were making noise upstairs, and the stairs weren't exactly quiet when we were going down them. Nevertheless, Griselda and I agreed to keep our mouths shut, and Lisa quickly kicked the door open and jumped into the basement. "Lightning!" she shouted, confusing all of us, including the spirits down there. "What?" I asked, and she looked back at me, giggling. Well, normally you say freeze when doing that, right? But since I excel in lightning and thunder magic, I thought why not say one of those? She explained herself, cutely and lightly bonking her own head. She's acting a lot more open and childlike right now. It was a breath of fresh air, since she's usually the Ariel-Nissan type. Ordinarily, spirits stay up near the center of the home, or even the higher levels, since most people tend to live up there. They only ever stay down here if they're specifically tied to the place. However, today is not exactly a normal day, right? Both Griselda and Lisa nodded. A certain Leviathan is currently singing her heart out and is letting out powerful waves of aura from her voice. They affected us earlier when I used my Pod, and I helped amplify it. What do you think will happen to ordinary supernatural beings? Ingvild specifically modified her singing voice to help non-threatening humans or supernatural beings, so they can enjoy her music as it helps soothe their body, spirit, and mind. However, these guys I trailed off, letting the two come to their own conclusions. To put it simply, if they stayed up there while Ingvild sang those songs, they'd die. I don't know if they would pass on per se, but who knows? It's really up to them and how they live their lives before they passed in a way. Ingvild's voice can exorcist them, even if it was unintentional. They'll pass on, or at least be exorcised if they stay up there. Huh? Then what happened to the ones that didn't get down in time? Did they just get exorcised? Asked Lisa, still looking at the terrified spirits. To the ones that weren't fast enough, they were unfortunately exorcised, I told her as she nodded in understanding. Help us, Plia AZ. I don't want to die. I love her voice, but she'll fucking kill me. It's unfair. The spirits began voicing their displeasure and despair. Many of them want to keep on living and didn't want to pass on. Some were angry that they couldn't go up there and listen to Ingvild's songs since they liked them. And the last remaining few were just here because they didn't want to die yet and want to keep on scaring people because it was funny to them. Peering at Griselda, she seemed to be thinking about something. It was her job to exorcise these guys before, so she may be feeling conflicted. We are in a time of peace and unity, but these guys were kind of outliers since they weren't exactly part of the Alliance. The good spirits tend to pass on, and the rest that stay are more or less considered a threat that needs to be dealt with. You feel how about I help you guys pass on? Lisa asked as purple lightning crackled around her body. All of the spirits shrieked and backed away into a single corner of the underground basement, horrified at Lisa's threat and suggestion. I lightly karate chopped her head and stopped her. She turned around, pouting at me. How about we ask our former exorcist? I told them. This only made things worse, as the spirits just started screaming even louder. I don't want to pass on. I haven't had sex yet. I died a virgin, god damn it. If I'm dying, they'll do it for her voice. Wait for me, Angel Sama. A spirit had shouted, ran past us, and was obliterated by Ingvild's voice as soon as his foot hit the top of the stairs. I have no regrets, he said as he faded away. Lisa and Griselda turned their disapproving stares toward me. I mean, am I really to blame here? I just asked for Griselda's opinion. I didn't tell her to exorcise them. All he just overreacted and ended himself. So what do we do, Griselda-sama? I asked. She turned to face the spirits again and asked, who wishes to be exorcised? I am a reincarnated angel, and as a former exorcist, I have the power to then let me touch you. A male spirit shouted, leering at her. They'll definitely pass on if you let me. A few other male spirits suddenly had the same idea. So more and more started to raise their hands, asking to be exorcised while letting them feel both of Griselda and Lisa's breasts. They slowly got closer until I stopped them with an extended wall of infinity. With a smile on my face and my eyes closed, I walked in front of them and said, well, that won't be possible. Why not? They shouted in indignation. Opening my eyes slightly and letting out some power, I proclaimed, because those goddamn titties are mine. I then forced all of them into the light. They were finally allowed to pass on with smiles on their faces new. I don't want to go yet. Let me have one last fun adventure before I go. No. And thus, I departed, full of regret. Somehow, letting out a sigh of relief, I said, they're passing on peacefully, content with life. Both Lisa and Griselda lightly smacked the side of my head. No, they're not. They'll see you in the great beyond, I added, waving to them as they cursed me out. Once that debacle was done, we went back upstairs and Griselda scolded me for forcing them to pass on. I'm sorry, but I wasn't going to let them do that to them, even if I knew it wasn't going to be possible. There are no signs of other spirits up here. It seems like all of them did go down there. I will assume it's the same for the other haunted buildings in Kuo. Yes? Griselda asked. Yeah, pretty much. If they didn't make it in time underground, they were probably forcibly exorcised, I replied as we left the building. Once we arrived outside, 2 people were waiting for us. Nia? Gabriel? I asked. By the gate of the building, Lavinia and Gabriel were chatting away. Once they heard me, they turned around and ran over to us. They hugged me first before facing the other 2 ladies with me. Griselda, I'm sorry we have to cut this short. Brother Michael and Altair want us in heaven. Irina and the rest have gone back already, said Gabriel, grabbing Griselda's arm. Is it serious? If so, I can know, Gabriel shouted and then covered her mouth with her hand. I mean, it's nothing bad. Aaron W., you just need angels right now. That's quite suspicious. What will you do? Rudra asked. Normally it would be Drake, but he and Albion left my soul earlier, along with Kantuar, since they all wanted to enjoy the rest of the day after we dealt with those guys. Unfortunately, Rias, Aquino, Sona, Tsubaki, and a few other members of DXD weren't here since they volunteered to go and inform the other leaders. I sent an avatar with them since I had to stay here to make sure nothing else happened. Although it won't take them long, just another hour and they'll be back. Is that so? It'll wait till you guys come home then, I told her, patting her head. Gabriel looked conflicted about this, but agreed in the end before pulling Griselda away. We can continue another time, Griselda. She smiled back at me and agreed before they turned a corner into an alley and teleported to heaven. Did you need me for something, Lavinia? Lisa asked. I'm still in the middle of a date, I know. I'm sorry for doing this. But Mephisto-san came here with a few promising magicians and is asking us to evaluate them. He said he may be a bit too biased, the same with the others, but he also had Hirokazu-kun evaluate them too, explained Lavinia. So we'll be taking her away for a little bit. Lavinia turned to me and gave me a kiss before leaving with a slightly flustered Lisa, but she agreed to do it in the end. Well, you're alone. Gee, thanks, Rudra. I would have never seen that if you hadn't pointed it out, I replied, and he chuckled at me. There's still things to do and people to speak with. Go. Aye, Captain. Walking around Kuo town by myself felt strange. I receive a few glances from the people of Kuo since they usually see me with someone. As I arrived at a small park, I saw Rose and Gondel in the distance. I had been wondering where they went after parting ways with them a few hours ago. I'm even more surprised that Gondel is still here after all that. I may as well go see them. Going up to them, I saw that the old Valkyrie was still in low spirits, and when I arrived, Rose looked up at me and smiled. Aaron, I thought you were on a date with Lisa? She asked. Gondel also looked up and smiled at me. She looked a bit better now, actually, when looking at her up close. I'm pretty sure she spoke to Tamamo earlier since she was brought to that room. It makes me wonder what they spoke about, but it had to be good for her since she's like this now. Mephisto is here and needed Lisa. Griselda joined us, but was taken away by Gabriel since Heaven needed them for something. I explained and sat down beside them. What have you two been up to? We've been enjoying the little festival here in Kuo, Aaron. It's not just the humans enjoying it since the supernatural was also invited by you. So we have a larger variety in where to go and what to do because of it, said Rose. We went to a nearby bookstore in Kuo Mall earlier. We ended up here after aimlessly wandering for a while. And Gondel? I asked Rose telepathically. Granny has still been down, but after staying with Tamamo-sama, she seems a bit more cheerful now, explained Rose. I summoned some ice cream and offered it to the forlorn woman. She looked up at me. forcing a smile on herself, but accepted the gesture. It was strange seeing her like this usually. She would be quite outgoing and even boisterous in her own way. But I guess being served divorce papers by her husband after being married for so long was a huge shock. I would most likely react like this if any of the girls did this to me down the line, so I can't really fault her. How about we go and enjoy ourselves? I'd like to go on a little date with 2 Valkyries, I offered while standing up. Rose joined me, and we both looked down at Gondel, who was midway through licking her ice cream. She looked at Rose, then at me, and then at the outstretched hand I offered her. Before long, a smile cropped up on her face before she accepted my hand and held it. I was just served divorce papers by my soon-to-be ex-husband, young man, and you're already trying to court me? Have you no shame? She asked facetiously. For you? Anything, Gondel, I bantered back, and we all laughed. These actions were warmly approved by Rossweiss, as she moved over to my free arm, hugged it, and kissed me on the cheek, replicating Rose's actions and making me let out a strange noise. That wasn't my intention at all. I just wanted to cheer her up, but it's a win-win for me, and am not complaining. A couple of hours have passed since then, and midnight is slowly approaching. Everything had been cleaned up, and everyone was slowly going back to their homes. I stayed behind with a few people to double-check everything. Latia, who was beside me, went over a checklist while also informing Reiko, who was in another part of the venue with Tamamo, who had come back earlier to bring some other people with her. Ingvild, who had been singing during that entire time, she only took a few breaks during it. And even then, her fans who showed up even asked her to take breaks for her own sake, which I found pretty interesting, was now in one of the dressing rooms relaxing and unwinding. That should be everything, I said to myself. Latia agreed and put away her clipboard. Everyone is turning in for the day. Rias and Sona are doing a few last-minute contracts to meet a quota that they've both made for their respective peerages, so they won't be home until around 1 in the morning. What will you do? She asked. Well, there's only one thing left to do, I said, looking in the direction of Ingvild's room. Why gaze back at Latia? She seemed a bit jealous. I'm not pulling your leg, Latia. I already invited Lisa to Ireland. Would you like to go? It might change into something more than a date, you know? Meaning? She asked, intrigued by the topic. So I told her about my future excursion to Ireland, and during or after I haven't decided since Mom or Aoife may want to extend her stay go and get Sadnal. Whether he lives or dies, it won't matter. I already know the information. This is more for Ophis, since she's looked eager to get back at him for tricking her all those years ago. Latia put a finger under her chin and seemed to think about it. As she did, Reiko, along with Grafia, came by and handed me her own clipboard, and I went over it. Everything seems to be accounted for, and there are no strays here that was confirmed by your shadow soldiers, explained Reiko. Noticing Latia was thinking about something, both of them looked at me, and I told them about my trip and what we're doing. May I come? Asked Reiko. I too wish to accompany you and Royce and Sama, said Grafia with a slight bow. Sighing, I chuckled a little. You know what I say, the more the merrier, but he'll run it by them too, so they'll know there are more of us now. We may need to book a different room in a hotel I will go to, Aaron. However, I wish to ask you something, said Latia. We all looked at her, and she asked, why did you ask to put your face into Suzaka's buttocks? I understand you're attracted to most women's assets, but I found this a bit peculiar. Bahaha, you only have yourself to blame, Aaron, stated Rudra. Reiko blushed upon hearing that, while Grafia didn't look surprised at all. I guess she's become numb to my antics. I was planning on giving you a kiss before I left, but I'll just go now. I'll tell you guys about the trip in more detail when it happens, I said, turning around and running off. I felt that Latia was feeling cheated by that, but in a way, it's her fault for asking it. He'll share the blame for saying that to Suzaka earlier, but anything else is on her. We'll do it later. Am not that mean. Quickly making my way to her room, I turned a few corners and arrived at a room with a sign that said star above it in bright neon purple light. Mom was the one who suggested this, and Ingvild didn't have the heart to say no to her, so she agreed to it in the end. I don't have bad fashion sense, right? More like you don't have one. Thanks, Crimson Suit San. Entering the door after my swift victory over my partner, I noticed that Ingvild was stuffing her face with food. She was acting like some kind of savage barbarian and had some pieces of food on her cheeks, mouth, and even dress. We stared at each other. I only ate a few chocolate bars and bags of crisps while I was performing, even though your fans told you to eat more? I asked while closing the door behind me. I brought a chair over and sat beside her. I never saw you eating like this. It's like me at the start of last year. A small gem appeared on my right hand and said, "Yeah, partner said he ate like a goddamn pig if he could. I guess that's the bachelor life, if he never pursues love or a harem." It then disappeared as Drake cackled inside me. Deciding to ignore that jab at me, Ingvild and I laughed about it. She continued to eat like a sloppy child since I didn't really judge her for it, and we spoke about the concert. My sales increased even more, apparently. I'm really excited to write more songs because of today. I know that its original intent wasn't supposed to help me, but it really did in the end. So, thank you, Erin, she said, and tried to hug me, but I stopped her and cleaned her again before she tried again, and I reciprocated. After our hug, Ingvild continued eating, but stopped again and stared at me like she was looking at a serial killer. "What?" I asked, confused by her reaction. "Why, you're not going to propose to me like this, are you?" she asked pensively. To that, I burst into laughter, and she seemed a bit annoyed by it. So she reached over and pinched my nose while puffing her cheeks. "And no, but I do have a place in mind," I told her while still chuckling to myself. Ingvild had released my nose as she relaxed. "What would you know? Anywhere, but here, especially after you found me like this, Ugg," she said, feeling embarrassed of herself. Blinking a few times, I continued. "I was going to say, would you like this?" I asked, taking out a laptop. "A new laptop?" I bought a new one just a while ago," Ingvild said while blushing. She, like many others, Kuroka, tend to spend quite a bit of the allowance I give them. Although Kuroka and some others do splurge on things like this, the others tend to buy more practical items. But in Ingvild's defense, she needs it since she tends to be online most of the time. And for Kuroka, she's buying those vinyls to stay closer to her mother, so I can't blame her either. She's also working for me, so she's earning her keep. Yeah, it's a laptop, but I made it. I don't plan on releasing this to the world, but it's exclusively yours. I know you tend to spend a lot of time on the net, both the human and supernatural ones. You started that DeviTube tutorial thing, right? I asked and she nodded. Apart from her official channel for uploading her songs, she has another where she shows some bloopers, a few vlog-like videos, and other random things like playing some games and things like that. She also collaborates with other DXD or household members. Valerie appears a lot in there, and so does Gasper. "Why, yes, thank you," she said, accepting my gift. IDs say it's as powerful as another world's supercomputers. Like with the first one I made for you, you won't need to worry about battery, charging it, or Wi-Fi connectivity since you have unlimited battery and it has unlimited range. It can also tank raw attacks at an omniversal scale. So Ingvild blinked a few times before she asked, "Do you want me to use this as a weapon of mass destruction?" Well, it would be amusing to hear that the Purple Diva defeated the Cow's order with a laptop. I mused and chuckled again to myself. Ingvild didn't find it funny, but she turned it on while she kept eating. The rest of our time there was spent talking about the laptop and other mundane things. "Where are we going?" she asked. I had her in her original noble dress on the first day we met. "Oh, somewhere special," I replied, teleporting us away. We arrived in a certain seaside city in Europe. This was the place I wanted to ask Ingvild. I also took her friends and her mother's body here. The souls in it weren't their original souls, so I couldn't have them be there for her tonight, but I did the next best thing like what I did for Lavinia and her parents. I let the other souls pass on and spoke with her recently deceased friends and her mother's soul from a different timeline to inhabit those bodies for just tonight. I even offered them to inhabit it, but they declined, to my surprise. Their reasoning was that she's not the Ingvild they knew, but they were also interested in how she was and would be happy to meet her again. This was after I told them of her circumstances. In a way, they're doing it out of obligation and pity, but I just hope Ingvild doesn't notice. Well, those were her friend's thoughts. For her mother, it was different. To her, any Ingvild from any timeline is her baby, and she wants to meet her even if she declines to stay here. For my short time speaking to her, she's a kind woman, So it's a shame she declined. I even thought of forcefully bringing her back like Shuri, but I decided against it. I didn't want either of them to hate me. Ingvild had been staring around our surroundings wordlessly for the last few seconds. After I took her hand into mine and squeezed it, she looked back at me, unsure of what to say to me. "Hey, my surprise doesn't end here yet. Let's go," I said, pulling her along with me. She again wordlessly nodded her head and followed me. The further we went into the town, the more she began recollecting memories of her childhood. The time she spent with her human friends here, the sightings of her father over the years which surprised me. According to her, once she looked back at her memories of this place, she always saw a man hiding among the crowd or a structure like a lamppost or wall. At times, it was definitely her dad. Whether he was here to check up on her or not, only he knew the answer to that. Maybe he was just curious about the hybrid he made. Or he genuinely cared for Ingvild, but couldn't show it. He didn't make it clear after his defeat or the things he said to Ingvild. Maybe his mental health degraded over the years, and he started to change his mind on many things. It's certainly possible, but to go down that low, it seems incomprehensible. But maybe that's why Rooney has decided to sleep instead of stay awake. That's where we played hide and seek. Over there we were scolded by an adult at the time, since it was prohibited to go in there. Mom really scolded me that day, she said, looking at the location with nostalgia. This continued for the next 15 minutes, until I told her I wanted to take her to a specific spot. Ingvild didn't mind, and after walking through a few streets, alleyways, and a little hidden area that she didn't even know about, we arrived at a cove. A white sandy beach, a calm, dark ocean that reflected the moonlight, and a small yet gentle breeze swept through the area. "Oh wow, I've never been here before," she exclaimed, letting go of my hand before walking towards the ocean. Ingvild began to hum a little melody, and I joined her. After a minute, she stopped and looked at me. She was expecting me to propose here, but it wasn't the time. Instead, I grabbed her arm and gently pointed to her right. Confused, she followed her own arm, and when she did, she saw her mother and friends. But I thought why you said you let them pass after we allied. I wanted to keep this a secret from you. Go ahead, you guys only have a few hours left, but they want to spend it with you. They'll explain it to you once you get to them, I told her. She seemed to tear up and wanted to tell me something, but she quickly kissed me before running towards them. I watched her go, and they had a little reunion. I could even hear the crying from where I was. "You're not going to join them?" Rudra asked. "Nah, they need it, just like Lavinia and her parents needed to talk. She won't see them again for a long time, so it's better that way," I replied. I dreamed of the fight I had with Margir. I didn't let him ramble on about his plan or why he was doing it, but after reading his memories and seeing his life play out, it sort of made sense. Although, like many things in life, you get to choose how you end up in the end. You could say it was quite cliché. Margir himself was born from a beetle monster and a bat monster. Much like the rest of his world, survival of the fittest was what he had to live by from a very young age. He himself wasn't strong in the typical sense, so he relied on his intellect. However, as he grew, he became self-centered and arrogant. Margir was smarter than most people, but he wasn't as smart as Azazel, Ajuka, or even Promestine. I guess a better way to put it is that he was cunning and knew how to get around stronger people than himself. Of course, he became temporarily stronger when Nyarlathotep was still alive because of her blood. But after that, he went back down to his original power level, which was just slightly above ultimate class. However, as I said, he was cunning and charming in a way, so he managed to convince various monsters, including a powerful person like Kyoka, to join his little group. Eventually, they joined up with Black Alice and the Cow's Order, and that's when he started seeing a lot of change. With new access to various technologies and people, he inquired of Avetsa, who was still part of them at the time, Promestine, Satinel, and various others about his personal project as ambition. They were amused by it and agreed to try it since they had the support of Lapis, the Eevee, and Phantasma. For a time, it went well. They kidnapped human hybrids that didn't know any kind of truth about the world or ones that had recently awakened their powers, and they experimented on them. The ends justified the means in his eyes, and he wouldn't let anyone stop him. Even if he had to go against the entire world, he'd find a way to manipulate certain figures to let him win in the end. The number of backup plans he had was a bit insane. However, they were all rendered nugatory. It didn't matter how many he had, I simply erased them from his mind and made him go slightly crazy after I came back from my evolution. Letting him remember the original timeline, and this one made him question a lot of things. That's why he was a bit erratic before this operation started for both sides. That's why he was reckless about it. He didn't let Kyoka, his right-hand woman, stop him since he had manipulated her to the degree that she wouldn't question the things he did, which was their downfall. Of course, I changed her slightly, so she would go along with his plans without question. Before I did, she definitely would have made her own plans to fight against us, but she didn't anticipate that I would just steal back Scylla and have her fight her and win. Once Kyoka knew she had an advantage over others, she tended not to take them seriously anymore. Her first and only victory over you was the deciding factor, and she wouldn't change her mind on that. Their own faults were their downfall, along with me messing with reality and their memories. Although even if I didn't mess with reality, we still would have one in the end since I would have defeated Mardgear. Scylla, Aru, and Yura would have teamed up to defeat Kyoka. Azathoth and Lisa would defeat Nyx, and so on and so forth. Watching the operation play out in my dream, I felt someone join me. When I looked at them, I found Irene there. That reminds me, where were you? I asked. Swimming in the dimensional gap? I entertained a few thousand guests in your home over there since a game was going on, she said with a smirk. Are you in attention, WH? I was simply minding my own business, and a game was just... But I don't really consider myself naked in my dragon form, even if I did only enter it once when I obliterated Lapis. She tilted her head, confused. Then why are you jealous? I put a finger under my chin and thought about it. There was only one, even though it was rare of me, and it was sort of irrational, but it was the only explanation. I'm just jealous. That's all, no deeper reason or reason at all. I guess I'm just being possessive right now, I said, tilting my own head, unsure of my own answer. You're a strange one, Aaron. However, I like that straightforward nature of yours now. Well, being roundabout on certain things only serves to create problems down the line, so I may as well be honest about it now. That's what I learned over time living here. For the next few minutes, we spoke about a variety of topics, but it eventually ended when my dream stopped. Looks like I'm being woken up by Comptoir. Time ago, I said, getting up. We had sat down as we started the conversation earlier. While I looked back at her, she was still sitting on the ground. Aaron, I know you were involved with many other women before me, but I would like us to be together soon. You will most likely end up with Lisa on our trip to Ireland, so I won't ask for it then, but maybe afterward? She asked quite bluntly. As I want to say something, she stopped me to clarify something. I don't want offspring yet, but some time together would do. I couldn't help but chuckle at that. You're almost like Kuroka. While you're still blunt, it's not phrased like hers, making it a bit less perverted. I won't deny that, but the fact I'm asking you it so directly still pains me as one. So will you accept? She asked again. I can't exactly say no, so yes. We'll try to find a right time, Irene. Jumping down from the area I was in, I began walking towards Ingvild's group. Yawning one more time, I glanced at the water's surface and began to change it slightly. The area began to emit a faint luminescence, and silhouettes of small aquatic life began to dance around the cove. Everyone there was mesmerized by the sight. However, one person never took their eyes off me. Ingvild stood there, her arms in front of her, blushing. Large and glimmering shapes of jellyfish began to swim around us as I arrived in front of Ingvild and took her hands into mine. Her mother and friends were holding back their excitement and squeals as they watched this happen, and I strangely felt nervous about the entire thing. Do you want me to be romantic about it or blunt? I asked. The faces of her friends and mother dropped, but to their surprise, Ingvild began to laugh uncontrollably and embraced me instead. I took a deep breath and said, in all reality, because of my existence, I brought a lot of trouble to our universe, perhaps this omniverse. People suffered because of me, but I'm trying my best to fix that. Ingvild stared at me, not saying a thing. So I continued. You said to me after the rating game between Rias and Reiser that you wanted to live this age with me. Has that changed now, Ingvild? In the future, my life, our life, will be filled with challenges that no normal couple has to go through, you know? You can always tap out if you want. After I found out that most of the reasons why this universe of the Draconic Days was suffering because of me and the various universes and worlds out there were, because of my reincarnation and existence, Nyarlathotep and Lapis existence killed many of those places. The Cow's Order was born because they wanted to unite against me in reality. If this universe stayed the same as all the other timelines, they would have an easier time overall with Issei and Team DxD dealing with the normal canon threats. I have had these thoughts for the longest time that I should exist, but saying those words out loud would probably upset a lot of people. Ingvild touched my cheek, warmth radiating from her touch. That hasn't changed at all, Aaron. The longer we spent with each other, the more friends and comrades we made. The more I wanted to say it to you again and again. Even now, I want to live this age and many more with you, Aaron. That won't ever change. I see, then will you marry me? Of course you'd be lost without me and everyone else, right? She asked and giggled. I probably would. Leaning down, I captured Ingvild's lips, sealing the deal, and everyone around us cheered. Give me grandchildren and come visit me in a different timeline, in. Her mother shouted, clearly crying. What in God's name did you guys talk about? After we heard that, our kiss was broken as she started laughing, confusing her mother. He'll make sure to make that happen, ma'am. Leave it to me, and he'll take care of Ingvild, I told her. Ingvild's mother and her friends seemed relieved after hearing this, and their bodies began to shine. Her friends began crying and waving to her. Ingvild, I want to see you again. Visit us if it's possible. Let's go play on the beach again. Take care of yourself, okay? I may not be your original mother, but I can say with confidence that we definitely think the same things. You've grown up big and strong, and that's all a mother would want from their child, she told Ingvild before kissing her on the forehead. Bye-bye. She looked at me and mouthed, take care of her, before finally fading away. Ingvild, who had been holding back her tears, started crying as she finally closed this chapter of her life. In the end, she managed to say goodbye to her mother and friends from 100 years ago. Taking a step towards her, I embraced her from behind and said, let's go home. With tears still streaming down her face, she smiled and agreed. Our Home, Chapter 10, Part 5, Episode, Ingvild Leviathan's soliloquy life. It's very unexpected, right? But even when it is, it always finds a way to make things right in the end. You just have to believe in it, because right now, I'm very happy. Because, Aaron Senpai, that's not fair. You already ate 2 of them. Saji-san shouted as he tried to grab the cupcake out of Aaron's hand. I'm the one who made him. At least let me eat a few, he replied, shoving the entire cupcake into his mouth in one go. Saji-san turned around, tears streaming down his face, and crawled over to Ruruko, his girlfriend. Ruruko-san, I agree with Aaron Senpai. He made it, and he gets to eat a few in return. You're supposed to be on my side. I'm on the winning side. So a second cupcake, please, she asked and received one. Thank you. What the hell? As Saji-san went to complain, Aaron shoved a cupcake in his mouth, and he began to choke on it. It's been a day since the attacks, and it's the weekend, so it's as chaotic as ever in Aaron's home. A few people came by to visit today. These included Saji-san, Ruruko, Espiel-san, Tobio-san, Sis-san, Hana-chan, and a few others. Don't tease Saji too much, Aaron, chided Sona, and Aaron laughed. But it was mostly silent. Tobio, remember what I said a few days ago? Sis-san suddenly asked her fiancé. Yeah? Is it about the yes? Sis-san felt her stomach, and she blushed. There's no easy way to say this, but I'm pregnant again. Saji-san and Ruruko dropped their cupcakes as everyone stared at SAE in disbelief. It's only been a few months since she was last pregnant, and this was quite a shocker to all of us. Even Tobio-san was quite taken aback by this announcement, as he blushed too, but he ended up smiling and touching Sis-san's belly. Then the congratulations started. Congrats, SE. Another one on the way, huh? Kanami asked, nudging the pregnant woman and making her blush. Natsum did the same thing to Tobio-san. Toby, you dog literally. Who knew you'd do that to your fiancé in just 2 years? Both of them ended up blushing quite badly by the end of all the teasing. Huh? Any idea of the sex yet? SAE-san shook her head. No, I want to keep it a secret from ourselves till the end, so we'll only know when I give birth, she explained. I see, Aaron replied, turning around. Cookie-san was staring at him. Tobio and Essie-san. Is something wrong, Cookie? He sighed and crossed his arms. If you're not going to say, I will. He looked back at Tobio-san and then at Essie-san. You guys are unbelievable. No wonder Essie got pregnant again, holy shit. Toby, I didn't think you had it in you. His rant came to an end as Calawarna-san, while blushing, grabbed his head and slammed it to the ground with a lot of force, knocking him out. I'm sorry for this, idiots. It's fine. Essie-san interrupted. The room became a bit awkward as silence fell. But well, he does have a point. Naya, Kuroka added. She received glares from Grafia and Chiron for it, making her hide behind the couch. Aaron tried to move the topic to a different one, but ended up being the main topic after along with me, since he proposed to me last night, and everyone started congratulating us too. It was pretty embarrassing. After, I was forced to explain what he did, and a few girls sighed. Recalling the memory made me blush and my heart flutter. It was both a sad and happy occasion, a memory I'll never forget. Gee, I wish ours was a bit more romantic, said Natsum. Right? But I'm not complaining since I beat a few of you. Kanami boasted proudly, earning a few jealous glares from them. As everyone went back to happily chatting with each other, I began looking around the room slowly. It was such a peaceful sight filled with laughter and joy. The fact that they brought up my proposal made me start thinking about my past. From the day I gained consciousness from when I lived with my mother in Europe to the time I woke up to Aaron in front of my eyes, even if it only took a year, it felt like a lifetime ago. Such thoughts made me tear up a bit. Third-person point of view. Many years ago, a certain descendant of the Leviathan devil bloodline impregnated a human woman. It was uncommon to have a child between humans and devils, so when this happened, the devil fled. He vanished, never to be seen again. He was left with two choices: kill it or abandon it with its other parent. The man chose the latter and went back to the underworld, leaving his newborn child and mother in the human world to fend for themselves. Even with this, the woman who gave birth to this hybrid did not resent the man or her daughter. She loved her and took care of her. Even after being abandoned in Copenhagen, Denmark, they were happy. Even when times were tough and they had to scrape by, they were content with each other. Iseline Arflot, that was the name of Ingvild Leviathan's mother. She never married Nehunius Leviathan, so she never took his surname. She looked identical to Ingvild, except she was much older. Once Iseline found out that Nehunius had left them, she started working at a nearby bakery and earned a living there. During that time, she left Ingvild to be taken care of by their neighbors, where she made friends with two of their daughters. Everyone knew of Iseline's circumstances, and even back then, with its population, they helped them in any way they could. Whether that was babysitting for little Ingvild, giving them ingredients to make food with, or inviting them for food, the city had banded together to help them. They weren't sure why, but when asked, it usually boiled down to, we just want to help them. The guy that Iseline got pregnant from looked really wealthy, so him leaving these two left a bitter taste in our mouths. So we want to make it easier for them. Iseline also stepped up and didn't abandon little Ingvild, even though most mothers at her age would. Ingvild grew up happy in this city, even with her tough life. However, that didn't last, as her mother was eventually hired by a good company and started earning a lot of money, and their lives quickly improved. But even then, they still lived quite modestly and repaid everyone who ever helped them, further earning them a good reputation in the community. Ingvild Leviathan's soliloquy. When I was around 13 years old, I began to feel strange. Strangely, lights would cover my body from time to time, and my mom always told me I was special. But at the time, I didn't know what she meant, and this year was the year it all changed. When I told her about it, she finally sat me down and told me more about who my father was and what I was. Ingvild, I told you a little when you were younger since you wouldn't understand. But it seems like the time is right, and I'll tell you now since it's happening to you. She told me. I was a bit frightened, but said I was ready for whatever it was. You're a hybrid. You were born a human and a devil. I know this may sound unbelievable, but please listen to me. I have saved up the evidence over the years, so she trailed off and brought out a folder containing various things. One of them was a photo of my dad, whoever that was. He clearly had bat wings, and his eyes were glowing. I didn't believe her until she made some kind of magic circle thing in her hand and fired a ball of fire from it, surprising me. Am I deviant? Do I have to do bad things? Is this the reason why my body is glowing? I asked in a panic and began to hyperventilate. My mom quickly calmed me down and told me how it worked. She had researched this over the years, started to understand it to a degree, and told me how my demonic powers worked. She also told me about sacred thingies that were given to humans by the God in heaven. But she said it was rare, so I shouldn't think about it too much. Over the course of a year, she began teaching me how to manipulate my demonic powers so I could defend myself when I was attacked, which scared me. However, she reassured me that we had never been attacked since we had lived here since I was born. She was only teaching me the what-if scenario, which I became fine with. She made me promise her that I would never tell my friends about this or other adults. Otherwise, it would make our lives complicated. Even at my age, I understood why, so I never plan on doing that. And I promised her too. I was already a bit odd for someone my age. I had unique hobbies, many of which included me staring out at the sea or singing down there by myself, sometimes even at night. When I was younger, they saw it as cute, but now some look at me oddly, but because of our reputation and the fact that I was helpful and didn't cause trouble, they didn't say anything about it. However, I sometimes get judgmental looks from them, but I try to not let it get to me and keep on living my new life, now a life where I know that I'm a half-human, half-devil hybrid. Mom explained that it was the reason why Dad left. He was from a supposed extinct bloodline from the devils, and that if they discovered us, the older generation devils may try to hunt us down. So she believes he did it to protect us. Sometimes she doesn't sound convinced when she says it whenever I ask about him. Whenever I go to the library to do research about my bloodline, the Leviathan, she tells me to take what's written with a grain of salt, since most humans don't know what they're talking about. But she also told me that some of what's written has an element of truth to it. The hypothesis I came up with is that some of the humans who wrote these down were involved in the supernatural, while the rest weren't. Some who truly were in it were told different things, both lies and truths, while the others just made it out for attention. But these are just the thoughts of a 13-year-old girl. I surmise that when and if the supernatural ever reveal themselves to the human world, many people's beliefs and worldviews will be turned upside down. Some may even double down and say it's all fake until it's not. Time will only tell. Maybe in the future, a big enough event will happen to change that way of thinking for them. But who truly knows? However, one day, I asked Mom about how my dad looked, and she seemed hesitant to tell me. "Why are you asking, Wild?" She asked. "I sometimes see a man at the corner of my visions when I'm out with my friends, but when I turn to look at them, they seem to disappear," I told her, and described the man. Mom seemed a bit shaken up by it, so I thought it might be a bad idea to bring it up, so I left it at that and changed the topic, but she quickly excused herself and left me. The way she reacted makes it seem like it's Dad. If it is, why isn't he coming to us? Does his own status matter that much? Why not abandon it and be with your family? Maybe I was still immature and didn't understand many things, but as a 13-year-old girl, these were my honest feelings. Even though I never met him or spoke to him, I still want maybe that shows how naive I am, but is it a sin to want to know your other parent's face, name, and love? Time passed on like this. I spent many days of my life here. My mother never remarried or found anyone else. I believe she loved him very much, even if he didn't return it. My mom is the type to fall in love hard and won't let go of it. I think she thinks he'll come back one day for us. But after all these years, I'm 17 now, and while I see him from time to time in my vision, he never approaches me. I've asked her to go look for a new partner, but she only ever agreed on doing it once, and she couldn't help but compare him to my dad, so I gave up on the idea since, in her eyes, no one could ever stand up to him. It was sad, but at the same time, it made me wonder why he thought of him that way. I thought maybe he used his demonic powers on her to manipulate her, but I never had any ground for that, so I dismissed it not too long after. One day I felt strange. I was normally quite energetic and would go on walks along the beach or hang out with my friends, and recently, I started a part-time job to earn a bit of money for myself. With encouragement from my mom, her friends, and my friends, I wanted to pursue a singing career for myself. My first step towards it was having enough money to pursue it full-time. So after I graduate from school, I can invest my full-time into my singing career. I'm a hybrid, so I have a longer lifespan than my friends and mom. So at some point, I will need to live like vampires, and from my own research, they exist too. So seclusion and maybe releasing music from my own home will become the norm instead of going out and performing live shows and concerts. It sounds lonely, but I think I can do it. Ingvild? 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 My eyes opened, and I looked at my mom in puzzlement. Mom? Is something wrong? I asked. Instead, she hugged me tightly, further puzzling me. She didn't say anything for the next few minutes, as she continued to hug me. Finally, she separated from me and looked at me with moist eyes. Mom, it's 2 in the afternoon. You've been asleep since 7 in the evening yesterday. I thought you died, but felt that you were still breathing. Is something wrong? Are you feeling unwell? We're going to the doctor's. Let's go, she said very quickly, leaving no room for me to talk. I quickly got dressed in my pajamas, and we left our home. Mom apparently called in sick for me for my job. I need to go and apologize to them after this visit. However, once we got there and spoke with the doctor, he did some tests on me and didn't find anything wrong. So our next stop was for food, since I was quite hungry. I'm sorry about this, Mom, I suddenly said, halfway through eating my food. I shouldn't have slept for so long. She grabbed my hand and rubbed it. No, it's fine. If the doctor here can't find what's wrong with you, we may need to try outside of our city. But if they can't, then it may be related to the supernatural, a sickness only those who are from it get ill look into Ingvild. So don't worry, okay? She said, trying to comfort me. But when I heard that, I became nervous and scared. If it's a sickness that comes from the supernatural, then wouldn't that mean only doctors from the supernatural may be able to cure it? If that is the case, then wouldn't that mean exposing me? Exposing who I really am, and if we do, the old devils may come after me, or maybe even other descendants from the Leviathan clan. The thought terrifies me. I don't know how they're like. My dad certainly didn't help with that, being all mysterious and watching me from a distance over the years. A sickness from the supernatural. Do you know anyone from it that can help us? I asked, and to my relief, she nodded. Yes, that we can trust them. They've said that we can rely on them when the time is right. So far we haven't needed to, but maybe now is the time, she said and looked out the window. I ate in silence for the next few minutes until Mom looked back at me and said, you want to apologize to your boss, right? Let's go over there and explain. After that, we'll go home and rest for the day. I have a few calls I need to do. When Mom says calls, she means using those magic communication circles. Over the years, she became good at using them, but she said she couldn't use offensive spells. Most were just a few convenient ones like igniting fire or making some water. She dubbed them utility spells to help us. It was very effective when we were still scraping by, apparently. Not having electricity to use the stove, she just gathered wood and used fire magic on it, so she could cook. A bit of light magic, or using fire magic for light in our little home. I wanted to use my own demonic powers like that too, but when I used them once, I nearly flooded our backyard, so I haven't attempted since then. Okay, I replied. After I was done, we went to my place of work, and I apologized to the owner, who was more than understanding and even gave me tomorrow off, which we were thankful for. Once we got back home, I sat at my desk and opened my lyric notebook. As it sounds, it's a notebook in which I wrote my lyrics. I've been doing this since I was 14, and I probably have thousands of lyrics written down from various songs I came up with over the years. However, after I started writing more lyrics, everything became a bit blurry, and the next thing I knew, I woke up on my bed. Unsure of what time it was, when I looked at my clock, I saw that it was 4. Well, I fell asleep for an hour? That's better, right? I asked myself, but when I tried to stand up, my legs felt weak, and I fell, surprising me. Mom? I shouted in a panic, and my mom came rushing into my room and pulled me up. Just like yesterday, she held me and seemed to be openly weeping now. Mom? What's wrong? I just fell asleep for an hour after we got back, I told her, trying to comfort her. She pulled away and looked at me with uncertainty in her eyes. Ingvild, it's been a full day since you last woke up. Well, I want to come get you for dinner. You were on the ground in your room asleep. What do you mean I was? A full day? I was asleep for a full day. How? Why? Does this have anything to do with the illness I have? I asked, and to my dread, she confirmed it with her nod. According to my friend, it's a rare disease some devils get. It seems like it's called the devil sleep disease. It affects both high-class and low-class devils. They believe it also affects reincarnated and now hybrids like yourself. As it sounds, it puts you into a deep sleep, and you won't be able to wake up from it. In most cases so far, the devil passes on while they're asleep. There is no known cure, she said while tearing up. It felt like my whole world slowed down. Mom kept speaking, but I couldn't hear any of it. It was as if I were submerged in water, and she tried talking down to me. At some point, Mom started to shake me, but I didn't respond to her. When I finally looked back at her, I had a single question. Am I going to die? Mom's eyes widened in horror before she hugged me again. No, 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 no. I'm going to make sure you won't. Everyone I know right now will be gone. You'll keep on living. Will I have the strength to keep going? Or will I end it all just to join them in the great beyond? I've never had thoughts like this before, and even thinking about them makes me uneasy. The fact that they've appeared in my mind just shows how serious this is. Leave it to me, okay? Get into contact with someone, and maybe they can help us. For now, let's have you eat something, okay? She said, holding back the tears. I agreed with her, and we went to the kitchen, where she made something for me. This was obviously stressing my mom, but I couldn't really help her. I just need to stay positive. Everything will work out in the end. Well, definitely beat it. And I could spend a normal life with everyone. Days, weeks, months, or years I don't even know anymore. The times that I fall asleep have become more frequent, but thankfully, I wake up from them thanks to a bracelet my mom gave me. It would shock me back awake if I started to fall asleep during the day, and that's helped me so far. But there are times when it doesn't work, and I end up falling asleep for a few hours. She's become a mess during that time, and I feel even more guilty because of it. It's my fault for being a hybrid. Even today, as my vision blurred and my consciousness began to flatter, and before I fell asleep, I heard Mom talking to someone about something. The last words I heard were noble, underworld, and hospital before blacking out. Many times over, I always come to this strange landscape in my dreams. I was allowed to run free, create my own songs, and go on endless walks on the beach. I was aware that it was fake and that I was dreaming, but the feeling of euphoria while I was in it made it not matter for me. In this dream, I didn't need to worry about anything. These dreams only started because of the devil's sleep disease I contracted, and this may have been my body or mind going into survival mode to protect me. I conjured up scenarios in my mind about the things I loved. But from time to time, I hear voices that reach my subconscious, and in turn, they end up in my dream. Usually, it's just my mom humming something, an old lullaby, or giving me updates. It gave me peace of mind, but at the same time, it scared me since I didn't know how long I would be asleep for. There were also long stretches of time where I heard nothing, sometimes just crying, which made me feel guilty. But one day, I heard something new. Are you sure they could do something? See, can I see her again? I have no guarantee that they can cure her, Ezeline. For now, no one has been cured of it. You yourself know that. All I can say is that we may need her for a long time to study the disease. I will try to contact you. Please, anything for her. She's the only thing I have left, and contacting you was quite difficult. I was busy. But Ingvild said you watched over her occasionally. Why didn't you be leaving now? We could try to discuss this when she wakes up. But for now, goodbye. W8. After that short conversation, it became silent again. It was obvious who had me. It was Dad. But why did he agree? And how long had I been asleep? It obviously wasn't short since he came to get me and bring me to the underworld. But now I'm even more terrified. Am leaving Mom and going to the underworld? How long will it be? Will I even wake up? Will I be trapped here forever? So many questions raced through my mind, and it stayed like this for a long, long time. Silence, the occasional chatter about something I couldn't understand, so I began ignoring it. But again, after a certain amount of time, something changed. Sirzek's John. I managed to take her away from those nobles. Anyway, she's apparently a descendant of the Leviathan bloodline. Even more, she's a hybrid, a human, and a devil. What should we do? A feminine voice asked. How about we ask the newly appointed middleman to try and cure the disease? It's worth a shot, right? What do you two think? Asked a masculine voice. So far, he has created miracle after miracle. I don't see why not, replied another masculine voice. It is his job to accept requests from the three factions. So why not? Another masculine voice said, although this voice sounded very tired. To Jean-chan then, and being moved again? I wonder how long it's been. But it sounds like someone is going to attempt to wake me up. It's probably going to end in failure. I don't hold much hope, though, I mumbled pessimistically. After that, everything became silent again. During those times, I would usually sit by the beach and look out at the sea, even if it was all fake. It brought me some peace and kept back the dread of waking up hundreds, thousands, or millions of years into the future. An immeasurable amount of time passed, and I finally heard something new again. Hey, Jean, ready for a new harem member? The same bubbly and energetic voice of a woman asked. What? A man's voice asked back. The Sleeping Beauty is just behind this door. Now go. Shoo, why are you being so pushy? Goddamn. Ow, what's happening? Why am I waking up? How? Did that person do it? I'm excited but scared at the same time. How long have I been asleep for? My eyes fluttered open, and a new ceiling was above me. I turned my head to the side and saw two people I hadn't seen before. Who? I muttered, my voice sounding weak. A woman with black hair and strange clothes walked over to me and crouched down at eye level. I'm Seraphal Leviathan, but am not a true Leviathan. I only received the title of Leviathan through blood, she said and pointed back at the man behind her. You've been asleep for 100 years, and that man behind me helped wake you up. I could only stare at the woman in shock. 100 years? Then Mom, and everyone back in my home are. I felt my eyes start to dampen, but I composed myself. Thank you very much. I thanked them both and tried to stand up, but I nearly fell. So the woman named Seraphal helped me instead. What am I supposed to do now? I asked them. I had no home. The one who brought me here was my dad, right? Then where is he? What about my father? I asked again. The woman named Seraphal seemed annoyed as she said, I invited him today, but he declined because he's busy. After talking to her for a bit, it was decided that I would spend my new life with a man behind her. His name was Jean, and he was the newly appointed middleman. I was a bit skeptical, but he seemed friendly enough, and the current Leviathan said he was trustworthy, so I decided to accept. It hasn't changed much, I muttered. I paused for a moment. How did I know that? I was asleep for most of it. Did my body just know? Maybe I was here for so long that I am. Well, the underworld probably hasn't changed that much, but in the human world? Yeah, it definitely did. Technology has advanced by a lot, and many things have changed while you slept, he told me. Glancing at me, he added, we'll take you there once you get the hang of walking again. He suddenly let go of me, and my legs started to wobble uncontrollably. In a panic, I looked back at him, and he was smiling at me. He's not a bad person, so he's probably not doing this out of malice, but I would have preferred if he let me get used to it in a slower manner. Come over to me. If you fall, I'll catch you, he told me, so I did. I walked over to him very slowly. I fought the urge to just fall over, and I eventually got to him and collapsed. He caught me, and I sighed in relief. Shall we try that again? He asked. I wanted a bit of independence, so being able to walk by myself should be my ultimate goal for now. A few minutes later, I had regained the ability to walk on my own. However, it felt like he did something to me to help expedite the process, but he chose not to say anything about it. It started slowly, but then he kept increasing the distance between us as I slowly got stronger. It slowly stopped being serious, and it had become a sort of little joke between us. I would deliberately and exaggeratedly wobble my body before jumping into his arms. Doing this was kind of nostalgic since it let me remember the fond memories I had with my friend 100 years ago. Even though we had just met, I was already having fun and smiling. I had thought it would take a lot longer, but I guess I was wrong unless he did more than just help me walk earlier when my body felt strange. Am I interrupting something? The voice of Seraphal asked. When we turned around, we saw the current Leviathan cupping her breasts, and a strange conversation started between her and Jean. A lot of time passed after that, and I learned many things about Gene, his friends, and his harem, which initially shocked me. But when Mom and I were doing research about the supernatural, we found that having harems in it was quite common, so I wasn't that shocked when he said he had one. Laptops, computers, the internet, and many other things have been invited or improved to such a degree that it felt so fast. But I guess I became a bit spoiled over time since some things felt slower, even if I was a relic of the past. However, Gene gave me a new laptop that he made himself and made very powerful, and I was grateful. Aquino, Kuroka, and Gene were out today, leaving only me and Graphia in his home. I hadn't spoken much to her yet since she's a bit hard to approach. She usually has a stoic or unfriendly look on her face. Even Aquino has a slightly hard time approaching her, and they've known each other for a long time because she apparently works as a maid for a master. The evil P system was only briefly touched upon by Mom and I since we didn't plan on diving too far into the supernatural. We only wanted to know the basics of many things and leave it at that. The underworld, there's Satans, and other things about it like the aristocratic society down there with their noble systems and such. Even though I was a descendant of the Leviathan blood, I had no idea what that indicated. However, Gene and Graphia would sometimes talk to me about it, and what the implications would be if my existence was found out, especially Graphia. She said it would bring a lot of unwanted attention to me if I wished to remain anonymous. Gene also wanted to remain unknown, but given his position, that wouldn't happen. Even when he keeps saying, he'll deal with this, and then stop for a bit, but trouble seems to find him. Right now, I was browsing a site called YouTube, and it had a lot of music videos and a large archive of past and present music made by human artists all around the world. Aquino also told me about a place called DeviTube. It's similar to YouTube, but for devils. There weren't too many devils that did music, and most that I found were amateurs at best, well, compared to the human artists I had seen since I started browsing the site. It reignited the passion I once had for singing. All those notes and lyrics were written 100 years ago. I wonder what happened to them. The same is true of my home and my belongings. If what I heard my mom say was correct, then she promised to keep my things hidden so that when I woke up in the future, I would be able to find them. A spot that both of us knew about, a place where I could find it. Only one place came to mind back in Copenhagen. It was in a discreet place that I hadn't told my friends about, and only my mom and I knew about it. I was tempted to ask Gene about it, but we're still relatively new friends, so suddenly asking to take a trip to Denmark of all places may seem odd to him. So I may ask him in the future instead. He also asked if I wanted to attend Kuo Academy with him in around a month. I'm still considering the offer. However, I am interested since I didn't get to finish my education 100 years ago. It will be in Vildsamer, Igriegagis, I replied, looking up from where I was sitting in the living room. Graphia was there with some tea, and I accepted it. To my surprise, she sat down beside me, and we fell into silence. As I began to drink the tea, she suddenly asked, "Will you accept Gene's invitation to study at Kuo? If you do, you will be in your last year, so you will be studying with Ryasu-sama, Aquino, Sona City, Tsubaki Shinra, and Gene. You wish to relive a bit of your life, don't you? You were essentially frozen in time." "I'm not sure, but I'm leaning towards saying yes," I replied. "Finishing my school career wouldn't be bad, and getting new friends wouldn't be bad either. Aquino and Kuroka have been great, and I consider them good friends, but I sort of want human ones too. It seems like they tend to have more friends that are part of the supernatural, and I see why they're part of it, so there's a higher chance that they'll live longer than normal humans, increasing their lifespans one way or another. Unlike normal humans who die around 70 to 90, if they're lucky, they will live to or past 100 years old. Ultimately, it's your decision. What you do with your life is up to you. Just make sure you don't have regrets, and who knows? If you do attend, you may make very precious memories there, meet new people, and maybe even grow as a person," she said before getting up and leaving. I've read several stories on the internet about how people hated their high school life, while others enjoyed it. It really depends on what kind of school you go to, your own personality, and the people who go there as well as the teachers. But for what Aquino said, doesn't seem that bad, not including the stalking incident and perverts. Maybe you'll try going. Yeah, he'll agree to attend. Things have been strange. After Lavinia almost died, Gene has been acting a bit strange now. It's quite obvious that he's depressed about it. At times he acts like himself, while at others he's quite stoic. To say it isn't like him is an understatement. Presently, it was nighttime in his pocket dimension. Mostly everyone has gone to their rooms or is hanging out in small pairs or groups around the replica of our home here. Although Aquino, Lavinia, and a few others have been wondering where he went. He completely erased his presence and just disappeared every now and again. It looks like tonight was one of them. Still panicking, Lavinia and Aquino ran around the home, opening and closing doors. I offered to go outside and look for him, and they agreed too. So I left through the front door and flew around looking for him. The pocket dimension was vast, and honestly, looking for him this way seems counterproductive, but those two probably won't calm down unless someone offers to do this. To my surprise and luck, I found him. He was sitting near a cliff while dangling one of his legs off the drop. Landing behind him, I walked up to him, kneeled down, and hugged his head from behind. Everyone's looking for you, you know? Lavinia and Aquino are panicking, I told him, and stroked his head. I just needed to think, that's all. I'm mostly supervising everyone's growth, and sometimes training on my own. They'll apologize once I get back, he said, and kept on looking at the view in front of us. We're not sure what kind of thoughts Gene has had since that happened. We've only been here for around 2 years, so it's been up in the air, but it's been bothering him. But when looking at him like this, do you think you're perfect? I asked. Where did that come from all of a sudden? He queried, attempting to look back at me. Please answer my question, I instructed him. Gene fell silent for a bit, but I felt him shake his head. Instead of answering, he said, You're not the first one to ask me that in Comptoir, the two dragons, and, well, someone else did, and it left me thinking about a lot of things. The thought of just running away sometimes flashes in my mind, but I quickly dismiss it since it'll be found relatively easily by them, he said tiredly. Yeah, I know it doesn't sound like me. I just have to push through it. You're not the type to give up that easily. Why not try getting through it from another angle? I told him. What are we to you, Gene? I asked another question. We're certainly not just tools for you to use, right? Some of us are more than just friends to you. Some are comrades. Some are lovers. I paused and looked up at the moon. Even though it was artificially made by him, it felt very real to me. He didn't move or say anything, so I continued. What would you do in a raid in an MMORPG? Most people won't solo it, right? Even with the best gear, it would take you a long time to complete. What do most people do in that situation? I asked, yet he didn't answer. Party up, go into a raid group, and tackle the content together as a team. All of us were a team, aren't we? What I'm trying to say is, please rely on us more. I know you're really powerful, but a king needs to rely on his people to thrive, doesn't he? I told him, he can't run the kingdom on his own. He needs his subjects and everyone else to keep it functioning. Moving his head, I forced him to look at me. He had a frown on his face as we looked at each other. Leaning down, I kissed him on the forehead. Becoming a king, or in your case, an emperor that will lead everyone down the road of righteousness, right? I asked and giggled. He looked like he was going to cry, but he looked a bit relieved too. A road of righteousness, huh? He repeated and suddenly got up, surprising me a little. He offered his hand to me, and I took it before being pulled up. Gene then hugged me quite firmly. It felt like if he let go of me, I would end up disappearing. I hugged him back too, and we stayed like that for a few seconds. Thank you, Ingvild. Let's go home, he said before taking a step back. You better apologize to them, especially with Aquino and Lavinia. They're worried sick, like I said. I know, I will. He teleported us back to our home, and we went back in. After that, there's a lot of screaming by Aquino and Lavinia. Gene left for the Shinto pantheon just a day ago. He brought Suzuku, Shigyun, and Aquino with him. Over time, it seemed like he was slowly getting better, as he's been laughing, smiling, and acting like his old self. Many of us think this is a good thing, so we've been encouraging it. The Grimory Peerage left earlier, minus Aquino, since they have a raiding game to prepare for, but many of us already know that they'll win this. However, after Jean got Rias addicted to training, she's been doing it like her life depended on it. I've been thinking, we should surprise Jean when he gets back home. Kanami suddenly said as we all ate lunch in the living room. Surprise niya? What kind of surprise? Asked Kuroka. Valerie, who was beside her, wiped some of the crumbs from her mouth, earning her a Nyank's thanks. He's the Apay dragon, so obviously everyone here just needs to strip naked, she said, nodding wisely to herself. Natsum punched Kanami in the shoulder and said, "It's not that simple, you idiot. I really wonder at times if we really are related or not. You used to be so smart, well, academically. Ow, I'm still smart. But being that way is so annoying and boring. I'd rather be this," she said, puffing out her chest. "Dumb and thick?" asked Natsum, snickering at her older sister. "Fun and energetic," corrected Kanami. The two sisters glared at each other before pouncing at one another and fighting on the ground. Even though it was suggested by Kanami in a rather unusual way, most did want to help Jean, but we were mostly unsure of how to do it. They kept suggesting ideas, and I looked back at my laptop. Looking at a folder named Lyrics, I had around 500 Word documents already. But if I'm being honest, I think my notebook from back then probably had an extra 200 or maybe 300, so I was still quite behind. Even then, I believe only around 70 or even 80 of these were usable or coherent enough to make a song out of. My human friends have also been encouraging me to pursue my singing career. Every time we hang out, we eventually end up doing karaoke, and I end up singing for most of it since everyone there loves it. I've been meaning to bring this up to Gene since I do want to pursue it, but it's not exactly the best time to do that. At the same time, I know he'll say yes to it, because he said yes to everything we've mostly asked. She had moved over to where I was and peered at my laptop. New lyrics for a song? Valerie, I want you to be honest with me. Should I become a singer? I asked her. This took her by surprise as she stared at me for a few seconds. She hugged her knees and closed her eyes. When she does that, she usually takes it seriously, so it'll just wait. The rest kept talking about what they'd like to do. Kuroka suggested that we all wear maid outfits, which was both supported and rejected by Grafia. I think you should. You said that you wanted to be one when you were younger, right? Before you fell asleep, I mean. So, if you pursue it now, I think it will be fine. Everyone here will definitely support your decision, especially Jean. You're also a great singer, so you'll definitely be successful. I also haven't heard of a popular supernatural idol yet either, she explained, grinning at me. It's reassuring that Valerie and everyone here will support my decision. However, I know some will tell me some of the harsh realities like me not succeeding, especially in the human world, since there are already a lot of amazing singers, and I have to stand out from the crowd to join them up there. I'll talk to Jean about it when I'm ready, but before then, I'll go and prepare, so he'll have no choice but to say yes, I told her, slowly getting pumped up. Maybe I can make a small song for him to help him? I did sing him that little song back then after Rias and Riser's rating game. He'll think about it. I'm not sure yet. Hikino was elated, no. She was euphoric. Even though the vast majority of us have rings already, Jean or Aaron has recently proposed to her, and she's been on a high since then. Aquino's been spoiling Aaron too, although most of it was on the more lewd side, but he didn't seem to mind. However, this has also created a strange atmosphere in our home. A few of the women in his harem have started to ask each other, when is it my turn, or something close to that. The topics of proposals, marriage, and children have become quite common. Add to the fact that we're graduating soon, and the older women in his harem may be looking to settle down or even start a family with him. Grafia, even if she's not vocal about it, has been staring longingly at him from time to time. I'm sure Aaron has noticed, but hasn't said anything yet. Lavinia, she was looking at Aquino with a lot of jealousy, but at the same time, she and many of us knew that it would only take time until it was our turn. Although for Lavinia, it may be a bit of a bigger deal than most since it's pretty obvious to all of us. She's head over heels for Aaron. Suzaku sometimes has the same look, but when she notices she's doing it, she quickly changes her expression. I think she's the same as Lavinia, but a lot more reserved compared to her. Comparing either of them to each other is strange, to say the least. Are you looking forward to yours? Reiko-san asked me. She recently moved in with us and has quickly gotten used to living here. I couldn't help but blush after being asked that. Even though I've been thinking about it like everyone else, being asked the question directly feels strange. I guess as much as the next person. It felt indecisive, but at the same time, some already see themselves as married to him. Ophis, for one, doesn't really understand the concept and basically thinks of herself as already married to Aaron. Kuroka feels the same way, but also still wants a wedding. In her words, we live in the same house, Naya. We act like a married couple already, and we have a lot of fun together whenever we want. Aren't we already technically married? A wedding and all that is just to show off. And then the document is just to make things official, Naya. If you ask me, I want mine to be super romantic, Ine said, suddenly interrupting us. Reiko-san giggled. You're not even in a relationship with him yet. Silly. He'll skip the dating and move directly into fiancé status, she said, tapping her head. Thinking ahead of the game. That doesn't sound so reasonable, replied Reiko-san. Ine smirked. Fufu, trust me on this, Reiko. I feel like you'll have the same fate in the future. Reiko-san didn't respond. She just smiled at Ine. She hasn't shown any signs of romantic interest in Aaron so far, so that might not happen, but you never know with him and other women. They have a strange relationship with him when you compare them to people his age. Fuhahaha. Ine laughed. I've been doing parodies of songs and uploading them onto YouTube and DeviTube. The few videos I have there have kind of blown up. The one on YouTube has 2 million views, and on DeviTube, it's around 800K, which is still really impressive. I have a lot of positive comments on both and a few hateful ones, but I already expected that, so it didn't bother me that much. Of course, everyone else knows about it and has congratulated me, especially my friends at school. Some even started joking about becoming my manager. I've also got more attention from people. Apart from being known for being part of the Occult Research Club and being close to Aaron, I was mostly invisible, but now a bit of trouble arose. It wasn't as bad as the other incidents from before, but if I had to compare, it would be on par with Aquino's stalking from last year. It hasn't been too bad lately, but he has spoken to me a bunch of times and even followed me back here, and it also made him mad since Aaron lives here. I haven't informed anyone else about this, but Aquino and a few others already suspect something is happening because I've been acting a certain way. Soon I'll need to do something about it because it does get a bit annoying at times. And if I'm being honest, Aaron probably knows, but he has either refused to do anything, is waiting for me to ask for help, or is waiting for me to deal with it myself. Like always, Aaron was away doing another job, leaving most of us back in Kuo, although everyone was busy with something, some more than others. I was in the living room again. Ine, Reiko-san, Kuroka, and a few others were here. As I mentioned earlier, a few of them were teasing Reiko-san because of her engagement with Aaron, but it was all in good fun. May I have your attention, everyone? Aquino has asked me to address this, Graphia said suddenly, and she stared at me. Oh, I don't like that look. Could she be? Aquino has been keeping an eye on you for the last few weeks, Singvilde. It seems like you have a stalker? She asked. Once she did, everyone turned to look at me. Many were looking at me with concerned expressions. I sighed and explained what had been happening. Graphia was the one who brought it up in terms of hierarchy in the household. She was near the top with Aaron, so I didn't have any other choice but to tell them. Stalking? Let's go break his legs. Ow. Azane shouted that. Graphia, who was near her, grabbed the side of her stomach and pinched it, making her jump. We can't be too irrational about this after last year and Aquino's incident. I will be reporting this to Ziyada-sama as he's an administrator of the school, she told me. She looked at Ine after and added, we won't be breaking his legs, but if I find out you did, there will be consequences. Ine didn't reply, but instead she pouted with her arms closed. But she sent me a sly wink. However, Graphia grabbed her head again, squeezing it tightly. Ow, 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 ow. I was joking. She cried in agony. Maybe it was a bit more complicated than I was told. Thank you. I bowed to them. Aquino kept her silence and wanted to deal with it herself. While we were able to minimize the damage done, that boy Chase is scarred for life and hasn't fully recovered. Although I would say it was his fault, I would say Aquino went a bit too far, said Graphia. She then got up, told us that she would be informing Ziyada-san, and left the room. Letane got up, but a part of her leg was frozen, making her stop her sentence. Jigo on a walk. We laughed at Ine, confused by her strange fixation on taking revenge. I was mildly inconvenienced by the boy, but I was part of the supernatural, so I never felt threatened. In reality, being in this home was even stranger with all the powerful people in it. A little human that's a bit obsessed with me wasn't that over the top. Countless attacks were thrown around the place, each one strong enough to decimate an island. Fortunately, there weren't too many injured on our side, as before Aaron fell into his coma, he had left the care of our world to his Electa and Shadow soldiers. Right now, we of the DXD and the DXD Alliance are in a war with the Chaos Order. There were a lot of things that were happening, and Aaron woke up not too long ago, but soon vanished since he had to finish stabilizing his body. Presently, I am in Romania with Valerie and other members of DXD, and I was left with support along with a few others. I mainly used a small conduit that Aaron gave me before to provide an enchanting effect to my allies using my voice. Apparently, he had thought of it when he was talking to Comptoir about his boosted Gear S powers. He wants to use it in the future with me. It left me curious, but for now, I was using it this way, and it seemed to be helping, but everything was in our favor. We were winning by a significant margin. However, a tear in the sky appeared, causing everyone to momentarily stop after a few minutes. Pink laser line things started flying everywhere, targeting everyone indiscriminately, and it began to kill them. Run. It's going to. Another member tried to warn us, but was quickly stabbed through the stomach, killing them. I was too shocked to move. Everyone around me was quickly targeted, and they began to be killed off one by one. Eventually, someone grabbed my shoulders and pulled me away. Ingviled Purple Divasan, please run. A vampire said before she too was pierced by the pink line, killing her. Panic, terror, and uncertainty began to rise from within me. The number of vampires around me, as well as other members of the Chaos Order, were being killed too. Then it happened a pink line was flying towards me. I quickly flew away using all my power, but it kept up with my speed, which surprised me. It quickly reached me and was about to hit me when something else slammed against my body, and in turn they were pierced instead. When I came out of my shock, I saw that it was Valerie. I shrieked in bewilderment. She just didn't Aurelia tell us not to get distracted? Why was I so useless? I tried to say something, but noticed that I had been screaming since she died in front of me. In a futile attempt, I grabbed any remaining pieces of her and tried to assemble her together. It felt morbid, but I guess the body and mind do strange things when presented with a very unfamiliar situation. Babalaria, I cried, tears streaming down my face. Why? Looking up at the sky where that tear appeared. Someone with bright pink hair was laughing at everyone. Even at this distance, I could tell who it was. Lapis, one of Nyarlathotep's children, but she felt different, almost like Aaron. Did she evolve into an outer god? If so, then we don't stand a chance. Even if I flew towards her in my rage-induced state, I would probably die too. Where are you, Aaron? I muttered. Despair was the only thing I felt at the time my teammates, comrades, friends, and best friends were being killed around me. I felt helpless, but as my mind spiraled out of control, something else happened. A familiar aura was covering the entire earth, but before I could finish my own thoughts, I, along with many others, were transported to a different place. I could see hundreds, or maybe even millions of people here. Many began to ask where we were, but straight in front of us was a screen that showed Aaron fighting Lapis. He made quick work of her and eventually killed her. Destroying everything according to Comptoir, he destroyed it all, she said. What? Shiva-sama asked, confused. He destroyed the Omniverse or whatever else remained after Lapis' attack. Nothing remained, only the ever-expanding white void of nothingness, clarified Comptoir. Aaron stood there in the void, a lonely and regretful look on his face. But he raised his arm and quickly reversed the damage that was done to everything. Slowly, the dead were brought back to life, and the earth itself was restored. He's the type to blame himself if something of this scale happens. He's decided to carry the burden of protecting everyone from outside threats, and because of Nyarlathotep's constant pranks at every turn, she's made his life quite frustrating at points. Once we were all transported back to Earth, a familiar person appeared in front of me. Valerie! I yelled and embraced her. I thought I died? She asked, very confused by the situation, but she still hugged me back. The rest that were around us felt the same. However, some battles continued as others quickly captured, killed, or detained members of the Cow's Order. After they did that, I explained the situation to a few other survivors, and they were quickly relieved. I get to live. Whoa, someone screamed, earning some laughter. However, that sentiment was shared by many who died. So he's back? Valerie asked. She also looked very worried. Yes, but I don't think he'll be too down, more like he has no time to be. He has to repair and reconstruct a lot of things. If what Kuntuar said was true, then not just our universe, but many others need to be restored, I told her. That makes sense. I guess we just need to buckle down and help him when we can. Huh? She said, and I agreed. Hopefully Aaron isn't too bothered by it. But we're here to help him. Graduation is a time when people's lives change, for better or worse. This is where some of us part ways with our friends, and many move away to attend different colleges. But since Kuo is quite well known for its good college, many stayed here, while others plan on moving away. Our graduation ceremony had concluded, and I was with my friends that I had made over the single year I was here. We were hugging each other and saying our congratulations or goodbye, since two of them were going to Tokyo. You better invite me when you become internationally famous, one of them said, blowing into a tissue. Let's meet up in a year or something. I'm going to miss all of you. The other said, tears still flowing down her face. After a few more minutes of being emotional with my friends, we ended up making a few jokes and parting on good terms after a group hug. I joined up with everyone else before being pulled over by Valerie and gently thrown towards the others who were graduating with me. Aaron was standing away from everyone after we started talking about numerous things. He seemed to be holding back while we reminisced about our time here. Eventually, Penemu walked over to him, and she said something to him. He seemed to freeze for a few seconds before tears also started going down his face. There were many of us here, including members of DXD, some leaders from pantheons, and comrades of different pantheons and factions. All of them took turns teasing Aaron for crying, but she just told him to shut up as he kept crying. All in all, today was a great day. I had mixed feelings about my own school life before accepting Aaron's invitation just a year ago, but I can say for certain that I chose correctly since I had a lot of fun. Even with all the ups and downs, I made many new friends both in the human world and the supernatural. I found myself a boyfriend, and I got to pursue my dream of becoming a singer. If I hadn't fallen ill, would I have had this kind of life back then? 100 years ago, the world was much different. Technology wasn't the same as it is now. It was a lot less powerful back then, and in the future, Aaron said he would help improve it at a rapid pace after his restaurant takes off. Time for the after party then. Let's go. Azazel yelled in excitement. Everyone knew why he was excited. He got to drink alcohol. Many laughed at him, but they also shared the sentiment. Aaron also informed some of us that had evolved later on tonight. It's finally happening. I wonder how long it will take. Hopefully ITLL be quick and won't be long. Before he went to the rooftop to meet with the Fated Ones, I stopped him. Can we talk? I asked. Sure thing, Ingvild. What's up? He asked. His usual attitude was there, and he wasn't acting strangely at all, even though he has no idea how this evolution may work. When you come back, CA, can you retrieve something for me? Retrieve something? He repeated, looking confused. I explained what I wanted him to try to get the notebook I wrote my lyrics in all those years ago. I had wanted to ask him about it for so long that, which I hope doesn't happen, I wanted to inform him of this. He suddenly cupped my cheek, confusing me, but I also ended up blushing at the gesture. He'll make sure to get it, all right? ITLL be the first few things I do when I get back. So wait for me. Okay? You better come back soon. Otherwise, I'm going to do the same thing Kuroka said. I warned him. Both of us laughed before he leaned over and kissed me. Maybe I was just like them. I felt anxiety in me. None of us were sure how long this would last. A few minutes? Hours? Days? Weeks? Months? Years? I'd like to think I was a weak woman who was overly dependent on him, but I guess we all were. In one way or another, all of our lives were changed by him. Someone so integral just disappeared. It definitely showed during those few days that he was gone when the war happened. Even if his Electa or shadow soldiers helped us, something just felt wrong. No, maybe empty would be a better word for this. He finally broke our kiss. I tried to make it last for as long as I could, He kissed me on the forehead. He'll be back. Don't worry too much. He'll be faster than last time. I can't afford to be slow anymore, he told me. He grabbed my hands and held them before bumping our noses together. Finally, he left. I could only watch him go, but I trusted Aaron, so I should wait. No, he'll go and write some music, so when he comes back, he'll have something new for him to listen to. Maybe I can write an entire album. I have that kind of energy right now. When I went to my room, I opened my laptop, turned it on, and began typing away. Around 2 minutes later, his presence in our home, in our universe, disappeared again. A few of us may feel a bit uneasy, but overall, we should be fine. A few hours later, he came back, and we all heaved a sigh of relief. Although he seemed a bit different, overall, he was still the same Aaron we knew. He also brought Azathoth, the previous ruler of the Omniverse, his mother, another maid, surprising Graphia, and Aoife, his lover from his previous life. However, he shortly went to take a nap since he apparently hadn't slept for 10,000 years. After he woke up from his nap, he texted me to go to his room, so I did. After knocking, I entered and I quickly ran over to him and hugged him. I wasn't gone for that long, but I do have a little gift for you, he said, bringing out a familiar notebook and pencil. What? How did you even? I didn't exactly go to sleep right away. I left an illusion in my place and went to get these things for you. I managed to find these two in good condition. All I needed to do was some minor cleaning, but the rest needed more work, so they'll be done in a few seconds, he explained. We both heard a ding from somewhere in the room, and he smiled before reaching beside him, tearing a small tear in space, and pulling out other items. One of them was the bag I used to use for school, a few erasers, more pens and pencils, and finally, why you managed to get all of this? I asked in amazement. Yeah, but like I said, some were worse off than others, so I had to restore them using my powers, but the rest just needed some light touch-ups. Looking at all of it, I felt certain emotions well up, but before I could embrace him again, he gestured to the other necklace I had around my neck. The one he gave me last year. I can combine them. Do you want to? He asked. I didn't need to think about it. I quickly agreed, and he brought up my other necklace to the one around my neck, and they quickly fused together. He explained that they'll still have their previous effects, but they'll now look like this. Before I could stop myself, I asked, can I sleep with you? Aaron seemed stunned for a second before I realized what I said. I mean it in a non-sexual way. I just want to be with you. He chuckled and agreed. But he helped me put the things he got for me back into my room. Although I wasn't the only one who slept with him that day, the fated ones joined us. I was more than content with that. If it was possible to fall in love more with someone, then I was definitely one of them. He didn't even ask for anything in return. Maybe it's just how Aaron is, or he just wanted to do it to make me happy either way. I just love this man. Vortix. Some strange people kept appearing wherever we went during our graduation trip. But 9 times out of 10, Aaron or someone with us gets rid of them expeditiously so we can get back to enjoying our vacation. They can't just buzz off, can they? Aoife asked, frowning at the knocked-out villains. They're easy to beat, so don't mind them too much, Aaron told her, patting her head. Aoife's mood quickly changed, and everyone went on with their day. We walked around as a large group. Other times we split into smaller ones that were spread across the place we were visiting, Osaka. For most of the day, I had been watching Aaron from behind. I wanted to go to him and get spoiled a little, but he was preoccupied, so I chose not to. But he would occasionally speak to others when turning around, and our eyes would meet, and I would avert them. It felt like I was some kind of high school girl flustered at the mere sight of eye contact. I'll talk to him tonight. That's a promise I'll keep for myself. As I made that promise to myself, I looked back forward and saw that Aaron was right up to my face. Everyone else was gone, and I felt my face heat up. Too close, I mumbled. He chuckled before pecking me on the lips and stepping back. So what's up? You've been staring at me all day. I thought you were trying to burn a hole through my back, he asked while holding my hand. Well, I know. We've been away from each other a lot, and now that we're here on a vacation, you wanted some alone time, right? Communication is key. In, he said, and swung our hands forward. I can't just hog you the entire day. There are other people with us, so I didn't want to do that. Your mom, Aoife, And Cindy only recently came back to life, so I wanted you to spend some time with them. I think everyone else agrees with me on this, I told him. He was correct, though. I wanted to have some alone time with him. Even though we still had time for our trip, I wanted to do things with him. I'm quite sure he did it with Yasaka when we were in Kyoto just the other day. But that's not what I meant. I wanted to go on a date or something, not just have sex. Who am I even clarifying this to? Shaking my head, I looked back at Aaron, who seemed to be pondering something. He then looked around us and then back at me. Then, do you want to go on a small date? We still have some time before dinner, and we'll still be in Osaka until tomorrow, he suggested. Igriegajis. I replied instantly. He ended up chuckling at me before he picked me up in a princess carry and ran away with me. We attracted attention like this, but I didn't care. I want to spend time with him since our schedules have been insanely busy lately. We ended up in a strange shop looking through items. I think this was some kind of secondhand shop. It intrigued me, so we went here. Aaron seemed to be enamored by something in the corner of the shop, so I went over to him. Did something pique your interest? I asked while looking at the thing he was staring at. It was some kind of painting of waves. Waves? I've seen that a lot on the internet. Actually, is it famous? He nodded. Yeah, it's called Hokusai Under the Wave off Kanagawa, also known as the Great Wave, from the series 36 Views of Mount Fuji by artist Katsushika Hokusai, and it was dated sometime between 1829 to 1833. What's a very famous painting doing here? I asked, surprised to see it here. It's not the original, but it's a very detailed replica made by a different artist. I'm also surprised to see it in a secondhand shop. I may as well buy it, he said before grabbing it off the shelf. Found anything you want? I shook my head. No, I saw a few things that were interesting, but I didn't see a point in buying them. He hummed and looked at me. I saw some things that may interest you, unless you already saw them. Is it the instruments? I asked, but he shook his head. Intrigued by this, I followed him while he let me hold the painting, and I looked at it more closely. Pulling my phone out, I compared it to the ones on the internet, and it had an uncanny resemblance. We arrived at another corner of the store with various bits and bobs, but Aaron pulled something off the shelf and put it in front of me. This is a lyric notebook. It's quite expensive, and most modern ones are designed in a certain way, while some older ones are a bit more unique. That seems to be an older design, I said, stopping him from explaining. He looked before taking the painting and giving me the book. For all intents and purposes, lyric notebooks are usually just blank pages like a regular book. However, some have lines of them, some don't. Some have chord sheets. Others have more unique things in them, like specific lines at the top of the page like song title, mood theme, key, tempo, and things like that. Each one is different, depending on who made it. The older ones that I was interested in were literally just blank pages. Some have lines on them, some don't. The ones I was specifically looking for were ones without lines. The one that Aaron found was one without a cover, and it had that old book smell and feel, which I liked. Maybe it was because of when I was born, but it brought me a lot of nostalgia. I thought you'd like it since your handwriting is pretty beautiful. I saw one of your test sheets, you know. My handwriting is horrible, he said and laughed. For some reason, that comment made me blush. People usually don't compliment your handwriting, but I guess he found it pretty. As strange as that sounds, I'm guessing you want it? He asked, and I quickly agreed. Haha, all right, let's go pay for these then. When we arrived at the checkout, as expected, Aaron paid for it even after I offered to pay for half. The old man there spoke with us for a bit. Fufu, a young couple buying secondhand items over here isn't that rare, but seeing you two buy a painting and a book is rare, he said while scanning them. I don't be like that, Aji-san. People our age still read, and we have a lot of artists too, you know? Replied Aaron, making the old man grin. Yeah, but it's mostly digital these days, right? Using those darn tablet things. Why can't they use the good OL pencil and paper? He asked, sounding a bit annoyed. Aaron laughed at this. There are various benefits from them, you know? I can list them off if you'd like, he offered. Hit me, replied the old man with a raised brow. So he listened to the benefits of drawing on a computer with a tablet, and the old man nodded along, seemingly impressed by it. I guess I can see the benefits of it, especially erasing mistakes with a few presses of buttons, but I still prefer the old methods, you know? To me, it breathes a bit more life. I get where you're coming from. The two of them spoke for a little bit more as I held the new lyric notebooks in one hand and Aaron's hand in the other. After a while, they stopped and said their goodbyes to each other. "Congrats on graduating, you too. And I can't wait for the wedding, ha 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 ha," he shouted as we left. I felt my face heat up. "Why, you told him about us?" Aaron had put away the painting he bought at first. I panicked, but he told me that he just made it seem normal to everyone else, so I shouldn't panic. "Yes, just something close to high school sweethearts that plan on staying together forever," he told me, grinning. Rolling my eyes, I said, "You're so cheesy sometimes, even if it's true." Once our little shopping spree was finished, the rest of our time there, minus the events of that night, was relatively peaceful. I think the others saw us as having a date and gave us space, which I'm grateful for. Aaron had brought me to a hidden cove that I wasn't aware of in all the years that I lived in this city. The fact that it eluded me and my friends was something I hadn't expected. I was expecting him to join us, but it seems like he's giving us some time together. "You were able to wake up and live a fulfilling life so far," she added, stroking my head. "I'm happy that you did. My gamble from back then worked in. You were a devil. That's so cool. Who would have thought?" My friend Camila said, "Right? I always thought you were special, but that was because of your singing and, well, strange habit of always looking out at the ocean and spending a lot of time at the beach. But I guess it all makes sense now, huh?" said Stina, another one of my friends. Sea Serpent of the End, the ability of a Leviathan clan of devils. Ingvild is always around water and spends time at the beach. Nereid Kyrie, the ability to control dragons using her voice, as well as power others. And its second ability is to control oceans and the sea. "You were born for these things, In. It's a bit strange when saying it all out loud," added Lena. "The makings of king. Queen. Well, whatever it is, she's definitely Aaron's queen, hee," said the only male friend in our group, Oddmont. "We were all worried about you, you know. You suddenly fell asleep and wouldn't wake up, but Miss Iseline said that she knew someone who would be able to make it right. I guess they kept that promise. Even if it took 100 years, said Iris. Mom kept hugging me as my friends kept talking about various things. But the one thing that they said was that Mom never left our home. She remained single and kept waiting for my return one day. She died all alone in that home. When I heard that, I teared up. She stayed there until her dying days. She didn't even attempt to find someone else, but waited for me. She could have moved on with her life, but she waited. Why? I asked her. Because you're my one and only child. A parent is supposed to put their children above themselves, no? That's why. She hugged me tighter after saying that. I guess when your parents love you, they'll do anything in their power to see you well. Huh? Is this how Aaron feels about his mom? Or most of us? Doing everything in his power to keep us safe while trying not to be so overbearing? Now, enough with emotional things. Tell us more in detail about your life here. Aaron, your boyfriend only told us some things that were relevant in your world, but nothing about your personal life. Mom suddenly said, looking at me with excitement. That's right. I want to hear if you became a singer, said Iris. Are you pregnant yet? Asked Oddmont. Do you live in a mansion? Asked Camila. Do you tour the world? How many albums do you have if you did become a singer? Asked Stina. Is Aaron good in bed? Asked Lena, smirking at me. With all these questions, I was a bit overwhelmed, and some of them were way too strange. Who asks about someone's bedroom life after meeting them in 100 years? Was she also interested? Hopefully it's about my life and singing and not about my sex life. Well, it took me around 30 minutes to tell them everything that's happened in my life so far, and they had varying reactions. However, I did omit my sex life from them. I can't exactly tell them that Aaron does it to someone on a near-daily basis. I'd also rather not tell them about the things we do, since it's pretty embarrassing. Ingvild prefers to take that role in relationships, right? She just seems like that, asked Lena. Yep, why did all of them agree to that? Also, Mom agreed too. I had no idea what to say to them. I want Aaron's help, but at the same time, it feels like hell just agree with them. Even if what they say is true. But you're that famous already, huh? ID asked for an autograph, but I have nothing on me, and we're probably passing on after this, haha, Oddmund said, and scratched the back of his head. Everyone agreed, but their faces became somber, and the mood slightly dropped. Everyone began looking around us, unable to say another word. Ah, why are we being so down about it? Oddmund asked, ruffling his own hair. Didn't we die of natural causes in our own timeline? Hell, I died at 89. I'm surprised that I'm in this spirit body when I was 19. Maybe Aaron did something about that, so we could relax around Ingvild, you know? Let's just spend this time with smiles before we get reincarnated somewhere else. They were informed about the reincarnation thing. I'm surprised that Aaron told them about that since their memories will be erased once they're reborn in a different world. I guess it's relevant right now, since they're speaking to me. Oh, what about we tell her about our lives? We did meet up when we had time, right? The last time was when we were around 65 to 68, right? It was to celebrate both Ingvild and Miss Iseline's life. Said Camilla. Good idea. Alrighty, in, get ready for a wild ride. You too, Miss Iseline. Since you didn't leave that home of yours too often, we'll tell you all of our adventures. Iris was quite excited when she said that. Mom and I look at each other, surprised that they meet up to celebrate our lives every now and then. I wasn't dead, but Mom definitely passed after some time. But knowing this, these guys really were great. I teared up a little before they grabbed me and Mom and forced us to sit down on the sand. They'll start first. So, I had to run away from club after I tried to get together with one of the bouncers. He was not gay, said Oddmund, making us all laugh. It took an hour for all of them to tell their life stories, and it was full of laughter and crying. Everyone lived to around 80, and after that, they started to slowly die off of old age. The last two that remained were Lena and Camilla. They tried to meet up, but were too weak to do it, so they ended up using something called Skype to talk and reminisce about their past. We even thought that you woke up at some point, but had amnesia and went on to live a full life by yourself. If this world and ours were anyway the same, then you definitely would have woken up in a few more years. Whoever the Aaron is in our original timeline, I hope he takes care of that Ingvild too, said Lena as she drew circles on the sand. Yeah, you're lucky he found you in. If not, who knows what might have happened. But you have, well, forever, right? I hope you live a happy life and have many children. Oh, and you better visit us someday. Your boyfriend can restore past memories, right? I'd like to spend a day with you too, said Oddmund, and the rest agreed. Yeah. I want to learn some magic, like, I don't know, fire magic or something, to keep myself warm in winters. I did that a lot too when I was on my own. It always beat heaters for me. That may be just a personal preference though, said Mom. As we began talking again, something strange occurred. The sea began to emit a strange light, and various small silhouettes of sea creatures began dancing around the cove. Everyone and I were mesmerized by the sight. Only one person came to mind when all this happened. Looking in front of me, I saw Aaron walking towards us. It's happening. He's going to propose to Inin, Lena excitedly said. I can get to see it, Ye said Iris, clapping her hands in excitement. The more they said those things, the more embarrassed I became. I knew it was coming. I knew that he would propose eventually, but the fact that he did it like this, and that my mother and friend were present with me, was something I didn't anticipate. He also made this strange phenomenon occur. Various-sized, shining jellyfish were swimming around us, making this entire event seem even more magical. Magic sure is something, huh? Mumbled Stina as she reached out to touch one of them. It wrapped itself around her arm. It feels warm and soothing, almost like I was wrapped in a fluffy, warm blanket. The rest, minus Mom, did the same thing, and they shared the same sentiment. Aaron eventually arrived in front of me, and everyone else stayed back. Do you want me to be romantic about it or blunt? He asked. My mom and friend's mood dropped, but I began to laugh uncontrollably at this, and I embraced Aaron instead. He said a few things, which made me sad. Running away and disappearing won't fix anything, Aaron. He also said it himself. Even if he did that back then, Nyarlathotep, Lapis, and Azathoth would find him eventually. So I'm glad he stuck it out in the end. Reaching over and touching his cheek, I said, that hasn't changed at all, Aaron. The longer we spent with each other, the more friends and comrades we made, the more I wanted to say it to you again and again. Even now, I want to live this age and many more with you, Aaron. That won't ever change. Not a single lie was said. If I could do it all over again, I would. The man I love, the friends and comrades I made, the fans that support me in my career, all of this was possible because of the things that happened in our reality. If I could redo it all over again, I wouldn't change a single thing, as cruel as it sounds for some. We became who we are because of the challenges we were forced to face. I doubt we would be the same people if any of those changed. I see. Then will you marry me? He asked, blushing. Of course you'd be lost without me and everyone else, right? I asked, giggling at him. After a few seconds, he leaned over and kissed me. Even though we've done a multitude of times, this one felt different. It made me feel happier. My mom and friends cheered from behind us before they started saying very strange things that made me blush harder. Aaron suddenly turned me around, and I saw that their bodies had begun to glow. You better visit us, all right. We made that promise, said Lena. Yeah, I want to tell you about our new lives. And let's go to some fancy place or something, shouted Oddmund as he cried. Let's make water dragons on the beach. Long live purple diva Leviathan, cheered Stina. They said those words to me one by one as they faded away. They were smiling and crying the entire time, but I'll definitely keep those promises. They'll see you guys again in the future, and we'll definitely do those things together. Mom was last, as she came over to me and hugged me. In truth, I couldn't really hear what she was saying anymore. Everything was muddled, because in a few seconds she would disappear too. I only had a short time with them all, but now we had to part ways. I didn't want that. But Aaron had offered to revive them, but they declined. I tried to convince them earlier, but they declined again. I didn't want to sound spoiled or entitled, so I didn't push it any further, but once it started happening, I started to regret not trying harder. Mom kissed me on the forehead before she said bye-bye. She looked at Aaron and seemed to have mouthed something to him. Once that was done, Mom finally faded away too. Maybe he had been holding it back, but once she was gone, I started to uncontrollably cry. I just kept on crying until I felt Aaron embrace me from behind. Let's go home and... Let's go back to our homing wild? Is something wrong? You're crying, you know, said Natsum. Yeah, I was just happy for Tobio-san and Essison, I said awkwardly. I had come out of my reminiscing and was faced with a concerned crowd. Aaron smiled at me before you still have time to apply for some matches, so you better start doing that now. I know some of your teams are very close in points, like many others, so get to it. Oh, we'll definitely make it to the main stage. Just wait. I'm getting that wish, Kanami declared, pointing her finger at Aaron. Oh, and what might that be? He asked. You're not going to fool me, mister, she said, and covered her mouth. A few others declared that they would also make it to the main stage, and our little party continued. Yes, a life like this is perfect. I'll definitely live a life full of happiness on behalf of my friends, Mom, and myself. With friends like this, my life will never become dull. Chapter 11, Part 1. Nostalgia and Elves Aaron Tool's soliloquy. A few days have passed since the fiasco with Leviathans, remnants of the Monkai Association, and Nix's group. A few things happened to them. 1. The Leviathans were handed over to the devils, and they were dealing with them now. Zekrom wanted to be involved with the punishment of the original Leviathan and the descendants. Apparently, Sufame still remembers Ajuka and taunted him the entire time, so that was something. They also brought Katuria Leviathan to it, shocking her further by letting her see the original Leviathan and other descendants, although Leviathan made fun of how weak she was. It also came to light that there were more clans of the original 72 pillars that survived, but Leviathan and the others refused to share who they were. So they asked me instead, and I leaked it, pissing the Leviathans off even more. 57 still remain instead of 32. So they've started a small campaign in searching for the remaining ones. They've started to search the deeper parts of the underworld and started in the human world too. They haven't found any yet. However, some older devils have been demanding, not asking, but demanding that I find those hiding houses for them. Before I could respond to that, Surzex and the other 4 Satans, and surprisingly enough, other family heads, were against it and helped defend me. I guess my popularity among the devils was a lot higher than I thought. Zekrom also knew that he wouldn't win, so he did a Uno reverse card move and sided with Surzexi to save his own ass, enraging the other older devils. Currently, I am in my office, surprise, right? And I have finished sifting through documents. I decided to take the day off since, after the events with the Leviathans and Knicks, I spent most of my time at the restaurant, putting some of the suggestions that the customers left for me into the menu and changing some of the interior design per their request. When those same customers came back, they were happy with it, and some of the regulars were also happy with it, so it was a win-win for me. After going through a few more, I was done. Luckily for me, it was still around 4 in the afternoon, so I still had time to relax and do my own thing. Being a working adult, juggling my work as the middleman is taxing as shit, not including the anomalies I had to get rid of, which amounted to 15. It feels like they're increasing. I mean, I'm not even moving from my spot when I get rid of them in the Omniverse, but still, good work. Do you want some tea? Suzaku asked beside me. She's been staying in my office with me since she got back an hour ago. She was pulled away by Akino for a little bit, but eventually came back. She had been busy, so I told her to go relax by herself or with the others, but she chose to stay here. Yes, please, I replied, stretching my body while still sitting on my chair. I've been a bit out of it. Has anything happened the past few hours? Suzaku poured some tea for me and hummed for a few seconds. Ika Kiryu and Miltan came over to learn and practice magic from Lavinia, Lisa, and Fusey. They seem to have reasonable talent for magic and are learning at a fairly brisk pace, she clarified. She walked back over and gave me my tea. Here you go. Is that so? And thank you. I took it and drank it immediately before getting up. Suzaku inexplicably grabbed my arm, blushed, and asked, why you're going to Ireland soon, right? To take Royce and some, Aoife, Cindy, and Lisa for a small outing. I reached over and cupped her cheek. Do you want to come with us? If you're worried about the rest, then they won't be coming apart from Danu since she's a goddess there, Irene, and Ophis since we plan on doing something during it. Is it the raid on Sataniel's base in the Mariana Trench? She asked, and I nodded. I told a few people about it when they asked me what I planned on doing in Ireland with the ones that I was taking with me. For the most part, we'll be visiting some places we used to frequent while there. Some of the Irish gods and goddesses, and others may stop by to see us. After the first day we're there, I plan on leaving an avatar with them unless they find out and ask to go with me, and we'll go to the Mariana Trench to deal with Satinel and whatever else is there in his base. Ophis also asked to deal with Satinel by herself. He, along with the Wizards of Oz, were partially the reason why the Cows Brigade started, and it seems to have come full circle, and now we're about to get back at them, especially Ophis. Suzaku looked to the side before squeezing my arm a bit tighter. Then I would like to come with you, she announced before looking toward the door. Will Velbrine come? She did express that she wanted to go with you to your various jobs as the middleman. Did they talk about it among themselves? Well, in any way, no. She plans on going out into the multiverse with Azathoth for something. They didn't elaborate on it, but it seems like those two are getting along well. They seem to have a relationship similar to that of you and Lavinia. Even though they have a lot of silent conversations, whatever they speak about to each other is mostly done through their eyes, telepathically, or sometimes using their actual mouths and words. Do I know why they're going back out there? Yes. Will I stop them? Probably not. Why? Because it has something to do with me and cooking. With a bit of creativity, most can find out what they're up to with those hints. Looking back, Artemis and Athena did something similar to me earlier in the week, so there's that. Aaron? I looked back at Suzaku, who seemed to want to say something, but she shook her head in the end. And no, it's nothing. How about we check up on Lavinia and her students? She suggested. I was curious about it and agreed. We left my office, went downstairs, took the elevator, took it down, and stopped at the training facility. When we got there, it was already strange since we saw from a distance that Miltan was facing off with Biko for some reason. We looked at one another before making our way to the others who were there. Obviously, the Vala team was here. They had today off as they had 3 consecutive matches earlier in the week and were not taking some time off. Even if they didn't fight more matches after their last 3, they would definitely enter the main stage. That's how many games they played for the tournament and won. Even though Biko was holding back, the rest of the watchers were impressed with Miltan's brute strength. He was clearly using magic enhancement on his body, while also letting out magical sparks from his body. Serafal was also here today and mentioned offhandedly that she may recruit him into her peerage because of his magical potential. From looking at him, his current potential was at least the peak of ultimate class, and his current power level was that of a middle-class devil, which was impressive for someone who only recently learned of magic. Aiko was still a low class, but she was learning magic for practical use in the human world, so I doubt she would be aiming to become powerful in that regard. So what happened here? I asked as soon as we arrived beside them. Jo, Hin-senpai. Aika greeted me with a peace sign. She started Yufufenji and added, Monkey Boy over there provoked Miltan. It was something about getting back at him for something he did last year. A short memory flashed in my head, but I don't remember Miltan doing anything to Biko back then. It was when they were still part of the Cows Brigade, and when Lavinia drop-kicked Valley IC. How's the training coming along? I asked Lavinia, who promptly hugged my arm. They're really good for beginners. Aika-chan needs some more practice, but as you can see, Miltan-chan is quite the prodigy, she explained and rubbed her cheek on my arm. I reached over with my free hand and cupped her cheek, earning a happy moan from her. Yua, so they do flirt like that. Renison wasn't just bragging. Aika cried in shock, backing away slightly. I awkwardly smiled at Aika before looking back at the fight. Suzaku was already hugging my other arm, so there was no fight per se. Biko was using his Rui Jingu Bang to parry Miltan's barrage of very powerful punches covered in pink aura. What the hell is wrong with this dude? Asked Biko, slightly panicked. I have been training by myself, Nyo, announced Miltan as he kept up his attack. Being slightly flustered, Biko screamed, screw this, before he readjusted his strength and thrust his staff towards Miltan, who miraculously dodged it. What the hell? Nayu! Miltan screamed before uppercutting Biko, sending him flying backwards and into the wall. He did absolutely no damage to the Yukai, but he did surprise all of us. I wasn't sure if I should be impressed by Miltan or disappointed in Biko. Rule 1, Biko. Never underestimate your opponents, no matter how weak they seem, Valley and I said in unison. He looked back at me, grinning, before we both looked back at Biko. Mun, screw you guys. I'm holding back, so I won't hurt him. He quipped back. Miltan suddenly did a strange pose and pulled out a wand from somewhere underneath his skirt. No need to hold back, Nyo. I am training myself, Nyo. Pink magic circles began to appear around him, and they fired pure magic balls towards Biko. Is that so? Then I'll take this a bit seriously. Biko shouted, covering his own body with Tuki. He also coated his staff with the Tuki before charging Miltan. Biko swung his staff down and deflected Miltan's magic attack. He repeated this process to deflect the rest, but as the Yukai arrived in front of Miltan, the enormously muscular magical girl was already sending an uppercut his way, a magical pink uppercut where the veins in his arms were popping out. The monkey Yukai grinned and dodged the punch at the last second before thrusting his staff toward Miltan's stomach. This caused the hulking man to cough out some spit before being launched away, slamming into the wall. To everyone's shock, Miltan wasn't knocked out, but he couldn't move from his spot. I quickly went over to him and fed him a slime pill, causing the injuries around his body to quickly heal up. The imprint of the end of the staff also faded from his abs. Are you okay? I asked, helping him up. I'm fine, Nyo. Thank you, Jinyo, he said and did a weird catgirl pose. Don't worry about it. You have a lot of potential. Keep working on that, and you'll definitely become a top-tier magical girl in the future, I told him. I had to choose my words carefully there. He smiled at me before thanking me. He quickly walked back over to everyone else. Biko was being scolded by Lavinia about taking it easier on newcomers. It's fine, Renny-senpai Nyo. I asked him to take me seriously, so I only have myself to blame. But it was a learning experience, Nyo, said Miltan. See? The guy's fine with it. But you really surprised me with your punch earlier. You're a lot quicker than you look, Biko told him, and Miltan flexed his muscles with a proud smile. The two suddenly linked arms. A strange bromance was starting between them. With that said, fight me. Ani, before Vala finished his sentence, I pointed my finger at him, and he fell asleep. I caught him before he fell on the ground, so no harm, no foul. Safe, I muttered. No, Lavinia chastised me while softly karate chopping my head. It's even a comedy skit between these two. They're like fated ones, exclaimed Aika. Suzaku's head instantly snapped towards the young lady, scaring her. Igriga yore akeno imehima senpai. Imzutsaku hime Akena's older cousin. It's a pleasure to meet you, Aika, Suzaku said, shaking her hand. Aika seemed extremely nervous the entire time. Like vuvuvuvise. Aika stuttered while shaking her hand nervously. Aika-chan, let's continue. Mil-tan-chan, if you're too tired, you can rest, but feel free to join us again, okay? Lavinia said after she stopped bonking me. Kiryu-san, I know you said to learn love-centered astrology to make a living in the future, but may I suggest branching out a bit? Aaron, Jean's said had eventually exposed the supernatural to the rest of the world once things were a bit calmer, said Fusey. She had been silent the entire time, but had been glancing at me from time to time. However, from what I've been told before, these two have been students of Lavinia for quite some time already. Fusey is also a good teacher, even if she kept quiet earlier. Although, where's Lisa? I asked, looking around. She wasn't here. She left earlier, saying that she wanted to check on something, replied Lu Fei. I tapped Valley on the shoulder and woke him up. You wanted to fight, right? Let's go, but ITLL be only for a few minutes. He grinned and punched his fists together. In getting fired up, Valley lay on the ground, knocked out, twitching. We fought for around 30 minutes, and I took it easy on him for the first few minutes before slowly ramping up intensity. After that, I just started one-shotting him every time he got close enough to me. Lavinia wasn't too happy about it, but was also content that I wasn't hurting our little brother that badly, so she wasn't too angry with me. Vala finally regained consciousness and got back up. All right, that's fine. I'll go train with my team. I can't beat you as I am right now, but just wait. It'll make you take me seriously in the finals, he declared. Is that so? Good luck then, and work hard, I told him before walking away. I walked back over to Lavinia, Fusey, and their students. Lisa hadn't come back yet, but she was still in the house. We'll get going then. You know where to find me. Lavinia stopped teaching the two of them as she got up, pecked me on the lips, and went back to teaching them. Oya, does Jean-senpai want a kiss from me too, Aika-chan? Please concentrate, Lavinia said coldly. A small cold freeze blew through the area, making everyone there shiver. I was joking. Am listening, Reini Zenzai. Aika replied, nearly shouting it. She smiled back at Aika and continued teaching them. Fusey was too scared to try to do the same thing to me, so we just awkwardly smiled at each other. Suzaku and I left the training facility and arrived in the entrance hallway. Once we were there, and to our surprise, we saw Aaron. Shuri shouted before waddling over to us. She hugged us both and said, I'm here on my own today. Is Akino here? Actually, this is good timing, Suzaku. Join me too. Akino is with Rias and the rest of her team. They're training in a separate dimension I prepared. Do you need her for something? I can call her for you, I suggested to her. Yes, please. I quickly opened up a magic communication circle and called Akino here. A small magic circle appeared beside Shuri. Mom? Akino asked, tilting her head. Shuri whispered something into her ear before grabbing Suzaku's hand and dragging them both away. I had planned on going back to my room to flirt with Suzaku, but I guess that's not happening now. Making my way to the living room, I saw that there were a few people in there. A sleeping Kuroka and the rest, Kyome, Latia, Griselda, Gabriel, and Hephaestus, were watching TV. A few turned to wave at me, but before I could greet them back, Gabriel got up from her seat, ran over to me, and pulled me away. Gabriel? She hummed happily, and she dragged me upstairs and into her room. Her room was a replica of hers in heaven. She had asked me to make it like that. So most of it was white. Most of her drawers, desk, chair, and even the walls and ceiling were turned white. The only thing that wasn't white were the clothes that she owned, since the rest of the girls helped pick them out for her. Gabriel closed the door, ran, jumped, and sat on her bed before rapidly slapping her thighs while smiling at me. Amused by this, I said, While I appreciate the gesture, do you mind telling me why? Regardless, I walked over to her bed and accepted the lap pillow she was offering me. Remember when we went back to heaven? She asked. Yes, I replied as Gabriel began stroking and prodding at my hair. Altaria-chan and Layla-chan suggested that we have an angel's date night. After you changed various things in both systems in heaven, we, the angels, can procreate and conceive without having to do a ritual, which limited many of us. So, in a bid to increase our population organically and not artificially through the brave saint system, elucidated Gabriel. Angel's date night, huh? So Michael, Raphael, and Uriel agreed to it? Does that mean they want to find their own wives too? I asked, sitting up to face her, but she quickly put my head back down while puffing her cheeks. That's right. Brother Michael, Uriel, and Raphael agreed to this. Of course, the other 10 seraphs agreed to it too. Many of the low-level angels were happy with this decision too, since they can start families without having to worry about falling. Does that mean Altaria and Layla found someone up there? I asked. Normally, she wouldn't come up with something like this without consulting me first, but since ITLL benefit angels in heaven in the long run, she probably assumed I would agree to it. However, after I asked that question to Gabriel, she frowned at me. Altaria-chan likes someone, yes, but he's sometimes dense and sometimes not. Maybe he just thinks that his own creations may like him romantically, or he has other reasons. She asked, squinting her eyes at me. Point taken. But we barely see each other because she's in heaven most of the time. But we'll try to fix that. Thank you, Gabriel. I got up before petting her, which made her happy. So, I'm guessing you want to spend some time with me before I want to go to Ireland with you. She suddenly blurted out. Another one, how many does this make? Well, it's not like I'm against it. So it's not a problem for me, but Gabriel, you know one of the other reasons for our visit, right? Suzaku, Ophis, Lisa, and Irene are coming with me. Not including my mom, Cindy, and Aoife, and the other goddesses and gods we'll meet in the country. It's been a while since I went there. I did go there with Brother Uriel to meet up with Queen Halloween about something, but apart from that, I haven't been there since we went there with Natsum and Shigyan. No, I mean you want to let Ophis-chan take down Satinol, right? I want to help too. Please let me come with you, she begged, looking at me with puppy dog eyes. It's a critical hit. What'll a partner do? Well, he's right about one thing. Seeing her like that made me feel way too guilty. I scratched the back of my head and sighed. I want to deny anyone from coming with me on my jobs, but they need to behave, obviously. Even if Jinchuru or Saror were the ones to ask me, you know? Anyway, yes, you can. Happy with my answer, she tackled me and embraced me as I fell onto her bed. She began rubbing her face on my chest, but eventually stopped and looked at me, blushing. Well, I half expected this outcome. Gabriel and I shared a quick kiss before I rolled us over and was the one on top of her now. The mood was right, I think. This could work. Reaching over with my left hand, I groped her left breast, earning a small yet cute moan from the seraph below me. Aaron bad, she mumbled, her face turning brighter red. Yet she didn't stop me as I continued to squeeze it. It was soft. Even with her shirt in the way, I could tell that these may have been the softest breasts I have ever felt in my life so far. Could Gabriel be the perfect woman? Maybe Big G made her like this on purpose? But for what? It's not like he or the other 3 great seraphs would have let any man get close to Gabriel. Leaning back down, I captured her lips again as I was about to pull her shirt up. The door to Gabriel's door slammed open. Vinkon. Gabriel. Michael's voice boomed throughout the room. Gabriel, and I looked back at him at the doorway, only to find her 3 brothers frozen in place. We stared at them, and they stared back at us. If Gabriel's face wasn't red enough before, then it definitely was now, because it was comparable to Rias to Gremory's hair color. Excuse us, Michael screamed before pushing the other 2 out and slamming the door shut. When I looked back at Gabriel, she was covering her face out of embarrassment. I can't get married anymore, she mumbled. Don't worry, we're already engaged, I reminded her. She removed her hands from her face and gained a thoughtful look before nodding. Ah, that's right, she said before pushing herself up and kissing me. I guess we can't really continue after that. We'll have to say hi to my brothers, she said, and we got off her bed. It was unfortunate, but it was understandable. However, I will definitely do it with her when we're in Ireland. I don't want to wait anymore. Although I have a feeling that Gabriel won't be the only one I do it with during the small trip. Once both of us went downstairs, We went to the kitchen and found the three other great seraphs there. Brother Michael, Uriel, and Raphael, what are you doing here? Are you here for a visit? Gabriel asked, waddling over to them. All of them had strained smiles on their faces and refused to look her or me in the eyes. However, they did nod their heads. Why, yes, we were going to ask Jean Cohen to attend that event for us. We were going to ask Brother Azazel and a few other fallen angels to it too, explained Michael. Event? What event? Graphia asked while pouring them all tea. Michael explained the Angels Date Night event that will be held in a few days to everyone there, and many of them became fascinated by it. Once he was done, Kanami asked, so Angels had trouble doing it before Jean changed it, huh? Yes. Yeah, we are thankful for him for doing that and making it easier for us to increase our population. With this new and hopefully once-a-week event, we will hope to help our fellow angels find love up in heaven. For our first event, we would like Jean Cohen here to be there, he explained to Kanami. Kanami tilted her head. So, does that mean you expect Jean to find another angel there? This left the three stunned, and they looked at one another, trying to find an answer to her question. Gabriel's wings suddenly burst out as she flapped them and hugged my arm. He has me, Irina Chan, Griselda, Altaria, Layla, Jessica Chan, Lynn Chan, and Marana Chan. He doesn't need any more angels, she declared to Kanami, surprising her. If she had shown any of these emotions last year before I changed the system, I wonder if there was a chance of her falling. With strange expressions, the three other angels said that they believed that she would have fallen, but honestly, with all the weird things that happened in the book and with Irina, I really doubt it. Without saying a word, I reached over and began petting her, try to calm her down. It worked, and she put away her wings. I don't mind, Michael. I already agreed to go since Gabriel told me a few minutes ago. Do I need to do anything specific or dress up? I asked. No, just wear what you usually wear. He'll be the one to make the speeches along with Altaria, Uriel, and Raphael. You could be on the stage with us or in the crowd. The choice is up to you, but you have to come alone. That's the only other requirement. I see, that's fine then. After that, we continued speaking in more detail about the event. Even though they're trying to help the other angels start families and increase their population, they don't want them to just be flings or one-night stands, since that goes against their ideals and principles. So their aim is to quite literally get the ones that meet on the day to get married in the future. If it's the angels, then I don't see it go any other way unless some of them do fall. Then they'll be going to Grigori, and the great seraphs do suspect some will fall because they'll be introduced to these kinds of sins. Hell, according to Michael and Altaria, there have been 23 recorded angels that fell since I made those changes. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't seem like a lot, but if you take into account their numbers, then it's quite a blow. However, Azazel was apparently more than happy to accept them into Grigori. Speaking of Grigori, Azazel has also been making progress with his own reincarnation system. With the help of Avetsa and Ajuka, things have been progressing smoothly. However, it's nothing special or complicated. He's using chess as a reference. But instead of using the chess pieces, he plans on using different feathers from birds, which was an interesting choice on his part. Nighttime. Michael and the rest left earlier on the night after they stayed for dinner. Since they stayed, they made dinner for us, and they were quite happy with that. Things were slowing down now, but I've been speaking to Noada and a few other Irish gods in my office about my trip that's happening in a few days and what I had planned with it. It was then decided that Scathack, Afe, Minerva, and Vita would accompany us to Sataniel's base in the Mariana Trench. More people with me, although it's a lot less than bringing most of DXD or EXE. Glancing at the clock in my office, I sighed. I looked over at it and found Artemis. Oh, Artemis. I didn't even see you there. Did you need something? I asked and walked over to her, after clicking my fingers and cleaning up the room. I have been here for the past hour. However, you did not even glance up from your desk while you spoke to the Irish gods. It seems like you take your job quite seriously, she said and patted the spot next to her. Chuckling, he sat beside her. Well, I've been told that I tend to do that mostly by Comptoir and the dragons. The few times that my secretaries are with me, they also say I'm quite hard to get a hold of when I'm in the zone, and they have to literally slap me with magic at times to get my attention. She just sighed at me, while shaking her head. So what did you need? Unless you came here to ask to come with me to Ireland? She shook her head and said, This may seem a bit selfish, but since I moved here, I saw a lack of different things in Kuo town, although it seems like you're slowly making it into Kuo City. Anyhow, I'd like to ask you if I could open up an archery sport club here. And before you ask, I have already brought it up with Rias and Sona. They have spoken to their fathers about it and are fine with it. There are a few abandoned buildings here after all. Archer Sports Club, huh? That certainly would be a known thing here. But would there be interest in it? How serious will it be? Well, if she wants to do it, then I don't mind funding it. She suddenly pulled out flyers and her phone. I have made these flyers with the help of Hephaestus and the others here. This is also a short survey that was done a few days ago, and I had Aquino, Ingvild, and Kyom spread it in the college division, while the members of the high school division were done by the Occult Research Club. There seems to be an interest. Well, shit, I was pretty surprised by this. She really wanted this to happen. Huh? You seem to have answered most of my questions with these, I told her. The flyers were well made, and out of the population of Kuo, around 72 want to experience it, so there's definitely an interest in it. All right, Artemis, pick a location and we can get started on it. We can even have a small restaurant in it too, for anyone interested in eating after trying out the sport. She nodded. Yes, I've already spoken to Grafia and Reiko about that too. Here are the blueprints for the sports center and restaurant integrated into it. Artemis handed me the blueprints, further stunning me. Looking over at it, she had given a lot of thought, and I didn't see anything wrong with it, but running it by Kuntwar later wouldn't be a bad idea, just to make sure everything is up to code. When do you want to start this? I asked. Within the month. Preferably. However, if it's not possible, then I don't mind waiting longer. It's doable, so I agreed. We spoke a bit more before she went to sleep. Kuntwar. Answer. Do you wish to examine those locations she suggested? Yeah. I guess I'll sleep a bit later then. The day of the trip, the ones coming with me were ready. The fated ones that couldn't come, which was all of them except Suzaku and Danu, who weren't here, weren't that upset. The only one missing was Rosweiss. And since she's been with her grandmother since she filed those papers, she wanted to help her get back on her feet. Lavinia Senpai. We need to go to California, and mumbled Fusey, holding back the upset Lavinia. While she wasn't having a tantrum, she kept looking at me with a very sad and adorable expression, silently asking me to help her out. I was torn about it, but in the end, I couldn't do that since Mephisto needs her over there. Lisa also told me she had already told him that she would be preoccupied for the next week, so he couldn't ask her for favors, so basically, it fell on Lavinia's and Fusey's shoulders. This was definitely the job that Lisa was doing since she was gone a while. But now she's basically booked a holiday and won't be available. We'll get going then. We'll see you guys in a bit, I told them before we waved to them and left. As we did, Lavinia broke into tears and screamed my name. It felt surreal, almost like a drama, and I felt guilty, but I couldn't stop it. Dunleaguer. I missed this place. It's not that different from our one, huh? Aoife said while quickly looking around herself. Suzuka, Gabriel, Ophis, Irene, Lisa, Mom, Cindy, and Aoife were with me. Although I had teleported us to an inconspicuous spot, as soon as we stepped out and people saw me with a large group of women, I already received very strange and questioning stares. A few were jealous ones from men. So we're close to our previous home. Do you want to look at it first before going around the town? I asked Mom, Cindy, and Aoife. To my surprise, Cindy pulled out a small checklist and gave it to me. Reading through it, they had a couple of things they wanted to do and places to go to and compare to our previous one. All in all, it was a short list since Dunleaguer wasn't exactly a big town, so they didn't have many places to go and explore. However, I see. Well, I did visit this version of our town a few times, and there are some differences and some unique areas that may be of interest to you guys, so we'll take you there after we go through this list, I told them. Can you give an example? Aoife asked, peering at my face, excited by the prospect. A small cove and forest-wide area with a fairy circle that connects to a forest in the fairy kingdom. When did you find that out? Gabriel asked. One of my shadow soldiers has been staying in the fairy kingdom for one reason or another, and they've reported various findings to me over the last few months. There's a small issue happening over there, but they've done enough to keep it under control, and both Titania and Oberon have been doing things to keep it from escalating. I want to go there and help them, but they haven't reached out to me again, so it's a waiting game. This specific one connects close to Undine's home, a water spirit. They're similar to Sylph. Glancing back, I made sure where did Ophis go? I asked. Scanning the immediate vicinity with my eyes proved fruitless, so I used my powers and found her near a food stand. I sighed and walked over there with the rest. Fufu, I saw her go over there but didn't stop her. She's an adult, right? Asked Irene, smugly smiling at me. That is true. Ophis is right now in her adult form, and although she does use it 99 of the time now, the exceptions are when Kunu comes to visit, and that's when she changes back to her lowly form. We watch her order some food from the place, pay, and walk back to us. Fish and chips at this time of day? Aoife asked. Food is food. Also, I didn't eat enough earlier, replied Ophis as she began eating. Haha, fair enough. Now then, Aoife pointed in a certain direction and shouted, to the house. Yeah, Mom shouted too, pumping her fist up. Both of them held hands and practically skipped forward. I looked at Cindy, who did the same to me, and she nodded before following after the two closely. Era, they're quite excited about this. With that said, we're the gods. Lisa asked. We started following them, and I answered, near the fairy circle, Danu should be the one meeting us there, since she's coming with us too for the raid. The others will join once we're about to depart for it. Ain and Kana will also join us after meeting up with us in the land of Heaven Falls. The same with Aif, Minerva, Vita, and Scathack. After the brief explanation, the girls around me enjoyed the somewhat nice scenery here. Truth be told, apart from the sea to our left, there weren't too many things you could see in this little town. The smaller things that were hidden and that were unique to this universe were the only notable things that I found. The rest were normal and from my previous life. Is that normal? Sazako asked, pointing at some people jumping off a ledge into the sea. More or less. There's a place not too far from here called the 40-foot, where a lot of the youth go to just jump into the water from, 40 feet. Of course, you need to be a decent swimmer, otherwise you'll drown and die, and you need to jump relatively far if you don't want to jump into rocks. But they're fully naked, though, Gabriel added, tilting her head in puzzlement. Well, that part isn't normal. They might be, there they go. As soon as I said that, the police, or the Gardai, appeared, batons in hand, and chased the youths who were running around naked and laughing. I wasn't sure if I should be proud of this or not, but holy hell, their portions are tiny, Ophis muttered, causing everyone around us to choke on air or awkwardly cough into their fists. Aaron got a bigger one. When I glanced at Ophis, she had a sly smile on her face while licking her lips. Don't tell me she did that on purpose. Damn, her being in tune with her emotions is quite scary. She can do things like that now. Oh, Aoife exclaimed. We had arrived just across the street from my previous home, and to our surprise, the new or current owners of the home had renovated quite a bit. It was bigger than before. It had a few balconies and another section added to it. The colors went from white to a mix of black and brown, making it stand out from the rest of the homes, which were mostly white or some other color. When looking at Mom and Cindy, they seemed to be silently reminiscing, as both were gripping their skirts quite tightly. Going up to them, I suggested we can ask them if we can look around if you two want, and maybe use a bit of magic to convince them if they say no. To my surprise, Mom shook her head. No, it's fine. That place, while it holds many memories, most of them weren't that happy. So looking at it from this distance is fine. However, it does make me curious. Are the hidden rooms still there? And if so exists in this reality? We did not. However, what about the others that we once knew? Cindy asked, looking at me. Mom and Aoife also looked at me. But to their delight, I shook my head. After evolving, I found out that Azathoth found a universe where we didn't exist, but also put in most of our previous friends here, so that it would be a seamless enough transition for me if and when I come back to Ireland. That's why oh shit, it's Aaron, Cindy, Aoife, and Miss Toole. Someone shouted. We looked to our right and saw Jamie. I last saw him when I took a keno here for our first date. He was working in one of those stands where Ophis bought something earlier. I'm surprised he's here today. Jamie? Oh wow, I didn't think I'd see you here, Aoife said before walking over to him. Same with you. There were so many rumors saying that you died, but some said you were just taken out of the country for better medical care. He replied. They both high-fived and started talking. Because of Aoife's popularity, everyone like her Jamie was one of them. However, I was the one who manipulated this after I evolved. She didn't die. She was just brought to another country for better medical care, and now she was back. That's the narrative I went with. As for the bullying, well, I erased it from their minds. It was a product of my father and the fear he created. Everyone was terrified of him because he could do something to you or your family, essentially making you homeless for generations to come. That type of fear was something unreal, so they just joined in, or at least ignored me. I don't blame them, and I don't hold a grudge anymore. After I found out the truth, there were victims too, only those who relished in it all I want forgive, and those were just a few people, which I'm fine with. They took a selfie together before coming over here. Jamie put his arm around me. Who are they? More moths? Well, he's dating all of us, minus his own mother and Cindy, Aoife said, interrupting my response to him. Mom, for some reason, crossed her arms and puffed her cheeks like a child. Cindy simply smiled back at Aoife and Jamie. Jamie's eyes widened in shock. Holy shit. You feckin' weeb. You actually did it. Yo, I should tell Kian and Alana about this. He exclaimed and brought his phone out. Kian and Alana were school friends of mine. We were super close, but got along well enough. This Alana was a different one from the one who bullied me. I also met them during my date after I beat Scat Hack in our first duel last year. It was strange seeing them, but we did so on friendly terms, and I did sense a bit of tension with them because we didn't address it. Will you calm down? Jesus feckin' Christ, man. I told him and lightly punched him on the shoulder. Feck you. You got all these babes, and you ain't sharing? Screw you. He shouted back, put away his phone, and we kind of delves into stupid children smacking each other in a not-so-serious manner. However, we were quickly stopped. Master Jamie, may I ask you to stop this? Asked Cindy. We both looked over, and Cindy had adopted the famous smile like the other girls in my home. This caused Jamie to shiver and back away from me. WL, it's nice seeing you too, Miss Tool. And, Cindy, but I have somewhere to be, so bye. He shouted, turned around, and ran away. Yeah, Kip, ruining je feijkin kovart. I shouted at him. Your Irish side really came out there, Aaron, said Aoife, giggling at me. I slightly blushed and looked away. What can I say? My accent and cursing in every other sentence were nearly the norm back then. I had to train it out of myself while in Japan, since they were quite modest people there. Looking at the others, Irene and Lisa seemed amused by it. Ophis was confused, Suzaku just shook her head at me, and Gabriel looked confused. Feck, the angel repeated, unsure of the meaning of the word. Oh no, please forget about that word. It's another way of saying fuck, and you don't want to say it, I explained. Gabriel looked horrified and agreed, while muttering, bad Aaron, to me. Anyway, let's go and explore these spots you guys wrote down. If you're ready, I mean. I looked at Mom, and she agreed. So, we went on a little tour of a town we used to live in. We ended up eating at the knockoff McDonald's in our town. Everything went without any problems. We did, however, come across some old friends and acquaintances. Most of them were made by Mom and Aoife, but everyone was introduced to them, and they made new friends from it. I myself was too busy looking around again. Many of the stores and minor things were so different here that it felt weird, but I quickly got over it. We were just about done eating, but everyone else was talking about this, that, and the other, while Aoife had stepped out earlier. I'm going to get her, I told them before getting up and leaving. When I arrived outside, I quickly located her life signature and made my way to her. The spot I arrived at was near the bank, in a small alleyway that connected to a different part of the town. However, this alleyway went underground briefly and had different shops there. I didn't explore this part of the town that much even in my previous life, so I was going here mostly blind. Walking down it, I spot Aoife in the distance. She is surrounded by older-looking guys who seem to be pestering her about something. Why did she come down here? I thought and approached them. Hey, Aoife, let's go, I said, gaining their attention. Oh, Aaron, she shouted and ran over to me. The other guys there seemed annoyed by this, but we ignored them and walked away. Sorry for disappearing all of a sudden. I wanted to go buy this. She pulled out tea. They sell tea over there? I asked. It was a box of Jasm Chung Hao. These ones in particular I used to get from Mom and Dad since we were here. I wanted to see if that store was still here, and luckily for me, it was. Although the ones selling it are different people. Too bad Mr. and Mrs. Fong aren't the ones that own the store. You must be a frequent customer to know their names like that. Yep, Jalon Fong and Zhou Fong. They were a really great elderly couple. I became a regular that they'd have my order prepared after they saw me come in. The ones running it are Ching Ho and Dai Ho. They're a middle-aged couple, but are still nice, she explained. I listened to her, but noticed that the guys from earlier were following us. Even though we were approaching the knockoff McDonald's, they still kept following us. It looks like Aoife also spotted them. They're quite persistent. It's as you suspect. They tried hitting on me, and I said no, even saying I was engaged. She held up her left hand and moved her ring finger while frowning. I don't get people like that. You're not like that. Are you, Harem King Sama? She asked. I do like to think I haven't really pursued anyone for a while now. I've just been going through life here day by day and letting things flow naturally. Good. I patted her head before we entered the fast food restaurant again. We made our way to the table and told everyone else what was happening and to just ignore them. The weirdos following us were people I didn't recognize, so they were probably just a group of friends or a small gang here, even if that's kind of rare in Ireland. The Irish Mafia, the IRA, was the only one that I was aware of in my previous life. The rest, if there were any, were probably threatened by them. But who knows? I wasn't going to go digging since if I compare the gangs of the human world to the supernatural, they're vastly different. All right, so, to the cove first, right? Aoife asked. Yep, let's just go there, but I'd like to stop those guys following us before we go to the ferry circle, okay? They agreed with me, and if it was necessary, would just scare them at the cove if they followed us. They didn't come into the restaurant, which was smart of them since I alerted the guard here. After coming up with a small plan for them, we quickly left. We made our way back to the sea, but this time we went in the other direction. In this world, there was a hidden path in one of the tunnels beneath Dunleaguer. I think these were previous railways for the Irish Railway, usually referred to as the DART, Dublin Area Rapid Transit. Walking that way, the girls spoke among themselves while Suzaku and I hung back. We were keeping an eye on the youth that were still following us. Their hostility towards me increased since, well, I was surrounded by women. It didn't help that Suzaku was hugging my arm, so they probably want to beat me up after we go into the cove. Speeding up, I took the lead and turned right to a different street. A small alleyway was to our right, so I went into it, confusing everyone. Couching down, I pushed open a small indentation in the wall and went in first. I heard some surprised murmurs behind me, but they all came down one by one. Whoa, is this part of the DART? I didn't know anything about this, mumbled Aoife. Yeah, it's part of its abandoned lines. One of its doors leads to the cove, so we just use that. Not many people know about it, and the ones that know use a much more complicated way of getting there. I explained and helped Mom and Gabriel down. Once I did, I closed the path up and made it impossible for them to follow us. If they knew anything about the cove, then they'd use the more obvious way here, which was going up the roof of the building and jumping down from onto the sand, which would hurt them if they landed wrong. The only way out is the way we used it, or they had to set up some rocks in a way to boost themselves up a certain ledge and go out that way. Leading the way, we walked down the dimly lit tunnels. Using some fire magic, Suzaku and I lit the way. There were brick pillars and railway tracks around us. Most were rusty or crumbling. It made me wonder if this was ever going to be maintained. Otherwise, it would just collapse. It's like we're going into some kind of new world via tunnel, Lisa remarked. I was thinking the same thing, Lisa. What kind of world do you think we'd go to if it were true? Mom asked her. Both of them started talking about the knockoff Harry Potter of this world. Mom was shocked by it, but went along with it. She basically told Lisa the plot of Harry Potter, and she was intrigued by it. We eventually arrived at the door, and I pulled it open. I let them all go first before going through it last. Some very rusty stairs were to our right, and we descended them. Mom and a few of them were skeptical, but I reinforced it using my powers so it would collapse. They reached the sand, and Aoife and Gabriel broke out into a sprint. Generally, if you managed to get here, the guard eye would ignore you. While you may have gotten here in a slightly illegal way, this place wasn't restricted, as there was another way of getting here, swimming around while carrying your things. It would take around 2 minutes of swimming to reach here, but most people didn't want to bother with that, so they just jumped from a room and risked breaking their legs or even killing themselves. The water's cold, so don't just jump in, I told them. Both of them took their shoes and socks off and frolicked in the wet sand. Mom looked like she wanted to join them, but she knew that doing that at her age would look strange. I looked at Lisa, and she understood what I wanted her to do. Fufu, why not let loose a little, Royson? Asked Lisa as she took her hat and shoes off before running towards Aoife and Gabriel. This was enough of a push for Mom to join them, as she also took her shoes off and joined them. Is it too late for me to say that their shoes were waterproof and would prevent water from seeping into them? I queried, earning a pinch on the cheek from Suzaku. Clicking my fingers, I set up a little area for the rest of us, some chairs, a parasol, a large blanket, and some food. Even though we just ate, Ophis looked like she was hungry again. Once it was all set up, she immediately went for the food. Irene also changed into a crimson bikini and laid on the chairs. Want to join them or wait here? I asked Suzaku. As she was about to answer me, we heard loud thuds behind us and people complaining to each other. For fuck's sake, we should have just gone the other way. Fuck you, you stupid idiot. That's too long. I don't want to make myself wet. I think I stepped on shit. Who even brings their dog in this weird cove? Who gives a shit? We get to have some fun. In total, there were 8 of them. I didn't like this. I just want a calm day with them, especially after visiting my country of birth. We, who were nearest to them, turned around and saw the group of guys from earlier. Their leader, a tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed Irishman, had a smug look on him as they walked over to us. Irene, who was happily and calmly sitting there, got up and crossed her arms. Ophis, who was still eating, stopped to look at them. I sighed. Here we go. I mumbled before one of them walked up to Suzaku and me, attempting to push me. However, I didn't even budge, confusing him. He tried again, but I didn't move. He did this repeatedly for a minute, increasingly getting more and more frustrated because he just gave up entirely and faced Suzaku. Hey, Bo, before he could even get a sentence out, Suzaku slammed him hard enough to knock him out. Partner, we can feel how you feel, and holy crap, you're so smug and giddy right now. I'm always amazed at how you can keep a poker face when you're feeling this cocky Drake, don't expose me, I told him, and he sighed at me again. You cracked his cheekbone, I said, pointing at the knocked out man. Suzaku closed her eyes and muttered, my emotions got the best of me. I'm sorry, she said before aiming her hand at him and healing him. I didn't want to be bothered today like this. It's fine. As I went to reply, we heard a crunching sound, and when we looked back at Irene, she had kicked 2 of them in the groin, and they went down. In total, there were 3 hits on her. One of them had taken her hat, and now he looked horrified. He tried to run away, but Irene grabbed his neck and choke-slammed him to the sand, knocking him out too. Out of the 8, 4 of them were already knocked out. The leader of their group wasn't part of this. The last 4 were hesitant to come over to us, especially their leader, who looked incredulously at the scene. What's going on here? Aoife asked. Looking back, I saw that everyone else had rejoined us. Suzaku gave them a brief rundown of what was happening, and they also frowned while looking at the guys that followed us. Now what? Lisa asked. Shall we shock them a bit? She let a bit of purple lightning from her finger. No, he'll deal with it. He'll let them be their own demise, I said, confusing them. Pointing my hands at the ones that were knocked out, I forced them back awake, and once they quickly looked around, saw us, and jumped away from us. I smiled at them and said, let's make this quick, shall we? Summoning a pen in the air, they were surprised by this, and I started writing something. Time hadn't stopped, so everyone could see what I was doing. These 8 will run naked to the nearest guard station. They will confess all their crimes and all of their deepest secrets, including their most personal desires, to everyone on the way to the guard station and the guard of themselves. Afterward, they will act shamefully in their cells and pass out. Once I finished writing that, I smiled again at them and clicked my fingers. Like zombies, Their bodies became limp before they started screaming. They then stripped off their clothes, ran past us, and began swimming in the water. "Looks like they're taking the long way," I said, watching them go. "Don't you think that was a bit excessive?" Suzaku asked. Well, truthfully, I don't know, I was just feeling petty. At worst, their reputations will be damaged in their little town, and well, they may have some kind of criminal record, but it's fine, right? I asked and turned back around. "Let's stay here for a little while longer before going to the other spots, and then the fairy circle. They have a hole like that. Why? And for what purpose?" Aoife asked as we walked through a small forest path. We had finished checking out the other spots in Dunleagare, and it's safe to say that she was intrigued by a giant hole in the ground that went nowhere. Why was it there? Some supernatural people from the past decided to dig it up. Why? They felt like it nothing more, nothing less, and they also wanted to fuck with people. So, because of a few idiots in the past, that hole has become a famous attraction here. I also have not informed them of this, but Suzaku and Irene suspect that I know something because I've been smirking the entire time since we left. I could sense a barrier up ahead, said Mom. On instinct, I reached over and put a hand on her head. "You've been getting better at that. Good job." She blushed before playfully slapping my hand away. "I'm your mother. Don't just pet my head." She chided. My bad. But you really are improving." In response to that, she puffed up her chest, proud of herself. We eventually reached a clearing that was still covered by leaves above us. However, in the middle there was a large arid grass formation or a fairy circle. "Finally, we've been waiting here for an hour. Took you long enough." Ain shouted at us, hands on her hips. "My bad. We wanted to explore Dunleagare for a bit," I replied, putting my hand up. "Also, weren't you supposed to wait in the I got bored, so I dragged Kana with me," she said, stopping me from asking my question. "Danu's over there." She pointed to our right and found Danu playing with some birds that passed through the barrier. There were also some small grass spirits with her. Kana was behind her, playing with her harp, as usual. She waved at us while walking towards us. Seeing as how everyone was mingling with each other, I went over to Danu, with Suzaku and Ain following me. "Danu, we're here. Shall we go to the land of Heaven Falls first, or can we go directly to Thine Ephraim Rhymes?" I asked. The plan was to bring these guys to two of those realms to let them explore them while I dealt with some things on my end. Mom, Aoife, and Cindy weren't involved with the little operation we were going to do, but they vaguely know that I have plans for something for this trip. The rest would come with me, barring a few, since I wanted them to be guides for them while we're gone. Unless they somehow find out, which is possible, and want to go with us. Danu got up while the spirits around her flew around her. She glanced at Suzaku, and both of them nodded at each other, confusing Ain and me. Danu and Suzaku quickly surrounded me and then hugged me. Suzaku was behind me, while Danu was in front of me. What the hell are you two doing?" Ain asked, confused. I was also confused by this, but they started stroking my head for some reason. "Well, I don't mind this," I agree with Ain. "What's this about?" I asked them while enjoying the sensation of boobs from both sides of my body. "Lavinia and Rossweiss aren't here to fawn over you," said Cisco. "Royson, Aoife, and Cindy are busy being enthralled by this trip. We can monopolize you for ourselves for these few short days," said Danu. "So, they were just jealous, huh?" I try to spend enough time with most of them, but since both of them have other responsibilities, we sometimes end up not having enough alone time together. Lavinia and Rossweiss essentially work for me, so them being around me 24/7 makes sense, and from an outsider's perspective, it would seem I'm favoring them. "This is ridiculous," said Ain. "There's a time and place for everything. Say that when you're not squeezing me too," I told her. While she had said that, trying to sound like the reasonable one, she joined them in this weird hugging session. Ain's breasts weren't as big as Danu's or Suzaku's, so she was fighting for her life in that regard. "But what in the world are you guys doing?" Aoife asked. When I looked back at them, they were confused by this boob calypse I was experiencing. "Ho," Irene muttered, walking over and joining them. "Didn't you chide them for this last summer?" I asked Irene. "Times have changed, Erin," she said, pushing her breasts up against me. Everyone else joined too, Mom, Cindy, Ophis, Gabriel, and Lisa, except Aoife and Kana. "Help," I pleaded, looking at Aoife. All I heard around me were half-arguments and some heiress. I think you should let him go. You'll kill him with too many breasts, Aoife told them. He'll be fine. He's the Epee dragon after all. Mom said, not helping me at all. H-A-A. I was panting from too much tits around me. Typically, I would be overjoyed, but there are appropriate times for this, just like what Mr. Oak would tell us about bikes and shit in Pokemon games. Are you okay? Kana asked as she put her hand on my back. Yeah, I'm fine. The Epee dragon can't lose to breasts, right? I asked with a strained smile. Anyway, could I get an answer for my earlier question? I asked Danu, who had a satisfied expression on her face. It's fine, but some of the elves wish for your help in the fairy kingdom, she told me, facing Mom's group. Ain and Kana will go with you to the land of Heaven Falls and let you experience that place tonight. We will go to thine Efreen Rhymes and sleep there, and you can explore it tomorrow. Queen Halloween has a tour guide ready for you, so please look forward to it. We're also going with you to thine Efreen Rhymes tomorrow, so you're not getting rid of us that easily, Kana said, winking at Mom's group. Is something happening that you won't be able to join us? Mom asked, staring at me. Truth or lie? No. Lying at this point would be useless, so I'll tell them the truth. Actually, I told them of what was happening, and that's why Ophis and Irene were with us today. So, you can continue with this vacation while we deal with that for tomorrow, but we'll be back soon enough, so Mom put her finger up, asking me to stop, so I did. She looked at Aoife and Cindy before all three of them nodded. I already knew where this was going, so I let out a sigh and put my hand out. I'm glad you know our answer. We'll be helping with it, Aaron, said Mom. Putting a hand on my head, I sighed. Yeah, I kind of expected that. But until then, please go enjoy your time over there, and I'll deal with the elf's request by with my group, but glancing at Irene and Ophis, they both nodded and walked over to Mom. We'll be going with you, Royson. I'd like to explore that place with you, said Irene. Danu said that there's good food there too. I want to go, added Ophis. Mom shook her head and sighed. You worry too much we have Cindy, you know? I'd like some reassurance, I told her, and she gave up fighting there. Turning my attention to Ain and Kana, I said take care of them too. I reached out and stroked Ain's head, making the older woman blush and turn her head away. I did the same thing to Kana, who was a bit more receptive than Ain. All right, we'll see you tonight then, Aaron, Aoife said, raising her hand to show me a peace sign. Yeah, take care, I told them before Ain and Kana teleported their group away. Suzaku, Gabriel, Danu, and Lisa were left with me. Let's go, Gabriel exclaimed, pumping up her fist. Lisa jokingly joined in her antics before we stepped into the fairy circle and were transported to the fairy kingdom. Aoife Murphy's soliloquy. It's big, I exclaimed, quickly looking around us. Buildings of all shapes and sizes were all over the place. It felt like we were transported to a medieval fantasy world all of a sudden. I also felt numerous different races and species here. There was even an elf. Aaron liked them, didn't he? It's strange that he hasn't gotten one in his harem yet. I did hear from Rossweiss that there were elves in Asgard, so I wonder if he's charmed anyone there yet? You like elves too? Ain asked, smirking. Aaron did say he liked them. I know. He told me before. I was pretty surprised to find that out back then. Truth be told, I was a bit jealous too. How was I supposed to compare myself to those blonde beauties? Did he ever tell you he liked blondes? I asked. Ain and Kana sighed. We know, they said in unison. I mean, he has a lot of blondes, doesn't he? Lavinia, Ravel, Leanne, Kana, Asia, Gabriel to name a few, said Ain. So he never needed to state it himself, but he does deny it from time to time when we do bring it up. That's just like Aaron for some reason. He'll deny that he likes blonde-haired people. I'll never understand why he tries to, though. With that said, where do you want to go first? Kana asked all of us. You ladies are back 'em? Who might they be? An elf man asked Ain and Kana. Oh, hello, Podrick. This is Jean's mom, maid, and her, said Ain, glancing at me when saying her, which confused me. Miss Royson and Cindy were confused by the way the goddess referred to me, but we didn't bring it up. Ho, Jean's mom and maid, eh? And Miss Transcendent Flash. Huh? This is an interesting group that came here today. But Jean's not with them? He asked. He has a job in the fairy kingdom, so he's letting them explore this realm for now, and tomorrow we're going to a different one, explained Kana. Miss Royson and Cindy looked at me, confused. I was also confused. Was that some kind of new title or epitaph I had? Aaron hasn't mentioned anything about it, nor has Aurelia, but Transcendent Flash? What's that? I asked Podrick. The two goddesses and an elf blinked at me, then looked at the three of us as we shook our heads. I looked at Ophis and Irene, and both of them shrugged their shoulders. You didn't know about your moniker that was made for you as the tournament progressed? Anne asked me. And no, I don't usually keep up with that stuff. I'm just busy training or living my life, but I have a cool nickname now, huh? Who came up with it, and what does it mean? We arrived at a shop, and it seemed Podrick owned it. When we entered it, we were met with a lot of smells. Most were from freshly baked bread and the like. Podrick asked us if we wanted to buy some, and Ophis grabbed Royson's hand and tugged on it. I'm pretty sure she has her own money, but I guess that slips her mind from time to time. Well, like with most epithets and monikers, no one knows who originally came up with it. But as for the meaning of it, there isn't one, but there's a popular theory as to why it was chosen, said Kana. She pointed at me and continued. You came out of nowhere. Most of the supernatural knows of the women of the Dual Dragon Emperor, but just before the tournament started, you showed up and seemed just as close to Jean. Though compared to Lavinia and them, Fated Ones, okay? This made most people confused, and they began questioning who you were. You can check the supernatural internet about it. You're mentioned a lot, even now, because of the tournament. You also showed how powerful you were on your debut match, taking out Ultimate Class and Up fighters, and, of course, during the Citri game, where you dominated Ruruko, who was also a powerful player in the tournament. Not to mention having a unique and powerful sword that has been speculated to be on par with legendary weapons, God-class weapons, and some of the Longina sacred gears. You came into the scene like a flash. The devils like Ajuka, Beelzebub, and Surzex Lucifer are considered transcendental beings, or the more popular term, super devils. Devils with the power to contend with gods or god-class beings. You who they assume is a human, a being compared to that, hence the transcendent part of your epithet. Put that all together and you get Transcendent Flash, explained Kana. They really thought it like that. Wait, no. She said it was a rumor, but putting it all like that, it kind of makes sense, right? Someone made a nickname for me and put thought into it. Unlike Aaron, who sometimes called me Ginger in our previous lives, right? Don't forget her bubbly personality. You're quite popular with everyone because of that, Aoife. Your other less cool moniker is Helpful Girl. I don't need to elaborate on that, do I? Said Ain. That's a bit lame, but I shook my head since I understood why. I've always been like that back then and now. I can't change it and don't plan on it. Many are looking forward to more of your matches, you know? Especially in the main stage. Although some have their own strange reasons, Ain clarified. Haha, that's true. Have you seen the strange fan art of you online? Especially on strange sites that have art of Jean and his harem, some of them are quite, well, shall we say, not safe for work? Said Podrick as he came back with a bag and handed it to Ophis. Miss Royson handed over some money to Podrick, and he stared at it for a few seconds. This is a bit much, just keep it, sweetie. From the aroma, I already know they're tasty, she told him. Podrick nervously laughed. Like mother, like son. Huh? Thank you very much. Kana clapped her hands and said, why don't we meet the other gods here too? Noada and the rest are probably in the meeting room doing the usual. You mean eating and drinking the day away? Well, it's fine, I guess, replied Ain. Just be prepared for the stench of alcohol and the drunks. They don't exactly showcase our pantheon's gods at their best. We agreed. Meeting the gods of various pantheons was already exciting. But meeting the ones of your original country was something else. I wonder if Aaron felt the same way. Aaron Tools soliloquy, not to sound rude or anything, but can't you do it yourselves by sending a few of your powerful warriors? I asked the Elf Queen. Presently, we are in the throne room of the High Elves of the Fairy Kingdom. I had taken Natsum here before for our date, so they're already used to me. However, this was the first time I met their leaders. The queen was called Tyalha Valith. Her attendant was Lixis Sillen. There were also a few other elves here. Tyalha had long, light blonde hair, a crown of flowers around her head, earrings on her ears, pale green eyes, and wore an elegant white and gold dress. Unlike the others here, she radiated royalty, much like the other leaders I had met so far. Lixis, her attendant, was a bit different. Her skin was darker than the high elves here, perhaps tanned. Does that make her a dark elf rather than a high elf? Because when I used observe, she was a mix between a dark elf and a high elf. Although in my mind, she's still an elf. She had short white hair, tan skin, pale blue eyes, and earrings like Tyalha. She wore a tight green outfit with steel shoulder guards and a bow behind her back. She seemed indifferent towards me, probably still judging me. But they have not come back because they were killed. Lady Titania and Lord Oberon have been busy dealing with the rest of our realm. So we wanted to deal with it ourselves, but it hasn't been going the way you wanted, huh? You also don't want to burden Oberon and Titania further, since they're still dealing with the fallout of the war and the other problems here, right? I asked and she nodded. Some of the elves didn't like my casual tone with their queen, but I didn't care. This is how I spoke to everyone. Being overly respectful was just weird to me. So I wasn't going to do it. Well, I'll accept. I'll have it done in a few minutes. We'll get going then, I said, and turned around. F for the compensation, shouted Tyalha. Waving my hand as I left, I said, we can discuss that when we get back. I'm a bit busy today, so I want to make this quick. You could have been a bit kinder there, Aaron, Suzuka said, squeezing my arm. They clearly weren't too welcoming of me from the start. Well, the other elves, the queen, and her attendant seemed fine, but like I said, the rest weren't. I replied as I teleported us out of the place. We ended up back at the central plaza, with various elves walking around the place. Will you revive the ones who lost their lives? Gabriel asked, grabbing my arm. The face she was making made it hard to say, I want, but in reality, I had no reason to refuse. One could argue that I had no reason to revive them either. However, there's a high chance of it increasing my standing among them. All they've heard about me is from the news about the supernatural and their leaders, Oberon and Titania, so this should be beneficial for me. Using my other hand, I massaged her cheek. Of course, this could have been avoided if they called me earlier, so they lost their lives in a valiant effort to stop this monstrosity. I almost said that they lost their lives in a futile attempt, but I might sound like an asshole if I say that. Pride, everyone has it. Some put it above all else. I have some, but I really don't care about it. Only if it gets in the way of my life will I do something about it. People's lives are more stressful if they care about them to an unhealthy degree. Examples of this include some antagonists in the original DxD story. Their pride and ego get in the way, making them make irrational decisions. DxD has a lot of them. They're so arrogant that it's amazing that they somehow managed to get any plan started. Gabriel was happy with my answer as I started walking in a certain direction. The place and monster we have to kill are part of the supernatural. The Puka, or Puka. It's a creature of Celtic, English, and Channel Islands folklore. Considered to be bringers both of good and bad fortune. They could help or hinder rural and marine communities. Puka can have dark or white fur or hair. The creatures were said to be shape changers that could take on the appearance of horses, goats, cats, dogs, and hares. They may also take a human form, which includes various animal features such as ears or a tail. However, in this instance, the Puka mutated for one reason or another. Honestly, when I looked into it, I was the reason. As I mentioned before, anomalies were things that Azathoth had to take care of in the past, and now it's my job to do so. Normally, I would get rid of it without having to move from my spot, but since Mom and Aoife wanted to come back to Ireland, it gave me an excuse to deal with it in person rather than just thinking of killing it. The Puka evolved because of an anomaly. Anomalies usually vary in degree of effectiveness. Some may turn something ordinary into a god class or universal class being, while in other instances, ITLL just boosts its power to high class or ultimate class. In this instance, the Puka who looks like a giant goat tree hybrid is Satan class. Hence, none of the elves that were sent could defeat them since most of them were just high class. The queen herself was just ultimate class and the rest here were high to middle class. The place this Puka has taken up residency is deep inside the forests of the elves, because he had taken on the form of a goat and was affected by the anomaly. One of the nearby trees fused with it, and it has been rampaging since. We arrived at one of the entrances towards the forest. The entire town of the High Elves was surrounded by high walls made of wood from the forest. It was also enchanted using magic, so its durability and defensive capabilities were much better than they normally should be. I can sense an abnormal amount of magic deeper inside the forest, said Lisa. She squinted her eyes towards the trees, and the rest agreed. Danu put her hands together and closed her eyes. A few seconds later, she said, "The winds of the forest tell me that it's destroyed a large area of the deeper sanctums of the forest. However, some of the spirits there, along with other creatures, have been keeping it at bay in that area, stopping its destruction. There are also the corpses of those young elves still lying there." "Right, well, let's get this done. Let's get them back and go join back with the rest," I said, and teleported us near the spot where it was rampaging. Upon arriving near the location, we were immediately greeted by a large barrier being maintained by various creatures in this forest. We could also hear the very loud and ear-piercing shrieks of the puka, an enormous dark-furred goat with branches coming out from behind its body in the form of hands. It also had a layer of armor in the form of thick and sturdy wood. Danu quickly walked over to the creatures and helped maintain the barrier for them. The cracks on the barrier were instantly repaired, and it had become even more powerful. They were surprised by this, but quickly gathered around Danu and began thanking her. "It's Mama Danu. Yay, we're saved." They cheered and crowded around her. Danu smiled at them and quickly explained the situation and our help. They turned to us, and two of them came over. "Can you help the puka?" It wasn't always like this. He was kind, but something happened, and don't worry about it. I was partially to blame for it. So it'll separate the anomaly from the puka, revive the dead elves, and restore this part of the forest, and then we're done. It won't take long stepping into the barrier. I was immediately felt by the puka, and it charged towards me. Dodging its initial attack, I tapped its side and pushed the puka out of this new body. The separation was complete, and the only thing left was the anomaly. It was even more violent than the puka and began to thrash around while attacking everything around it. The puka was still asleep after being separated, so I teleported him out of the barrier into Gabriel's hands. I nearly asked Kantuar if it was possible if I could make these anomalies into Electa or Shadow Soldiers. But it was possible, but I saw no reason in doing so right now. I'd like to study them more, because even with Azathoth's previous information, she didn't know much about them. The anomalies just happen and also exist, so they're one of the biggest mysteries in the Omniverse. Even if I made a new Omniverse, these things would also exist there. There's no stopping them like how bugs appear in code. If you add, remove, or change things, bugs will eventually creep up. I can make various blocks for them, but they'll eventually exist, so I may as well completely study them before doing anything about them. However, my gut told me that they were needed in the Omniverse, and if I got rid of them, it would be more trouble on my end. But for now, I'll observe them.